You're listening to an exclusive Novel Charter audiobook. We release a new full-length story every day. Subscribe so you never miss one. Now, enjoy the story. Chapter 1. The summons came an hour before dusk, when the storm clouds had not yet gathered over the high terraces and the mist still lay thin as breath against the stone. Ruan Yinxiao read the scroll twice in her chamber, letting the bamboo seal cool against her palm, then folded it into her sleeve without expression. 3 previous summons, 3 previous bonds, 3 previous masters who had used her body as a stabilizing vessel and returned her to the registry with dissolution marks fresh on her contract file. The pattern was not cruelty. The pattern was administration. She walked the Cloudbridge alone, as she always did. Below her, the 9 vapors' reach fell away in layered terraces of jade-green cultivation fields, medicinal springs venting steam through fissures in the cliff face, training platforms suspended on chains that groaned under wind pressure. Above, the Bind Registry rose from the highest habitable shelf, a structure of pale stone and dark timber, its eaves curved like talons, its inner chambers lit with spirit lamps that burned without flicker. The guards at the entrance recognized her. They always did. One of them, a young man with a fresh disciple brand on his jaw, looked at her with something that might have been pity before he lowered his gaze. She memorized his face for future use. Pity meant he saw her as a victim. That made him predictable. Inside, the registry smelled of ink, cold ash, and the faint metallic tang of oath seals dried on parchment. Ruan followed the corridor to the contract hall, her footsteps silent against the polished wood, her hands loose at her sides. She had already begun cataloging which clauses she would demand. Suspension rights for sessions that damaged her meridians beyond a threshold she would define. Access to the partner's technique notes before any dual practice began. Independent control of her circulation when the bond was active, including the right to withdraw from synchronization if her body signaled danger. These terms had been refused 3 times. She would ask for them again. Madame Oyan Sifei stood at the far end of the hall beside a long table of dark jade, her robes the color of dried blood, her hair pinned with silver that caught the lamplight like frozen water. She did not look up when Ruan entered. She was reading a document, her manicured fingers tracing a line of script, and she let the silence stretch long enough to remind every person in the room who controlled the ceremony. Ruan stopped at the edge of the table and waited. "You are early," Oyan said without lifting her gaze. "I prefer to review the contract before sealing." "Review is not in the standard procedure." "I know." Ruan kept her voice level, her weight balanced, her face empty. "I am requesting it as a condition of consent." Oyan's eyes rose. They were pale, the color of river stones worn smooth by current, and they held no warmth. She studied Ruan the way one studied a field report, for data, for anomalies, for the point at which output would begin to decline. "Consent," Oyan repeated, as if tasting a word she found foreign on her tongue. "You have been through this enough times to know that consent is a formality. The bond is sealed, the cultivation proceeds, and the registry monitors both. Your personal preferences are not part of the calculation." "Then why summon me at all?" Ruan asked. "If my participation is irrelevant, you could bind me in my sleep and save the ink." A flicker moved through Oyan's expression. Annoyance, perhaps, or the barest amusement. She set the document down and folded her hands. "Your partner has requested you specifically. He insisted on your presence at the sealing. He also insisted on certain modifications to the ritual chamber that I have not yet approved." "Modifications?" "Array alterations, circulation channels that do not conform to registry standards." Oyan's tone flattened. "He claims the standard arrays are insufficient for his technique. He claims you will not survive a standard bond." Ruan felt the words settle in her chest like stones dropped into still water. She had been chosen for her defect before. Every master before Kong Lize had wanted her hollow heart sea because it could absorb backlash without shattering, because she could take damage that would cripple a normal cultivator and keep standing long enough to be useful again. But none of them had altered the arrays first. "Show me," Ruan said. Oyan's lip curled. She gestured toward the inner door. The ritual chamber was smaller than the standard hall, warmed by a single spirit lamp suspended from the ceiling. The floor inlaid with a bronze array that should have been a simple circulation grid. It was not simple. Someone had etched new lines into the metal, fine as hair, curling in patterns that Ruan did not recognize. They branched from the central circulation node like veins, reaching toward two kneeling positions set close enough that the cultivators would be touching shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, skin to skin through the thin silk of their robes. Close contact array, braided synchronization, a structure designed for partners who intended to share not just chi but sensation, breath, the edge of awareness where one body ended and another began. Ruan stopped at the threshold. "You see why I hesitated," Uyan said from behind her. "Who designed this? Your partner insists he did it himself. He submitted the blueprints 3 days ago, along with a request for exemption from standard dual practice protocols." Uyan's voice sharpened. "Sessions under this array would require unregistered methods. The regulations exist for a reason, Ruan Yinxiao. Unregistered methods produce unregistered outcomes, and the registry cannot protect what it cannot predict." "Protect?" Ruan repeated. "Is that what you call it?" Uyan did not answer. Ruan stepped into the chamber. The air was warmer here, humid, carrying the scent of heated copper and something else. Something that smelled like storm pressure building before lightning. She knelt at one of the positions, letting her knees settle against the cushion, and placed her palms flat on the array. The new lines trembled under her fingertips. They were alive with residual energy, waiting for circulation to wake them. "You want to know if I will consent?" Ruan said, not turning. "You want me to reject the alterations, so you have grounds to deny his request, without explaining why you fear an unregistered technique performed by a genius of his caliber?" Oyan's silence confirmed the guess. "I will not reject them," Ruan said. "I want to hear his explanation first, and then I want to see the technique notes." She rose, brushing the dust from her robes. "If he expects me to enter a braided array with him, I will enter it knowing exactly what it requires of my body." The door at the far end of the chamber opened. Kong Lize stepped through, and Ruan saw him clearly for the first time. He was taller than she had expected, lean, with the disciplined build of a cultivator who had spent years refining his meridians and his technique. His hair was dark, bound at the nape, and his face was composed in a way that felt deliberate, the calm of a man who had learned to show nothing he did not choose to reveal. His eyes found hers immediately, skipping over Uyan as if she were furniture. "Ruan Yinxiao," he said. "I am Kong Lize." She had heard his name. Everyone in the Reach had heard his name. Prodigy of the Kong lineage, youngest cultivator to approach heavenly tribulation in 3 generations, heir to resources and techniques that lesser disciples could only dream of touching. She had expected arrogance. She had expected the careful distance of a man who had never needed to earn anyone's trust. Instead, he crossed the chamber, stopped at the edge of the array, and knelt so that they were at the same height. "The array is illegal," he said. "I will not pretend otherwise. The standard registry arrays are designed for controlled exchange, 2 cultivators circulating chi in parallel without true fusion. That is not what I need from you." "Then tell me what you need." His jaw tightened. A pause, the first crack in his composure. When he spoke, his voice was lower. "I need a partner who can absorb the backlash of heavenly tribulation without being destroyed by it. I need a bond that allows 2 souls to braid their currents so tightly that the heavens perceive one structure instead of 2. I need someone whose heartsea is hollow enough to take the damage I cannot deflect, and stable enough to return the refined chi to me when the storm peaks." He leaned forward. The array hummed between them. "I chose you because you were the only cultivator in the Reach engineered to survive what is coming." The word landed like a blade. Engineered. Ruan felt her body go still, her breath stop, her mind racing through every medical report, every tolerance test, every murmured comment from healers who had examined her meridians and called them unusual. She had always known her hollow heartsea was rare. She had never considered the possibility that it was designed. "You do not know that," she said. "I know that the pattern of your chi sync channels is not natural. I know that the silver tracer lines on your inner wrists are cultivation architecture, not congenital variation. I know that your 3 previous contracts were not random assignments. The registry placed you with masters who needed exactly what you could provide, and dissolved the bonds when your output began to decline. He paused. I also know that they did it to prepare you for me. The chamber was silent. The spirit lamp flickered. Behind Ruan, Madame Oyan had not moved, had not spoken, but Ruan felt her presence like cold against the back of her neck. Why tell me this? Ruan asked. If you believe I am a tool designed for your ascension, why warn me before the contract is sealed? Kong Lize looked at her. For a moment, the composure cracked further, and she saw something beneath it that she could not name. Not guilt, not calculation, something heavier. Because I do not want a tool, he said. I want a partner who knows the danger and chooses to face it anyway. I cannot beat heavenly tribulation alone. I cannot beat it with someone who does not trust me. I am telling you the truth because I need you to believe that I will not treat you the way your previous masters did. Ruan held his gaze. She had heard promises before. The second master had told her she was valuable, special, chosen for her gift. The third had cried when he handed her back to the registry, as if tears erased the damage his cultivation had carved into her meridians. She had learned that tenderness was not proof against use, but Kong Lize had altered the arrays before she arrived. He had named the registry's design aloud in their presence. He had handed her the knife and waited to see if she would flinch. Let me see the technique notes, she said. All of them, before I sign anything. He nodded once. Anything else? Ruan turned to face Madame Oyan. The registrar's expression had not changed, but her hands were pressed flat against the table, and the tendons in her wrists stood out. I want suspension rights, Ruan said. If a session damages my meridians beyond a self-determined threshold, I can stop without penalty. I want independent circulation control during the bond. I want access to all registry records concerning my prior contracts, including medical evaluations and dissolution reports. Uyan's mouth tightened. Those records are sealed. Then unseal them, or I walk. The silence stretched. Kong Lize remained kneeling, watching, saying nothing. The array pulsed beneath them, hungry for circulation. Huyan's fingers curled against the jade. The registry will review your request. If your partner agrees to document the technique modifications, and if the healer board approves the suspension clauses, you may proceed with the altered terms. Ruan filed the reluctant yes into her mental ledger. It was the first time an official had bent even slightly. She turned back to Kong Lize. He was still watching her with that unreadable calm, but she caught the angle of his shoulders, the slight forward tilt of his weight. He was waiting for her verdict. I will review your notes before the sealing, she said. If they are complete and honest, I will consider the contract. Fair. And if I find any gap, any omission, any piece of the technique hidden for my protection or your convenience, I will dissolve the bond before it takes root. Kong Lize rose. He was taller than her, standing, but he did not use the height to look down. If you find a gap, he said, I will help you dissolve it myself. The answer was too clean, too perfect. Ruan did not believe it, but she stored it alongside the altered array, the named conspiracy, the amber eyes that held something she could not name. She would read his notes, she would study every line of the technique, and she would keep her contingency plans hidden, because tenderness had never survived her trust before, and she did not expect this time to be different. I will return at dawn, she said, and walked past both of them into the cold corridor. The storm clouds had thickened. The Cloudbridge swayed under her weight as she crossed, and the wind carried the distant rumble of thunder from the higher peaks. She did not look back. Behind her, in the ritual chamber, Kong Lize watched her go with his hands closed at his sides, the array still humming, the spirit lamp casting his shadow long against the bronze lines that he had carved with his own hands. Madame Oyan stepped into the doorway beside him. She will find the notes incomplete, Oyan said. She will find everything I chose to show her. Which is not everything. Kong Lize did not answer. The storm broke over the reach, rain sheeting against the stone, and the first flash of lightning lit the chamber white. In that instant, the array lines gleamed like exposed veins. Chapter 2. Ruan felt the silk before she saw it. Packed into the inner fold of her robe where no one had touched during the inspection, a square of blue fabric pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She had not put it there. She had checked every seam before entering the registry. And yet the silk was present now, warm from her body heat, and when she pulled it free in the privacy of her assigned chamber, she found characters written in a hand she did not recognize. The array is 2 oaths, one you see, one you do not. Ruan turned the silk over. No seal, no signature. She read the line again, then held the fabric over the lamp flame. The silk did not burn. Instead, the characters shimmered, rearranged themselves, and settled into a new message. Kong's notes omit the coupling diagram. Demand the full set before you circulate. The flame guttered. The silk crumbled to ash between her fingers. Ruan stared at the black dust on her palm. Someone inside the registry had watched her negotiate. Someone had known she would inspect the chamber. Someone had known she would find the braided Dao array and recognize it as illegal before Kong explained a single line. She washed her hands in the basin, watching the ash dissolve into the water. Then she left the chamber and walked toward the room where Kong Lize kept his notes. The door was unlocked. Ruan pushed it open and found him seated at a low table, scrolls spread in a fan across the lacquered surface. The room was narrow, windowless, lit by a single spirit lamp that cast his shadow long against the wall. He looked up when she entered, and his expression did not change. "You came earlier than I expected." "The array," she said. "Show me the coupling diagram." Something flickered in his amber eyes. Not surprise, recognition. He reached for a scroll near the bottom of the stack, unrolled it, and held it out to her. The diagram was dense with circulation lines, pressure nodes, and synchronization markers. She had studied enough technique theory to read the basic flow, but the central structure was unlike anything she had seen before. The braid did not simply merge 2 currents. It twisted them into a single ascending spiral, each rotation pulling energy from both cultivators simultaneously and channeling it into a shared core. "The first oath," Ruan said, tracing the primary circulation line with her finger. "The one the registry approved." Kong Lize watched her hand. "Yes. And the second?" He did not answer immediately. She looked up from the diagram and met his gaze. "The second oath is not on that scroll," she said. "No." "Show me." Kong Lize held still for a long breath. Then he reached into his robe, withdrew a folded parchment, and placed it on the table between them. The paper was yellowed, the ink faded. She recognized the hand that had written it, the same hand that had carved the array into the ritual chamber floor. His. Ruan unfolded the parchment. The second diagram was smaller, nested inside the first, like a seed inside fruit. It showed a secondary circulation path, hidden beneath the primary flow, that redirected a portion of the braided energy into the hollow cultivator's heart sea. Her heart sea. "It is a pressure release," Kong said. "When tribulation backlash enters the braid, the primary path cannot handle the full load. The secondary path routes the excess into your hollow core, which can absorb and stabilize it without rupturing." Ruan kept her voice flat. "And what happens to me when the excess accumulates?" "You will be in pain. Your Meridians will scar if the load exceeds a certain threshold, but you will survive." "And you?" He did not look away. "I will survive too. That is the design. Neither of us is meant to die in the tribulation." Ruan set the parchment down beside the first diagram. "Why omit this from the notes you gave the registry?" "Because the coupling diagram is illegal. It requires a secondary circulation path that crosses into forbidden Meridian theory. If the registry knew I had included it, they would dissolve the contract before I could explain." "And if I refused to sign?" Kong Lize's jaw tightened. "Then I find another partner, and you return to the contract pool. The registry places you with whoever needs stabilization next. Maybe a disciple on the edge of breakthrough who has no interest in your survival. Maybe someone who does not care how much the secondary path hurts you, as long as it keeps them alive." Ruan heard the truth in his voice. She had seen the contract pool. She knew what waited for her if she walked away. "The coupling diagram stays in the contract," she said, "written into the primary circulation lines. No hidden paths. That will take time to alter." "Then take the time." He held her gaze for a moment longer. Then he nodded. "Agreed." Dawn came gray and wet, mist curling around the cliff terraces. Ruan returned to the registry chamber to find Madame Ojan already seated, her riverstone eyes fixed on the doorway as if she had been waiting since dusk. The bronze array gleamed on the floor, freshly carved with new lines that had not been there the night before. Kong Lize stood beside the array, his hands clasped behind his back. Wu Yan gestured to the table. "The healer board approved your suspension clauses. Your partner has documented the full technique, including the coupling diagram you requested. The contract is ready for signature." Ruan did not move toward the table. "Let me see the documentation." Wu Yan's mouth tightened, but she slid a stack of parchment across the surface. Ruan read every page. The circulation flow, the pressure thresholds, the secondary path, now written openly into the primary design. The suspension conditions, which she had written herself and which the healer board had stamped verbatim. The contract was complete. It was also clean. Too clean. She looked up at Wu Yan. "You approved this without additional conditions?" "Your partner agreed to the documentation. The healer board accepted the terms. There was no reason to refuse." Ruan heard what Wu Yan did not say. There was no reason to refuse because the outcome will not change regardless of what you negotiate. She looked at Kong Lize's. He held her gaze, and in that moment she saw something in his amber eyes that she could not name. Not deception, not eagerness, something heavier. He was waiting for her to decide if she would trust him. Ruan picked up the brush. She signed her name at the bottom of the contract. The moment the ink touched the parchment, the array on the floor began to hum. The bronze lines glowed faintly, and she felt a pull at the base of her throat, where the pale crescent scar sat like a second mouth. Kong Lize stepped into the array. "It is time," he said. Ruan looked at the glowing lines, at the hidden second oath she had just agreed to, at the man who had altered an illegal technique to keep her alive. She stepped in beside him. The array flared, and somewhere in the depths of the registry, a bell began to toll. Chapter 3. The bell's toll faded into stone, and the array beneath Ruan's feet settled into a steady pulse. Warmth climbed through her soles, up her calves, spreading across her lower back like hands pressed against her spine. The bronze lines glowed in concentric rings, the primary circulation path, now openly showing the coupling diagram Kong had carved overnight. Madame Wu Yan rose from her seat. "Blood seal," she said. "Both partners. The contract requires a drop at the array's center to bind the oath to your chi signatures." Ruan had done this before, 3 times. She knew the ritual. A cut, a drop, a moment of cold as the array recognized her spiritual presence and locked her into obligation. She stepped forward. The bone needle sat on a silk cloth beside the array. She picked it up, pressed the tip to her index finger, and watched a bead of blood well against her skin. Kong Lize moved beside her, taking his own needle. He did not flinch when the point pierced his flesh. "Together," Wu Yan said, "at the center node." They knelt at the same time, side by side, their fingers hovering over the bronze circle where the array's lines converged into a single point. Ruan let her blood fall. Kong's followed a heartbeat later. The drops merged on the bronze surface, and the array flared. Light climbed up through Ruan's hand, up her wrist, curling around the silver tracer lines that glowed beneath her skin like captured lightning. She felt it then, the bond, not as a voice or a presence, but as a current that had not existed a moment before. A channel opening between her chest and something outside herself. Something warm and patient and waiting. Kong's breath caught beside her. She looked at him. His amber eyes were fixed on the array, but his jaw was tight and his pulse beat visible at his throat. He felt it too. Yuan's voice came from above them. "The contract is sealed. The bond is registered. You will report for your first synchronization session within 3 days. or the healer board will suspend your privileges." Ruan heard the words. She understood them, but her attention was on the current moving through the new channel. On the way, it did not feel like the cold push of prior bonds. Those had been demands. This felt like an invitation. She rose, pulling her hand away from the array. Kong stood beside her. "Your first session will be in Chamber 7, Oyen continued. "The South Terrace, heated stone, controlled humidity. Brother Narek will perform a baseline examination before you begin circulation." Ruan nodded. She gathered the contract copies, tucked them into her robe, and walked out of the chamber without looking back. She did not trust the warmth she had felt. The corridor outside was empty, but she heard footsteps behind her. Kong. He caught up in 3 long strides and fell into step beside her. "You felt it," he said. "The array." "More than the array." She did not answer. They walked in silence past the registry's tall windows, where gray mist pressed against the glass and stormlight flickered beyond the cliffs. "The bond is active now," Kong said. "The braid is forming. Even without a synchronization session, the currents are learning each other." Ruan stopped at the corridor's end, where the passage opened onto a covered walkway leading toward the south terraces. "I know how bonds work," she said. "Not this one." She turned to face him. His expression was calm, but she saw the tension in his shoulders, the careful stillness of a man who was waiting for her to say something he could not predict. "What did you feel in the array?" she asked. Kong held her gaze. "A second current," he said. "Beneath the primary oath, something the registry did not design." Ruan's hand moved to her collar, where the pale crescent scar sat against her throat. "Your hidden coupling diagram." "No, the diagram is part of the primary path now. This was something else, something you did not plan." He was quiet for a long moment. "I do not know what it was." Ruan studied his face. He was not lying. She had learned to read lies in the micro shifts of a bond partner's expression, the flicker of calculation, the careful smoothing of features. Kong was not smooth. He looked unsettled. 3 days, she said. "I will meet you in Chamber 7. She turned and walked onto the covered walkway, leaving him standing at the corridor's edge. The storm had not broken. It hung over the cliffs like a held breath, pressing mist through the slatted walls of the walkway. Warren walked with one hand resting against her chest, where the bond current pulsed in a rhythm that was not her own. It felt like a second heartbeat. She had never carried another person's rhythm inside her before. Prior bonds had been transaction, chi in, chi out, pain absorbed, stability returned. No echo, no presence. This was presence. She felt him at the edge of her senses, a warmth that waited without demanding. He was not pulling, he was not pushing, he was simply there, like someone standing in the next room with their hand pressed to the shared wall. She did not know what to do with that. The walkway opened onto the south terrace, where the mist thinned and she could see the heated chambers built into the cliff face, their stone surfaces steaming in the cold air. Chamber 7. She walked past it, toward her quarters, past the infirmary where Brother Narek would perform the baseline examination, past the training grounds where she and Kong would practice the braid under observation. The bond pulse did not fade. It remained, steady and warm, like a thread tied to her ribs. When she reached her door, she stopped. She pressed her palm to the wood and closed her eyes, feeling the second heartbeat, the rhythm that belonged to a man she did not trust and could not ignore. And beneath the bond's warmth, she felt something else, a memory from the array, not her own, a flash of cold stone, a sealed room, the weight of a technique manual pressed into hands that did not want to hold it. Kong's memory. The array had shared something he had not intended to give. Ruan opened her eyes. She did not enter her quarters. She stood at the threshold, her hand still pressed to the wood, and she listened to the storm build over the cliffs. 3 days. She had 3 days before she stepped into a heated chamber with a man whose heart she had already touched, whether he had meant to let her or not. And she had no idea what she would find when she reached for him again. Chapter 4. The heated chamber smelled of wet stone and something medicinal, a sharp herbal tang that curled through the steam rising from the wall vents. Ruan stood at the threshold and counted the array lines carved into the floor. 9 main circuits, 12 secondary. A central node shaped like a coiled breath, the groove deep enough to seat both their palms. She had studied the diagram in Kong's notes until the lines burned behind her eyes, but seeing it carved into living stone was different. The grooves were fresh. The edges of each cut still carried the pale dust of chisel work. He had carved this himself. Behind her, the door sealed with a soft hydraulic hiss. The click of the lock engaged. Standard chambers use etched plates, Kong said. Preformed arrays that can be swapped between sessions. Ruan did not turn around. I know. These lines will not hold more than a dozen uses. The stone fractures under repeated circulation. Then we will need new chambers. Or I will carve new ones. She turned at that. Kong stood near the door, his outer robe already removed, the inner layers loose against his shoulders. His hands were empty. No technique notes, no guide. You are not bringing the manual, she said. I memorized it. All of it. Every line. Ruan let the silence stretch. The steam curled between them, dampening her collar against her throat. Then sit, she said. They faced each other across the central node, knees pressed to the warm stone, the carved groove between them. The array hummed at the edge of hearing, a low frequency that vibrated through the floor and into her bones. Kong placed his hands on his thighs, palms up. We start with breath, he said. The currents will not braid until our circulation rhythms recognize each other. Ruan matched his posture. Her pulse was steady. She had done this before. Priors had always begun with breath control, with synchronization, with the careful alignment of two bodies into a single rhythm. They had always ended with her depleted and discarded. The first circulation will feel like pressure, Kong said. Like something pressing against your meridians from the inside. Do not resist it. I know how circulation feels. Your prior bonds were not braided. Pain is pain. He held her gaze. This is not pain. He extended his hands, palms open, and waited. Ruan looked at his fingers, steady, uncurled, an offering, not a demand. She placed her palms against his. The contact was dry, warm. His pulse beat against her fingertips, a rhythm slightly faster than her own. Close your eyes, he said. She did. The first current moved through her like a question. It entered at her palms, a thread of warmth that traveled up her arms and into her chest, where her hollow heart sea sat empty and waiting. The thread reached the emptiness and stopped. Ruan felt Kong adjust. The current shifted, softened, circled the edge of her heart sea without pushing into it. Your core is cold, he said. I told you. Hollow. Not hollow. Still. She opened her eyes. His were closed, his brow furrowed in concentration. Stillness is not emptiness, he said. The space is there. It is waiting. For what? To move. He drew the current back, and she felt the pull in her chest, the thread of warmth retreating through her arms and back into his hands. Then he sent it forward again. This time, the current did not stop at the edge of her heart sea. It pressed against the hollow space, not forcing, not demanding, but testing, learning. The contact sent a shiver down her spine. What are you doing? Finding the shape. The current expanded. It spread through the emptiness like water finding the contour of a vessel, and Ruan felt something inside her chest unlock. A door she had not known was sealed. The warmth poured in. She gasped. The sensation was not pain. It was not pressure. It was recognition. The current moved through her hollow heart sea as if it had always belonged there, as if the space had been carved for this exact thread. Her meridians lit. The backlash hit without warning. A surge of Kong's stored tribulation pressure, the residue of a failed breakthrough he had contained in his own channels, broke loose from the current and slammed into her core. Ruan's vision went white. The pain was immediate, a tearing sensation that ripped through her chest and down her arms, and she braced for the familiar pattern. Extraction, depletion, abandonment. She felt him pull, but he did not pull from her. Kong drew the backlash into himself. The tearing force reversed direction, dragging out of her chest and back through the braid, and she felt him absorb the damage into his own meridians. His hands trembled against hers. "Keep breathing," he said. His voice was strained. You are not ready for that pressure yet." The white faded from her vision. She saw his face, the cords of his neck standing taut, the pulse hammering at his throat as he held the backlash in his own channels. He was taking the damage she was supposed to absorb. "Why?" she asked. "Because I chose you." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." He released the backlash into his own circulation, and she felt the braid heal around the wound. The thread thickened, strengthened, and the recognition between their rhythms deepened into something that was no longer two separate currents. They were beginning to move as one. The session lasted until the steam thinned and the stone cooled. When Ruan opened her eyes, her palms were still pressed to Kong's, and his head was bowed, his breath shallow. She looked at their joined hands. The silver tracer lines along her inner wrists were visible, pulsing with faint light. The lines followed the path of her meridians, and for the first time, she saw them extended beyond her skin, bridging the gap between her body and his. The braid was visible. "We should stop," she said. "Agreed." They withdrew slowly. The thread of warmth stretched, thinned, and finally receded back into her chest, settling into the hollow space like a thing that had found its home. The silence in the chamber was heavy. Ruan stood first. Her legs were unsteady. The after effect of the braid left her lightheaded, her senses stretched too wide, the echo of his heartbeat still pulsing behind her ribs. Kong rose more slowly. He pressed one hand to his chest, where the strain of holding the backlash had left a tremor in his fingers. "You are injured," she said. "I will recover." "That was not the plan." "No, but it worked." She looked at the array lines carved into the floor. The grooves had deepened. The stone around the central node showed hairline fractures, the first cracks from the pressure they had channeled through it. "It worked," she repeated. Kong met her gaze. "Your heart-sea recognized my current," he said. "That should not have happened on the first session." "Then why did it?" He did not answer, but she saw the answer in his eyes. The braid was not the only thing the registry had not authorized. Something else had awakened in the chamber, something that did not belong to the contract, the diagram, or the reach. And he had felt it too. Ruan walked out of Chamber 7 with his heartbeat still inside her chest. She pressed one hand to her sternum and felt the rhythm of her own pulse tangled with his, the two currents refusing to separate. Behind her, the door sealed. Ahead, the corridor stretched toward the infirmary where Brother Narek would conduct the baseline examination, toward the training grounds where they would practice again, toward the registry where observers tracked every moment of their progress. She kept walking, but she could still feel him, the warmth of his hands, the strain in his voice, the moment he had taken the backlash into himself instead of letting her absorb it. And beneath the warmth, a darker current, the second thread, the one he had not planned. It was still there, coiled beneath the primary bond, waiting, and she was beginning to understand that neither of them would be able to control where it led. At the corridor's far end, a figure stood in the mist. Brother Narek. He held a medical registry in his hands, and his expression was unreadable. "You are early," he said. Ruan stopped. The session ended. Narek's gaze dropped to her wrists, where the silver tracer lines were still visible, still pulsing with residual light. "So, I see." He did not ask what had happened, but the way his fingers tightened on the registry told her that he already knew. Chapter 5. The infirmary chamber smelled of dried herbs and cold stone. Brother Narek did not touch her. He stood at the edge of the examination table, his gaze fixed on the fading light along her inner wrists, and asked only one question before he recorded anything. "Did the array hold?" "Yes." He waited. "The stone cracked," she said, "around the central node." His hand paused over the registry. The brush hovered above the page, ink beating at the tip, and she watched him decide what to write and what to leave unwritten. "That is expected," he said finally. "The pressure of a first bonding is difficult to contain." He recorded the session duration, the absence of visible meridian damage, the baseline stability of her hollow heart-sea. He did not record the residual light. He did not record the second thread, but she saw him notice. "Rest until the evening bell," he said, closing the registry. "Do not circulate alone." She left the infirmary with his silence following her down the corridor. Kong was waiting in the antechamber outside the training terrace. He had changed robes. His hair was still damp at the nape, and the tremor in his hands had subsided, but she caught the way he pressed his palm flat against the wall as she approached, steadying himself on the stone. "You should be resting," she said. "I was waiting for Narek's report." "There is no report," he wrote around the edges. Kong's mouth tightened. He pushed off the wall and fell into step beside her, close enough that she caught the residual heat still rising from his skin. "The technique notes," she said. "I want to review them, the full set." "I assumed you would." He led her to a smaller chamber at the corridor's bend, a cramped study cluttered with scroll racks and stacks of loose paper. A single lamp burned on the central desk, casting long shadows across the walls. Ruan had expected evasion. She had prepared demands, contingencies, pressure points to pry the truth from his silence. Instead, he set the manual on the desk and opened it to the first page. "Sit," he said. "I will walk you through the diagrams." She sat. The lamplight pooled over the spread pages, and she saw the technique laid out in his own hand, the brushwork precise and dense, each circulation path annotated with measurements, breath counts, and timing thresholds. He had not simplified the text. He had not softened the danger. He explained each diagram without preamble, his finger tracing the chi paths while she followed the lines. Where the pressure would rise, where the braid would tighten, where the risk of rupture was highest. He pointed to a node near the base of the spine. "The first synchronization will leave residual strain here," he said. "If we do not clear it before the next session, the tension will build into the secondary meridians." "How do you clear it?" "Pressure point work, directed circulation. It requires physical contact." She looked at his hand, still resting on the page, and thought of the way he had held the backlash in his own channels instead of letting it through to her. "Show me," she said. He turned. His amber eyes met hers, and for a moment she saw him measure the request, weighing what it would cost to let her see the weakness in his technique. Then he rolled up his sleeve. The underside of his forearm was cross-hatched with faint white lines, old Meridian scars that had healed imperfectly. She had not noticed them during the session. They were visible only in the lamplight, raised against his skin like the memory of damage he had never fully repaired. "This is where the pressure collects if I do not clear it," he said. "I misjudged the timing on my second breakthrough. The strain locked into my channels for 3 months before I learned to redirect it." He touched the scar nearest his wrist. "Pressure point work requires trust," he said. "If the partner resists or shifts at the wrong moment, the redirected current can rupture instead of release." Ruan studied the scars. They were old. They had healed badly because someone had not cleared them in time. "Who did your pressure point work?" "My lineage hired a senior healer. He did not trust me. I did not trust him. The sessions were inefficient." He said it without bitterness, but she heard the shape of loneliness beneath the words. She looked from the scars to his face. "Show me the first clearing sequence." They worked through the diagrams for 2 hours. Kwa explained every node, every breath pattern, every threshold where the braid would demand surrender from one partner to protect the other. He did not rush. He did not skip the dangerous parts. When she asked a question, he answered. When she challenged a claim, he demonstrated it on his own circulation, letting her watch the chi move beneath his skin. She began mapping where his patience might break. It did not break. He caught every hesitation in her breath. He adjusted the pace when her shoulders tightened. He brought water without being asked, set it at her elbow, and continued the explanation without commentary. She had never been taught by someone who watched her body with such care. The thought unsettled her more than the technique. She set down the brush she had been using to mark her own notes. "You memorized the entire manual," she said. "Every diagram, every annotation. You told me that in the chamber." "Yes." "Why?" He looked at her across the lamp flame. "Because the manual can be taken," he said. "Confiscated. Burned. If the registry decides the technique is too dangerous to exist, they will destroy the evidence and claim it never did." but if I carry it in my channels, in my breath, in the way I move, they cannot erase it. She understood. He had made himself the archive because he trusted no one else to preserve it. The recognition made her chest tight. "You are preparing for them to turn on you," she said. "I am preparing for them to turn on us." The word landed differently than she expected. Us. She looked at her hands on the desk. The silver tracer lines were invisible now, dormant, but she could feel the braid coiled beneath her sternum, waiting. "Your former partners," he said. She went still. He was watching her with the same patient attention he had given the diagrams, the same careful reading of her body's signals. "What did they do to you?" The question hit like a hand pressed to an old wound. She did not answer immediately. She let the silence stretch, measuring him, testing whether his patience would crack before she spoke. It did not crack. "They used me," she said. "The first one needed stabilization during a realm jump. The second one had unstable meridians from a failed breakthrough. The third one was preparing for a tribulation he never reached." "Used you how?" The quiet insistence in his voice made her jaw tighten. "They drew on my heart-sea until my channels began to fracture. They took what they needed and dissolved the contract when I could no longer stabilize them. The healers recorded my output, my recovery time, my threshold limits. The registry stored the numbers and assigned me to the next master." She had never said it aloud, not to any of them. "They treated you as fuel," he said. "Yes." "Not as a partner?" "No." He did not apologize. He did not offer sympathy that would mean nothing. He opened the manual to the pressure point sequence and turned the page. "Then I will show you how to clear your own channels," he said, "so you never have to depend on someone else to do it." She stared at him. The lamp flame shifted. His shadow moved across the wall. He had not said her trauma mattered. He had not assured her he was different. He had shown her how to survive without him. And that, more than any promise, felt dangerously close to trust. The second thread stirred beneath her sternum, a pulse of warmth, a recognition that had nothing to do with technique. She pressed her palm to her chest and felt it settle, waiting. Kong's hand was still on the page. He had not moved, but she saw his breath catch, saw the flicker in his amber eyes, and knew he had felt it too. The study was silent. The lamp guttered, and from the corridor outside she heard footsteps slow, stop, and hold before the door. Chapter 6. The footsteps did not move. Ruan's hand stayed pressed to her chest where the second thread had stirred. The warmth was already fading, sinking back beneath the bond's surface like a creature deciding it was not yet time to show itself. Kong's eyes were on the door. She watched him shift his weight, watched his shoulders settle into a posture that was not quite defensive, but ready. He did not reach for a weapon because there was none in the study, but his body had already chosen a stance. 3 heartbeats passed. Then the footsteps resumed, moving past the door, fading toward the eastern corridor. Ruan let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Kong did not relax. "The registry schedules chamber inspections at irregular intervals," he said. "That was not an inspection." "How do you know?" "The inspectors walk in pairs. They announce themselves before they reach the door." That was one person, moving slowly, pausing to listen. She believed him. The precision of the observations should have unsettled her. Instead, it felt like another piece of the map she was building of him. "You memorize footstep patterns too?" "I memorize everything that might be used against us." They met in Chamber 7 the next morning. The stone floor bore fresh carving marks where Kong had repaired the fracture from their first session. The new lines were deeper, cut with more pressure, as if he expected the array to need to survive more punishment. Ruan stood at the edge of the circle and read the pattern. It was not identical to the previous array. "You changed the sequence," she said. "The second thread requires additional pathways." He knelt beside the outer ring, tracing one of the new lines with his fingertip. "If we ignore it, it will force its own route. Better to give it a channel before it carves one through our meridians." She had not considered that. The thought that the bond could shape itself without their consent made her stomach tighten. "Show me where the secondary roots enter my circulation." He did. For the next quarter hour, he mapped every new line on her skin, pressing at her inner wrist, her elbow crease, the hollow beneath her collarbone, each point where the second thread would likely surface. His touch was clinical, precise, and she felt every point of contact as a small ignition. When he finished, he stepped back and waited. She made him wait longer. She checked every pathway he had marked. She tested each node with her own chi, feeling for resistance, for the faint pull that would indicate a trap. There was nothing. Or there was nothing she could detect. The difference felt important to hold on to. They began the session at mid-morning. The circulation was harsher than the first. Kong had warned her. The closer they pushed toward tribulation readiness, the more the braid would demand from both of them. She felt it immediately. His current entered her heart-sea with more force than before, a deeper pull that drew from her core rather than her surface meridians. The silver tracer lines on her wrists lit within seconds, spreading upward past her elbows, bridging toward his arms. Pain bloomed behind her sternum. Not damage, not yet, but pressure. The kind of pressure that warned of fracture if it continued too long without release. She held for 3 more breath cycles. The pressure climbed. She thought of her third partner, the one who had drained her until her channels splintered, and then called for dissolution while she was still bleeding chi onto the chamber floor. He had not stopped when she asked. He had pushed harder, telling her the damage was within acceptable output thresholds. She thought of Kong's hand on the manual, showing her how to clear her own channels. She opened her mouth. Suspend. The word came out steady. Kong's current cut off instantly. Not tapered, not slowed with negotiation. Gone. She felt the braid recoil like a snapped thread, felt the pressure in her chest release as his chi withdrew from her heart-sea. The silver lines on her arms dimmed. She stared at him. He had drawn his hands back. His palms were open, facing upward, empty. You called suspension, he said. What do you need? She did not have an answer. She had expected resistance, a test of whether the clause was real, a demonstration of his impatience, his hunger for progress, his willingness to push her limits if the technique demanded it. She had not expected him to stop and wait. I need... She stopped. The sentence had nowhere to go. He waited. She looked at his open hands, at the scars on his forearms from the healer who had not cleared his channels in time, at the patience in his amber eyes that had not cracked once in all the time she had known him. The pressure was climbing faster than I could stabilize, she said. I felt it. Then why did you stop? The question came out harder than she intended. He considered it. Because you called it, he said. That is what the clause means. You say stop, and I stop. I do not decide whether your limit is valid. It is valid because it is yours. She heard the words. She did not know how to hold them. He redesigned the circulation sequence around her threshold. They spent the remainder of the session at a lower intensity, with longer pauses, with him checking her expression before each escalation. The progress was slower. The braid did not deepen as much as it could have. He did not complain. When the array's light faded and the stone creaked under the strain of the second thread's pathways, he sat back and studied her with that same careful attention. The pressure will increase as we approach tribulation readiness, he said. You will need to call suspension more often. That is not failure. That is the design working correctly. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe that the clause was not a trap waiting to spring when she least expected it. She wanted to believe that a partner who stopped when she asked could be trusted not to take more than she offered. She pressed her palm to her chest. The second thread hummed beneath her sternum, warm and patient. She walked out of Chamber 7 alone. Kong had stayed behind to disassemble the array, to erase the evidence of pathways the registry had not approved. She did not ask why he trusted her to carry the knowledge alone. She did not ask why he was giving her more reasons to believe him. The corridor stretched ahead, empty, but at the far end, where the eastern passage branched toward the administrative halls, she saw 3 figures in registry robes standing in a cluster. They were not moving. They were watching. One of them held a slate. One of them was writing. She stopped walking. The figures did not disperse. They did not pretend to be doing anything else. They stood in the corridor and watched her emerge from the chamber where suspension had been called and honored, and the man in the center made a mark on his slate. Ruan turned down the western passage instead, but she felt their eyes on her back until she was out of sight. Chapter 7. She did not look back. The western passage took her past empty meditation niches and a locked archive door. Her footsteps sounded too loud on the stone. The pressure of the registry's gaze still crawled across her shoulders, and she knew the three figures had not moved. They had what they came for, a mark on a slate, a record of her exit. She found Kong at the northern terrace. He stood at the edge of the mist where the Cloudbridge began its arc toward the upper training grounds. His robes moved in the wind. The bindings at his nape had loosened, and a strand of dark hair crossed his jaw. He heard her approach and turned. "The eastern corridor," she said. "3 registry." One of them was writing. He did not ask what they had written. "They are tracking our progress," he said. "That is standard after a new bond stabilizes. They will record every session, every pause, every exit time. Standard for a pair expected to produce results." She heard the weight in the word, results. Output. The language of administration, not cultivation. "I want to train outside," he said. She stopped. "The chambers are monitored through their arrays," he continued. "Every circulation pattern, every spike in pressure, every moment the second thread stirs, it is written into the stone. The registry already knows more than I want them to know." "And outside?" "Wind pressure, open air, no array to record what we do." She studied his face. The calm lines, the amber eyes that gave nothing away unless he chose to. "You are asking me to trust you in a place where no one can see us." "I am asking you to train where they cannot see us." The difference was small. She did not know if it mattered. The Cloudbridge was not the main artery between terraces. It was a narrower span, older, suspended between 2 jagged outcrops where the mist curled thick enough to obscure the drop. The stone beneath her feet was veined with frost and worn smooth by decades of weather. Wind pushed against her back, constant and shifting. Kong stopped at the center where the bridge sagged slightly before rising toward the far ledge. "Here," he said. "The wind changes direction at this point. You cannot predict the pressure. You have to feel it and adjust. Adjust while circulating." "Yes." She pressed her palm to her chest. The second thread hummed, steady, waiting. "Open your channels," Kong said. "Half strength. I will match you." She did not ask why he was not using the array. She did not ask what they were proving by standing on a frozen bridge while the wind tried to unbalance them. She opened her channels. His current met hers immediately, warm and familiar. The braid formed without hesitation, a silver thread of connection that ran from his core to hers across the gap between them. The tracer lines on her wrists glowed faintly through her sleeves. The wind shifted. She felt the pressure change in her chest before her body adjusted, a half-second lag where her circulation fought the instability. Kong's current steadied her without command, smoothing the edge before it could fracture. "Good," he said. "Again." The wind drove fodder from the left. She braced, adjusted, felt the braid flex around the strain. They stood together on the bridge and the mist crawled past them in slow curtains, and she began to understand what he was teaching her. Not circulation, not pressure control. Trust in a place where no array could intervene if she fell. The rhythm settled. Breathe. Circulate. Adjust. Feel the wind change before it struck. Let his current meet hers in the half-beat of uncertainty. She stopped counting the cycles. The second thread stirred beneath her sternum, warmer than before, and she felt something else move with it. Not chi, not pressure. A weight that did not belong to her. She felt his loneliness. It came through the braid like cold water seeping through a crack. Not a memory, not a vision, just the raw shape of it. The years of being watched, the praise that meant ownership, the silence after every breakthrough when no one asked what he wanted. She felt the room where he had memorized the technique manual alone, carving its lines into his own mind because there was no one else he could trust to carry it. She felt the healer who had not cleared his channels, the scars he had shown her. And beneath all of it, the quiet certainty that he would be used up like everyone else if he did not find a way out first. She pulled back. The braid snapped taut, and she felt his current recoil as she withdrew. Her chest seized. The wind hit her side and she stumbled. Kong caught her wrist. His grip was steady. His eyes searched hers. What did you feel? She did not answer. She could not name what she had felt. It was too intimate, too unwanted, too much like seeing him without his permission. Ruan, the second thread, she said. It opened something. He did not let go of her wrist. I felt you pull away, he said. I felt you feel something. What was it? She looked at his hand on her arm, at the scars she could see beneath his sleeve. Loneliness, she said. His grip tightened, then released. The second thread is not supposed to carry emotion, he said. Then it is not following the design. They stood in silence while the wind pushed around them. The mist thickened. She saw the observer before he did, a figure on the eastern terrace, half hidden behind a weather pillar, robes the same gray as the stone, a slate in one hand, the same slate. The man was not writing now, he was watching. Kong. He followed her gaze. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then the observer raised the slate and made a mark, a single, deliberate stroke. He had seen them standing together on the bridge. He had seen Kong's hand on her wrist. He had seen something that would be written down and filed and used. Ruan felt the second thread curl inside her chest like a question waiting to be answered, and she knew, with a certainty that settled cold in her stomach, that whatever they had begun on that bridge could not be erased. Chapter 8. The training exhibition terrace stood 3 levels above the main compound, open to the sky, ringed by stone benches that filled with disciples, healers, and registry officials before the morning mist burned off. Ruan stood at the eastern edge with Kong at her side, his posture composed, his hands loose at his belt. She kept her breathing even, her pulse hidden behind stillness. The crowd had been told to expect a standard output demonstration, 2 cultivators under active contract, controlled breakthroughs at low amplification, baseline data for the seasonal registry. What they had not been told was that Ruan and Kong had spent the last 3 mornings on the old Cloudbridge, learning to circulate without a raise, learning to trust the bond when no mechanism could catch them if they fell. Madame Oyan sat in the front row, her robes with the color of dried blood, her hair pinned with silver, her pale riverstone eyes fixed on Ruan with the patience of someone watching a measured experiment. Beside her stood a man Ruan did not recognize, tall, spare, disciplined frame, iron-gray hair bound with a black jade clasp, a forked lightning scar across his left collarbone, visible at the collar of his formal robe. He was not a healer. He was not a registrar. He stood like someone who owned the air he breathed. Ruan looked away before he could notice her noticing him. The sequence is simple, Kong said, his voice low enough that only she could hear. 3 circulations at increasing amplitude. We do not show the full braid. We show efficiency. And if the second thread stirs, we suppress it. You have suppressed it before? He did not answer. The senior examiner called for the demonstration to begin. They took their positions at the center of the terrace, facing each other, palms open. The stone beneath them was engraved with a standard circulation array, unremarkable, legal, the kind used for 100 demonstrations before theirs. Kong extended his hands. She placed hers against them. The contact was warm, familiar, and wrong in the best way. His current met hers without hesitation, and she felt the braid form, clean and controlled, no trace of the second thread bleeding through. Chapter 9. The demonstration ended faster than Ruan expected. 3 circulation cycles. Controlled amplitude. The braid held steady beneath her skin, the second thread dormant, no tremor in her channels to betray the training they had hidden on the Cloudbridge. The senior examiner nodded. Disciples murmured approval. Registry scribes marked their slates. Madame Muyan did not applaud. She simply watched Ruan with those pale riverstone eyes, then turned and spoke quietly to the tall man beside her, the man with the lightning scar. His gaze swept over Ruan once, measuring, and then he followed Madame Muyan down the eastern stair without a word. Ruan let her hands fall to her sides. She felt Kong's presence beside her, controlled and steady, but she did not look at him. The second thread had not stirred. That fact sat in her chest like a held breath, neither good nor bad, only waiting. The crowd began to disperse. Disciples filed toward the lower terraces. Healers gathered their diagnostic implements. Registry officials conferred in clusters, comparing notes on slates and scrolls. Ruan stepped off the circulation array. She needed air that did not smell like stone dust and official approval. The northern edge of the terrace offered a short view of the Cloudbridge, mist coiling around its struts, the wind pulling at the gaps between planks. She walked toward it, letting the crowd flow past her. She had taken 3 steps when a figure moved into her path. Fei Juan. He stood with his weight centered, hands clasped behind his back, head tilted as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. His robes were disciple standard, unremarkable, but his eyes held the flat patience of someone who had already calculated every outcome. "Ruan Yinxiao," he said. She stopped. He did not smile. He did not offer greetings. He glanced past her shoulder to where Kong still stood on the terrace, then back to her face, and in that glance she saw something precise and intimate, the look of a man who knew exactly where to cut. "I have something for you," he said. His voice was low, unhurried, the tone of a man making an offer he knew she could not refuse. Ruan kept her posture still. "Then say it here." "No." He tilted his head toward the western passage, where the crowd thinned into shadowed corridors. "Not here. Not where they can see me hand it to you." She should have walked past him. She should have returned to Kong, reported the encounter, let the registry deal with whatever game Fei Juan was playing. But his eyes held something she recognized. Certainty. The certainty of a man holding proof. She followed him into the western passage. The corridor was narrow, stone-lined, empty of foot traffic. Fei stopped at the first alcove, where a faint lightstone flickered in its bracket, casting shadows across his face. He turned to face her. "I have been watching you," he said, "since the contract sealed. Since before that, actually." Ruan said nothing. He reached into his robe and pulled out a slim sheaf of papers, folded once, edges worn from handling. The paper was pale yellow, creased at the folds, stained at one corner with something dark. Registry stock. He held it out to her. "Read it." She did not take it. "What is it?" "Your file." His voice stayed flat. "Complete, unredacted, from the Bind Registry's internal records. Not the version they let bonded cultivators see at signing." Her hands remained at her sides. Fei's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "You want to know why I am giving it to you? Read first, then I will tell you." She took the papers. The first page was a registration entry. Her name, her hollow Harstsea classification, the date of her first contract assignment. She knew this information. She had lived it. But the second page was different. It listed her first partner's name, his cultivation realm at bonding, his advancement rate during the contract term. Below that, a brief notation in official script. Output stabilized. Subject tolerated high absorption load. Recommend continued pairing until realm threshold achieved. She turned the page. The third page held her second contract. Same format, same official script, but at the bottom, a different notation. Subject's meridians showed early fracture patterns. Dissolution timing adjusted to precede permanent damage. Scheduled recovery interval, 6 weeks before next assignment. 6 weeks. She had been given 6 weeks to recover before they placed her again. She turned the page again, faster now. Third partner, the one who had drained her until her channel splintered. The page showed a dissolution date, a medical note, and a line she had never been allowed to see. Subject's Harstsea will regain full absorption capacity within lunar cycle. No permanent structural loss confirmed. Approved for reassignment to Project 2. Project 2. She looked up at Fei. His expression had not changed. "There is more," he said. "The fourth page lists your current assignment, your output targets, the projected absorption threshold for Kong Lize's tribulation amplitude." She looked down. The numbers were there, clean, precise, written before she had ever set foot in the registry to sign her fourth bond. Subject, Ruan Yinxiao. Designation, Absorption Vessel, Class 1. Assignment, Kong Lize's Heavenly Tribulation Threshold. Projected load, Full Tribulation Backlash. Expected outcome, Dissolution upon completion or subject expiry. Preferred, Dissolution. Her hands were steady. That surprised her. She had expected shaking, tears, something that felt like breaking. But her body had learned long ago that stillness was safer than collapse. "Where did you get this?" Faye's eyes held hers. "There are people inside the registry who do not agree with how certain projects are managed. They keep copies. They pass them to people who can use them." "And you are that person?" "I am the person who wants Kong Lize to know what it feels like to be traded." His voice did not rise, did not harden. It remained flat and true, like a blade laid on a table. "I do not want him back. I want him to understand that every bond he has ever been given was an assignment. You are not the first partner chosen for his trajectory. You are the fourth. The others were removed because better candidates appeared." Ruan's throat tightened. "Kong knows," Faye said. "He has always known. He was raised in the system. He understands how it works. He simply chose not to tell you because telling you would make it harder for you to trust him." The second thread stirred beneath her sternum. She felt it curl, warm and questioning, as if it sensed the shift in her blood. Faye watched her face. "You are wondering if he loves you or if he is following his assignment. I cannot answer that. But I can tell you that the technique he is using was planted. It was not discovered. It was given to him by someone who wanted this exact outcome." Ruan said nothing. The papers trembled in her grip. Faye stepped back, his hands returning to their clasp behind his back. "Read the rest when you are alone. There are details in those pages that will tell you who designed you, who approved your placements, and what Project 2 was meant to produce." He turned. He walked down the corridor without looking back. Ruan stood in the alcove, the papers pressed against her palm, the lightstone flickering above her head. The second thread pulsed once, twice, then settled into silence. She folded the papers and tucked them into her robe. Then she walked back toward the terrace, her steps even, her face composed, her mind a storm of numbers and dates and the cold, clean script of her own disposability. Kong stood at the terrace edge watching the Cloudbridge. He turned when she approached. "You disappeared." "I needed air." His gaze searched her face. She let him look. She let him see nothing. She had learned to hide before she had learned to breathe, and that skill had never failed her. "I am going to the infirmary," she said. "Brother Narek requested a follow-up." Kong hesitated. "I will walk with you." "No." The word came out sharper than she meant. She softened it with a steady breath. "There are too many eyes on us today. One of us leaving with the other after every interaction will only give them more to write on their slates." He did not argue. He nodded once, controlled, and let her pass. Ruan walked toward the eastern stair. The papers burned against her ribs. She did not look back. And somewhere deep in her chest, where no one could see, the second thread curled tighter, as if it knew exactly what she was carrying, and waited to see what she would do with it. Chapter 10. The mist infirmary smelled of medicinal herbs and restraint. Ruan sat on the examination table with her sleeves pushed to her elbows, watching Brother Narek's fingers hover above the silver tracer lines on her inner wrists. He had not touched her yet. He was studying the light. It moved beneath her skin like slow water, faint but visible even in the chamber's bright lantern glow. The lines had never been this active after a single session. They had never stayed lit this long. "How many circulation cycles since the demonstration?" Narek asked. "None." His jaw tightened. The residual current should have faded by now. Ruan said nothing. He finally pressed 2 fingers to her wrist, and she felt his chi enter her channels like cool thread through needle's eye. He traced the path of the silver lines, following them up past her elbow, pausing where they branched near the joint. His breathing changed. "What is it?" Narek withdrew his hand. His face was carefully empty. "Your meridians are rerouting. The silver lines are not conductivity scarring. They are written channels. Someone shaped your body to move chi along specific routes before you were old enough to circulate on your own." Ruan's pulse did not change. She had already read that truth in Faye's file. But hearing it spoken by a healer who had no reason to lie made it land differently, heavier, like a stone dropped into still water. Narek turned to his cabinet. He opened a drawer, shuffled past bound records, and withdrew a single parchment sheet, yellowed at the edges, folded tight. He placed it in her palm. "Read that when you are alone. Burn it after." She looked at the fragment. Characters she did not recognize immediately. Diagrams of Meridian pathways arranged in patterns she had never seen in any cultivation manual. "What is this?" "A Magda fragment from the old archive." The next voice dropped. "It describes chi-sync meridians shaped for absorption, the same architecture visible in your arms. I found it years ago, classified under experimental physiology. I should have destroyed it." "Why didn't you?" He met her eyes. "Because I suspected I would meet someone who needed to see it." The words hung between them. Ruan folded the parchment into her sleeve, next to Faye's file. "Someone will notice if you ask the wrong question aloud," Narek said. "The registry does not only watch output, it watches who pursues the design behind the output." She slid off the table. "Thank you, brother." He did not answer. She walked out. Kong waited at the northern stair. He had not said he would be there. He had not sent word. He simply stood at the edge of the landing, arms loose, face composed, watching the Cloudbridge as if he had never left that position. Ruan slowed. The parchment pressed against her ribs, the file burned against her hip. Every step toward him felt like a choice. He turned when she was 10 paces away. Narek's report? Standard, residual strain, nothing irregular. The lie came smooth and practiced, shaped by years of making herself small and acceptable to people who held power over her. Kong's amber eyes held hers. She did not look away. "Training resumes tomorrow," he said. "Chamber 7, dawn." "I will be there," he nodded. He did not move to walk with her. She wondered if he felt the distance she had placed between them. She wondered if he knew she was testing every word he spoke against the data in Faye's file, checking for alignment, for contradiction, for the shape of the lie she expected to find. She walked past him. The second thread stirred once, warm and questioning, as if asking why she was pulling away. She ignored it. Chamber 7 was cold when she arrived at dawn. The array had been recarved. Fresh lines cut deeper than before, the stone dust still clinging to the edges. Kong knelt at the center, adjusting the final channel with a hand tool, his concentration absolute. She watched him from the threshold. He looked like a man who believed in what he was building. She had believed in men who looked like that before. 3 of them. Each had worn sincerity like a borrowed robe and shed it when the contract ended. Kong looked up. "You are early. So are you." He set the tool aside and rose. "I wanted to finish the pathways before you arrived. The second thread needs more room than I gave it last time." She stepped into the chamber. The door sealed behind her. They faced each other across the carved stone, and Ruan realized she was seeing him differently now. Every gesture carried double meaning. Every patient answer could be preparation for the sacrifice the technique demanded. "Place your hands on the node," he said. She did. His palms met hers, warm, steady. The braid opened between them, clean and familiar, and the second thread rose to meet it, weaving through the new channels Kong had carved. The sensation was exquisite. She hated how good it felt. "Your rhythm is off," Kong said. She said nothing. "Ruan?" "I'm fine." His fingers tightened slightly against hers. "You are holding something back. The braid feels it." She looked at his face, the controlled concern, the disciplined patience. Everything he did looked like care. Everything he did could be preparation for the moment the technique completed its design and left one of them standing. "Do you trust me?" she asked. The question surprised him. She saw it in the micro-shift of his brow, the fractional hesitation before he answered. "I am trying to earn your trust. That is not the same question." "Answer it." He held her gaze. "Yes." The second thread pulsed between them, warm and insistent, and Ruan wondered if it could feel the lie, if it was his or hers or something they were building together that neither of them fully controlled. She released his hands. "I need to stop." The suspension clause. He stepped back immediately. His hands opened at his sides. His face did not change, but she saw the tension in his shoulders, the way he held himself still to keep from pressing. "What do you need?" "Distance. Truth. a version of this bond that did not end with her body spent and a file stamped with the word Dissolution stamped in clean registry script. "Time," she said. He nodded. She walked to the chamber door. "Ruan," she stopped. "Whatever you found," Kong said quietly, "you can bring it to me. You do not have to carry it alone." Her hand rested on the door latch. She thought of Fei's voice. Kong knows. He has always known. She opened the door and walked out without answering. The summons came before midday. A novice in Registry Gray found her in the corridor and handed her a sealed slip. "Madame Owan requests your presence. 3rd floor. Examination room 4. Immediate." Ruan read it twice. The language was administrative. The tone was not. She climbed the eastern stair, counting steps to keep her mind from spinning into strategies she could not verify. 3rd floor. Examination room 4. A room she had never entered. Madame Owan stood beside a narrow table covered in measuring instruments, spirit stones, a diagnostic array, a slate half-filled with numbers in clean, precise script. She did not look up when Ruan entered. "Remove your outer robe and place your hands on the array." Ruan did not move. "Why am I here?" Madame Owan's pale riverstone eyes lifted. "Output metrics require baseline verification after a public demonstration. The many mentals were efficient. I need to confirm they were accurate."
The demonstration was monitored by 3 senior examiners.
The numbers were recorded. There were. Madame Yuyan set down her stylus. "But external monitors does not measure internal strain, meridian elasticity, or heart-seat capacity under load. Those require direct contact." The Benjels forever GG. Ruan's throat tightened. "Remove your robe." She did. The array was cold beneath her palms. Madame Yuyan moved behind her, and Ruan felt the first probe of diagnostic qi enter her channels, clinical and impersonal, tracing the same routes Narek had mapped that morning. The registrar did not speak for a long moment. Then, "Your silver lines are more active than the registry baseline indicates." Ruan said nothing. Madame Yuyan's voice remained flat, administrative, as if she were reading aloud from a report. "The output in your demonstration should have depleted your current reserve for at least 12 hours. You are measuring at 60% capacity. That is not natural for a hollow cultivator." Ruan's palms pressed against the array. "It suggests adaptation," Madame Yuyan continued. "Your body is learning to retain and cycle the current you receive rather than dispersing it. That is not a defect. It is an optimization." She stepped around to face Ruan. Her eyes were calm, measuring, clinical. "The question," Madame Yuyan said, "is whether that optimization was accidental or encouraged." Ruan's blood went cold. Madame Yuyan picked up her stylus. "I will record this as normal variation. The Bind Warden will receive a copy." She made a note. Ruan stood frozen, her hands on the array, the second thread pressing against her strum from the inside, waiting for her next move. And in the silence of the examination room, she understood that Madame Yuyan already knew what the second thread was. She had simply chosen not to name it. Chapter 11. The diagnostic array hummed beneath Ruan's palms as Madame Yuyan set down her stylus and reached for a fresh slate. "You may dress." Ruan pulled her outer robe back on, fingers moving slow, deliberate. The second thread pressed against her sternum like a held breath, waiting for her to react, to flee, to drop something into the silence that could be recorded. Madame Yuyan did not look up. She was writing. "Your next scheduled session is tomorrow at dawn in Chamber 7. I have adjusted the output baseline in the registry to reflect normal variation. The Bind Warden will approve the amended figures by evening." Normal variation. Ruan understood the offer. She also understood it was not kindness. It was containment. Madame Yuyan had seen the second thread, recognized what it meant, and decided to keep you off the record. That made her either an ally or someone who wanted leverage for a larger move. "Is there anything else, Madame Yuyan?" The registrar's pale riverstone eyes lifted. "Your channels are adapting faster than anticipated. That is not a problem for me. But if you begin asking the wrong questions in the wrong rooms, the Reach will notice before I can adjust another record." She turned back to her slate. Ruan walked out. The corridor was empty. She took the eastern stair down 2 levels, then cut through the archive passage that ran behind the record hall, using the winding route Brother Narek had shown her on the morning of her baseline check. The infirmary door was ajar when she reached it, and Narek was seated at his work table with a spread of dried herbs and measuring vessels. He did not turn around. "You are early. Madame Muyan called me for a diagnostic." His hands stopped moving over the herbs. What did she measure? Output retention? Capacity? She noticed I was holding 60% instead of depletion. Narek set down his pestle and turned. His face was careful, the controlled neutrality of a man who had spent years learning not to react. And what did she record? Normal variation. Something flickered in his gaze, relief or wariness. Ruan could not tell which. "Then she has chosen to watch rather than act," Narek said. "That is better than the alternative, but it is not safety." He gestured to the examination bench. "Remove your sleeves. I want to see the tracer lines under active circulation." Ruan complied, rolling her sleeves to the elbow and placing her forearms on the worn stone. Narek did not reach for her immediately. Instead, he lit a small spirit lamp and held it near her left wrist, the flame casting pale blue light across the silver lines that branched beneath her skin. They were moving, not the slow pulse of residual current she had learned to ignore. A fine, steady migration, as if the channels were redrawing themselves while she stood still. Narek's breath caught. "How long have they been shifting like this?" "I do not know. I cannot see them from inside." He set down the lamp and took her wrist between his fingers, his diagnostic chi entering her channels with a gentleness that felt practiced, almost habitual. The silence stretched. Then he released her and walked to a locked cabinet at the far end of the room. He worked the mechanism with his back to her, and when he returned, he held a single sheet of aged parchment, folded thrice, the edges blackened as if someone had tried to burn it. "Read this, memorize it, then return it to me." Ruan unfolded the fragment. The script was dense, clinical, written in the hand of an examiner who had not expected anyone to read it outside a sealed archive. She scanned the opening lines and felt the temperature of the room drop. Chi Sync Meridian Architecture. Classification restricted. Design purpose. Conduit absorption without cultivation waste. Subject requires pre-shaped channels cut before primary meridian development. Hollow heartsease is not a defect in these subjects. It is the intended outcome of the shaping process. The fragment described her, line by line, term by term. Absorption capacity increases with repeated coupling cycles. Projected degradation begins after the third sustained bond. Subject may retain up to 60% of exchanged current beyond expected depletion if the channels are allowed to self-optimize. Ruan looked up. "This was written before I was born." "Probably," Narek said. "The document was recovered from a sealed archive in the lower reach 30 years ago. The examiner who wrote it was assigned to what the records call an infrastructure initiative. I do not know what that initiative produced, but I know you are not the first." Ruan's fingers tightened on the parchment. "How many?" "I do not know that either. The registry keeps those records separate from standard medical filings. I only found this because I was assigned to clean an old storage room, and the fire seal had failed." He held her gaze. "You need to burn this after you have memorized it. If anyone finds it on you, they will not ask where you got it. They will ask what you are planning." Ruan read the fragment again, forcing each line into memory. Channels may continue self-optimization beyond projected parameters if subject is exposed to resonant current from a compatible source. This is not a defect. It is the architecture responding to its intended environment. Resonant current. The second thread. She folded the parchment and handed it back to Narek. "Someone will notice," he said quietly. "If you keep asking what your channels can do, someone will notice." Ruan looked at the silver lines on her wrists, still shifting beneath the skin, redrawing themselves in patterns no registry examiner had ever recorded. "They already have," she said. She walked out of the infirmary with the fragment's words burned into her mind, and the second thread coiling warm and waiting beneath her sternum, patient as a question that already knew the answer. Chapter 12. The document fragment sat folded inside Ruan's sleeve, its words already memorized, and she could still feel Narek's warning pressing against her ribs when she stepped into Chamber 7. Kong was already there. He stood at the array's center, sleeves rolled to the elbow, a spirit lamp guttering on the stone beside him. The newly deepened channels caught the light, shadowed grooves cut into living rock, each line wider than the last iteration. He had recarved it again while she was at the infirmary. "You came," he said. She stopped at the threshold. "Where else would I go?" He did not answer. He only gestured to the array, and she crossed the floor and took her position opposite him, the circle of carved lines burning with residual heat between their feet. The stone was warm through the soles of her boots. It had been prepared for a long session. "Today will be different," he said. "I am going to increase the amplitude beyond what we have attempted before." Ruan's pulse did not change. She had expected this. The demonstration had shown the Reach what they could do under control. Now he would show her what happened when control broke. "How much?" "Enough to simulate tribulation backlash at first wave density." Her throat tightened. She kept her breathing even. "You think I am ready?" "I think you need to feel it before it comes," he said. "So when the moment arrives, your body remembers." She should have felt used. Instead, she felt seen. They pressed palms together and the braid opened. The first current moved through her like a river finding its bed, familiar now, the cadence of his chi carrying hers into the deeper channels Kong had carved into the array. She felt the second thread stir beneath her sternum, awakened by proximity, and she suppressed it with the discipline they had practiced on the Cloudbridge. Kong's attention sharpened. "Good," he said. "Hold it there. Do not let it surface until I call for it." The amplitude rose. Ruan felt the difference immediately. The pressure in her meridians doubled, then tripled, the sensation not unlike the moment before a storm breaks, when the air turns thick, and every breath costs more than it should. Her hollow heart sea accepted the influx with the same still patience it always showed, but the channels Narek had shown her were rioting silver beneath her skin, redrawing themselves against the sudden load. She did not pull back. Kong increased the flow again, and this time she felt the strain crack through her left forearm like a hairline fracture in glass. She did not flinch. "Good," he said again. "Now look down." She looked. The silver lines on her wrists had extended beyond her skin, reaching toward his hands in fine, luminous threads that bridged the space between them without the array's aid. The second thread was rising, despite her suppression, carving its own route through the air. Kong's gaze tracked the light with the stillness of someone reading a familiar passage. "This is the weakness," he said quietly. "When the backlash exceeds what the array can channel, the bond will seek its own path. If you do not control where it goes, it will choose for you." "And where will it choose?" He met her eyes. "The easiest vessel." Her jaw tightened. "Me?" "Yes." He did not look away. "That is why I am teaching you to feel it coming, so that when it happens, you can redirect it before the full weight arrives." She wanted to ask him why. Why teach her the weaknesses of a method that might consume her? Why give her the tools to survive without him, if the technique had been planted to ensure he was the one who walked away? But she knew better than to ask for truths he would not give. The session deepened. He pushed her harder than he ever had, cycling the pressure in waves that mimicked the cadence of tribulation lightning, forcing her body to adapt, to expand, to hold more than her hollow heart sea should have been able to contain. Each surge left her breathless, her channels burning, but the second thread caught the overflow and smoothed the edges, carrying what the array could not. She was learning, and she realized, with a cold certainty that settled in her chest like a stone, that he was not teaching her to master the braid. He was teaching her to survive if he was not there. When the session ended, Ruan stood at the array's edge, her hands trembling with residual chi, the silver tracer lines slowly retreating beneath her skin. Kong extinguished the spirit lamp and gathered his sleeves without looking at her. "Rest," he said. "Tomorrow we increase again." She nodded. She did not trust her voice. The door to Chamber 7 opened, and a figure stepped inside with a bucket of spirit-soaked cloths and a roll of maintenance seals. Shot Mudu. The disciple glanced at them both, her sharp face unreadable, then moved past Ruan to the array, where she knelt and began checking the carved lines for fractures. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency, running cloth along each groove, testing the edges with her fingertips. She did not speak until Kong had left through the far door. Then she looked up at Ruan, and her voice was low and dry as ash. "You know they are going to use you." Ruan stilled. "Everyone says that. Everyone is right." Xiao Mudu pressed a seal into a hairline crack along the array's outer rim, then sat back on her heels. "But I maintain the spirit chambers for 4 bonded pairs. I see the output records, the session logs, the medical reports that get filed, and the ones that disappear. I know what efficiency looks like." She met Ruan's eyes. "No one makes a pair this efficient unless they expect to use them soon." Chapter 13. The Cloudbridge swayed under the first gust as Ruan stepped onto the woven stone, the western sky a bruised mass of rain-heavy cloud pressing against the terrace rim. Kong walked ahead of her, his silhouette sharp against the stormlight, the rolled array schematics tucked under his arm. They were transferring to the upper registry hall for a matinale review, a routine errand that should have taken 15 minutes. The wind snapped her sleeves against her wrists. She thought of Xiao Mudu. No one makes a pair this efficient unless they expect to use them soon. The Cloudbridge groaned beneath them. Normal. The woven stone always shifted under storm load. She had crossed worse passages alone. But something in the quality of the sound made her slow her pace, her attention pulling toward the edge where the stone met the cleaf anchor. The support array at the western seam was dark. She stopped. Kong noticed before she could speak. He turned, his amber eyes tracking her gaze, and when he saw the dead array, his body went still in a way that had nothing to do with calm. "Step back," he said. The warning came too late. The rupture began at the seam where the array had failed. A crack shot through the woven stone in an arcing line, fast and deliberate, not the random fracture of aged material, but a split that followed the path of least resistance toward the bridge's load-bearing meridian. The stone lurched. Kong dropped the schematics. His hand went to his core, and Ruan felt it through the bod before she saw it. A violent turbulence in his channels, a surge of qi that had nowhere to go because the bridge's stabilizing field was collapsing, and the sudden vacuum was pulling on his circulation the way a wound pulls on blood. He staggered. "Kong!" His name left her mouth before she decided to speak. The second thread flared beneath her sternum, urgent and electric, and she felt what was happening inside him, the backlash building faster than he could suppress. A pressure cascade that was not natural. This was not an accident. Someone had designed the malfunction. The dead array, the crack path, the timing that placed Kong at the bridge's center when the collapsing field would drag on his meridian's worst. They had built a trap that would look like a cultivation casualty, and they had built it knowing Ruan would be watching. The first wave of backlash hit Kong's channels, and she saw his face go white. He did not cry out. He braced, his hands fisting at his sides, and tried to contain the rupture by force of will. But the qi was clawing upward through his core, searching for release, and his channels were already scarred from a failed breakthrough and a healer who had not cleared the strain. He could not hold it. The second thread screamed inside her chest. Ruan moved before she understood what she was doing. She crossed the shuddering stone in 3 strides and caught his wrist, pressing her palm against his, the contact point they had practiced in Chamber 7 on the Cloudbridge in every session that had taught her body to recognize his. Her hollow heart sea opened. The backlash hit her like a physical blow. She felt Kong's stored tribulation pressure, the old scar tissue damage, the raw surge of the current his body had been trying to contain, all of it pouring into her through the bond with a force that made her knees buckle. The silver tracer lines on her wrists ignited. They extended beyond her skin in luminous threads, not reaching for the air this time but driving into Kong's hands, anchoring the transfer, widening the conduit until the backlash had a path that was not his own ruined channels. He gasped. She felt it in her chest, the sound and the sensation tangled together. "Ruan." His voice was rough. "Stop. You will." "I will what?" The words came through gritted teeth. Her heart-sea was filling. The hollow space that had never held enough qi to matter now packed with the pressure of his accumulated strain, and she could feel her channels fracturing under the load. The same hairline cracks she had felt in Chamber 7, the same burning along her left forearm. She did not pull back. The Cloudbridge lurched again, stone ground against stone, and somewhere beneath them the remaining support arrays began to flicker, trying to compensate for the load the dead seam could not carry. Kong's eyes were on her. He was not resisting the transfer anymore. He was watching her, his gaze moving across her face with an expression she could not name. "You could have let go," he said. "I did not." "Why?" The question hung in the air between them, suspended in the stormlight and the screaming of the bridge and the pressure of his damage inside her body. She did not have an answer that made sense. She had been taught to survive by keeping herself whole. She had signed this contract expecting to be used and discarded like every previous bond. She had known, since Fei's file and Narek's fragment and the cold equations in Kong's hidden notes, that this technique was designed to end with her erasure. But when the trap closed around him, her body had chosen before her mind. The easiest vessel. She was the easiest vessel. She had always been the easiest vessel. That was the design. But standing on this collapsing bridge with his pulse beating against her palm and his damage burning through her hollow heart-sea, she understood something she had refused to see before. She had not acted because she was built to absorb. She had acted because she could not watch him break. The second thread pulsed between them, warm and patient, and she felt his shock through it, the raw edge of a feeling he had never shown her. Fear. Kong Lize was afraid. Not of the trap, not of the damage, but of her. He was afraid she would do this, that she would give more than she should, that she would become the vessel the technique required. "I told you to step back," he said, his voice barely audible over the wind. "I heard you." "Then why?" The Cloudbridge split. The crack that had been following the dead array seam reached the central meridian, and the entire structure heaved, stone grinding apart in a shower of dust and spirit light. The section beneath Ruan's feet dropped a handspan, tilting toward the void. Kong caught her, his arm locked around her waist, pulling her against him as the bridge collapsed beneath them, and she felt him redirect the last of the backlash away from her core, sending it into his own already burned channels rather than letting it finish what she had started. They landed hard on the remaining platform, tangled and gasping, the storm rain starting to fall in cold sheets across their faces. The Cloudbridge was gone. The wester anchor was a jagged stump of stone and snapped array lines. The schematics Kong had been carrying were scattered into the chasm, white paper spinning into the dark. Ruan could not feel her left arm. The silver lines had retreated, but the damage had not. Her channels were burning. The hollow heart-sea stretched thin and hot, and Kong was kneeling beside her with his hand pressed to his core, his breath coming in shallow, controlled bursts. He was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. She stared at the blood for a long moment before she understood what she was seeing. Then she looked past him, past the shattered bridge and the rain, to the far terrace where 3 figures stood watching. Madame Oyan was not among them. The figures were robed in standard registry gray, but they stood too still, too patient, like people who had already seen the outcome before it arrived. One of them raised a slate and wrote something down. Ruan's throat closed. The trap had not been meant to kill Kong, it had been meant to test her. And she had just shown them exactly what she would do. Chapter 14. Rain fell in cold sheets across her face. Kong knelt beside her with his hand pressed to his core, blood seeping between his fingers, his breath a controlled rhythm that cost him more than he showed. Ruan tried to move her left arm. Nothing. The limb hung dead at her side, the channels inside it burning with the pressure she had pulled into herself. The hollow heart-sea was full. Not the steady thrum of exchanged current she had learned to carry in Chamber 7, but a raging influx of accumulated damage, stored tribulation pressure, old Meridian wounds, all of it fighting to find release inside a vessel not built to contain it. She had taken too much. The thought arrived with clinical calm, as if it belonged to someone else. She had opened her hollow core to absorb his backlash, and now the damage was settling into her channels, finding every hairline fracture from the previous sessions, widening them, making a home in her bones. Kong reached for her wrist. "Do not," she said. He ignored her. His fingers found the pulse point at her inner wrist, where the silver lines were still visible, faint and pulsing with an unsteady light. She felt his chi brush against hers, tentative, searching. "What are you doing?" "Stop in the transfer." His voice was rough, the words pulled through damaged channels. "You are still drawing. You cannot even feel it." She looked down at her hands. The silver lines had not fully retreated. They were still reaching, luminous threads extending past her skin, searching for his meridians, trying to complete a circuit that should have closed when the bridge collapsed. The second thread pulsed beneath her sternum, warm and patient, as if it had been waiting for this. She was still absorbing. Her body had not stopped. The hollow heartsea was drawing from him even now, pulling the leftover pressure out of his damaged channels, trying to finish what she had started on the bridge. Ruan closed her eyes. The pain arrived all at once, the way a blade finds the gap between ribs. Her core contracted, the overloaded heartsea straining against its walls, and she felt the hairline cracks in her channels splinter wider, sending lances of white fire through her left arm and up into her shoulder. She did not scream. She had learned across 3 contracts and 6 weeks of recovery and the cold patience of Madame Wuyan's examinations that screaming changed nothing. But she opened her eyes and found Kong watching her with an expression she had never seen on his face before. Fear, not the sharp fear of a cultivator facing a trap or a tribulation. Something deeper. A fear that had been living in him for a long time, waiting for this moment to prove itself real. "You need to stop the draw," he said. "Pull the silver lines back. Close the circuit." "I do not know how." She had never had to. In 3 prior bonds, she had been the passive vessel, the one who received and held and was drained until nothing remained. She had never needed to close herself off because the partners had always done it for her, cutting the connection the moment her capacity was exhausted. Kong's hand moved from her wrist to her palm. His fingers were warm despite the cold rain, despite the blood still seeping from the corner of his mouth. He pressed her palm flat against his chest, over his core, where the second thread lived. "Feel me," he said. "Not the damage, not the technique, just the thread. Find where it ends inside you, and pull it back." The silver lines were still bridging between them, luminous strands connecting her wrist to his hands, her core to his. She could feel the second thread now, a warm current beneath her sternum, patient and steady, waiting for her to understand what it already knew. She followed it. Deep beneath the chaos of the overloaded heartsea, beneath the burning channels and the splintering fractures, the second thread ran like a silver seam through the dark of her core. It was not part of the braided technique. It was not something Kong had designed. It was something that had awakened between them, unauthorized and alive, and now it pulsed with a rhythm that did not match either of their hearts. She touched it with her will, and the thread answered. The silver lines retreated, pulling back from Kong's hands, drawing the luminous strands into her skin until only the faint tracer marks remained, visible along her inner wrists. The draw stopped. The hollow heartsea was still full, still burning, but the flow had ceased. Kong exhaled, a sound that cost him more than he let show. The rain kept falling. The far terrace was still there, 3 figures still standing, one of them still writing on a slate. Ruan looked at her left arm. The feeling was returning in pins and needles, the channels protesting every slow pulse of chi through the damaged pathways. She would heal. The hollow heartsea was resilient, built to absorb and recover, and Nurik had said her body was adapting faster than projections. But she had felt it. For the span of a breath, her core had nearly split. Kong was watching her with that same expression, the one she could not name. "You could have let me burn," he said. "I could not, because the technique needs me alive." The words hung between them, a challenge, a test, a door he was holding open for her to walk through. She could have answered yes. It would have been true. The braided soul technique required both partners alive to function. If Kong died, the security of the bond dissolved, and Ruan would be returned to the registry as a failed vessel. But that was not why she had crossed the bridge. She had crossed because she could not watch him break. The second thread pulsed between them, warm and knowing, and she understood that he had felt her answer before she spoke it. "No," she said, "because I did not want to watch you die." Something shifted in his face. The fear did not leave, but it changed, quieted, made room for something she had never seen in him before. The Cloudbridge was gone. The western anchor was a stump of shattered stone and snapped array lines. The storm was passing, the rain thinning to a drizzle, and the three figures on the far terrace were still watching. One of them lowered the slight. She recognized the movement. It was the same gesture she had seen from registry observers before, the signal that meant a report had been completed, a record sealed, a judgment passed. Kong followed her gaze. His jaw tightened, but he did not speak. "They were waiting for this," Ruan said. It was not a question. Yes. Madame Wu Yan was not among them. No. She looked at the blood still drying at the corner of his mouth, at the damage still burning in her own channels, at the second thread coiling warm beneath her sternum, deeper now than it had been before the breach fell. The trap had not been meant to kill Kong. It had been meant to test her, and she had shown them that a hollow vessel could absorb damage meant for a tribulation-level cultivator, could take the accumulated pressure of a failed breakthrough and old Meridian scars, and still remain standing. She had shown them that the braid worked. The three figures turned and walked away, their gray robes disappearing into the mist-shrouded eastern stare, and Ruan understood with cold certainty that this was not the end of the test. It was the beginning of something worse. Kong rose, unsteady, his hand still pressed to his core. He offered her his other hand. She took it. The second thread pulsed once, a warm acknowledgement that did not feel like it belonged to either of them alone. And as she stood, she saw something glinting at the edge of the shattered bridge platform, half hidden beneath the rubble. A piece of the array, the one that had failed. It was still warm. Chapter 15. They made it to Chamber 7. Ruan did not remember the walk. She remembered Kong's hand clamped around her wrist, the wrong angle of his grip, the way he pulled her forward like she was cargo he could not afford to drop. The rain had stopped by the time they reached the lower passage, but her robes were still wet, still heavy, and the cold had settled into her bones like something alive. He sealed the door behind them. The chamber was dark. He did not light the lamps. He lowered her to the floor with a care that contradicted the urgency of his movements, and she felt the stone against her back, cold and solid, the only thing that did not burn. Her left arm was screaming now, not numb, screaming. The channels were trying to mend themselves and failing, each pulse of chi widening the cracks instead of sealing them. Kong knelt beside her. His face was a mask of concentration, but his hands trembled when he reached for her sleeve. "I need to see the damage." She did not have the breath to answer. She let him push the fabric up, exposing the tracer lines that still glowed faintly along her inner wrist, pulsing with a light that did not match her heartbeat. He swore, softly, a word she had never heard him speak. "You should not have taken that much. You would have burned." "Yes." He looked at her then, and the mask cracked. "I would have burned. That was the plan." She wanted to ask what plan. She wanted to ask who had taught him that burning alone was acceptable, but the fever was rising now, a heat that started in the hollow of her chest and spread outward, turning the stone beneath her into something distant and insubstantial. She was going to lose consciousness. She could feel it coming, the dark gathering at the edges of her vision, the way the chamber lights began to smear and bleed. Kong caught her before she hit the floor. The next hour was fragments, heat, pressure, the taste of blood and something bitter forced between her lips. A hand at the back of her neck, tilting her head so she would not choke. Voice, low and steady, telling her to breathe, to hold, to let the chi settle instead of fighting it. She did not know when he moved her from the floor. She did not know when the damp robes were stripped away, replaced by dry cloth that smelled of herbs and old stone. She did not know when he began speaking to her, as if she could hear him, as if she were already gone, and he needed to say the words anyway. You were not supposed to take the scars. His voice came from somewhere above her, close and distant at once. I wanted to shield you from the old damage. That was the entire purpose of the technique. I was supposed to be the one who burned. A pause. She felt his fingers against her wrist, checking the pulse point, the temperature of her skin. But you took it anyway? You took everything. She tried to open her eyes. The lids were lead. The chamber was a blur of shadows and the faint orange glow of a lamp she did not remember him lighting. Kong. His name came out broken, barely a whisper. His hand found her forehead, cool against the fire in her skin. I am here. You are shaking. He did not deny it. The fever crested sometime after midnight. She surfaced from the dark to find herself lying on a padded mat, a blanket pulled to her chin. The lamp had been turned low. The chamber was quiet, sealed, the outside world reduced to the sound of her own breathing and the slow, steady pulse of the second thread beneath her sternum. Kong was sitting against the wall, a few paces away. His head was bowed. His hands rested on his knees, palms open, empty. She watched him for a long moment, the rise and fall of his chest, the tension in his shoulders that did not ease even in rest. He thought she was asleep. She did not correct him. The fever pulled her down again, and this time she let it, sinking into the heat and the dark. And then she was somewhere else. Not the chamber, not the stone, not the ache of damaged channels and healing flesh. She was in the space between, the place where the second thread lived, and it was wider than she had ever felt it. The silver light stretched in every direction, a web of connection that hummed with Kong's presence, his chi, his heartbeat, his breath. She was not alone. He was there. Not his body, his spirit, close enough to touch, close enough that she could feel the shape of him, the weight of his exhaustion, the sharp edge of his guilt. She reached for him without meaning to. The thread pulled taut, and she felt it. A door, sealed, locked. Deep in the dark of him, a chamber he had bricked over and forgotten to mention. She pressed against it with her will, the way she had pressed against the second thread to pull it back from his hands on the bridge. The door did not move, but something behind it stirred. Fear, old and patient, shaped like a name she did not yet know. She pushed harder. Heat flared through the second thread, and she heard him gasp. Somewhere in the waking world, the sound of a man caught mid-breath. The door held, but the lock groaned. Ruan woke to the dim orange glow of the lamp, and Kong Lize's hand on her shoulder. His face inches from hers, his amber eyes wide with something she could not name. What did you touch? His voice was raw, not angry, scared. She looked at him through the haze of the fading fever, the second thread still pulsing warm beneath her sternum, the shape of the sealed door still imprinted on her senses. You have a locked room inside you, she said. He went very still. And you do not want me to find what is in it. Chapter 16. The infirmary light was too bright. Ruan sat on the examination table with her sleeves pushed to her elbows, watching Brother Narek trace the silver lines along her inner wrists. His fingers hovered without touching, reading the residual heat. The channels are still open, he said, wider than they should be. She did not ask what that meant. She could feel it. Every pulse of chi through her damaged meridians felt like swallowing glass. How long until the cracks seal? Narek lowered his hands. They will not seal on their own, not from the inside. The damage is too deep, and your body has nothing to rebuild with. Hollow heart chi, remember? You cannot generate repair chi independently. She had known the answer before she asked. She had hoped, anyway. Then what? He hesitated. It was the first time she had seen him hesitate, and the pause told her more than any diagnosis could. I can treat the surface damage, reduce the inflammation, but the structural cracks will remain until you have a source of chi dense enough and compatible enough to knit them closed. Kong. The name rose before she could stop it. His current threaded through hers, the way the second thread had widened on the bridge, carrying more than she had known it could carry. She pushed the thought down. What did Madame Wuyan say? Narek's expression closed. She has scheduled a full output review for this afternoon. You, the chamber logs, the session records from the bridge. That is not standard procedure. Nothing about your bond is standard procedure. He began packing his instruments, movements precise and deliberate. She also requested a secondary body check. I am to document every mark on your skin, every channel irregularity, every deviation from your baseline. Ruan's throat tightened. That is a violation audit. Yes. She stared at her hands. The silver lines pulsed faintly beneath the surface, patient and waiting. She wants to prove the bridge incident damaged the asset. Narek stopped, turned. His eyes held something she had not seen before. Anger. Careful and banked, but real. She wants to prove you are still useful, he said. There is a difference. Do not confuse the two. The examination chamber was colder than the infirmary. Smaller, no windows. A single spirit lamp on the wall cast shadows that stretched and twisted with every flicker. Madame Oyan sat behind a narrow table, her robes the color of dried blood, her pale riverstone eyes fixed on Ruan with the patience of someone who had already calculated every possible outcome. On the table between them lay a stack of papers, logs, reports, session records, Ruan's history, quantified and filed. You absorbed tribulation-level backlash on the Cloudbridge, Oyan said. No greeting, no preamble. Your channel survived. Your heart seed did not collapse. That is remarkable. Ruan said nothing. The Reach is interested in remarkable outcomes. The Reach staged the bridge collapse. Yuan's expression did not change. I have no knowledge of that. You were not there. 3 gray-robed observers were. You were deliberately absent. A pause. The spirit lamp flickered. You are injured, Yuan said. Recovering from channel damage, and still you are watching. Testing, calculating. That instinct will either keep you alive or destroy you, depending on who notices it first. She slid a paper across the table. Ruan did not take it. This is a consent form for expanded output monitoring. Your future sessions with Kong Lize will be tracked at a higher resolution. Real-time data relay to registry archives. Every fluctuation, every peak, every moment of a shared circulation logged and analyzed. That is not in the contract. The contract has been amended. Ruan's hands curled into fists beneath the table. The second thread stirred, warm and slow, a presence at the edge of her awareness. I did not sign any amendment. The Reach can add provisions when a pair's performance exceeds baseline projections. It is a standard operational clause. Show me the clause. Wu Yan smiled. It was not a warm expression. It was the smile of someone who had already won and was merely waiting for the other party to realize it. You may request a legal review, she said. File a challenge with the Bind Registry. The process takes 6 weeks. By then, your tribulation cycle may no longer be an open question. The threat sat between them, unadorned and precise. Ruan held her gaze. Then I request a review now, in writing, before I sign anything. Hu Yan's smile thinned. You are persistent. That is a quality the Reach values in long-term assets. I am not an asset. You are a registered cultivation partner under an active Dao bond with the Reach's most valuable Tribulation Eve disciple. The distinction is administrative. It does not change what you are. The second thread coiled tighter beneath Ruan's sternum. Heat. Warning. The urge to push back, to fight, to prove that she was more than the use they had designed for her. She forced herself still. The contract includes a suspension clause, she said. I invoked it during the bridge incident. By law, the Reach cannot modify terms immediately following a suspension event without a full, independent review. Oyan's eyes narrowed. You invoked the suspension clause? Kong cut the circuit when I called it. The entire incident is recorded in the chamber logs you already have. Silence. The spirit lamp guttered. Oyan looked at her with something new in those pale eyes. Not respect. Recalculation. You anticipated this. I have been an asset long enough to know how the Reach documents its failures. Oyan leaned back. The movement was small, but Ruan caught it, the first sign of imbalance in the registrar's control. The contract clause holds, Uyan said slowly. You are correct. The Reach cannot amend terms following a suspension event without an independent review. The review will be scheduled. She paused. But the output monitoring begins today. The clause does not prevent additional observation, it only prevents term modification. Ruan's jaw tightened. Uyan stood, gathering the papers with practiced efficiency. You will report to Chamber 4 at the 4th bell. Brother Narek will conduct the body check. After that, your session with Kong Lize will proceed under standard observation, with the understanding that the Reach will be attentive. She walked to the door, paused with her hand on the frame. One more thing. Ruan waited. Find Warden Tuan Changmu has taken notice of your bond. The name landed like a stone in still water. Tuan Changmu, the iron-gray hair, the black jade clasp, the forked lightning scar on his collarbone, visible even from across the exhibition terrace. The man who owned the air he breathed. He is interested in your resilience, Oyan said, and in your partner's methods. He has requested a personal observation of your next synchronized session. She smiled again, that thin, knowing smile. I would prepare, if I were you. The door closed behind her. Ruan sat alone in the cold light, the second thread pulsing steady against her ribs, and for the first time since the bridge, she felt the shape of something larger than the contract closing around her throat. Chapter 17. The infirmary's back corridor smelled of old paper and sealed ink. Ruan moved through the dim light with her sleeves pressed close to her body, counting doors the way Narek had described them. Third left after the herb-drying chamber. A service passage that curved behind the main archives. No registry seals on the threshold, because no one remembered the door existed. She found it, unlocked. The air changed as she stepped through. Colder, drier. The dust on the floor bore footprints that did not belong to any official inspection pattern. The archives stretched ahead in narrow rows of shelving that leaned under the weight of unmarked scrolls. No lighting arrays here, only the gray seep of what little illumination bled through grime-thick windows set high in the stone. Ruan let her eyes adjust and began walking. She did not know what she was looking for. That was the truth of it. She had Narek's fragment, Shai's warning, and a growing certainty that the braided manual had not arrived in Kong's hands by accident. But knowing something was planted and proving it were different crafts. The shelves blurred past. Categories she recognized, technique classifications, bond histories, dissolution records, all the machinery of a system that had built her before she could speak. She stopped at a section where the scroll cases looked older. The leather was darker, cracked along the spines, and the labels had been written by a hand that no longer worked in the Reach. You are not supposed to be here. The voice came from behind her, thin, trembling at the edges. Ruan turned. Elder Pemmerith stood in the gap between two shelving units, clutching a scroll case to his chest like a shield. His robes were the faded brown of someone who had long ago stopped caring about appearances. His eyes were wide and wet. Ruan had seen him twice before, once at a distance during her first week, once at the registry hall, where he had been stacking documents and pretending not to watch her sign. She had not spoken to him, but she had noticed the way his hands shook. Elder Pema, she said, I was told the archives contained records of experimental bond techniques. This section is restricted. I know. Then why are you here? Ruan let the silence stretch. She had learned, across 3 contracts, that frightened people filled silence faster than they filled truth. Pema's hands tightened on the scroll case. You need to leave. If anyone sees you, who would see me? Ruan asked. The corridor is unsealed. The lighting arrays are dead. This section has not been accessed by official records in years. Pema's mouth opened, closed. I know about the manual, she said. The words landed like stones in still water. Pema's face strained of color. I do not know what you are talking about. The braided soul technique given to Kong Lize, the one that was not discovered, not researched, not inherited, the one that appeared among routine texts in an archive that should not have held it. Pema took a step back. His shoulder hit a shelf. Scrolls shifted, and one of them fell, unspooling across the floor in a ribbon of faded ink. I cannot, he said. I cannot speak about that. You already are. Ruan stepped closer, not fast, not threatening, but deliberate, the way she moved into a training chamber when she knew the array was about to press her to her limit. I am not here to expose you, she said. I am here because someone engineered my body before I could speak, placed me in a series of bonds that drained me to the edge of death, and then paired me with a man whose technique was designed to erase me before ascension. I am not your enemy, Elder Pema. I am the evidence of what your archive helped create. Pema's breath came in small, hitched gasps. The manual, he whispered. The braided soul method. I remember when it arrived. Ruan went still. When? 8 years ago. A sealed case, no sender marking, no origin seal. It was logged as recovered materials from the lower archive collapse. But there was no collapse. I checked. I checked the incident records, and there was no collapse logged for that quarter. Who ordered it filed with the routine texts? Pema's hands were shaking now. The scroll case rattled against his chest. The Bind Warden's office. The words hung in the air. Tuan Kong Mu, Ruan had known. Some part of her had known from the moment Oyen spoke his name. The Bind Warden did not simply observe. He arranged. Why? She asked. I do not know. I was told to file it and record nothing. I did as I was instructed. And Kong Lize's, did you instruct someone to place it in his hands? Pema's eyes went wide. No, I never touched it after the filing. I thought it would be retrieved by someone, that it was intended for a specific reader. I did not know it would reach him. I did not know what it would do. Tears slid down his face, catching in the deep lines of his age. I have wanted to tell someone for years, he said. But who would believe a scripture keeper who helped bury an illegal technique among honest texts? Ruan looked at him, at the terror written across every line of his face. She believed him. You kept quiet because you were afraid, she said. Yes. What are you afraid of now? Pema opened his mouth to answer. Footsteps, heavy, measured, coming down the corridor from the direction of the main archive hall. Pema's face went white. Someone is coming, he breathed. You need to hide, now. Ruan did not move. Who? I do not know. But no one walks this corridor unless they know exactly where they are going. Please. The footsteps grew closer, boots on stone, a rhythm that did not falter. Ruan stepped sideways into the gap between two shelves, pressing herself into the shadow where the light did not reach. Pema stood frozen, the scroll case still clutched to his chest, tears drying on his cheeks. The footsteps stopped outside the open doorway. A shadow fell across the threshold. Chapter 18. The footsteps stopped. Ruan pressed deeper into the shadow between the shelves. The stone wall was cold against her back. Her pulse moved in her throat, steady and fast, the rhythm she knew from 3 contracts of reading danger before it landed. Pema stood frozen in the doorway light, the scroll case clutched to his chest like a shield. A figure stepped into the frame. Not registry robes, not the gray of the 3 observers. A cultivator in Disciple standard blue, unremarkable in every detail except the way he held himself, waiting, watchful, as if he had expected to find someone exactly where Pema stood. Elder Pema, the disciple's voice was polite. The Bind Warden requests your presence in the upper archive hall. Pema's breath came out in a shudder. Now? Now. The disciple did not enter, did not look left or right. He simply waited, patient as stone, while Pema set the scroll case on the nearest shelf with trembling hands. I will come directly. The disciple nodded once and turned. His footsteps retreated down the corridor, the same measured rhythm that had approached. Pema did not move. Ruan stayed in the shadow. The silence stretched until the footsteps faded entirely. Then Pema turned his head slightly, not enough to see her, but enough to speak without the words carrying. Go, he whispered. The back passage is 3 shelves east of where you stand. It opens onto the 7th level maintenance corridor. No arrays record movement there. Ruan did not hesitate. She slipped from the shadow, crossed the gap, and found the passage where he had said, a narrow gap between two tall shelves that opened into a dark, low-ceilinged tunnel. She did not look back. The maintenance corridor was exactly as Pima had scribed, unlit when watched. Dust gathered in the corners where cleaning arrays never reached. Ruan walked until she found a service stair, then climbed until she emerged on the training level, blinking in the gray afternoon light. She did not go to Chamber 7. She went to the Cloudbridge. The broken span had been cleared. The rubble was gone, the remaining stones scrubbed clean of scorch marks and blood. New support struts had been fitted along the western edge, raw and unweathered, waiting for the stabilizing arrays to be carved into their surface. Ruan stopped at the edge where the bridge had fractured. She remembered the crack shooting through the woven stone, the pressure wave slamming into Kal's meridians, the warmth of his blood on her hands. She remembered telling him she crossed because she could not watch him die. The second thread stirred beneath her sternum, warm and patient, as if acknowledging the memory. She stood there until the light began to shift toward evening, then walked to Chamber 7. Kong was already there. He had recarved the array again. New channels cut deeper into the stone, curving arcs that fed into a double ring formation she had not seen before. The braided lines were more complex than the previous iteration, interlaced at tighter intervals, as if he had spent the hours of her absence redesigning every junction. He looked up when she entered. His face was composed, controlled. The mask he wore for registry observers, for demonstration crowds, for every witness who expected brilliance without vulnerability. But the second thread did not lie. She felt his relief the moment their eyes met. The tightness in his chest loosening, the breath he had been holding since she left the infirmary. "You are well," he said. Not a question. "I am functional." He held her gaze for a moment longer than necessary, then turned back to the array. "I redesigned the outer ring. The previous configuration routed overflow through the secondary meridians too quickly. If we deepen the engagement gradually, the second thread should have room to cycle without pushing against the channel walls." Ruan stepped into the chamber and closed the door. The seal engaged with a soft click. She knelt at the edge of the array, tracing the new lines with her fingertips. The stone was warm beneath her touch, still holding the residual heat of his circulation. "Tuan Changmu ordered the manual planted," she said. Kong went still. 8 years ago. The Bind Warden's office logged it as recovered materials from a collapse that never happened. Elder Pema filed it under orders. He did not know who it was meant for. The silence stretched. Kong did not turn around. His hands were braced on the edge of the array, fingers pressed against the carved channels as if he were reading something in the stone. "You are certain?" he said. The elder was terrified enough to cry. "He has been living with this for 8 years. He is not lying." Kong's jaw tightened. The mask held, but the second thread carried the rest, the weight of confirmation pressing down on something he had already suspected. "I did not know," he said quietly. "I believe you." He turned then. His amber eyes found hers, and for a moment the mask cracked, just enough to show the exhaustion beneath. "But you wonder if it changes anything." Ruan did not answer. She did not need to. The truth was a blade they were both holding. Knowing the manual was planted did not undo the design. It only gave the design a face. "We should train," she said. Kong nodded. "Once." He lowered himself to the opposite side of the array, settling into the starting position with the fluid discipline of someone who had done this 1,000 times. The second thread stirred as Ruan aligned her breath to his. The session was different. Every synchronized cycle carried the memory of the bridge beneath their feet. Every exchange of chi tasted like the moment she had opened her heart-sea and pulled his damage into herself. The second thread wove between them with a familiarity that had not existed before, no longer learning, but recognizing, no longer exploring, but returning. They pushed deeper than they had before. The new channels held. The double ring formation absorbed the overflow without forcing it into her cracked meridians. Kong's guidance was precise, his hand steady when he redirected a current that threatened to slip past her control. But the heat was different. The heat had always been there, the warmth of circulating together, the pressure that built in the chamber as their currents braided tighter. But tonight, the heat carried memory. breath shared in cold rain, hands that had refused to let go. Ruan felt the shift when Kong's concentration wavered, a flicker, a hesitation in the current. She opened her eyes. He was watching her. Not her channels, not the flow of chi between them, but her face, the way the stormlight from the array caught the silver lines on her wrists. Kong. He blinked. The mask reformed. One more cycle, he said, then rest. The final cycle was the hardest. The accumulated pressure of the session pressed against her cracked meridians, and she felt the edges of her tolerance approaching. But Kong slowed before she reached it, matching his output to her limit, drawing the cycle to a gentle close instead of a sharp peak. They sat in the aftermath, breath uneven, the second thread still pulsing with residual connection. Kong moved first. He crossed the space between them slowly, as if giving her time to refuse. When she did not move, he reached out and cupped her face, his palm warm against her cheek, his thumb brushing the edge of her jaw. "Stay with me," he said. The words were quiet, barely audible over the hum of the cooling array. "Through tribulation," he said, "through whatever the Bind Warden arranges, do not make yourself a shield I can survive without." Ruan looked at him. The plea was personal, too personal to dismiss. It carried everything the bridge had proven, that she would cross for him, that he would beg her to stop, that neither of them could undo what the second thread had made them to each other. But it was incomplete. He had not told her about the sealed chamber. He had not told her what the manual promised on its final pages. He had asked her to stay without offering the truth that would let her choose. Ruan held his gaze. "I will stay," she said, "but I will not stay blind." His hand stilled against her cheek. The second thread pulsed between them, warm and waiting, as the stormlight in the chamber dimmed and the shadows closed around the carved stone floor. Chapter 19. The session ended in silence. Not the exhausted quiet of a completed cycle, but something else. A held breath, a space between decisions. Ruan sat with her palms resting on the cooling array stone, the last traces of circulation fading from her channels. The second thread still pulsed beneath her sternum, unhurried, patient. Across the chamber, Kong had not risen either. His hands lay open on his thighs, his chest still rising and falling with the aftermath of the final cycle. The stormlight had dimmed to a low amber glow. Neither of them moved. Ruan watched the way the light caught the lines of his forearms, the old scars visible where his sleeves had pulled back. She had memorized those scars during the bridge, the way they looked in rain, the way they looked when he was bleeding. He raised his head. Their eyes met across the carved stone, and the second thread tightened, not with urgency, but with recognition. "When did you know?" she asked. The question came without preface. She did not clarify what she meant. He did not ask. "The first morning on the Cloudbridge," he said, "when you did not look away from my scars." She remembered. The wind, the mist, the way his voice had flattened when he told her about the healer who did not trust him. "I thought it was the technique," he continued. "The braid, the synchronization. I told myself it was efficiency." He paused. It was not efficiency. The words hung between them, heavy as the pressure before a storm. Ruan rose. Her legs were steady, but the second thread made everything feel slower, as if the air itself had thickened. She crossed the chamber and stopped in front of him. He looked up at her. "I have been careful my entire life," she said. "Every bond, every breath, every word I let someone take from me." She knelt, first one knee, then the other. The stone was warm through her robes. "I am tired of being careful." Kong's hand moved before his voice did. His palm settled against her jaw, the same gesture as before, but this time his thumb traced the line of her cheekbone, slow and deliberate. "If we do this," he said, "it is not the technique." "I know. It is not the contract." "I know. It is not because the Reach decided we should." She caught his wrist. His pulse beat against her fingers, strong and unsteady. "I know," she said. He leaned forward. His forehead touched hers. The second thread vibrated between them, not a current of cultivation, but something older, something that predated every array and every seal the registry had ever carved. "Then tell me to stop," he whispered. She did not. He kissed her. It was not the precision of synchronized tikkamik. It was warmth and hunger and the tremor of a man who had spent years being measured and had finally stopped caring what the measure said. His hand slid into her hair, loosening the knot, and the scent of him filled her lungs, rain and stone and the faint metallic edge of circulating qi. She pressed into him. The chamber shrank to the space between their bodies. The carved array beneath them was a bed of lines and symbols, but neither of them read it. The second thread wove itself through every point of contact, palm, shoulder, hip, knee, as if it had been waiting for this permission. When his breath caught, she felt it in her own chest. When her fingers found the edge of his collar, he let her. They did not rush. There was no tribulation overhead, no registry witness on the far terrace, only the sealed chamber and the knowledge that this was a choice neither of them had been given before. His lips traced her jaw, her throat, the pulse point beneath her ear. Ruan. Her name in his mouth, not a partner, not a vessel. She closed her eyes and let the second thread carry everything she could not say. Time dissolved, the warmth of skin against skin, the shared breath that was not circulation but simply being alive together. The weight of his arm across her waist, the way her palm fit against his ribs, the pause when their eyes met and neither looked away. When the first hint of gray light crept through the chamber's high vent, they were still tangled on the warmth of the stone floor, her head against his shoulder, his fingers tracing the silver lines on her inner wrist. She felt his voice before she heard it, a murmur through his ribs. "I have wanted this longer than I will admit." She turned her face into his neck. "Then do not admit it now." His chest shook with a quiet laugh. The vibration passed through her like an echo of the second thread. The shout came from outside. Sharp. Close. "Chamber 7 inspection sweep. Open the seal." Ruan's eyes snapped open. Kong's body went rigid beneath her. The scent of shared qi clung to the air. The array still hummed with residual warmth. Their robes lay scattered across the stone floor like evidence of a crime. She moved. They both moved. Kong was on his feet first, dragging his robes over his shoulders, his hands moving with the precision of a man who had been caught before. Ruan pulled her own robes closed, fingers fumbling at the ties, her hair loose and tangled over her face. The second thread screamed with adrenaline. "Open the seal," the voice repeated. "By order of the Bind Registry." Kong's hand found hers. One breath. One look. Then Ruan grabbed her belt, pulled the chamber's inner lock, and turned to face the light as the door groaned open. Chapter 20. Light crashed through the open door. Ruan stood 2 paces inside the chamber, robes fastened, belt cinched, hair still undone but no longer a confession. She had tied it at the nape in 3 hurried loops. Not regulation, but not damning. The inspector at the threshold was a woman she did not recognize, square-shouldered, gray sash over standard robes. Her gaze swept the chamber with practiced efficiency, landing on the warm array, the scattered cushions, the single overturned cup near the wall. "This is an unscheduled inspection," the woman said. "The Bind Registry logs show Chamber 7 was not booked for use until the 3rd bell." Kong stepped forward. His voice was steady, his robes immaculate. "We finished an unscheduled session 40 minutes ago. The array required recalibration after the previous recarving. I extended the circulation to test stability." The inspector's eyes narrowed. "Alone?" "Paired." And yet no session was logged. Kong did not blink. "I will file the correction before noon." The woman took 1 step into the chamber. Her nose twitched almost imperceptibly, a shift in her expression that Ruan read as carefully as an annotated contract. She smelled it, the residual heat of bodies, the faint metallic sweetness of shared qi that had not been cultivated but exchanged in another way. Ruan's throat tightened. "Records indicate Chamber 7 was sealed since the 2nd bell last night," the inspector said. "Who authorized access?" "I did." The voice came from behind the inspector, sharp and familiar. Sha Moru stepped around the doorframe, a slate balanced in one hand, her sharp face arranged in an expression of mild bureaucratic irritation. The maintenance log for the double ring recarving was filed at evening watch. I authorized the recalibration test. The inspector termed, "That log was not in the current registry, because I filed it an hour ago." Xiao held up the slate. "The system has a lag. You know this. Every spirit keeper knows this." A pause. The inspector's gaze moved between Xiao, Kong, and Ruan, lingering on Ruan's unbound hair. "The pair should have reported themselves after this session. They were training," Xiao said flatly. "That's what pairs do in a synchronized chamber. If you want to write them up for failing to announce completion, write it up. I will countersign it after I finish the morning array sweeps." The inspector's jaw tightened. She took a breath, then stepped back through the doorway. "Log the session," she said to Kong, "before noon, or I will cite both of you for unauthorized array use." She left without waiting for an answer. Her footsteps echoed down the corridor, measured and precise. Xiao did not move until the sound faded. Then she exhaled and stepped fully into the chamber, her sharp face folding into something between exhaustion and fury. "You owe me," she said. "I just falsified a maintenance log that covers a window from last night to dawn. If the Bind Warden's office audits the integrity seal, they will know I wrote it after the fact." Kong's shoulders dropped. "Muru, do not." She held up a hand. "I do not want to know what you were doing. I want to leave before anyone sees me lingering." She looked at Ruan, and something softened in her eyes. "The inspection sweep was not random. Twice I saw Madame Yuan's personal attendant in the corridor outside before the inspectors arrived. Someone tipped them off." Ruan's blood chilled. Xia turned and walked out. The door did not fully close behind her, leaving a sliver of gray morning light cutting across the warm stone floor. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Ruan let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Her hands shook. She pressed them flat against her thighs. "She saved us?" Kong did not answer. He was staring at the gap in the door, his expression unreadable. "Kong." He blinked and turned. "Yes. Do you think Yan knows?" "Suspicion is not proof." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture she had never seen him make before. "But she will not need proof. She only needs enough doubt to justify a full chamber investigation." Ruan looked at the array beneath her feet, the double ring carving, the channels they had deepened together, the place where her knees had pressed into the stone. She had to move. She had to think about something other than the scent of his skin still clinging to her collar. "I am going to your study," she said. "I want to look at the technique notes again, the original annotations." Kong's head came up. "Now?" "Before the inspectors decide to search your quarters." He hesitated. It was brief, a half-second pause that she would not have noticed if she had not been watching his face for exactly that. Then he nodded. "I will meet you there." She left before he could change his mind. The corridor was empty. The morning light was pale and cold, the storm clouds from the previous night thinning into mist. Her footsteps echoed against the stone as she walked, each step carrying her further from the warmth of the chamber and deeper into the shape of her own survival. She reached his study without passing anyone. The door was unlocked. She stepped inside and closed it behind her, pressing her palms against the wood for a moment before turning. The study was exactly as she remembered it. Shelves of technique manuals, a low desk with scattered papers, the sharp smell of aged ink and dried herbs. She crossed to the desk and found the folio. It was the same one he had shown her during their first sessions, the bound copy of the braided soul technique, its margins crowded with his handwriting. She opened it carefully, scanning the passages she had read before. And then she stopped. In the margin of a page she had not studied closely, there was a line of characters in Kong's hand, small and pressed into the paper so hard that the ink had bled through to the next leaf. "If one current fails, the other collapses. Survival requires collapse before heaven recognizes duality." She read it twice. The characters blurred. She turned the page. More annotations, more calculations. Dates that stretched back before their first session. a set of figures that mapped survivability against a single variable. Ruan's hollow heart-sea capacity, 4.2 units. Maximum absorption before structural failure, 3.8. Final convergence point, single soul redirection required. Her fingers went cold. She heard his footsteps in the corridor. By the time he opened the door, she had closed the folio and stepped back from the desk, her face blank, her hands steady at her sides. "Find what you needed?" he asked. She met his amber eyes and saw the guarded stillness she had mistaken for composure. "Not yet," she said. He did not ask her why. Her gaze flicked to the folio's binding before she let it go. Chapter 21. He was still watching her. She felt his gaze on her back as she turned from the desk, the weight of it pressing between her shoulders like a hand she could not shake. The study was too small, the air too still. The folio sat closed on the low table where she had left it, innocent as a sleeping thing. "You look pale," Kong said. She kept her voice level. "The inspection caught me off guard. I need a moment." He studied her. His amber eyes moved across her face with the same precision he used on technique diagrams, reading each line and shadow. She held herself still, her hands loose at her sides, her breath even. "I need to file the session log before noon," he said finally. "Will you wait here?" "Yes." He hesitated at the door. "Do not let the guards see you leaving. If they ask, I was studying the technique note for tomorrow's session. Routine preparation." A nod. Then he was gone, the door clicking shut behind him, and she was alone with the folio. She counted to 30 before she moved. Her hands were steady when she opened it. The binding creaked. The pages fell open to the section she had memorized during their first weeks, the diagrams she had traced with her fingers, the characters she had learned to trust. She turned past them. The annotations began in earnest 3 pages before the final convergence diagram. Kong's handwriting was small, precise, pressed so hard into the paper that the characters had raised ridges on the reverse side. She had to tilt the page toward the window light to read them. Hollow heart-sea capacity, 4.2 units. She had seen that before. Maximum absorption before structural failure, 3.8. Her finger traced the numbers. Below them, a line she had not noticed earlier. Retention optimization may extend threshold by 0.6 if channels self-repair. No evidence self-repair is possible in Qi-Sync architecture. He had known about the Qi-Sync architecture. He had known before they ever signed the contract. She turned the page. The next section was dense with calculations, columns of figures that tracked survivability against tribulation pressure, channel resistance, and something labeled soul density ratio. She did not understand all the notation, but she understood the pattern. The variable at the bottom of every equation was her. Subject RYX, optimal absorption at 4.2 capacity, structural collapse projected at 3.8 plus point. Collapse window, 0.4 units, a gap of 0.4 of a unit. That was all the room she had between usefulness and destruction. She kept reading. Final convergence point, single soul redirection required. Her breath caught. Below it, in smaller characters, a note in Kong's handwriting. If both souls reach convergence simultaneously, the array cannot sustain dual occupancy. One must collapse into the other for tribulation passage. The hollow vessel is the natural recipient. No cultivation resistance, no Qi defense to overcome. Clean transfer. Clean transfer. She read the phrase 3 times, each repetition colder than the last. Her hollow heart-sea was not a defect. It was a design feature. A space deliberately emptied so that another soul could fill it without resistance. And Kong had known. She turned to the next page. The dates caught her eye first, notations in the margin, each one time-stamped. Year 1, Month 3. Initial mapping of braided soul technique. Single soul convergence noted as theoretical endpoint. Year 1, Month 8. Tang Kongmu's office provides supplementary materials on Qi-Sync architecture. First indication hollow vessel may be optimal for absorption. Year 2, Month 1. Registry confirms availability of subject WEAX. Previous contracts show consistent vessel degradation. Timeline aligns. Year 2. 2 years before she ever set foot in Chamber 7. 2 years before she signed the contract. 2 years before he took her hand and told her he had chosen her because only she could keep them both alive. He had been planning this before he knew her name. She pressed her palm flat against the page, feeling the raised ink beneath her skin. The characters were warm. His hand had pressed them into existence months before they met, years before the Cloudbridge, before the warm stone, before his mouth on hers in the dark. Her throat tightened. She could not produce tears. She had never been able to, not since the hollowing. But her chest ached with something that wanted to escape, a pressure that had no outlet. She turned another page. There, at the bottom of the final convergence diagram, a single line in Kong's hand, smaller than the rest, almost hidden in the margin. If the hollow vessel survives redirection, the braid may be reknit around a single core. Survival probability, 4.7%. 4.7%. He had given her less than 1 chance in 20 of living through the technique he had spent 2 years designing, and he had done it anyway. She closed the folio. The sound was loud in the silent room. The dust motes swirled in the window light, undisturbed. Outside, the storm clouds were thinning, letting pale morning light slide across the study floor. She sat in Kong's chair for a long moment, her hands resting on the folio's cover, her spine straight, her face blank. Every instinct she had honed over 24 years of survival screamed at her to leave, to walk out of this room, out of this bond, out of the reach, and never look back. To take the secret maintenance corridor Pema had shown her and disappear into the lower archives where no one would find her. But she did not move, because there was another note. She had not read it yet. It was on the last page, tucked beneath the final calculation, written so small she had almost missed it. She opened the folio again. The characters were uneven, pressed into the paper with a hand that had not been steady. If she asks, tell her everything. If she stays, find another way. The ink was different. The strokes were newer. This had been written after the others, maybe weeks ago, maybe days. She stared at the words until they blurred. Then she heard footsteps in the corridor. Kong's tread. She recognized it now, the rhythm of his stride, the weight of his step. She closed the folio and placed it exactly where it had been. When he opened the door, she was standing at the window, her back to him, her hands clasped behind her. "The log is filed," he said. She did not turn. "Ruan, I found your annotations," she said. The silence that followed was the longest of her life. When she finally turned to face him, his face had gone pale, his amber eyes fixed on her with an expression she could not name. "How much did you read?" he asked. She met his gaze. "Enough." Chapter 22. Enough. The word hung between them like a blade mid-swing. Kong did not move. His hand remained on the doorframe, knuckles white against the wood grain, his face a mask that could not quite hide the tremor running beneath it. Ruan watched him. She had spent years learning to read the spaces between what people said and what they meant, the tell of a tightened jaw, the weight of a silence that stretched too long. She saw all of it now. The fear, the shame, the desperate calculation behind his eyes as he tried to gauge how much she knew, how much damage had already been done. He failed to hide any of it. "I found your annotations," she said again, because silence would not serve her. "All of them. The capacity calculations, the single-soul redirection, the survival probability." She let that number land between them like a stone dropped into still water. 4.7%. Kong closed his eyes. When he opened them, the calculation was gone, replaced by something raw, something he had not meant to show her. "I wrote that 2 years ago," he said. "I saw the dates. Then you also saw the last page." She had, the newer ink, the uneven strokes. If she asks, tell her everything. If she stays, find another way. She did not answer. She stood with her back to the window, morning light falling across her shoulders, and she let the silence stretch until he broke first. "I found the manual in the lower archives," he said. "I did not know it was planted. I did not know Tuan Changmu's office had placed it there 8 years before I ever touched it. But you knew what it required." His jaw tightened. "Not at first. The early diagrams showed a paired convergence, two souls braided through tribulation, each bearing half the weight. It was only after I mapped the full sequence that I found the redirection clause. And you kept mapping. I thought I could find a way around it. She heard the conviction in his voice. She also heard the thing beneath it, the doubt he had never fully silenced. You thought, she repeated. You hoped. You did not know. He crossed the room slowly, each step measured, as if approaching a wounded animal that might bolt. He stopped an arm's length away, close enough that she could see the pulse beating in his throat. I entered this bond hoping to find another path, he said. I believed that if I studied the technique long enough, if I understood every variable, I could rewrite the convergence so that no one had to collapse. I still believe that. But you were not certain. No. The word cost him. She saw it in the way his shoulders dropped, the way his breath caught and held before he forced it out. I was not certain, he said. The second thread is not in the manual. It was never part of the design. It emerged because of us, because of what we have become together. And it may be the key to rewriting the convergence entirely. Ruan studied his face, the amber eyes that had looked at her with tenderness on the Cloudbridge, the mouth that had kissed her in the dark of Chamber 7, the hands that had held her through the fever. She wanted to believe him. That was the cruelest part. She wanted to believe him with a hunger that ran deeper than any calculation, deeper than the 4.7%, deeper than the proof that he had planned for her erasure before he knew her name. You had 2 years, she said quietly. You knew the design was sacrificial. You knew I was the intended vessel, and you came to me anyway, without telling me the full cost, because you hoped you might find a way around it. Yes, that is not a plan. That is a wish. His expression cracked, just slightly, enough for her to see the boy he must have been before the reach shaped him into an asset. I know. She turned away from him, facing the window. The storm clouds had thinned to pale gray, letting shards of morning light fall across the training terraces below. Disciples moved through their routines, unaware that 2 floors above them a bond was breaking open in ways no contract had ever accounted for. Elder Pema told me the manual was planted, she said. Tuan Changmu's office filed it among archived texts 8 years ago, with no sender mark, no origin seal, logged as recovered from a collapse that never happened. She heard Kong's breath change, the sharp intake of a man recalculating. 8 years, he said, before I had even chosen a specialization, before you had ever heard of the braided soul technique. She turned back to face him. You were given this path. Someone wanted you to find it. Someone wanted you to believe you had discovered it yourself, so you would trust the design, invest in it, make it your own. And you did. You spent 2 years mapping a technique that was handed to you on a sealed case with no return address. Kong's face had gone very still. They knew you would not stop at the surface, she continued. They knew you would dig deeper, recalculate, search for a better way. And they allowed for that. They gave you enough room to believe you had agency, while the final convergence remained exactly where they designed it. She paused. How do I know you are not still following their path? How do I know your hope is real and not another layer of the trap? The question hit him like a physical blow. He took a half step back, then caught himself, planting his feet as if bracing against a gale. You do not, he said. I cannot prove that my hope is real. I can only show you, every day, that I am still searching for the door they did not build into their design. If she stays, find another way. The newer annotation, the uneven strokes. He had written that recently. After the Cloudbridge, after the night in Chamber 7, after she had told him she would not stay blind. Maybe it was real. Maybe it was another layer of the trap. She did not know which possibility frightened her more. I need to see the manual, she said. The full text, every page, every diagram, every marginal note you did not include in the folio. Kong hesitated. She watched the calculation flicker behind his eyes, the weighing of what she might find against what he might lose. Then he crossed to the wall behind his desk, pressed his palm against a section of paneling that looked identical to every other section, and pushed. A seam opened. A compartment slid free. He reached inside and pulled out a bound volume, older than the folio, its leather cracked and stained. "I never showed this to anyone," he said. He held it out to her. She took it. The leather was warm from the hidden compartment, warm from the years he had kept it close, hidden, separate from every official record and every registry inspection. She opened the cover. The first page was a diagram of the braided soul array, drawn in Kong's hand, with annotations so dense they bled into the margins. But beneath his writing, faint and faded, there was another hand. Older characters, a different ink. Someone had drawn this before him. She traced the faded lines with her fingertip. The original diagram had no single soul redirection. The convergence point showed two cores, side by side, equally braided. Someone had added the redirection later. Someone had altered the original design. She looked up at Kong. "You never showed me this," she said. "I was afraid," he said. "Afraid that if you saw how much had been changed, you would trust nothing at all." The irony was so sharp it ached. She looked down at the page again. The two cores, the original paired convergence, the design that had existed before someone else had twisted it into a sacrifice. He had kept this. He had hidden it for years, but he had kept it. The chapter ended with her finger still pressed against the faded ink, the question of whether she could believe him suspended between them like the first crack of dawn through a storm. Chapter 23. She found him in the practice chamber where she had left him, still seated on the dais, the manual open across his knees. The light had shifted, the shadows had grown longer. He looked up when she entered, and she saw the question in his face before he could hide it. "Did you leave? Are you gone? Will you come back?" She let him see her answer. She crossed the floor and sat beside him, close enough that her shoulder brushed his arm, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her through the fabric. "I am still here," she said. His breath came out uneven. "Good," he said. "Good." She did not tell him what she had decided, did not tell him that while he had been waiting, she had been standing in the corridor with the manual pressed to her chest, running her fingertip over the older ink, the original diagram that someone had altered. Two cores, side by side, equally braided. The redirection had been added later. Someone had taken a technique designed for partnership and turned it into a sacrifice. She did not know who, she did not know when, but she knew one thing with absolute clarity. If the braid had to end in one soul consumed, she would control which one. She had spent her life being chosen by others, picked for her utility, selected for her hollow capacity, approved, assigned, transferred, discarded. This time she would choose, and if the only choice left was which of them died, she would make sure the answer was her. But Kong did not need to know that. "Show me the diagram again," she said, her voice steady. "The original convergence. I want to understand how the channels were supposed to meet before the alteration." He hesitated. Then he turned the manual so she could see the page. She leaned in, studying the faded lines, the way the two streams wove together at the center point with no single termination. "The braid was meant to circulate through both cores equally," she said. "The redirection line cuts one side off mid-flow. It does not complete the circuit." "I know," he said. "Then why did you follow the altered path?" His jaw tightened. "Because the original design required a level of synchronization I did not think was possible. Two cultivators breathing as one, circulating as one, receiving tribulation as one. I did not believe any pair could sustain that without one side failing." "You did not believe in the design?" she said. "So you accepted the altered version." "I accepted the version that was possible." She looked at him. "And now?" He met her gaze. "Now I have felt what the original design might have been," he said. "In the chamber, on the bridge, in the second thread." Her pulse stumbled. He had felt it too. The recognition, the way their currents moved together as if they had always been meant to. "If the original design is possible," he said, "then the redirection was never necessary. That is a big if." "I know." They sat in silence, the manual open between them, the faded diagram speaking of a convergence that might have been. She thought about the fourth page, the one he had not shown her, but that she had glimpsed while he was not looking. The hidden seal deeper in the braid. She had seen it only for a moment. A sealed knot, woven into the channel paths, buried beneath the layers of annotation. Something in the technique had been locked, not altered, locked. Someone had placed a seal inside the design itself, an intentional restriction that prevented the braid from reaching full convergence. If she could find it again, if she could learn what it was, she might not need to sacrifice herself. She might not need to sacrifice him. She might be able to break the technique open. But she needed time. Time to study the manual in private. Time to decode the seal. Time to work in the spaces where Kong was not watching. She smiled at him. It was not her real smile, she knew that. The shape of it was right, the tilt of her mouth, the warmth in her eyes. But something beneath it had shifted. He would notice. He had always been able to read her, but he did not call her on it. Instead, he reached out and took her hand, threading his fingers through hers, and the second thread pulsed between them like a living thing recognizing its home. "I want to try the original convergence," he said. "The full braid, no redirection." She froze. "It will take us deeper than we have ever gone," he said. "If we are wrong, if the seal cannot be bypassed, we may not be able to pull back. And if we are right?" He looked at her. "Then we have a chance." She did not know if she believed him, but she nodded. "When?" "Tomorrow, before the Reach schedules the tribulation announcement." She felt the weight of it, the decision, the risk. But beneath that, she felt something else. The knowledge that she was not the only one hiding a plan. He was hiding something too. She could feel it in the way his hand tightened around hers, the way his pulse jammed when she did not pull away. He was not telling her everything, and neither was she. She let her smile soften, let her body lean into his, let the warmth of the second thread wrap around them like a promise that neither of them intended to keep. "Tomorrow," she said. She would study the manual tonight, and if she found the seal, if she could decode it, she would decide what to do with the knowledge before the sun rose. But as she shifted closer to him, as her head came to rest against his shoulder, she felt something stir deep in the braid. A pulse, a recognition. The hidden seal was not empty. It was not a dead knot, a restriction placed by an old hand and forgotten. It was waiting, and something inside it was watching back. Chapter 24. She waited until the practice chamber fell silent. Kong had left an hour ago, called to an unscheduled meeting with the formation masters. The Reach was accelerating. She could feel it in the way the corridors hummed, messengers passing with sealed documents, the air thickening with preparation. She had maybe 2 hours. The manual lay open on the stone bench beside Narek's medical fragments and her own scattered notes. She had copied the original diagram onto fresh paper, tracing the 2 streams that wove together at the center point, the place where the redirection had been added. The seal was buried deeper. She could feel it through the second thread, a knot in the braid, locked tight, something intentional waiting beneath the technique's surface. She pressed her palm flat against the diagram and closed her eyes. The second thread stirred. It rose through her chest like heat, like breath drawn from deep water, and she let it guide her into the braid. Not the surface currents, not the exchange she and Kong practiced. Deeper, down into the channels where the technique had been written into her meridians before she ever touched the manual. The silver tracer lines on her wrists began to glow. She followed them. The first layer was familiar. Kong's circulation. Her circulation. The braided path they had built together, session after session, breath after breath. Warm. Alive. Recognizable as the bond she had learned to trust despite everything. She pushed deeper. The second layer was the original diagram. She felt it as a lattice of intention, the paired convergence Kong had shown her. 2 cores, side by side, no termination. It was beautiful, balanced. A design meant to carry 2 souls through one storm. But beneath it, the redirection had been grafted in. She felt the scar tissue of it, the place where someone had cut into the original circuit and rerouted one stream toward collapse. The alteration was not part of the braid's natural structure. It had been hammered in later, forced into the channels like a blade driven between bones. Her chest tightened. She could feel exactly where the collapse would go, the path of least resistance, the route that the tribulation would follow when the convergence reached its peak, straight into her. The hollow heart sea was not the destination, it was the conduit. The collapse would pass through her, using her channels as a sluice, and the redirected energy would feed into Kong's core like fuel poured into a lantern. She would burn out. He would ascend. The manual had been designed for that outcome. Her body had been shaped for it. But the seal was the key. She reached deeper, past the redirection scar, past the grafted channels, and found it. A knot of pure restriction buried in the braid's center. Not a channel, not a pathway. A lock, woven from something she did not recognize, a material that felt like compressed light and old fear. She touched it with her chi. The reaction was immediate. The seal pulsed. Not rejecting her, acknowledging her, as if it had been waiting for her touch, for her specific signature, for the exact frequency of her hollow heart sea. She pulled back. Her breath came fast. The silver lines on her wrists flared bright enough to cast shadows on the chamber walls. The seal was not meant to keep her out. It was meant to keep something in. She pressed again. This time she did not just touch it, she pushed into it. Following the threads of the lock, tracing where they led, mapping the structure that had been hidden beneath the technique's surface, the seal opened. Not breaking, not releasing, but showing her what it held. A second collapse path, not the one the redirection had created, a different one, older, woven into the original design before the alteration had ever been made. A path that did not root through her as a conduit, a path that consumed the cultivator who initiated it. She stared at it in the darkness of her closed eyes. The original designer had built a failsafe. If the convergence failed, if both cores could not sustain the tribulation, the braid could be collapsed from within. One soul could take the full weight of the storm and channel it into nothing. No ascension, no survivor. Just destruction, contained so the other could walk away. It was not a sacrifice designed by the registry. It was a mercy built into the technique by the person who first imagined it. Her hands trembled. She could use this. She could rewrite the braid to channel into that older collapse path. Not into her as a vessel feeding Kong, into her as the endpoint. The full tribulation would pass through her channels, through her hollow heart sea, and stop. She would die. He would live. And it would be her choice. She began to weave. The second thread responded instantly, too readily, as if her body had been waiting for this instruction, as if the silver tracer lines had been mapped to this exact configuration before she was old enough to speak. The alteration flowed through her like water finding a channel that had always been there. She shifted one pathway, then another, rerouting the redirection away from the conduit path toward the older collapse. The braid resisted at first, the grafted scar tissue pulling against her changes, but the seal accepted her adjustments. Accepted, not fought. The seal was cooperating, because the seal had been designed for someone like her. The realization hit like a physical blow. She had not discovered a failsafe. She had discovered the original intention. The entire technique, the braided design, the paired convergence, it had all been built around the assumption that one soul would volunteer to end. The redirection added by the reach was not the first sacrifice built into the technique. It was the second. The first sacrifice had always been there, woven into the original diagram, waiting for a hollow heart sea to activate it. Her breath caught. The silver lines blazed, and she felt it. Another seal. Deeper, varied beneath the first, beneath the collapse path, beneath everything she had touched so far. She pushed toward it. The braid went cold. The seal was not like the first. It did not pulse in recognition. It did not acknowledge her at all. It was watching. She felt the awareness press against her consciousness. Not hostile, not curious, just present. An intelligence coiled inside the technique, dormant and waiting, older than the manual, older than the reach. Her vision grayed at the edges. The chamber swam. She pulled back too fast, the second thread snapping away from the seal, and the recoil threw her against the stone bench. Pain lanced through her temples. She gasped. The silver lines on her wrists dimmed slowly, fading like embers losing air. She sat on the cold floor, the manual crumpled beside her, Narek's fragments scattered, her own notes sliding off the bench. Something was inside the braid. Not a lock, not a restriction, a presence, waiting. And it had noticed her. Chapter 25. She did not know how long she sat on the cold stone floor. The silver lines on her wrists had faded to faint scratches beneath the skin. The manual lay open beside her, the fourth page exposed, the seal now invisible again, as if it had never opened. But she had felt it, the watching presence. The ancient intelligence coiled inside the technique like a serpent waiting for the right hand to wake it. Her temples still throbbed. She pressed her palm against the stone bench and pulled herself upright. Her legs trembled. The chamber smelled of wet stone and her own sweat, the sharp tang of chi residue clinging to the air. Kong would return soon. She could not let him see this. She gathered the scattered fragments, Narek's borrowed records, her own notes, the manual itself, and shoved them into the inner pocket of her robe. Her fingers moved mechanically. The tremor in her hands did not stop. The seal had opened for her, not fought her, not resisted. Accepted. Because the seal had been designed for someone with a hollow heart. She had not discovered a failsafe. She had discovered the technique's true architecture. The original designer had built the entire braided convergence around the assumption that one soul would volunteer to end. The Reach's redirection was not the first sacrifice. It was the second. And beneath that older collapse path lay something else, something that did not belong to the manual, something that had been placed inside the technique before the Reach ever touched it. She needed to know more. But she could not stay here. The corridor outside Chamber 7 was empty when she slipped through the door. The torches burned low, their light pooling in yellow rings on the stone. She walked fast, keeping her shoulders straight, forcing her breathing steady. She needed answers that Kong could not give her. She needed Narek. The Mist Infirmary sat at the eastern edge of the main terrace, a low building of pale stone with steam rising from the medicinal vents in its roof. Ruan had never come here without an appointment, never come here looking like she had just been thrown against a wall. She entered through the side door Narek had shown her weeks ago. The corridor smelled of bitter herbs and something metallic, old blood or crushed minerals. A single lamp burned at the far end. Narek was bent over a work table, his back to her, his hands moving across a spread of parchment. He did not turn when she entered. "You should not be here," he said. "I found something." His hand stilled. He turned slowly, his face catching the lamplight. He looked older than she remembered. The lines around his eyes had deepened. "The braided technique," she said. "There is a seal inside it. A deeper seal. It was not placed by the Reach." Narek's jaw tightened. He set down his brush and crossed to the door, sliding a bolt into place with a soft click. "Tell me everything." She did. She told him about the hidden seal on the fourth page, the collapse path designed for a hollow heartsea, the watching presence beneath it, the way her body had responded to the override configuration as if it had been mapped to that exact purpose before she could speak. When she finished, Narek stood motionless. The lamp flame flickered. His hands had gone still at his sides. "You felt it," he said, not a question. "Yes." He moved to a locked cabinet in the corner of the room. His fingers worked the combination from memory, each number spoken under his breath. The lock clicked open. He pulled out a bundle wrapped in oiled cloth. "I should have destroyed these years ago." He set the bundle on the work table and unwrapped it slowly. "But I knew someone would made them." Inside were records, dozens of them. Old pergament, yellowed at the edges, bound in faded string. Medical reports, anatomical diagrams, names and numbers written in a hand that predated the current registry administration. Narek picked up the top page and held it toward her. 30 years ago, the Reach ran an infrastructure initiative, he said. They identified subjects with compatible Meridian structures. Young, unformed, easy to shape. Ruan took the page. Her hand did not shake. The diagram showed a body, female, young. The meridians had been drawn in red ink, the channels mapped with surgical precision. At the center of the chest, where a heartsea should have been, there was an empty circle, hollow. They did not just shape vessels, Narek said. They categorized them. By output compatibility, by absorption capacity, by how much tribulation backlash a given subject could hold before structural failure. He laid out more pages, names, serial numbers, compatibility ratings. Ruan saw the pattern before he pointed to it. Each subject was coded with a designation: alpha, beta, gamma. The designations corresponded to output tiers, the amount of chi a given vessel could stabilize before being expended. She found her own code buried in the middle of the third page. Subject: RYX-4. Designation: Gamma Ascension. Compatibility: 94.2% with Kong lineage signature. Notes: optimal candidate for braided convergence initiation. Project 2 priority. Her vision tunneled. Project 2. The name from her file, the program Faye had hinted at. The framework that had placed her with 3 prior masters to degrade her channels and prepare her for the final bond. "It was always me," she said. Narek's silence was answer enough. "They built the technique around someone with my signature," she continued. "They shaped my meridians before I could walk. They placed me with 3 masters to wear down my resistance and condition my channels for absorption. And they gave Kong the manual," Narek said quietly. "Planted it in the archives 8 years ago so he would find it when he was ready." The pieces locked into place with sickening precision. She was not a partner in the technique. She was the technique's final component. The Gamma Ascension vessel designed to complete the braided convergence by being consumed. The watching presence in the deep seal. "Who built the original design?" she asked. Narek's face went pale. "I do not know," he said. "But the handwriting on those records does not match any current Reach official. The original designer was someone outside the registry. Someone who knew what a hollow Heartsea could do before the Reach ever thought to exploit it." A knock at the door. Both of them froze. The knock came again, harder. 3 sharp raps. Narek moved toward the door, but Ruan caught his wrist. "The records," she said. "If they find these—" He shook his head. "They will not find them." He crossed to the cabinet, shoved the bundle inside, and locked it in a single fluid motion. Then, he opened the door. 2 attendants stood in the corridor. Both wore the pale gray of the infirmary staff, but their postures were wrong. Too straight, too still. "Brother Narek Solun," the taller one said. "We have orders to escort subject Rax-4 to the examination hall. Madame Uyan's personal request." Narek's expression did not change. "She is not scheduled for any examination today. The schedule has been amended." The attendant's gaze slid past Narek and landed on Ruan. "You will come with us now." Ruan's fingers brushed the inner pocket of her robe. The manual was still there. The records. The fragments of truth she had not yet fully decoded. She met Narek's eyes. He gave the smallest shake of his head. "Do not resist." But his hand, hidden behind the doorframe, made a sign she recognized. The archive corridor. The escape route Pema had shown her. She dropped her gaze and stepped forward. Behind her, the lamp flame guttered, and the seal in the braid pulsed once, warm against her Heartsea, as if the watching presence had noticed her again. Chapter 26. The examination hall smelled of cold stone and antiseptic herbs, the same sharp blend that haunted every registry office Ruan had ever entered. Fluorescent lamps hummed along the ceiling, casting the room in flat, merciless light that left no shadow for a body to hide in. Madame Sifei stood behind the central table, her pale riverstone eyes fixed on the doorway as the attendants escorted Ruan inside. She wore robes the color of dried blood, her silver hairpins catching the lamplight like exposed bone. "Sit." The command came before Ruan had taken 3 steps. She did not sit. The attendants withdrew, sealing the door behind them. The lock engaged with a sound too heavy for a routine examination. Yuan's mouth curved. Not a smile, a measurement of compliance. "You have been avoiding my office," she said. "I have been recovering from an assassination attempt disguised as a cultivation accident." "Indeed." Yuan unfolded a document from the table's surface. Her manicured fingers smoothed its creases with deliberate patience. "And yet your output records show remarkable improvement. The healer's notes indicate accelerated channel adaptation. Your body appears to be thriving despite, as you say, nearly dying." Ruan said nothing. Yuan read from the document without looking down. Session efficiency up 60% from baseline. Circulation retention exceeding projected maximums. Second current detected during synchronized practice. She raised her eyes. Shall I continue? You already have the file, Ruan said. You do not need my confirmation. Confirmation is not why you are here. Yuan set the document aside and picked up a second sheet. You are here because the Bind Warden has taken a personal interest in your progress. He believes your bond with Kong Lize may represent an unprecedented advancement in paired cultivation methodology. The words landed like a compliment. Ruan felt the weight beneath them. An unprecedented advancement, she repeated. Is that the official language for a sanctioned sacrifice? Yuyan's expression did not shift. The technique you practice was developed to ensure survival through heavenly tribulation. The Reach invested considerable resources in its refinement. That you and Kong Lize have achieved such rapid synchronization is a credit to the system that selected you both. The system that engineered my heart sea, Ruan said. The system that placed me with 3 prior masters to degrade my channels. The system that planted the manual in the archives for Kong to find. The words fell into the sterile air and hung there. Yuyan set down the second document, her fingers laced together on the table. You have been speaking to Elder Pima. It was not a question. He is afraid of you, Ruan said. He has been afraid for 8 years. Fear is a reasonable response to discovered complicity. Yuan's voice remained level. Elder Pima filed the manual. He knew its origin. His silence was purchased by the same mercy that kept him alive. Do not mistake his survival for evidence of innocence. The hall's lamps seemed to dim. Ruan's pulse pressed against her throat, steady and trapped. Why am I here? Yuan slid a third document across the table. A consent form. Expanded output monitoring. Real-time data relay to the Bind Registry. The Bind Warden requires updated baseline measurements before he approves your tribulation timeline. Standard procedure for pairs showing accelerated development. And if I refuse? Refusal is noted in your permanent record. It does not halt the process. It merely flags you as uncooperative. Ruan looked at the form. The language was precise, legal, and designed to extract without asking. Every clause assumed consent, every signature line pre-filled with her designation, A-Y-4. She remembered Derek's locked cabinet, the pages of names and serial numbers, the empty circles where heart seas should have been. She was not the first to sign such a form. I want a witness present, Ruan said. Oyan's eyebrow rose. A witness? Article 12 of my contract. Right to independent representation during any medical or legal review that exceeds standard parameters. Ruan kept her voice flat. Section 4, subsection B. The clause was added during the original negotiation. You signed it. Silence. The lamps hummed. Oyan's fingers tightened on the table. You read your contract. I memorized it. Most vessels do not. I am a partner in a bonded cultivation pair protected by a legally binding agreement that you personally approved. If the Bind Warden requires updated baselines, he will receive them under the terms I agreed to. Those terms include independent representation. Oyan's jaw moved, a single muscle. Beneath composure, something sharpened. You have forced a procedural delay, she said. Congratulations. The Bind Warden will receive notice of your obstruction within the hour. He dislikes delays. He dislikes uncooperative subjects even more. She stepped around the table and walked toward Ruan, close enough that the scent of her robes, old paper, and dried herbs filled the space between them. He prefers compliant sacrifices, Huyan said. They burn cleaner. Ruan did not step back. Huyan studied her face for a long moment. Then she turned and walked to the door, pulling it open without looking back. You will be summoned again. Next time, bring your witness. There will not be a third. The door closed behind her. Ruan stood in the empty hall, the documents still spread across the table, the lamps still humming overhead. Her hands were steady. Her breath was even. The seal in her braid pulsed once, warm and watchful. She walked out into the corridor. Kong was waiting. He stood against the far wall, his dark hair loose at his nape, his amber eyes fixed on the door she had just exited. He had not been told about this summons. He had not been consulted. He looked furious, and beneath the fury, afraid. What did she want? His voice was low, controlled, the kind of control that cost effort. Ruan stopped a few paces from him. She wanted me to sign consent for expanded monitoring. I invoked Article 12 and forced a procedural delay. Kong's jaw tightened. That will not stop her. It was never meant to stop her. It was meant to buy time. For what? She did not answer. The seal pulsed again, deeper this time. A question from below. Kong stepped closer, close enough that she could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands stayed still at his sides by will alone. You are hiding something, he said. You have been hiding something since last night. She met his gaze. I am not the only one. The words landed between them, true and wounding. Kong's expression cracked. Just once, just enough. I want to tell you, he said. Everything. The sealed chamber, the name inside it, what I was before the technique. Then tell me. I am afraid. I know. He reached for her hand. His fingers closed around hers, warm and unsteady. If I tell you, you may not stay. If you do not tell me, she said, I will not choose. Something shifted behind his eyes, a decision made, a door opening. The name inside the sealed chamber, he said. It is my father's. Roland's breath caught. He was the original designer of the braided convergence technique. The lamps flickered. The seal in her braid went cold. Chapter 27. The summons came at dusk. Not from Oyan. The messenger wore Bind Warden gray, a coiled silver seal on his sleeve that made disciples step aside as he passed. He found Kong in the practice chamber, Ruan's scent still caught in the stone, and delivered the command without meeting his eyes. Brother Kong, the Bind Warden requests your presence. No mention of Ruan, no option to refuse. Kong followed him through corridors he had walked 1,000 times. They felt different now, narrower. The lamps cast shadows that stretched like reaching hands. The messenger stopped at a door Kong had never entered, a smooth iron-gray surface with no handle, no lock, no visible seam. The messenger knocked once and withdrew. The door opened inward without sound. Tuan Chongmu sat behind a desk of black wood polished to mirror finish. The Bind Warden's office was smaller than Khan had expected. A single lamp, 3 scrolls stacked at the desk's edge, no windows. The air smelled of dry ink and something metallic, like old blood on clean stone. Tuan did not rise. Close the door. Kong obeyed. The room sealed behind him with a pressure that had nothing to do with air. Sit. Kong sat in the single chair across from the desk. His hands rested on his knees. His breathing stayed even. He had prepared for this moment since he first found the manual in the archives, since he first understood that someone had placed it there deliberately. Tuan studied him. The Bind Warden's eyes were pale amber. His iron-gray hair was bound with the black jade clasp Kong remembered from the demonstration terrace. The forked lightning scar across his collarbone caught the lamplight. You have done remarkable work. The praise came without warmth, a statement of fact. Your channel refinement is among the finest I have observed in 2 decades of service. The braided synchronization you developed, despite starting from a planted text, shows genuine insight. You improvised. You adapted. You made the technique your own. Kong said nothing. Tuan leaned back. The girl responds well to your circulation. Her hollow architecture was designed for exactly this purpose, but the execution required a partner of unusual discipline. You gave her that. She stabilized faster than the projections estimated. Her absorption threshold held at 4.2 units without structural failure. That is exceptional. You have been reading our medical logs? I have been reading everything. Tuan's voice did not rise. Your session records, her output variants, the second thread that you never logged in a single report. Chapter 28. The second thread that opened between them was not in the original design. Tuan let the words settle. Your father built a technique for 2 souls to walk through one storm. Clean, paired, no termination clause. He believed partnership could distribute tribulation pressure evenly enough that neither core would collapse. It was elegant. It was also wrong. Kong's hands stayed still on his knees. The Reach tested his model. 6 bonded pairs over 12 years. Every attempt ended the same way. One cultivator burning out to save the other, or both dying because neither would let the other take the full weight. Tuan's amber eyes did not blink. Your father's design required love. The Reach required results. So we adapted. By hollowing a child before she could walk. By giving her a purpose that would not waste her. Tuan spoke without apology. Ruan Yinxiao was not taken from a life she would have preferred. She was built from available materials, the same way you were shaped for ascension. The difference is that you were told you were destined for greatness. She was told she was useful. Both statements were true. Kong rose. The chair did not scrape. He set his weight carefully, the way he set everything, and stood with his hands loose at his sides. I need to see her. You have 3 days. Then I will use them to decide, not to be lectured on necessity. Tuan watched him with something that might have been approval, or might have been pity. The lamp flame did not flicker. The sealed room held no drafts. She is in the infirmary. Brother Narek is attending to her. Tuan's voice dropped. The second thread is not a miracle, Kong. It is an unintended variable. If you cannot control it, the Reach will control it for you. Kong walked out. The corridor stretched longer than it had on the way in. The lamps had dimmed, or his eyes had changed. He moved without rushing, without slowing, his pulse steady in his throat and his mind already calculating paths that did not end with either of them dead. By the time he reached the infirmary, he had catalogued 4 possible outcomes. None of them left him with Ruan. She was awake. Sitting on the edge of the treatment cot with her sleeves rolled past her elbows, the silver tracer lines faint and pulsing at her wrists. Brother Narek stood beside her, a sealed jar of something dark in his hands. He looked up when Kong entered and stepped back without a word. Ruan's black eyes found him. You look like someone told you the sky is falling. Something like that. He crossed to her and took her wrist before she could pull away. His thumb pressed against the silver lines, feeling the rhythm beneath. Slower than this morning, steadier. The cracks in her channels had not widened, but they had not healed either. Tuan summoned you. Tuan has been summoning people for longer than either of us has been alive. He released her wrist. He wanted to remind me that I am a successful experiment. And what did you remind him? Kong almost smiled. That experiments can fail. Norek cleared his throat. I should prepare the evening doses. He collected his jars and retreated to the back room, leaving the door cracked enough to hear if either of them called. Ruan waited. Kong sat on the cot beside her. His shoulder brushed hers. The contact was deliberate, the way he always made contact now, as if memorizing the shape of her body against his. We have 3 days. Until what? Until he forces the tribulation announcement. Kong's voice stayed low. Or until I give him an answer he prefers. Ruan did not ask what the choices were. She already knew. The same 3 paths she had mapped inside the Braid's architecture. Sacrifice, die together, or find a way the Warden had not anticipated. So we have 3 days to find a 4th option. Is there one? She looked at him. Her gaze was still, unreadable, the same stillness she had worn on the Cloudbridge before she crossed into the storm to pull him back. I have not given up yet. Kong heard what she did not say. I have not given up, but I have prepared for the moment I do. He did not call her on it. Instead, he stood and offered his hand. Then let us practice. They walked to Chamber 7 in silence. The corridors were emptier than usual. Fewer disciples, more figures in registry gray at the intersections, watching without watching, their gazes sliding away when Kong met them. The air had changed. The Reach was holding its breath. The chamber was cold when they entered. Kong lit the array himself, his hand moving over the carved channels with the familiarity of long practice. The stone warmed. The light rose. Ruan stepped into the center and faced him. You are watching me differently tonight. Am I? You are looking for something. She settled into the opening stance, her weight balanced, her wrists exposed. Find it, or tell me what it is. Kong matched her stance. The space between them hummed with the second thread, that warm current that had never been part of the design. He could feel her circulation moving beneath it, the way she had been rerouting energy through channels that did not match the manual. She was changing the braid. He had suspected it for days. Now he felt it. Small adjustments hidden inside the rhythm, a deeper pull toward a path that was not the one he had carved. His hands moved into the first circulation pass. Their chi met. The shock of contact was electric, familiar, intimate. He felt her breath catch, felt his own chest tighten in response. The braid wrapped around them both, and for a moment they were synchronized. Two currents running parallel, each aware of the other's every tremor. Then he felt it. The older collapse path. She had found it. She had opened it, and she was weaving herself toward it, slowly, deliberately, preparing to be the one who fell so he could climb. Kong pulled back. The braid snapped. Ruan's eyes widened. "You found the failsafe." She did not deny it. "You found it years ago." "I found the redirection. The one Tuan added, not the one your body was built to trigger." His voice was raw. "You have been rewriting the convergence toward that older path, toward your death, toward a choice." She held his gaze. "Mine, not Tuan's, not the Reach's. It is still death. It is mine to give." The words hung between them, tender and terrible, the truth they had both been circling since the Cloudbridge. She would choose herself as the sacrifice because she could not trust anyone else to do it cleanly. Kong opened his mouth to answer. The chamber door opened. Fei Chuan stood in the threshold, unannounced, his robes correct and his expression flat. He looked at them standing apart, the snapped braid still shimmering in the air between them, and smiled without warmth. "Forgive the intrusion." He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "I thought you should know. The registry has begun assembling witness rosters for a historic breakthrough." Ruan went still. Fei's smile deepened. "Storm Peak is being prepared. Tuan is calling in observers from every lineage. They are framing this as the ascension of a generation." His eyes moved to Kong. "They are building a stage. All they need is a sacrifice." The chamber fell quiet. The array light flickered, and somewhere in the depths of the braid, the watching presence stirred again, coiling toward the warmth of a choice that had not yet been made. Chapter 29. The night had barely settled when Ruan reached the lower archives. She had told Kong she needed to clear her head. The lie tasted familiar, worn smooth from years of use. He had let her go without pressing, and that absence of demand hurt more than any interrogation would have. The archive corridors were dark, the lamps unlit. She moved by memory and touch, counting doors until she found the one that opened onto scripture storage. The air smelled of old paper and sealed ink, the dust of decades undisturbed. Elder Pimo was waiting at the far end between shelves that leaned toward collapse. His brown robes were darker in the dim light, his thin frame barely casting a shadow. "You should not be here." His voice cracked on the last word. "After Oyan's examination, after everything, you should not be seen with me. You have something to show me." Pima's hands trembled as he reached into his sleeve. The parchment that emerged was yellowed, its edges burned, its seal cracked down the center. He held it like something that could shatter. This is what they did not burn. Ruan took it carefully. The characters were old, the ink faded to the color of dried blood. She read by the faint light bleeding through the high window. Hollow heart subjects, emergency conduit designation, approved for deployment in unstable ascension scenarios where primary bond survival is prioritized over vessel integrity. Maximum projected utilization, 1 full absorption cycle. Repeated cycling accelerates meridian collapse and terminal structural failure. Not intended for extended cultivation partnership. The words sat in her chest like stones. 1 cycle. She heard her own voice as if from a distance. They knew I would not survive the first bond, let alone 3. Pima's face crumpled. I did not know the full text when I filed the manual. I only knew the Bind Warden's office ordered it placed. I thought it was an experimental record, a theoretical paper, not a blueprint. It was always a blueprint. She kept reading. The fragment went on, describing the body's preparation parameters, the channel shaping procedures, the optimal age for Heartsea hollowing. Then her eyes caught a line near the bottom. Complete subject registry maintained under Bind Warden seal. Stock list of viable paired vessels appended to Project 2 infrastructure records. Stock list. Others like her. The scripture did not say how many. It did not say where the list was kept. But it existed. Written somewhere, sealed somewhere, a record of every body the Reach had hollowed for this purpose. Do you know where the list is? Pema's throat moved. The Bind Warden's office, the fireproof vault behind his desk. I saw it once, 30 years ago, when I was still allowed to archive original documents. Can you access it? I am a scripture keeper who filed a planted manual and kept silent for 8 years. His voice broke. I cannot access the air I breathe without permission. Ruan folded the fragment carefully, her fingers pressing the burn marks as if she could smooth them away. Then I need to see it myself. Impossible. The Warden's office is reachable through the 7th level maintenance corridor. The one you showed me. Pema's eyes widened. That passage exits into the sub-level storage vaults, not the Warden's office. The vaults are 2 floors below. Then I go through the vaults. You will be caught. The Bind Warden has tripled security since your examination. I have 3 days. She tucked the fragment into her robe, against her chest, where she could feel the braid pulse beneath it. I have 3 days before Tuan forces a decision. If a stock list exists, I need to see it before he seals everything beyond reach. Pema stared at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his sleeve again and pulled out a second fragment, smaller, its edges ragged, its script cramped. This came from the same file. His hand shook as he held it out. It describes the original designer's notes, the one before the Reach adapted the technique. It says the braided convergence was built for continuous mutual circulation, not single-use absorption. The hollow vessel was meant to be replenished between sessions, not spent. Ruan took it. The characters were different, older. The handwriting did not match any Reach hand she had studied. If the vessel survives the first convergence, subsequent circulations will reinforce rather than deplete. The hollow Heartsea, once stabilized, can sustain repeated absorption if the bond is maintained with equal draw from both partners. The danger lies only in the first collapse, when the vessel has not yet calibrated to the partner's current signature. After calibration, the convergence is self-sustaining. The words hit her like a second body blow. It was not supposed to kill her. The technique was not supposed to kill her. The Reach had buried that part, hidden the note about calibration. Let Kong believe the 4.7% survival probability was the truth. They buried the sustainment protocol. Pema nodded, tears sliding down his wrinkled cheeks. They buried it 30 years ago. Field the adapted version as the original. Let generations of bonded pairs believe hollow vessels could only be used once. Ruan's hands tightened on the parchment. The braid stirred against her Heartsea, warm and watching. She had spent her entire life believing she was designed to be spent. Her 3 prior masters, the degrading channels, the failing Heartsea, it all fit that story. But the original designer had built a different ending, one where she could survive, one where she could stay. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Pema went rigid. Hide it! His voice dropped to a whisper. Hide both of them, if they find you with those. The footsteps grew closer, multiple sets, boots, not robes, registry gray. Ruan tucked the fragments into her inner pocket, pressing them flat against her chest. She turned to the shelf beside her and pulled a random scroll, opening it with practiced calm. The door swung open. 2 figures in registry gray stood in the threshold, their faces unreadable. One carried a lantern. The other held a sealed case. Elder Pema Rith. Pema's shoulders curved inward. Yes. You are required in the Bind Warden's office. Immediate. The second figure's gaze swept the room, landed on Ruan, and stayed. You, he said. State your name and business. Chapter 30. The registry figure's gaze pinned her like a blade between ribs. State your name and business. Ruan's fingers stayed steady on the scroll she had not been reading. I am Ruan Yinxiao, bonded to Kong Lize of the Kong lineage. She let her voice carry the flatness of someone accustomed to being questioned. Elder Pema was helping me locate records on post-collapse Meridian stabilization for my healer. The figure's eyes moved to her empty hands, the unremarkable scroll, the calm set of her shoulders. Then to Pema, who stood frozen, his face the color of ash. He is needed at the Bind Warden's office, immediately. Then I will not keep him. Ruan set the scroll back on the shelf with exact care. I have what I need. She stepped past them into the corridor without looking back, her pulse a war drum behind her ribs. The fragments pressed against her chest like a second skin. The passage swallowed her footsteps. Behind her, the archive door groaned shut. She did not run. Running drew eyes. She walked with the deliberate calm of someone who had every right to be in these halls, turning left at the junction, descending 3 steps, then slipping into the maintenance corridor Pema had shown her the night he whispered escape directions with tears on his face. The air changed. Colder, drier. The stone walls were rough cut here, never smoothed for display, never fitted with lamp brackets or array seals. A hidden spine of the reach that official maps pretended did not exist. She counted paces. At the 7th support pillar, she stopped and pressed her palm flat against the stone. The braid pulsed once, warm and questioning. She had no time. Pema would talk, or break, or be broken. The stock list in the Bind Warden's vault was already sliding further from reach, and fragments in her robe held a truth that could save her. But only if she lived long enough to use it. She leaned her forehead against the cold stone and breathed. The braided convergence was built for continuous mutual circulation. The designer's words burned behind her eyes. The hollow heart sea, once stabilized, can sustain repeated absorption. Not a death sentence. A lie. A 30-year-old lie buried so deep that even Narek, who had kept secrets for decades, did not know the full shape of it. She pushed off the wall and kept walking. Kong found her an hour later on the eastern mist terrace, a narrow stone balcony that jutted over a fog-choked ravine where no array monitored and no disciple loitered. She was sitting on the cold stone with her legs drawn up, a cup of tea cooling beside her, her gaze fixed on the gray void below. He did not announce himself. He simply lowered himself to sit beside her, close enough that his shoulder brushed hers, and waited. The mist curled around them like something alive. "I told you I needed to clear my head," she said. "You did. I lied." "I know." She turned the cooling tea in her hands. The ceramic was plain, chipped at the rim, nothing that belonged to the Reach's stores. She had carried it up from her quarters, a small act of ownership in a world that owned everything she touched. "I found something in the archives," she said, "before Pema was taken." Kong's breath stilled beside her. What kind of something? She could tell him. The words sat on her tongue like hot stones. The original designer's notes, the sustainment protocol, the knowledge that the technique was never meant to kill her. She could lay the fragments in his hands and let him carry the weight beside her. But if she told him, he would change his plan. He would stop preparing to die in her place, and she needed him to keep preparing. Because if he knew the technique could save her, he would find a way to make it kill himself instead. So she gave him a smaller truth. "Pema gave me a fragment from the original designer's notes." She kept her voice level, her eyes on the mist. "It describes the braided convergence differently than the version we were given. The older design was built for mutual circulation. 2 souls, equal draw." Kong was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "That matches what my father intended." "Then why did the Reach bury it?" "Because mutual circulation requires trust." His voice was soft, almost lost. "Love. The Reach cannot regulate love. It cannot measure devotion or guarantee it will hold through tribulation pressure. So they replaced trust with sacrifice. Predictable, controllable." Ruan set the cup down and turned to face him. His amber eyes were dark in the mist light, his jaw tight with a tension she had learned to read as fear he would not voice. 3 days, she said. 3 days. What will you choose? He reached out and took her hand, threading his fingers through hers with a slowness that felt like reverence. His palm was warm, calloused from years of blade and array carving, and his grip was careful, as if she were something fragile he had been given by mistake. I am choosing, he said, to behave like a man who has a future with you. The words hit her somewhere behind her storm. She did not answer. She could not, because she was doing the same thing, pretending there would be a tomorrow worth having, while she rewrote the braid toward a sacrifice she would never tell him about. They sat together as the mist thickened and the sky darkened, two people holding hands on a stone ledge above a ravine that could swallow them both. That night, she found him in the practice chamber, a pot of tea steaming between their seats, a worn copy of the original diagram spread across the floor. He had marked it with charcoal, tracing possible circulation paths that did not rely on single soul redirection. Look, he said, pointing to a node she recognized from the designer's notes. If we adjust the convergence point here, shift it off the heart sea entirely, we could route the overflow into ambient dissipation instead of absorption. The ambient arrays around Storm Peak are not calibrated for that volume. Then we calibrate them. In 3 days? His hand paused over the diagram. I have to believe 3 days is enough. She looked at his face, the sharp lines softened by lamplight, the set of his mouth that she had memorized through touch and breath, and the press of skin against skin. She looked at his hand, the one that had held hers on the terrace, and she knew he was lying to her, as surely as she was lying to him. They were both pretending to search for a third option, while quietly preparing to die for each other. She knelt beside him and let her shoulder press against his. Show me the adjustment. He did. They worked until the lamp burned low, their voices hushed, their hands brushing over parchment and ink. It was the most honest they had been since the Cloudbridge, and it was still a lie wrapped in tenderness. At the door, as she was leaving, he caught her wrist. Yinxiao. She turned. His thumb traced the inside of her wrist, where the silver tracer lines had begun to glow faintly in the dim light. Whatever you were planning, he said, stop. Her heart seized. But his face held no accusation, only a quiet plea that asked nothing she could give. Stop too, she said. Neither of them promised. She walked back to her quarters with the fragments burning against her chest and Kong's touch still warm on her skin, and she knew that in the morning she would resume rewriting the braid toward the older collapse path, and he would resume calculating how to break it before she could. The softness would not stop them. It made everything worse. Dawn came gray and cold. Ruan woke to a sealed message slid under her door, the paper bearing the Bind Warden's black seal. She broke it open with steady hands. One line. Your witness appointment is scheduled for midday. Article 12 will be honored. Come alone. She stared at the words until they blurred. Then she folded the note, tucked it into her robe beside the fragments, and went to find Kong for their last ordinary morning before the machinery of the Reach swallowed them whole. Chapter 31. The announcement came before the morning bell. Ruan was braiding her hair at the window when the first resonance struck through the Reach, a deep harmonic that vibrated through the floorboards and rattled the teacup on her sill. She had heard that tone once before, during a senior disciple's ascension 3 years ago, a summons that pulled every cultivator within range to attention. Not a summons, a decree. She was at the door before the second pulse faded, the Bind Warden's note still folded in her robe. The corridors were already filling, disciples pressing against the walls as a procession of registry officials in formal gray moved toward the central proclamation terrace. Their robes bore the storm stitch pattern reserved for tribulation declarations, silver thread coiling up the sleeves like trapped lightning. Ruan found Kong at the junction between the practice quarters and the infirmary, his hair unbound, his face the color of ash. They are not waiting, he said. I heard. He did not reach for her. There were too many eyes. But his hand moved, a fraction of an inch, and she understood. They walked together toward the proclamation terrace, not touching, their shoulders close enough that a stranger might mistake them for two people who had chosen to stand side by side rather than two people being herded into a killing ground. The terrace was packed. Disciples lined the balconies. Elders filled the raised observation platform. Healers stood in a separate cluster near the southern stair, Narek among them, his face carefully blank. And at the center of the proclamation platform, before a lectern carved from storm-scarred stone, stood a figure Ruan had never seen in daylight. Tuan Kangmu. The Bind Warden wore formal black, his iron-gray hair bound with the same jade clasp, his hands resting on the lectern as if he had built it himself. He did not look at the crowd. He looked at Kong. The crowd fell silent. Tuan's voice carried without amplification, a cold, measured tone that reached every corner of the terrace. By the authority of the 9 Vapors Reach and the Bind Registry, I declare the Ascension Tribulation of Kong Lize of the Kong lineage. Date: the 3rd dawn from this proclamation. Location: Storm Peak. All relevant chambers, healers, array masters, and witness terraces are ordered to readiness by sunset of the 2nd day. A murmur rippled through the disciples. Those with tribulation proximity clearance will receive their assignments within the hour. Those without clearance are ordered to maintain a 10-mile perimeter from Storm Peak until the tribulation concludes. Tuan paused. His pale amber eyes swept the crowd and stopped on Ruan. The bond partner will accompany the ascendant to the peak. The words landed like a blade. Ruan felt every gaze turn to her, the hollow cultivator who had somehow lasted long enough to stand beside a genius on Tribulation Eve. She knew what they saw. A convenient vessel, a designated sacrifice, a body that would absorb the lightning that could not kill the chosen heir. She did not look away from Tuan. She held his gaze until he turned and stepped down from the lectern, his robes brushing the stone, his departure as deliberate as his arrival. The crowd dissolved into motion. Healers scattered toward the infirmary. Array masters began conferring in tight knots. Disciples whispered behind cupped hands, their eyes sliding to Ruan and away, as if looking too long might stain them. Kong touched her elbow. "Come." She followed him off the terrace, past the clusters of officials, past the healers who pretended not to watch, into the shadow of the eastern corridor where the noise faded to a dull hum. He stopped and turned to face her. "They are not giving us 3 days. They are giving us 2. I know. The arrays will be calibrated for single soul redirection. The healers will be positioned to monitor vessel output, not survival. The witnesses will be seated where they can see the moment you—" He stopped, his jaw tightened. "They will see nothing," Ruan said quietly. He looked at her. She did not explain. A shadow fell across the corridor entrance. Xiao Moru stood there, her sharp face tight, her hands stained with array ink. "You need to see something," Xia said. "Both of you." She led them through maintenance passages Ruan had never walked, down stone steps worn smooth by feet that were not meant to be noticed, past pipe junctions and ventilation shafts that carried heat and breath and the sound of distant water. The air grew colder. The passage opened onto a narrow ledge overlooking Storm Peak's eastern face, a sheer drop into mist and the distant glint of lightning catching spires. Below, the tribulation platform was already being prepared, array masters swarming across the stone like insects reassembling a corpse. Shai pointed to the base of the platform. "Look at the anchor seals, the ones at the cardinal points." Ruan squinted. The seals were carved into the living rock, deep channels filled with fresh silver inlay that caught the overcast light. Standard design. She had studied enough tribulation architecture to recognize the pattern. Then she saw it. The northern seal was offset, a finger's width out of alignment, subtle enough that a casual observer would miss it, but the channels feeding into it had been recarved, redirected toward a secondary node buried beneath the platform's surface. "That is not standard," Ruan said. "No." Xiao's voice was flat. "It is not." "What does it feed?" Xiao hesitated. Then she knelt and pressed her palm flat against the stone, and the array beneath the platform lit up in response, a complex web of lines and nodes that pulsed once before fading. The secondary node was connected to a single receiver point. Ruan's stomach turned cold. The receiver was shaped like a heart, hollow. "It was carved before the platform was built," Xiao said. "It is not a tribulation safety measure. It is a collection funnel. Every drop of qi that bleeds out during the tribulation, every wisp of dissipated energy, every fragment of backlash, it does not dissipate. It drains here." She looked up at Ruan. "The Reach is not just planning for the sacrifice. They are planning to harvest whatever is left after your heart sea is emptied." Kong said nothing. His silence was worse than rage. Ruan stared at the hollow receiver carved into the stone, the shape of her own death waiting beneath the platform, and she understood that Tuan Changmu had not given them 2 days to prepare. He had given them 2 days to accept what had already been built. She turned from the ledge. "Shai, can you show me which maintenance routes lead underneath the platform?" Shai's eyes narrowed. "Why?" Ruan did not answer, but Kong looked at her, and she saw in his face that he knew exactly what she was planning, and she saw also that he was planning something of his own, and neither of them would stop. The mist swallowed the peak as the first witness roster arrived by messenger hawk, its wings beating against the wind. Tomorrow night, the tribulation arrays would be sealed. Tomorrow night, there would be no way in or out of the platform without triggering every alarm the Bind Warden had ever built. Ruan had less time than she thought. Chapter 32. The first outsiders arrived before noon. Ruan watched from the eastern corridor as a procession of elders in formal robes climbed the main stair, their sleeves embroidered with lineage sigils she did not recognize. Kong lineage representatives, distant cousins who had never answered a single letter Kong sent as a boy. They came now. Behind them, a second party of registry officers in storm-stitch gray, carrying ledgers and seal cases. They did not look at the disciples who bowed as they passed. They looked at the platform, at the anchor seals, at the channels carved into stone that would drain a hollow heart dry. Theater, Ruan thought. They are dressing the execution as a festival. She turned her back on the procession and walked deeper into the maintenance corridor, where Xiao waited with a roll of array diagrams spread across a stone shelf. 12 witnesses confirmed so far, Xiao said without looking up. 3 more arriving by dusk. Elder Yun of the Western Tribunal, a representative from the Kong lineage holding council, one from the Bind Warden's personal office. Who from his office? Listed as Administrative Observer. No name. Shai's mouth tightened. Probably Uyen. Ruan studied the diagrams. The maintenance routes beneath the platform branched like veins, narrow tunnels connecting ventilation shafts to drainage channels to the sealed relay chambers that fed the collection funnel. She had memorized 3 paths by now. The arrays seal at sunset, she said. That gives us until then. And then what? You crawl under the platform and carve the funnel loose with your bare hands? Ruan did not answer. Xiao exhaled. That is what I thought. A shadow fell across the corridor entrance. Ruan turned, hand already moving toward the seal breaker she had hidden in her sleeve, but it was only Kong. His face was worse than ashen now. It was still. The witnesses are being seated, he said. Fei is among them. Ruan went cold. Fei Juran? On the witness roster? Representing the Eastern Formation Guild. He requested the position 3 days ago, before the decree was even announced. Kong's voice was flat. He knew. Xiao swore under her breath. Ruan thought of Fei's flat smile in the training exhibition, the file he had given her, the way he had watched her read it, patient as a fox waiting for a burrow to collapse. He had not been warning her. He had been setting the stage. The records he leaked, she said slowly. The ones about Project 2, about the infrastructure initiative, about me. They are already spreading. Kong stepped closer, lowering his voice. I heard 2 lineage elders discussing it on the main stair. They did not know I was listening. They think the registry is conducting a sanctioned cult disguised as Ascension. They are not wrong. Shai looked between them. Fei wants chaos. He wants the truth to surface so publicly that the Reach cannot bury it. But that does not help you survive the tribulation. He is not trying to help us survive. Ruan's voice came out harder than she intended. He is trying to make sure the destruction is witnessed. Kong said nothing. His silence agreed. A bell tolled from the main terrace. The witness seating ceremony had begun. I need to be there, Kong said. The eldest Kong lineage representative summoned me personally. If I do not appear, they will interpret as refusal to cooperate. Ruan nodded. She understood the performance. One more mask to wear. I will find you after, he added, and something in his voice made her look at him. His amber eyes held a question he did not speak aloud. She answered anyway. "I will be here." He left. Xia watched him go, then turned to Ruan with narrowed eyes. "You are not going to tell him what you found under the platform." "No. You are going to do something alone." Ruan met her gaze. "Can you get me the maintenance access key for the western relay chamber?" Xiao stared at her for a long moment. Then she reached into her robe and pulled out a rusted iron key on a leather cord. "I already did." Ruan took it. The metal was warm from Xiao's body heat. "Do not die under there," Xiao said. "I falsified logs for you and that man. I would hate for them to go to waste." She left before Ruan could respond. The corridor fell silent. Ruan stood alone in the dim light, the key cold against her palm, and thought about the collection funnel carved into living stone beneath the platform, about the hollow heart shape of the receiver, about the witnesses gathering above to watch a sacrifice they would call Ascent. She tucked the key into her sleeve and walked toward the western passage. At the corridor's end, a sealed envelope lay on the stone floor, unmistakable even from a distance. The Bind Warden's seal. The iron-gray wax bore no name. Ruan picked it up. The message inside was addressed to Kong Lize. Final terms. Deliver before sunset. She read it 3 times, committing every word to memory. Then she slid it back into the envelope and waited. Kong would receive it. But she would know what Tuan Kangmu had written before he did. Chapter 33. The corridor swallowed the last echo of Xia's footsteps. Ruan stood alone with the Bind Warden's envelope in her hands, the iron-gray seal already cracked. The letter unfolded, its words burned into her memory before she had finished the second reading. Final terms. Tuan Kangmu wrote with the economy of a man who had never needed to repeat himself. The terms were simple. Kong would present himself at Storm Peak at the 3rd dawn, alone, with the completed braided technique fully calibrated for single-soul redirection. The Reach would confirm Ruan Yinxiao's designation as sacrificial vessel. In exchange, Kong's lineage ranking would be preserved. His father's original research notes, currently sealed in the Bind Warden's vault, would be released to the archive for proper attribution. If Kong refused, the notes would be burned, his lineage struck from the Reach registry, and Ruan Yinxiao would be transferred to a secondary processing facility for decommissioning. Ruan read the word decommissioning 3 times. Each time it meant the same thing. She slid the letter back into the envelope, pressed the wax seal closed with her thumb until it held well enough to pass a glance, and waited. Kong found her 12 minutes later. His robes were adjusted, his hair rebound at the nape, his face a mask of composure that did not reach his eyes. The witness seating ceremony had taken less time than she expected. "A message arrived," she said, holding out the envelope. "From the Bind Warden." Kong took it. His amber eyes scanned her face before they dropped to the seal, checking for tampering. She had expected that. She had been careful. "Final terms," he said, reading the exterior. "He wants you to deliver them before sunset." Kong tucked the envelope into his inner robe without opening it. "I know what they say." "Then you know he is not negotiating." "No, he is not." They stood in the dim corridor, the silence between them filled with everything they were not saying. Ruan felt the key Xia had given her pressing against her ribs through the fold of her sleeve. The Western Relay Chamber. The archive page Pema had tried to save before he was taken. "Where were you?" Kong asked. "Walking." He did not believe her. She saw it in the slight tightening of his jaw, the way his gaze lingered on her sleeve a beat too long. But he did not push. "Fei has already spoken to 3 lineage elders before the ceremony," he said instead. "He is laying groundwork, making sure the scandal has witnesses who understand what they saw." "Then we have less time than sunset." Kong's eyes met hers. "What are you planning?" The question hung between them like a blade. She could tell him. She could lay out the maintenance route, the archive page, the buried evidence that the technique was never meant to kill her. She could trust him with the truth and see if they could find a way forward together. But she had read the letter. Secondary processing facility. If she failed, he would not go down with her. He would be forced to watch her be erased, then be told it was mercy. "Nothing yet," she said. I am still looking. His expression did not change, but something in his shoulders eased a fraction. A man who wanted to believe. Find me before they erase seal, he said. He turned and walked toward the main terrace, leaving her alone in the corridor. Ruan counted to 60 before she moved. The maintenance corridor was darker than she remembered, the lanterns spaced too far apart, the air thick with dust and the faint metallic smell of old array residue. She moved fast, counting paces, memorized turns, the rusted key cold against her palm. The western relay chamber was a cramped stone box beneath the formation platform, its walls lined with dormant conduits and dead switches. A single lantern hung from the ceiling, its flame barely strong enough to cast shadows. The archive page was not in the chamber itself. Ruan dropped to her knees and ran her fingers along the base of the northern wall, searching for the seam Pema had described. Her nail caught on a hairline crack. She pressed. A stone panel swung inward, revealing a narrow cavity barely deep enough for a rolled parchment. Inside, the page waited. It was older than the fragments Pema had given her, the edges blackened by fire, the ink faded to the color of dried blood. Ruan lifted it with both hands, careful not to let the brittle fibers crumble. She carried it to the lantern and read. Project 2, Phase 7, Controlled Deployment Protocol, Subject Designation. Braided Soul Convergence, Field Test Pairing Primary Variable. Hollow Heart-C Compatibility with Kong Lineage Signature. Secondary Variable, Emotional Attachment as Stabilizer. The handwriting was not Pema's. It was precise, administrative, written by someone who had logged dozens of similar documents. The page listed calibration thresholds, absorption ratios, projected failure points. It cataloged Ruan's silver tracer lines as pre-existing infrastructure advantages. It noted that the braided soul technique had been routed through Bind Warden authority from the start, filed as recovered materials from a fabricated collapse to conceal its experimental origin. It was not an accident. It was never an accident. The technique was a designed instrument. The archive placement was deliberate. The 6 failed pairs before her had been Phase 6. She was Phase 7. And the page listed one more detail. A name. The original architect of the technique, the one who had designed the sustainment protocol the Reach buried 30 years ago. The name was not Kong Lize's father. Ruan stared at the faded characters until they blurred. The original designer was still alive. A crash echoed from the corridor above. Ruan rolled the page into her sleeve, snuffed the lantern, and pressed herself against the chamber wall. Footsteps. Multiple sets. Hard soles on stone, moving with purpose. Take the left passage. Secure the archive exits first. Registry voices. Cold. Efficient. Ruan counted 4 sets of footsteps, maybe 5. They were not searching for a maintenance route. They were sealing the building. She emerged from the western relay chamber into the corridor and saw them. 2 figures in registry gray stood at the far end, backs to her, blocking the main passage. Beyond them, a third figure held Elder Pema by the arm, his thin frame folded like a garment that no longer fit. Pema's eyes found hers across the distance. In his look, she saw everything. The terror he had carried for 8 years, the guilt of filing the manual, the hope that his fragments might help her find the truth in time. And now, the resigned knowledge that he would not live to see what she did with it. One of the registry figures turned. Ruan stepped back into the shadows, but not before she saw Pema shake his head. A single, small motion. Do not intervene. Do not follow. Make it worth it. The soldiers dragged him away. Ruan stood in the dark corridor, the rolled page pressed against her ribs, and understood that silence had already cost more than she could repay. She had the proof, but the man who had given it to her was gone. Chapter 34. The practice chamber smelled of old stone and residual ozone, the air thick with the memory of lightning that had not yet fallen. Ruan stood at the array's edge, the rolled archive page hidden beneath her robe, its edges pressing against her ribs like a second skeleton. Kong was already there. He had not lit the lanterns. He sat cross-legged at the array's center, back to her, the line of his spine taut beneath his robes. The braided channels on the floor glowed faintly, warmed by his circulation before she had even entered. "You came early," she said. "So did you." She crossed the stone and sat facing him, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his core. The second thread stirred between them before they had touched, restless, aware. Kong's amber eyes found hers in the half-dark. "Are you going to tell me where you actually went?" The question landed soft, deliberate, a probe, not an accusation. "I told you. I was walking." He held her gaze a beat too long, then lowered his hands to his knees. "Then walk with me now." He extended his palms. Ruan placed her hands in his. The contact was immediate, familiar, the braid rising through her wrists like a second pulse. His chi met hers at the array's midpoint, circling, testing. They began. The first circulation was smooth, ceremonial, the pattern they had traced 100 times. Ruan let her channels open, let his chi pass through her hollow heart sea, and returned to him clarified, stabilized. The array hummed beneath them, patient. But something was different. Kong's grip on her hands tightened fractionally. His circulation deepened, not pushing harder, but slower, more thorough, as if he were reading every branch of her meridian map one by one. She felt him find the first alteration. It was subtle. A single channel node she had rerouted 3 nights ago, a thread of her braid that no longer fed back into his core, but curved instead toward a dead terminus in her left arm. A fail-safe path, a one-way door. His chi paused there. Ruan kept her face still, her breathing steady, her circulation open. She did not pull away. Kong's jaw tightened. He did not speak. He simply continued, tracing the next node, and the next, mapping the shape of what she had done to herself while he had been watching her sleep. The silence between them grew heavier than any accusation could have been. Then she felt him. His chi shifted, not in retreat but in restructure. The channels on his side of the braid rearranged themselves around a secondary current she had not noticed before, a hidden thread woven into the bone-deep architecture of his spirit. Fatal recoil. He had built a mirror to her sacrifice, where she had carved a one-way path into her own collapse. He had laid a counter-channel that would snap the connection the moment her failsafe activated, redirecting the full force of the tribulation away from her and into him instead. Ruan's breath caught. She looked at his face. He was already watching her, amber eyes flat, unreadable, waiting for her to name what she had found. She did not. Neither did he. The array continued to hum. Their linked hands remained still. The second thread pulsed between them, frantic, caught between 2 opposing currents that were designed to erase each other. They sat in the mirrored horror of what they had done to each other in the name of love. Kong's thumb traced a slow circle across her knuckles. It was not a technique. It was not a probe. It was just touch, the one honest thing left between them. "The arrays seal at sunset," he said, voice low. "That gives us until tomorrow night." "I know. Storm Peak has 3 access gates. The northern one is reserved for registry officials. The eastern one will be guarded during the ceremony. The western maintenance route feeds directly beneath the platform." She nodded. "I will not let them put you in that funnel," he said. "Then stop me." The challenge hung between them, raw and impossible. Because stopping her meant admitting what they both already knew, that she had rewritten the bond toward her own death, and he had rewritten it toward his, and neither of them would yield. Kong's hands tightened around hers. The second thread thrummed, desperate, caught between their opposing ends. "Ruan." A knock shattered the silence. 3 sharp raps, measured, official. Ruan's heart seized as Kong's gaze snapped to the door. The knock came again, harder this time. "Kong Lize." A voice she did not recognize, formal, edged with authority. "The Bind Warden requires your presence at Storm Peak within the hour. The pre-tribulation inspection has been moved forward. The seals close at dusk." "Not tomorrow night. Tonight." The practice chamber felt smaller now, the walls pressing in as the messenger's footsteps faded down the corridor. Kong's hands were still wrapped around hers, his grip tight enough to hold her in place even after the knock had died. "Dusk," Ruan said. It was barely past noon. Kong released her slowly, deliberately, as if the act of letting go cost him something measurable. He rose and crossed to the chamber's western wall, where a narrow shelf held a ceramic water vessel and a single unlit lamp. He stared at the wall without seeing it. They moved the inspection forward so I cannot find an alternative route before the seal. His voice was flat, clinical. They want me to walk the platform, see the arrays, understand there is no exit. They want me to accept the funnel, the collection, the whole design. He turned. His amber eyes caught the dim light, and for a moment, Ruan saw the boy who had been handed a planted manual 8 years ago, brilliant and alone, told it was salvation. The boy who had believed until evidence made belief impossible. I accepted once, he said. I looked at the diagram and I accepted that one of us would not walk off that peak. I told myself I would find another way before we reached it. I believed that lie for months. And now? His gaze found hers. Now I know the only lie left is the one we tell each other. The second thread pulsed, sharp and hot, a warning she could not interpret. Ruan rose from the array, stepped toward him until the space between them held nothing but shared breath. Then name it, she said. Name what we are doing to each other. He did not look away. You are carving yourself into a vessel meant to shatter, so I can stand on the other side. You are rewriting the braid so that when the collapse begins, it funnels through your heart sea and leaves me intact. You have been doing it for days, maybe longer, and you plan to do it without telling me. Ruan held his gaze. And you have been building a counter-channel that would sever the braid the moment my failsafe activates, redirecting the full tribulation into yourself so that when I try to die for you, you die instead. The silence stretched. Neither denied it. Kong's hand rose, slow enough that she could have stepped away. She did not. His fingers brushed the pale crescent scar at her throat, the mark the registry had left during her first contract, the one that burned whenever oath seals tightened. I found your father's name, she said. His hand stopped. On the archive page, the one behind the stone panel in the western relay chamber. The original architect of the braided technique is not your father. Kong's expression did not change, but his fingers trembled against her throat. I know. You know, I found a fragment 2 years ago. A single line from the original designer's notes, buried in a classified appendix that was never supposed to be filed with the technique. It said the sustainment protocol was suppressed by administrative order. It said the designer was still alive and had requested the technique be withdrawn from deployment. He lowered his hand. I could not find the name. The fragment was too damaged. Ruan reached into her robe and pulled out the rolled page. The edges were blackened. The ink faded to brown, but the characters were still legible where they mattered. She placed it in his palm. It was removed from the main record because it would have proved the technique was never designed for sacrifice. The architect's name was filed under a different project entirely. Project 2 was the Reach's adaptation. The original belonged to someone else. Kong unrolled the page and read. His face went still in a way that frightened her more than any outburst could have. Xue Yu Ying, he said. The name meant nothing to her. You recognize it, she said. He looked up, and the expression in his amber eyes was not recognition. It was grief. Xue Yu Ying was the Bind Warden before Tuan Kangmu. She disappeared 30 years ago. Officially, she died in a tribulation accident. Unofficially, no body was ever recovered, no record of her death was ever signed, and all her archived work was reclassified within a week of her disappearance. Ruan stared at him. The original designer of the braided convergence was the woman Tuan Chengmu replaced. Kong rolled the page with careful precision, treating it like something that might still break. If she is alive, she is the only person who knows how the technique was meant to work, the only one who could tell the Reach the truth in front of witnesses. Someone silenced her 30 years ago. They would silence her again. Then we find her before they do. The certainty in his voice unsettled her. Practiced. Sharp. As if he had already calculated every step and was simply waiting for her to catch up. You have already planned this, she said. I have been planning this since I found the fragment 2 years ago. I just did not know where to look for her until now. He closed his hand around the page and met her eyes. The arrays seal at dusk. That gives us less than 6 hours. There is a sealed archive beneath the Bind Warden's office, older than the fireproof vault, accessible only through a drainage route that runs beneath the main registry building. If Shui Wu-ying left anything behind, it will be there. Ruan's mind raced, mapping the corridor she had memorized, the routes beneath the platform, the key still cold in her sleeve. You want to break into the Bind Warden's archive in broad daylight, hours before the tribulation. I want to find out where she is before Tuan Kanmu seals us into that peak. Kong stepped closer, his hand finding hers, fingers interlacing with quiet urgency. I will not let you walk into that storm alone. But I will also not let you walk in believing you have to die for me to survive. If Shui Wu-ying is alive, she can prove the technique was never meant to kill. She can testify. And if we cannot find her before dusk, Kong's grip tightened. Then we go to Storm Peak with the truth we have and break the funnel ourselves before the first lightning falls. The second thread blazed between them, no longer frantic, no longer torn. It sang with something almost like relief, as if their mirrored sabotage had finally found a common direction. The summons to Storm Peak would come within the hour. They had 6 hours to rewrite the ending. Chapter 35. Kong's hand stayed closed around the page for a long time. The fire-damaged edge crumbled against his palm, flecks of blackened parchment falling to the stone floor like ash. Ruan watched him read the name again. Shui Wu-ying. His fingers moved across the characters as if testing whether they would dissolve under pressure. There is a drainage culvert beneath the main registry building, he said finally. It connects to the lower archive foundation. The entrance is hidden behind a false wall in the eastern storage cellar. You found it. I mapped it 2 years ago, after I found the fragment. He looked up, and the grief in his eyes had sharpened into something harder. I never had the courage to go deeper. I told myself I was waiting for more evidence, enough evidence to justify the risk. Ruan understood the shape of that lie. She had told it to herself every time she let Kong hold her while planning to die in his place. And now? Now we need Shui Wu-ying's location. Not proof, not speculation. He rolled the page with careful precision, tucking it inside his robe. The culvert leads to the sealed archive. If she left anything behind, it will be there. A knock at the chamber door. Both of them went still. The second thread contracted, sharp and warning. Kong crossed to the door in 3 strides, his body angled to block the entrance. He opened it just enough. Ruan could not see who stood on the other side. She heard a male voice, formal, unhurried. Pre-tribulation inspection has been advanced. The Bind Warden requests your presence at the 3rd bell. Both of you. Kong's voice held steady. We received notice of tonight's inspection. The 3rd bell is within the expected window. This is not for the inspection. The Warden wants a private word before the arrays seal. He sent me to confirm you will attend. Kong stood motionless for a breath. Then he nodded. Tell him we will be there. The messenger's footsteps receded. Kong closed the door and pressed his palm flat against the wood. He knows, Ruan said. He suspects. There is a difference. Kong turned and his expression had shifted. The rage banked into something calmer. But he would not summon us together unless he wanted to test whether we still present a united front. Then we present one. She crossed to him, close enough that her sleeve brushed his wrist. The second thread wound between them, trembling, expectant. 6 hours until dusk, she said. How long to reach the sealed archive through the culvert? An hour to descend, another hour to find what we need. More if the lower passages have collapsed. Then we go now, before the 3rd bell. Kong's hand found hers, fingers interlacing with quiet urgency. If we are caught beneath the registry building hours before the tribulation, there will be no trial. Tuan will seal us into the peak and call it an accident. Then we do not get caught. He looked at her for a long moment, his amber eyes searching, measuring, as if he were trying to memorize the shape of her face in this light. You are not afraid, he said. I am terrified. She held his gaze. But I am more afraid of waking tomorrow believing I could have done something and chose not to. The second thread pulsed between them, a deep, resonant thrum that felt less like qi and more like recognition. Kong pulled her close. His hand slid to the back of her head, fingers threading through her hair. and he pressed his forehead against hers. "If we find nothing," he said, "if the archive is empty, or collapsed, or sealed beyond our reach, then at dusk we walk to Storm Peak together, and we break the funnel ourselves before the first lightning falls. And the second thread? We use it. We use everything." His breath was warm against her lips. The chamber smelled of stone and lamp oil and the faint salt of his skin. She wanted to stay here, suspended in this moment before the descent, before the registry, before the tribulation that waited at the third dawn like a door she might not walk back through. But the third bell would come. She pulled back, just enough. "The eastern storage cellar. Show me the culvert entrance." The false wall behind the cellar's collapsed shelving unit had been dusted with a film of undisturbed silt. Ruan pressed her palm against the stone panel and felt the faint whisper of moving air through its edges. Kong worked the release mechanism. A narrow channel gaped open behind the shelves, descending into darkness thick enough to taste. The tunnel smelled of wet stone, old iron, and something else. Something cold and waiting. Ruan stepped into the dark first. By the time they reached the sealed archive, her hands were bleeding. The culvert had narrowed twice, forcing her to press her body flat against the stone and drag herself through gaps that scraped skin from her knuckles and elbows. Kong followed close behind, his breath steady, his presence a warm constant in the suffocating dark. The archive chamber was smaller than she expected. A single room, walls lined with crumbling shelves, the air so dry it cracked her lips. The records were not sealed. They were waiting. Ruan moved to the nearest shelf and pulled a roll of parchment from its casing. The seals were intact. The date stamped on the outer edge read 43 years ago. Kong lit a low-flame lamp and held it over the surface as she unrolled. Not a location. A map. A hand-drawn diagram of the peak ranges beyond the Nine Vapors' reach, marked with ink that had faded to rust brown. At the center of the map, a single name was written in a script older than any she had seen in the registry records. Xie Wu Ying was here. Ruan's heart seized. She turned to the next roll, then the next. Each one was a map, each one marked with a different location, a different year, as if the former Bind Warden had been moving steadily north for 3 decades, never staying long enough to be found. "She is alive," Ruan whispered. Kong's hand shook where he held the lamp. "She is still running." Chapter 36. The climb to Storm Peak took them through passages that no longer felt like stone, but like the gullet of something that had already begun to digest them. Ruan's hands had stopped bleeding. The cuts had sealed under Kong's chi during their short rest in the archive chamber, but the ache remained, a dull thrum that matched the pulse of the second thread between her ribs. Kong walked beside her. His face was composed, his stride steady. Only his hand betrayed him, the one closest to hers, fingers curled into a fist so tight the tendons stood out like cables. The peak opened above them as they emerged from the covered ascent. Black clouds had gathered in the hours since the archive, not the gray of ordinary storm, but a churning mass the color of old bruises, lit from within by flickers of light that seemed to come from no source. The air tasted of copper and heat. Witnesses lined the lower terraces. Ruan counted 12, then 15, then stopped counting because the faces blurred into a single expression, hunger masked as reverence. Tuan Kangmu stood at the northern edge of the platform, his iron-gray hair catching the first static charge of the coming tribulation. He did not look at them when they stepped into the open. He looked at the sky. Madame Oyan was not present, neither was Fei Juan. The absence felt deliberate, as if the Reach had chosen emissaries who would not flinch when the moment came. "The arrays are sealed," Xiangmoru said, appearing at Ruan's elbow so quietly that Ruan startled. Xiao's sharp face was pale, her jaw tight. "I checked the western relay chamber myself. The collection funnel was live. Once the first wave hits, there is no shutting it down." Ruan met her eyes. "Then we do not let it hit us alone." Xiao's mouth quirked, something between a smile and a wince. "That is not how tribulation works. Then we will break the funnel from inside." Kong took Ruan's hand. His palm was dry and warm, his grip steady despite the tremor she could feel through the second thread. "Together," he said. No question, no negotiation. She nodded. The first crack of thunder split the air before she could speak. The sound was not sound. It was pressure, a force that slammed through her chest and made her lungs seize. The black clouds churned faster, the flickers inside them brightening to white, then blue, then a searing violet that left afterimages on her vision. The witnesses drew back. A murmur ran through the terraces. Tuan Kongmu raised his hand. "Kong Lize, Ruan Yinxiao, proceed to the platform center." His voice carried without effort, cutting through the rising wind. The words were measured, administrative, as if he were reading a report aloud. Kong did not release her hand. They walked together across the platform. The stone was warm beneath Runan's feet, heated from below by the collection funnel that waited to drink whatever the storm left of them. The peak was vast, wide enough for 20 cultivators to stand in formation, carved with ancient array lines that glowed faintly gold, already responding to the pressure building above. At the center of the platform, Ruan stopped. She turned to face Kong. The wind whipped his dark hair across his face. His amber eyes held hers, and for a moment, the storm, the witnesses, the arrays, all of it fell away. "We do not stop," she said. "We do not stop," he agreed. The second thread surged between them, warm and urgent, as if the bond itself understood what was coming. The sky tore open. The lightning did not fall, it struck. One moment there was air and wind and the taste of copper. The next, the world was white, and Ruan's body was no longer her own. The dirt drove through the crown of her skull, through her spine, through every meridian she had ever opened. It did not enter. It became her. For a suspended eternity she was nothing but the lightning that had found her, a conduit with no walls, no core, no boundary between self and annihilation. She heard Kong scream. She heard herself. The sound was not human. It was the sound of bone remembering it could break, of chi channels splitting under pressure they were never meant to hold. The world returned in pieces, the stone beneath her knees, her palms flat against the platform, the array lines burning gold through her closed eyelids. Kong beside her, his hand still gripping hers, his knuckles white where the lightning had not yet finished with him. She tasted blood. No, she tasted something else. Something sharp and metallic that coated her tongue and made her teeth ache. Tribulation lightning did not carry physical components. It carried judgment, pressure, the weight of heaven's attention focused into a single column of annihilation. She opened her eyes. The witness terraces swam back into focus. Tuan Kongmu had not moved. His expression was the same as when she had first seen him, flat, measuring, as if he were recording data rather than watching two people being unmade. The second thread pulsed. Not warm now. It was the opposite of warm. It was heat so concentrated it felt cold, a filament of fire that ran from her core into Kong's, pulling them together even as the lightning tried to separate their souls from their bodies. "The first wave," Kong said. His voice was hoarse. Blood ran from his nose, from his ear, from a crack in his lip that split as he spoke. "There will be 7. Standard heavenly tribulation." Ruan laughed. The sound came out wrong, wet, and broken. "Nothing about this is standard." The clouds churned again. The violet light deepened to something beyond color, a shade that hurt to look at, that made the air itself vibrate with building pressure. Tuan's voice rose above the wind. "Second wave, prepare!" Ruan pushed herself upright. Her knees buckled once, twice. Kong caught her by the elbow, steadying her with the same hands that had held her through chamber sessions and archive descents and the long nights when trust felt like a weapon aimed at her throat. "I love you," she said. She had not meant to say it. The words came out without permission, ripped from her by the lightning's aftermath, by the certainty that the second wave would be worse than the first. Kong's eyes widened. Then his hand found the back of her neck, pulling her forward, and his lips met hers. Not gently, not tenderly, with the desperate economy of people who might not have another chance to say what mattered. The second thread blazed, and the second wave fell. Chapter 37. The second wave did not fall like the first. It settled. Pressure gathered in the air around them, not the annihilating column of lightning, but something denser, older. It pressed against Ruan's skin like a palm laid flat against her chest, pushing inward, searching. She felt Kong's hand tighten on hers. Then the pressure found the bond. It was not pain, it was exposure. The second thread between them blazed open, and suddenly Ruan was no longer alone in her own mind. She felt Kong's terror, not the controlled surface he showed the world, but the raw animal fear beneath, the fear that he would fail, that she would die because he could not find another way. Then she felt his love. It was not gentle, it was fierce and desperate and old, rooted in something that predated their contract, their first session, even his decision to select her file. He had loved her before he met her. He had loved the idea of someone who would see him and not flinch at what they found. The pressure pushed deeper. Ruan's secrets began to surface against her will. The moment in Chamber 7 when she first decided to pre-betray him, to alter the braid toward her own sacrifice. The relief she had felt, making the choice alone, because trusting him felt more dangerous than dying. She felt him feel it. His grief hit her like a blade between the ribs. Not anger. He had known. He had always known she was hiding something, but hearing it from inside her, feeling the shape of her decision to erase herself rather than risk partnership, that broke something in him. I would have chosen you. His thought came through the bond, not words but the raw shape of meaning. I was trying to choose you. The Tao pressure did not relent. It pried deeper, past their secrets and into the architecture of the braid itself. Ruan felt the planted design stir beneath her consciousness, the redirection lines that the reach had grafted into the technique beginning to glow. The funnel beneath the platform drank power from the storm, and the braid responded, leaning toward the collapse that had always been its purpose. No. She fought it. Her will clamped down on the braid, holding it steady, refusing to let the redirection activate. Beside her, Kong did the same. Their resistance met. The braid convulsed, caught between two opposing intentions, neither willing to yield. The pressure built, and Ruan felt the seal stir. The hidden seal, the one buried in the fourth page, the one that had watched her in the archives. It woke. The presence did not announce itself. It simply was, suddenly, occupying the space where the braid met the pressure of heaven. Ancient, patient, curious. It had been waiting for this moment. Ruan felt its attention turn toward her. Not hostile, not kind. Measuring. It examined the architecture of her hollow heart sea, the silver tracer lines that mapped her channels, the modifications she had made to the braid in secret. It considered. Then it looked at Kong, at his counter-channel, his hidden sacrifice, at the years he had spent alone with the manual, trying to find a path that did not end with her erased. The presence made a sound that was not a sound, a vibration that traveled through the bond, through the braid, through the very stone beneath their feet. Two, it seemed to say, not one. The second wave broke. The pressure did not lift. It collapsed inward, driving into the space between them, compressing the bond into something smaller than a breath. Ruan felt her awareness folding, her sense of self contracting, until she was nothing but a point of heat against Kong's chest. The braid screamed, not the thread. The structure itself, the grafted redirection lines and the original convergence pathways, caught between the pressure of heaven and the will of two people refusing to be separated. The planted design began to tear. Ruan felt it happen before she understood what it meant. The reach's grafted lines, the ones that would funnel her heart sea into Kong's ascension, frayed under the pressure. One strand snapped, then another. The braid shuddered, trying to rebalance, but the pressure did not let it. The technique is failing, she realized. Not breaking, unraveling. The pressure was unpicking the graft, returning the braid to its original design, the one Shui Wu Ying had built 30 years ago. Kong's hand found her face, his palm against her cheek, his thumb tracing the edge of her jaw. She opened her eyes and saw him through the storm, his amber eyes bright when unshed tears. "This is what my father built," he said. His voice was raw, scraped clean by the pressure. "Before they changed it." The presence stirred again. Approval. Recognition. Then the third wave gathered. It was not lightning, it was not pressure, it was memory. Ruan felt it rise from the depths of the braid, a resonance that had been buried since before the Reach adapted the technique. Shui Wuying's memory, the moment of creation, when the original design had first been drawn on parchment, a prayer for partnership made into geometry. She saw two figures standing on a peak that was not Storm Peak, a woman with iron-gray hair and a man whose face she could not see. They held hands. The space between them glowed with the same warmth as the second thread. This is what it was meant to be. The thought was not her own. It came from the presence, the watching consciousness that had been locked in the seal for decades, a fragment of Shui Wuying, preserved by the technique itself. This is what they buried. The third wave began to fall. Ruan felt Kong's arms wrap around her, pulling her close, shielding her with his body, even though there was no shelter from what was coming. The braid sang between them, torn but not broken, the grafted lines shredded, but the original convergence still intact. She pressed her forehead to his. "Together," she said. "Together," he agreed. The wave hit. It was not destruction, it was integration. Ruan felt every memory Kong carried, every moment of fear and love and desperate hope flood through the bond into her. His childhood, his training. The night he first read the manual and realized what it demanded. The night he decided to find another way, even if it killed him. She felt herself give the same, her distrust, her pre-betrayal. The walls she had built around her heart, designed to keep everyone out so no one could leave her again. He saw them, all of them. He did not look away. "I see you," his presence said through the bond. Not words, certainty. "I see all of you, and I am still here." The third wave passed. Ruan opened her eyes. The storm still raged above them. The witnesses were still watching from the lower terraces, their faces pale and hungry. Tuan Chengmu stood at the northern edge of the platform, his expression unreadable, his hands clasped behind his back. The braid pulsed between Hun and Kong, quiet now. The grafted lines were gone, shredded by the pressure. Only the original convergence remained. The presence withdrew, folding back into the seal, but not before leaving one final impression. Find her. She is still waiting. Shui Wuying, alive, and the fourth wave had already begun to form. Chapter 38. The fourth wave did not fall like the others. It rose. Ruan felt it first in the soles of her feet, a vibration traveling up through the tribulation platform, through the ancient gold-lit array lines, through the stone that had been scarred by decades of storm. The pressure did not come from heaven this time. It came from beneath. The braid between her and Kong began to sing, not the harmony of the second thread, not the warmth of the original convergence. A different frequency, colder and older, a mechanism that had been sleeping inside the technique since before the Reach adapted it, since before Shui Wuying sealed her consciousness into the fourth page. The collapse path, the mercy mechanism. Ruan felt her hollow heart sea respond before she understood what was happening. The emptiness inside her, the engineered void that had always been a lack, suddenly became a destination, a termination point. The braid was pulling toward her, feeding power into her core, hungry for a single soul to fill. No, she tried to resist. The redirection lines were gone, shredded by the third wave, but the underlying architecture of the original technique still carried the fallback design. One soul channels the full tribulation into nothing. One soul ends, so the other ascends. The original designer's mercy, the Reach's weapon. Ruan's hands clenched against the stone as the pull intensified. Her heart sea was accepting the current, drinking it in, the hollow space filling with tribulation energy that should have been shared. She felt her channels begin to burn. "Ruan!" Kong's voice, close, desperate. She looked up. His face was pale in the stormlight, his amber eyes fixed on her with an understanding that cut deeper than the pressure. He felt it too. The braid's pull, the collapse mechanism activating. He was still holding her hand. "I won't let it," he said. The words were not a promise. They were a weapon. His counter-channel activated. Ruan felt it tear through the bond, his opposing intention, the channel he had built secretly into his side of the braided design, the one that would sever the collapse path and redirect the full tribulation into him instead of her. The two forces met inside the braid, Ruan's rewrite, The altered pathways she had carved into the technique during those desperate sessions in Chamber 7, every modification meant to funnel the collapse into her heart sea so she could be spent. And Kong's counterplan, the hidden architecture he had prepared in solitude, designed to break the bond before it could take her. They collided like opposing currents in a single channel. The braid convulsed. Ruan felt it as a rupture, a tearing sensation that was not physical but was more real than bone. The two sacrifice mechanisms locked against each other, neither able to complete its path, neither willing to yield. The collapse could not choose. The mercy could not fall. The platform shuddered beneath them. Impossible. Tuan Changmu's voice. Not loud, but Ruan heard it through the bond, through the screaming chaos of the jammed braid, through the pressure that was no longer descending but writhing, coiling, searching for an exit that did not exist. She turned her head. He was no longer standing at the northern edge with his hands behind his back. He had stepped forward, 1 foot on the platform's seal line, his iron-gray hair whipping in the storm wind. His expression had shifted. The unreadable mask was cracking, and beneath it was something she had never seen on him before. Recalculation, failure of prediction. He did not anticipate this. The thought was a blade of clarity in the chaos. Tuan Changmu, the Bind Warden who had orchestrated every step of her engineered life, who had planted the manual, who had watched the braid grow, who had calculated every variable in Project 2 Phase 7. He had not accounted for 2 opposing sacrifice intentions locking inside the same bond. The machine was breaking. The braid screamed again. The pull toward her heart sea intensified, but Kong's counterchannel remained locked against it, refusing to let the collapse complete. The tribulation energy that should have funneled into a single termination point had nowhere to go. No soul to claim, no sacrifice to accept. The seals on the platform began to rupture. Ruan felt them go, one after another, the ancient array lines that had been carved into Storm Peak decades ago, designed to contain the tribulation harvest within a controlled space. The first seal snapped with a sound like a bone breaking. The second followed. The third. Energy bled upward, unfunneled, unclaimed. The witnesses below began to scream. Ruan saw them through the haze of Stormlight, pale faces turned upward, hands raised to shield eyes that could not look away. The controlled ceremony was dissolving. The historic breakthrough they had come to witness was becoming something else, something Tuan Changmu had not written into his script. Kong's hand tightened on hers. "Don't let go," he said. His voice was raw. His channels were burning against hers, the counter channel eating through his reserves, his body fighting the braid's demand for a single survivor. She did not let go. The braid convulsed a third time. The platform cracked. The fissure ran from the center of the tribulation array to the northern seal line, splitting the gold-lit pattern in 2, a scar that would not close. Tuan Changmu stepped back. His hands were no longer clasped behind his back. They hung at his sides, fingers spread, as if he had been caught mid-gesture. The fourth wave was still falling, but it was no longer directionless. Without the collapse mechanism to receive it, without a designated termination point, the tribulation energy began to seek its own path. Not into Ruan's heart sea, not into Kong's severed channel, into the platform itself, into the collection funnel. The hollow heart shape beneath Storm Peak, the ancient architecture that was supposed to drain Ruan's heart sea after her sacrifice, began to glow. The energy flooded into it, filling channels that had never been designed for direct absorption, burning through seals that had been built to contain a single harvest. Ruan felt the funnel activate through the stone, through her bond with the platform, through the silver tracer lines that had once been cataloged as infrastructure advantages. It was taking, but not from her, from the tribulation itself. The witnesses saw it, the energy pouring into the mountain, the platform glowing like a wound, the storm above them beginning to thin as the funnel drank heaven's judgment. Tuan Changmu's mouth opened. No sound came out. The machine he had built, the controlled sacrifice, the engineered ascension, was consuming its own fuel. And Ruan and Kong were still standing, still together, still alive. The fourth wave was breaking, the platform was splitting, and the Bind Warden was watching his design fail in real time, his hands empty, his script burning. Ruan held on. Chapter 39. The platform was still splitting beneath them when Ruan felt Kong's awareness press against hers through the braid, not as technique but as presence. Raw, unfiltered. The counter channel in his core was burning through the last of his reserves, and he was not trying to hide it anymore. "I would have done it," he said, "not with words." The bond carried the meaning directly, older than language. "I would have let the braid take me. I built the channel knowing it would kill me." She felt the truth of it settle against her ribs like a blade she had already taken. "I know, and you would have let it take you." Yes. The admission hung between them, not as accusation but as grief shared equally. The fourth wave was still pouring into the collection funnel, the mountain drinking heaven's judgment in long, greedy gulps, but the storm above had not thinned. It was waiting, watching. The fifth wave was forming. Kong's hand tightened on hers. His fingers were shaking, or the platform was, or both. "I was afraid," he said. "Not of dying, of telling you and watching you choose to stay anyway. I did stay. I know." A pause, heavy with something that was not regret. "That is what broke me. Not that you hid the rewrite. That I had already decided to die for you and you had already decided to die for me, and neither of us trusted the other enough to say it aloud." The braid pulsed between them, the second thread winding through the destruction like a living thing, older than their fear, older than the Reach's grafted lines that now hung in tatters. Ruan felt Kong's walls come down, not gradually but all at once, the sealed chamber in his spirit opening wide. She saw it clearly for the first time. Not the locked room, the room after it was opened. Empty, clean, ready. "I never wanted to be the one who survived you," he said. "I told myself I was protecting you by planning alone. But the truth is, I was protecting myself, from watching you choose me and then having to watch you go." Ruan's breath caught. The silver tracer lines on her wrists were glowing, not with the Reach's mapped channels, but with something else, something that had been waiting in her hollow heartsea since before she could remember. "You were never going to let me go," she said. It was not a question, no. "And I was never going to let you sacrifice yourself for me. I know that now." The funnel beneath them groaned. The collection chamber, designed to absorb a single harvest, was drinking tribulation energy at a rate it had never been built to sustain. The ancient array lines on the platform were glowing too bright, the gold bleeding into white, the stone beginning to smoke. Tuan Kanmu had not moved from the seal line. His hands were still at his sides, but his face had changed. The mask was gone entirely, and what remained was a man watching something he did not understand, something he had not predicted, something that was escaping the architecture of his design. The fifth wave descended. It did not strike like lightning or settle like pressure. It came as silence, a vast and terrible quiet that swallowed every sound, the screaming witnesses, the groaning stone, the thunder above. In that silence, Ruan felt the braid between her and Kong become visible, not as an internal sensation, but as a thread of light stretching from her chest to his, pulsing with both their heartbeats. The colliding sacrifice mechanisms were still locked, jammed against each other, but the braid itself was not destroyed. It was waiting, asking. "What do we do now?" Ruan asked. Kong looked at her. His face was bloodied, his channels half burned, his reserves nearly gone, but his eyes were clear, the amber warm in the stormlight, and he was looking at her the way he had looked at her in Chamber 7, in the quiet before the first wave, when he had promised they would break the funnel from inside. "We stop trying to die for each other," he said, "and start choosing to live." The braid flared, not with the cold frequency of the collapse mechanism, not with the hungry pull of the collection funnel, but with something else, something that had been growing between them since the first night in the warmed stone chamber, since the Cloudbridge, since the stolen hours and the confession and the kiss before the second wave. The second thread blazed. It rose through the braid like dawn, cutting through the jammed sacrifice intentions, through the grafted lines the Reach had buried in the technique, through the fear and the silence and the years of believing they would have to lose each other. It was not a technique. It was not a seal. It was the thing the original design had been built to carry, the thing Shui Wuying had written into the convergence before the Reach buried it. Trust, chosen, given, refused to be taken back. Ruan felt Kong reach for her through the braid, not as a partner in technique, but as a man who had stopped hiding. She reached back, not as a vessel, not as a sacrifice, as herself. The funnel screamed. The tribulation energy that had been flooding into the collection chamber reversed course, not outward but sideways, following the second thread, following the path of living trust that was cutting through the architecture of death. The energy did not choose a termination point. It chose a direction, toward the seals, toward the arrays, toward the witnessing structures built to contain and price them. Ruan felt it happen before she understood it. The braid was no longer a channel for sacrifice. It was a weapon, not against heaven, against the system that had tried to use heaven as cover. The first seal to go was the northern anchor. It detonated with a sound like a bell being ripped open, the array line shattering into fragments of gold light that rained down on the lower terraces. The witnesses screamed again, not in awe but in terror, because the controlled ceremony was no longer controlled. It was eating itself. The second seal went, the third. The collection funnel beneath the platform cracked, the hollow heart shape splitting along seams that had been carved 30 years ago, designed for a harvest that would never come. The tribulation energy poured out of it, not into the mountain but into the air, into the storm, into the witnessing structures that lined the peak. The registry building on the lower terrace shuddered. The archive wing, the one that held the false records and the planted manual and the stock list of hollowed subjects, began to smoke. The paper inside caught first, then the shelves, then the beams. Tuan Kongmu took a step back, then another. Then he stopped, because there was nowhere left to step. The platform seal line was gone, erased by the blast that had cracked the northern anchor. He was standing on broken stone, his iron-gray hair wild in the wind, his hands empty, his script burning behind him in the registry building's rising flames. Ruan turned to Kong. His face was raw with exhaustion, his channels flickering like candle flames in rain, but he was still standing, still holding her hand, still looking at her as if she was the only thing in the storm that mattered. "Did we just break it?" she asked. "We broke something," he said. "I do not know if it was the right thing. It was ours to break." He smiled. It was a terrible smile, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes too bright. But it was real. It was his. "Yes," he said. "It was." The fifth wave broke over them, but it was no longer a judgment. It was a release. The energy that should have destroyed them passed through the shattered funnel, through the broken seals, through the burning registry records, and dissipated into the storm above. Heaven had been denied its sacrifice. The witnesses stared. The first cry rose from the lower terrace, thin and sharp. "Seize them! Seize them before they escape!" But Ruan and Kong did not run. They stood together on the broken platform, the braid between them still glowing, the second thread wound around both their hearts, and watched the Reach's carefully constructed ceremony collapse into ash and accusation. The peak was broken, but they were still alive, and from the smoke a figure emerged. Not Tuan Changmu, not a registry enforcer, but Xiao Mu, her sharp face streaked with soot, her hand extended, a key glinting in the stormlight. "This way," she said, "before they remember how to move." Chapter 40. Ruan's feet found the edge of the broken platform before her mind caught up to what her body was doing. The stone tilted under her weight. Below, the lower terraces churned with figures in gray and black, disciples pressing back from the smoke, elders shouting over each other, witnesses clutching the fragments of fallen array light like they might preserve evidence of what they had seen. She did not remember deciding to move, but she was moving. Kong's hand was still in hers. His palm was slick with blood and sweat, his grip steady despite the tremors running through his arm. "Move," she told herself. "Move before they remember how." Sha Muru stood at the edge of the broken seal line, the key glinting in her fingers, her sharp face fixed on something behind them. She was not looking at Ruan. She was looking past her, at the smoke rising from the registry building, at the flames that were still chewing through the archive wing. "Now," Sha said. "They will not stay frozen long." Ruan turned. The witnesses on the lower terraces had not moved. They stood in clusters, faces lifted, still staring at the shattered peak, at the two figures outlined against the dying stormlight. The fifth wave had dissipated. The sixth had not formed. The sky above Storm Peak was clearing, the black clouds unraveling into gray threads that dissolved as they touched the mountain's broken stone. But the witnesses were waking. The first voice to cut through the smoke was not a cry to seize them, it was a gasp. The records! An elder in formal black had turned toward the registry building, her hand raised, her face pale in the firelight. The records are burning. The bond records. The project files. Everything. The words landed like a stone thrown into still water. A second voice answered, sharper. Seal the lower terraces. Seal every exit. Do not let them reach the outer paths. Ruan's stomach went cold. Them. Not the fire. Not the records. Kong's grip tightened. Xia, where does the key go? Western maintenance route, Xia said. Below the second relay chamber. It connects to the old irrigation tunnels that run beneath the outer wall. They were sealed 30 years ago when the Reach built the new aqueduct system, but the seals are rusted. I checked them last night. Checked them, Ruan repeated. You knew this would happen. Xia's mouth curved, not quite a smile. I knew something would. I did not know what. I prepared for several possibilities. The first enforcers reached the base of the broken platform. They came in gray, 3 of them, their hands raised, their chi flaring in controlled pulses. They were not attacking. They were positioning, circling, sealing the approach routes while more figures emerged from the smoke behind them. Tuan Changmu stood at the far edge of the northern terrace, his iron-gray hair wild, his black jade clasp gone, his hands empty. He was not moving. He was not shouting orders. He was watching. Ruan felt the weight of that gaze like a physical pressure. He was not done. He was calculating. We go now, Ruan said. She pulled Kong toward the edge of the platform where the stone had shattered into a staircase of broken slabs leading down into the smoke. Ya was already moving, her sharp figure cutting through the haze, the key held low against her thigh. The enforcers saw them. One shouted. A second raised a signal flare, a thin red line that shot into the clearing sky and burst into a bloom of crimson light that hung above the peak like a wound. The entire Reach will see that, Kong said. Good, Xiao called back. Let them see. Let them wonder what burned. They descended. The broken platform gave way to collapsed stone, then to packed earth, then to a narrow maintenance path that wound between the foundation pylons of the upper terraces. The smoke was thicker here, acrid with burning paper and seal ink, and Ruan's eyes streamed from the sting of it. Behind them, the cries multiplied. Seize them alive! The Bind Warden wants them intact. Cut off the eastern route. Cut it off now! Ruan ran. Her legs burned. Her channels were still flickering with residual tribulation energy, the cracks in her meridians grinding against each other with every stride. She could feel Kong beside her, his breath ragged, his grip on her hand never loosening. They reached a rusted iron grate set into the stone wall. Xiao fitted the key into the lock. It turned. The grate swung open, revealing a dark tunnel that sloped downward into absolute black. Go, Xiao said. The tunnel branches 3 times. Take the leftmost branch at each fork. It will bring you to the old aqueduct outlet beyond the outer wall. After that, you are on your own. Xiao is abling to feed it in. Xiao, Ran's turned. What will they do to you? Xiao's sharp face was unreadable in the dim light. They will have to catch me first. Then she pushed them through the grate and swung it shut behind them, the lock clicking into place on the other side. The darkness swallowed them. Ranan stood in the black, her hand still in Kong's, her heart pounding against her cracked ribs, the distant shouts of the Reach filtering through the stone like echoes from another world. She could not see him, but she could feel him through the braid, his presence a warm pulse in the dark, battered and exhausted, and still somehow steady. Kong, I am here. What do we do now? She felt him exhale, felt the weight of everything they had lost pressing down on them, the ascension, the status, the certainty of tomorrow, but also the weight of what they had kept, each other. I do not know, he said, but we are together. That is more than the Reach wanted us to have. Somewhere above them, through the stone and smoke and distance, a bell began to ring. Not the tribulation bell, the alarm bell. Long, deep, unbroken. The entire Reach was waking, and in the dark, with the braid still glowing between them and the key to a sealed tunnel still warm in Ruan's hand, they began to move forward. Chapter 41. The first footfall landed wrong. Ruan felt it through the stone before she heard it, a tremor that did not match her own weight. She stopped in the dark, one hand pressed against the damp wall, the other still locked around Kong's fingers. "Halt!" He stopped beside her. She heard his breath, shallow and ragged, and felt the heat of him through the braid, the flicker of his channels struggling to stabilize. The tunnel stretched ahead in absolute black. No light, no sound but their own bodies and the distant, muffled ringing of the alarm bell above. Then another footfall. Closer. Kong's grip tightened. They found the grate. Ruan's mind raced through the map Xia had given her in Fragments. 3 branches, left at each fork, aqueduct outlet beyond the outer wall. The distance she had not asked to memorize because she had not expected to survive this far. "What do we do?" he asked. "Keep moving, besettens, because we stop the boat time to fast when we try hands." She pulled him forward, one hand trailing along the wall to guide her. The stone was rough, slick with condensation, the air thick with the smell of rust and stagnant water. Her legs burned. The cracks in her meridians ground against each other with every stride, and the residual tribulation energy still trapped in her channels sent sharp pulses of pain through her chest. Behind them, the grate groaned. Not the lock, the hinges. Someone was forcing it open. "The Reach does not have a key to those tunnels," Kong said, his voice low and tight. "Shai said they were sealed 30 years ago." "They have bolt cutters." They reached the first fork. Ruan's hand found the left wall and followed it into the branching passage. The new tunnel was narrower, forcing them to shuffle sideways through the gap, the stone scraping against her shoulders. Kong followed close behind, his breath hot against the back of her neck. The passage opened again after 50 paces, and she nearly collapsed into open air. A chamber. Small, circular, with a rusted iron ladder bolted into the far wall leading up into darkness. The floor was coated in a thin layer of silt, and the walls were marked with old array carvings worn smooth by time and moisture. Ruan bent forward, hands on her knees, struggling to draw breath. Kong's hand found her shoulder. "We cannot stop." "I know." The sound of pursuit echoed from the tunnel behind them, voices now, sharp and clear. "Check the left branch. Boot prints. Fresh. Move." Ruan pushed upright and crossed to the ladder. She grabbed the first rung. It held. She climbed. The rungs were slick with rust and condensation, and her hands slipped twice as she ascended into the dark. Kong climbed beneath her, his weight making the ladder groan. Above her, a rusted iron hatch covered in debris. She shoved. The hatch did not move. She shoved again, harder, throwing her shoulder into it. Pain lanced through her cracked ribs and she bit down on a scream. "Let me!" Kong's hand found the hatch beside hers. Together, they pushed. The hatch groaned, then gave way with a shriek of tortured metal, swinging upward and crashing onto the stone floor above. Gray light flooded down, tinged with smoke and the distant glow of fire. Ruan pulled herself out. She was on a narrow service terrace, half collapsed, overgrown with moss and creeping vines. The air was thick with the smell of burning paper and seal ink. Below her, Storm Peak rose from the smoke like a broken tooth, its platform still glowing with residual tribulation light. Kong emerged beside her, his face streaked with soot and blood, his dark hair plastered to his forehead. He looked at the peak, then he looked at her. The braid pulsed between them, warm and steady, the second thread singing at a frequency that felt like reassurance. "The Reach knows," she said. "They will be looking for survivors." "Not survivors." He turned his head, listening. "Aberrations. That is what they will call us. Deviations from the design." From below, a voice rose through the smoke. It was Madame Oyan Sifei's voice, amplified by a resonance array, carrying across the shattered terraces with surgical precision. By authority of the Bind Warden and the Nine Vapors Reach, I hereby declare the bonded pair, Ruan Yinxiao and Kong Lize, to be aberrant property, corrupted by unauthorized technique adaptation and void of contractual standing. All disciples, enforcers, and lineage representatives are ordered to assist in their recovery. The subjects are to be seized alive and intact. Resistance is to be met with proportional force. Witnesses stirred on the lower terraces. Whispers rippled through the crowd like wind through dry leaves. Ruan felt the weight of those words settle on her shoulders like a collar. Aberrant property. Not criminals, not fugitives. Property. She turned away from the voice and scanned the service terrace. A door. Wooden, rotted, half-eaten by weather. Beyond it, a corridor that sloped downward. "Where does that go?" Kong asked. "I do not know." They shared a look. The braid pulsed, then they moved. Ruan's hand found the door handle, rusted and loose. She pulled. The door swung open, revealing a corridor lined with broken pipes and collapsed shelving. At the far end, a figure emerged from the smoke, small, sharp-faced, limping. Sha Muru. She was holding her left arm against her ribs, her robes torn and bloodied along the sleeve, but her eyes were clear, and her mouth was set in a hard line. "Sha," Ruan's voice cracked. Sha's sharp face broke into a grim smile. "You made it further than I expected. How did you? There is another route." Xiao reached into her robe with her good hand and pulled out a second key, identical to the one she had used on the grate. "This one leads to a forgotten maintenance shaft that opens beyond the eastern wall. The Reach does not know it exists." "Where did you get it?" Kong asked. Xiao's smile did not waver. "I told you. I prepared for several possibilities." She tossed the key. Ruan caught it, and behind them, through the broken door, the first enforcer boots hit the service terrace. Chapter 42. The key struck Ruan's palm, and she closed her fingers around it before her hand could tremble. Xiao Mudu was already moving past them, her good hand brushing the corridor wall for balance. "This way, before they fan out." Ruan followed. Kong's steps were heavy behind her, each breath audible, and she did not need the bond to feel the damage in his channels. The tribulation had left him wired and bleeding inside, his chi flickering like a candle in a storm. The corridor sloped down through darkness so thick it felt solid. Water dripped somewhere ahead, a steady, hollow sound. Ruan's boots slipped on wet stone and she caught herself against the wall, her palms scraping against something that might have been old mortar or mold. "Left here," Xiao said. They turned into a narrower passage. The ceiling dropped. Ruan had to bend her neck. The walls pressed close on either side, and the air went cold and still. The kind of stillness that came from being deep underground, where no wind ever reached. A door emerged from the dark. It was iron, crusted with rust, its surface pitted and scarred. Xiao pressed her palm against it and pushed. The hinges screamed but gave way, and beyond it lay a chamber no larger than a storage cell, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor littered with collapsed shelves and fragments of broken ceramic. "Relay chamber," Xiao said. "Disconnected when they built the new aqueduct. No one comes here." She stepped inside and slumped against the wall, her injured arm still pressed against her ribs. Her face was pale beneath the grime, and the sharp line of her jaw stood out too clearly in the dim light filtering through a crack in the ceiling. Ruan closed the door behind them. The sound of the bolt sliding home was loud in the silence. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Kong's legs gave out. He folded slowly, like a structure whose supports had been pulled one by one until his knees hit the stone floor and his hands pressed flat against it to keep him from collapsing further. His shoulders heaved. A sound escaped him, not quite a cough, not quite a groan, the noise of someone trying to breathe through a chest full of shattered glass. "Kong!" Ruan was at his side before she knew she had moved, her hands finding his shoulders, feeling the tremor run through him in waves. "I am fine." His voice was barely a rasp. "I just need More than fine, Xia said from the wall. You are alive. That is not the same thing. Ruan's hands moved down Kong's arms. His sleeves were dark with moisture that had not dried. She pulled the fabric back from his wrist and saw the channels beneath his skin, pale and sluggish, the flow of qi reduced to a thread that barely moved. She had seen his circulation at full power. This was not recovery. This was the body holding itself together by habit. The door behind them rattled. Ruan's head snapped up. But the rattle was casual, a loose latch shifting against the iron, not the force of an enforcer's boot. The passage beyond remained silent. Xia let out a slow breath. They will check every room eventually, but not yet. They are still searching the upper terraces. Ruan looked at her. You have been down here before. I mapped the old maintenance network 12 years ago, when I was still young enough to believe knowing secrets meant safety. Xia's smile was thin and bitter. It did not, but it gave me a good sense of where to hide. She slid down the wall until she was sitting, her legs stretched out in front of her, her injured arm cradled against her stomach. The blood on her sleeve had dried to a dark crust. How bad is it? Ruan asked. Dislocated shoulder, cracked ribs, a gash that will scar. Xia shrugged with her good shoulder. I have had worse. Not from this. No. Xia's eyes met hers. Not from this. The enforcers were not gentle after they found the grate, but they wanted me alive because they thought I knew where you were going. Did they get anything? No. Xia's voice was flat. I told them I had no idea, and I had the satisfaction of watching them realize I was telling the truth. I did not know where you were going. I just gave you the key. Ruan's hand tightened on Kong's shoulder. He was still breathing. That was what mattered. The bond hummed between them, thin and frayed, but present. She could feel him through it, not his thoughts but his body, the rhythm of his heart, the sharp edges of pain in his meridians, the exhaustion that pressed against the inside of his skull like a weight. She'd never felt him this depleted, not after the Cloudbridge, not after the first tribulation waves, not even when his channels had burned against hers on the broken platform. This was something else. This was the aftermath of having poured everything into a single act of defiance and finding out it had not killed him, but left him hollow. Footsteps passed somewhere above them. 3 sets. Quick, measured. They faded. Ruan did not breathe until the silence returned. We need Narek, she said. Xia shook her head. I do not know where he is. The last I saw he was at the infirmary, treating the outer ring wounded evacuated after the platform cracked. He will come. On what basis? Ruan did not answer. She could not explain the thread of certainty that ran through her, the quiet knowledge that Narek had been helping them since before any of this began, and that he would not stop now because the risk had grown. She simply waited. Minutes passed. The darkness pressed in. Kong's breathing steadied. He had not moved from the floor, but his hands had stopped shaking, and when Ruan touched his cheek, he turned his head toward her palm like a man seeking warmth. I can feel it, he said quietly. What is left? Do not. No, I need to say this. He raised his eyes to hers. The tribulation burned through 3 of my core channels. I can still circulate, but I cannot hold power. Not the way I could before. How much is left? He paused. The pause told her everything. Enough to walk, he said. Not enough to fight. Ruan's chest tightened. She had known, on some level, since she had seen him fall, but hearing him say it made it real. The hollow heart-sea, she said. It survived. Kong's gaze flickered. It is more than surviving. It is a sound. Soft, rhythmic. Footsteps again, but slower this time. Not the quick, measured stride of enforcers. Someone walking with the careful weight of a person carrying a burden. Ruan rose. She flattened herself against the wall beside the door, her hand closing around a shard of broken ceramic from the floor. The footsteps stopped. A pause. Then 3 knocks. Pause. 2 knocks. Xiao's breath caught. That is... The door opened. Brother Narek Solun stood in the threshold, his robe stained with soot and looked like dried blood, his face drawn and gray with exhaustion. He carried a satchel across his chest and a lantern in his hand, and behind him, the corridor was empty. He looked at Ruan, looked at Kong on the floor, looked at Shala slumped against the wall. Then he stepped inside and closed the door. Do not thank me yet, he said. I am not sure I have earned it. He set down the lantern and opened his satchel, pulling out bandages, a clay jar of salve, and a small case of needles. His hands moved with the practiced economy of someone who had done this 1,000 times, but Ruan caught the tremor in his fingers as he knelt beside Kong. Let me see your channels. Kong extended his arm. Narek took it, his thumb pressing into the pulse point at Kong's wrist, and closed his eyes. The silence stretched, his brow furrowed, his lips pressed together in a line that told Ruan everything she did not want to know. The third core channel is not merely burned, he said. It is collapsed. The walls have caved inward. There is no circulation through it, and I do not think it will reopen without a healer of the fourth realm. There is no healer of the fourth realm in the Reach, Xiao said. Exactly. Narek released Kong's wrist. Your cultivation has dropped. I cannot say how far yet, but you will not reach Tribulation Eve levels again without years of recovery. If ever. Kong's face did not change. He had already known. Narek turned to Ruan. Your turn. She knelt beside him and offered her wrist. His fingers found her pulse the same way, pressing, searching, his eyes half closed as he read the flow of her remaining chi through the fragile channels that had carried her through the tribulation. His face changed. What is it? Ruan asked. Narek did not answer immediately. He pressed deeper, his thumb sliding along the inside of her wrist, following the line of her silver tracer as it pulsed faintly beneath the skin. Your cultivation loss is significant, he said slowly. The hollow heart sea is intact, but the channels feeding it have been partially cauterized. You cannot absorb at the rate you once did. I can feel that, but that is not what concerns me. He released her wrist. Then he placed his palm flat against her chest, just below her collarbone, where the heart sea lay beneath bone and muscle and the scarred tissue of past bond dissolutions. His hand went still. Ruan. His voice was quiet now, careful. The voice of a man who had seen enough strange things to know when something was truly unprecedented. There is a pulse in your heart sea that does not match any recovery pattern I have ever recorded. What kind of pulse? He did not answer. He lifted his hand, looked at his palm as if expecting to see something written there, and then met her eyes. A living one. Chapter 43. The smoke had not yet cleared when Fei Juorn stepped onto the lower witness terrace, his sleeves heavy with copied records. He moved through the scattered crowd like a man who had been waiting for this moment since before the first lightning fell. Disciples pressed against the railing, still staring at the cracked peak where the golden array had shattered and bled into the sky. Elders clutched robes to their mouths, coughing against the ash that drifted down like gray snow. Fei did not cough. He did not stare. He had seen enough from his position on the eastern platform. The braid locking, the seals rupturing. Tuan Changmu stepping back onto broken stone with nothing in his hands but the fading heat of a script that had already failed. Beautiful. A junior disciple from the Lotus Hall caught his sleeve. What happened up there? Was that the tribulation? The tribulation was real, Fei said. What the Bind Warden did with it was not. He opened his palm and let the first sheet fall. The disciple caught it, read it. His face drained. Where did you get this? From the archive that is currently burning, Fei said. I took precautions before the fire started. Show the elders. He walked on. The next sheet went to a tall woman in storm-stitch gray, a lineage observer from the eastern ridges. She took it with the reluctance of someone who knew she should not look but could not stop herself. Her eyes moved down the page. Her breath stopped. This is a stock list. It is. These are names. Those are the hollowed subjects. Fei paused, letting the words land. Ruan Yinxiao is not the first. She was never meant to be the last. The observer's hand trembled. The Bind Warden authorized this? The Bind Warden designed it. He left her with the page and walked deeper into the crowd. The witness terraces had become a chaos of rumor and shock. Disciples who had come to see a sanctioned ascension now stood in the smoke of a burning archive, watching the peak glow with the residual light of a failed harvest. Some wept, some argued. A few had already begun to flee, sensing the shift before it fully turned. Fei moved through them like a needle through silk, distributing copies with the precision of a man who had memorized every name on every page before the fire consumed the originals. Elder Tan took a sheet and said nothing. Elder Zhao took one and whispered, 6 prior pairs. Phase 6 of the same project, Fei confirmed. The Bind Warden filed it under a fabricated collapse, 30 years of controlled sacrifice, and he was not done yet. Zhao's face went gray. He stepped back, the paper crumpling in his fist. Fei kept walking. By the time he reached the central terrace, the rumor had outpaced him. Blisses carried fragments across the open air, engineered vessels, 6 failed pairs. Project 2. The names of the dead written on pages that should never have existed. A cluster of younger disciples had gathered around the first sheet he had dropped, passing it from hand to hand, their faces cycling through disbelief and horror. She was built for this? They all were. Where is the Bind Warden? Where is Tuan Changmu? The question rippled outward. Fei turned, slowly, as if the name had only just occurred to him. He found Tuan Changmu standing at the edge of the northern terrace, alone. The Bind Warden had not moved from the spot where the 5th wave had dissipated. His iron-gray hair was streaked with ash. His robes bore the same soot and scorch marks as every other witness on the peak. His bite jade clasp was missing, leaving his collar loose, and for the first time in the 30 years Fei had watched him, Tuan Changmu looked like a man who had not predicted the next move. Fei walked toward him. The crowd parted. He stopped in the open space between them, close enough to be heard, far enough that every eye on the terrace could see his face when he spoke. Bind Warden. Tuan's pale amber eyes settled on him. The calculation behind them flickered, but the mask stayed in place. Fei Juran. I did not see you on the witness roster. 3 days before the decree, Fei said. I secured my position before you announced the date. Did you know that? A pause. I did not. I know. Fei raised his voice, letting it carry. You've been so focused on controlling Kong Lize's ascension that you forgot others in the Reach can plan ahead. He pulled a folded page from his sleeve and held it up. This is a copy of the stock list the Bind Warden kept in his fireproof vault. The names of every hollowed subject engineered for sacrifice under Project 2. 30 years of records, 16 names, 16 deaths. And Ruan Yinxiao was scheduled to be the 17th before her tribulation broke the design. The silence that followed was not the silence of shock. It was the silence of people who had begun to understand, all at once, that the world they had trusted was built on a foundation of erased bodies. Tuan's face did not change. You have no authority to produce those records. I have every authority. Fei's voice did not waver. Because those records belong to the dead, and the dead have no one left to speak but those of us willing to read their names aloud. He let the page hum in his hand, the ink catching the pale light of the smoke-dimmed sky. Did you think the fire would bury this, Tuan Changmu? Did you think a few burning shelves would protect you from the witnesses who saw the braid fail on your engineered platform? Tuan's jaw tightened. I asked you a question, Bind Warden. Behind Fei, the crowd shifted. He heard the scrape of boots on stone, more than one pair, the deliberate weight of armed disciples moving into formation. He did not turn. Your loyalists have surrounded me, he said. I felt them coming before you did. But there are 300 witnesses on these terraces, and every single one of them has seen your script burn. He held Tuan's gaze. Kill me here, and you confirm every word I have spoken. The armed loyalists stopped. The Bind Warden's hand moved to his collar, where the missing clasp at once held his robes in place. His fingers found nothing. I did not order your death, Fei Juan. No, Fei smiled. But you are thinking about it now. He did not wait for an answer. He turned his back on Tuan Changmu and walked toward the eastern stair, the folded page still in his hand, 300 witnesses watching him pass. The loyalists did not move. They stood frozen between the Bind Warden's silence and the crowd's gaze, and Fei knew, with the cold certainty of a man who had spent years calculating this exact moment, that the scandal had already spread beyond any single terrace. By dawn, every Reach disciple who could read would know the names on the stock list. By dusk, Tuan Changmu's authority would be in question for the first time in 30 years. Fei reached the stair and began his descent. Behind him, the Bind Warden stood motionless, his amber eyes fixed on the smoke that still rose from the burning archive, his hands empty, his script ash, his empire cracking at the edges. And somewhere beneath the reach, in a hidden relay chamber sealed off from the world above, a hollow heart sea pulsed with life no one had ever taught it to hold. Chapter 44. The passage opened onto a narrow maintenance crawlspace that ran parallel to the lower witness terrace. Ruan pressed herself flat against the damp stone, one hand stretched behind her to keep Kong still. Through a ventilation grate, she could see the eastern stair where Fei had just descended, the folded page still in his hand, his back to the crowd that had not yet begun to breathe again. Below the grate, the corridor was empty. Then it was not. 3 enforcers came around the far corner, their boots striking wet stone in a rhythm that did not slow. Between them, a 4th figure moved at a half-drag, his feet catching and skidding on the slick floor. Brown robes, thin frame. A familiar tremor in the shoulders that Ruan had seen before in the lower archives. Elder Pema. The enforcers did not speak. They did not need to. One had his hand clamped around the back of Pema's collar, lifting him off balance with every stride. Another carried a roll of parchment and a brush that dripped ink onto the stones, marking their path in small, dark blossoms. Pema's face was a ruin. Blood ran from his left temple, tracking through the deep lines of his age and settling in the hollow of his throat. His lip was split, and the corner of his mouth glistened wet. One of his hands hung at an unnatural angle, the fingers curled inward like a bird's foot frozen in death. But the other hand was clenched. Ruan saw it as they passed below the grate. His right fist was closed around something. A scrap of fabric, a torn page. The knuckles were white, and the tendons stood out against the bone like cords drawn too tight. She shifted her weight. Kong's hand closed around her ankle. She looked back at him. His amber eyes were fixed on the grate, his jaw set, his breathing shallow. He did not speak. He did not need to. She was not in danger. Pema was past. Moving again would draw attention to the grate and to the 4 of them pressed into the crawlspace behind it. She stayed. The enforcers dragged Pema past the grate and continued toward the lower archiving. The sound of their boots faded, reduced to an echo, then a memory. Ruan forced herself to breathe. She counted to 30 before she moved, then crawled back into the relay chamber on her hands and knees, her fingers still cold from the stone, her chest hollow in a way that had nothing to do with her heart-sea. Xiao was at the far wall, pressing a strip of torn sleeve against the wound on her left arm. Derek was beside Kong, one hand resting on his shoulder, monitoring the shallow rise and fall of his ribs. "They have Pema," Ruan said. Narek's face did not change, but something behind his eyes dimmed. "I know." "You knew?" "I heard them pass the eastern corridor before I reached the relay chamber." He did not look away. "I could not intervene." Ruan's hands curled into fists. The nails bit into her palms, but the pain was distant, muffled by the roar of blood in her ears. "He gave me the fragments. He told me where the records were buried. He showed me the 4th page seal. And when they took him, he did not say a word." "He shook his head at you," Kong said quietly. "In the corridor above the relay chamber. I saw the memory through the bond. He told you not to intervene." "He was right." Narek's voice was flat. "If you had moved, they would have taken you both, and everything he gave you would have been buried with him." Ruan stared at the healer. "That is cold logic." "It is the logic he chose." Narek met her gaze. "He was already dead the moment he handed you the sealed fragment. He knew it. He chose it. The only question now is whether his death buys anything." The silence that followed was not silence. It was the sound of 3 people breathing in the dark, and one breathing through broken ribs and a collapsed channel, and the distant, ceaseless echo of alarm bells still ringing 2 levels above them. Ruan turned to the grate. Pema was gone. The corridor was empty. But the memory of his clenched hand stayed in her vision, white-knuckled and purposeful, refusing to open even as they dragged him past. She closed her eyes. Then she opened them. "The scripture scrap he gave me," she said. "I still have it, hidden in my sleeve." Xia looked up. "What does it say?" Ruan pulled the scrap from the lining of her robe. The paper was old, the edges frayed, the ink faded to a brown so pale it was almost invisible against the yellowed fibers. She smoothed it against her knee and read the characters carved into the surface in a hand she recognized as Pema's own trembling script. Not burned. Moved. Ledger vault. Beneath the registrar's third desk. 2 seals. 1 key. They know who asks. Her fingers tightened on the paper. They know who asks, she repeated. Nurik leaned forward, his face drawn. The stock lists. The records of every hollowed subject. Not burned, Ruan said. Moved. Before the archive fire. Tuan moved them. Kong's voice was barely audible, but the certainty in it cut through the chamber's damp air. He knew Fei was preparing an exposure. He moved the evidence before Fei could find it. Then he buried it in a place he thought no one would look. Sha's sharp face angled toward the scrap. A ledger vault beneath the registrar's desk. That is in the main registry building, 5 from the Bind Warden's office. Ruan looked at the scrap again. The final line burned in her vision. They know who asks. Pema had not written it as a warning. He had written it as a gift. Because if Tuan Kangmu knew who was asking about the stock lists, knew who had been digging through archives and bribing scripture keepers and opening sealed fragments buried in 4th-page diagrams, then Pema had already confirmed what the Bind Warden suspected. Ruan Yinxiao was the one asking. And the ledger vault beneath the registrar's desk had been prepared for her. She folded the scrap and pressed it back into her sleeve. We need to reach that vault before Tuan realizes Fei's exposure has not stopped us moving. He will have guards posted, Xiao said. Then we do not walk through the front door. Kong shifted on the stone floor, his breath catching as his damaged channels protested the movement. There is a route beneath the registry. The drainage culvert I mapped. Ruan's eyes met his. You said you did not go deeper alone. I did not. I was afraid. He held her gaze. I am still afraid. But if Pema is right, and the vault is beneath the registrar's desk, then the culvert may lead directly into the foundation walls. The original registry was built over an older structure. The drainage system predates the main floor. Show me. He pushed himself up. The motion cost him, his face going pale, his hand bracing against the wall. But he did not sit back down. Narek watched him with a healer's calculation. You will collapse again. Then I will collapse on the way. Kong's voice was steady. But I am not staying here while she goes alone. Ruan opened her mouth to argue, then stopped. She understood. She looked at the scrap in her sleeve, at the trembling characters of a man who had already paid for speaking, and she made her choice. Stay close to the walls. Conserve breath. If you feel your channels buckle, you tell me. I will. She did not believe him, but she took his hand anyway, and she led him toward the grate that opened onto the lower corridor, with Xi's sharp footsteps following behind, and Narek's silence pressing against her back like a promise he had not yet spoken aloud. The grate was cold, the corridor beyond was empty, and beneath the damp stone of the registry floor, sealed behind 2 locks and 1 key, a record of every hollowed life the Bind Warden had ever measured waited to be found. Ruan lifted the grate. She lowered herself into the corridor, and behind her, somewhere in the depths of the tunnel she had just left, a sound echoed that did not match the footsteps of anyone she knew. Chapter 45. The tunnel curved left, then right, then opened into a wider drainage channel where the water ran thigh-deep and the ceiling rose high enough to stand. The cold bit through their soaked robes. The groan of stone overhead carried the distant alarm still singing through the reach's bones. Ruan's legs burned. Her channels ached with the residue of tribulation pressure that had not fully cleared. Behind her, Kong's breath came too loud, too ragged, each step costing him more than the last. She did not slow. The tunnel sloped downward, the water deepened. Ahead, a grate loomed where the channel met a vertical shaft, rusted iron bars caked with mineral deposits. Beyond it, black water stood still, reflecting nothing. She stopped. Kong stopped beside her, his hand pressed against the wall. The tremor in his fingers ran up through his forearm, visible even in the faint light of the silver tracer lines on her wrists. Rest, she said. He did not argue. He slid down the wall until he sat in the water, his back against the stone, his chest rising too fast and too shallow. The glow from the tracer lines caught his face. He looked gray, wrecked. The discipline that had held him upright since the storm peak was cracking, and she could see what lay underneath. She knelt beside him. The water rose to her ribs. "Tell me." He did not pretend to misunderstand. "My core is not damaged." His voice scraped out of a throat that had swallowed ash. "It is severed." The word landed between them like a body. "Severed," she repeated. "The third channel collapsed completely. The second is fractured along its entire length. The first holds, but it is a surface wound, not a root. My cultivation is not reduced." He met her eyes. "It is finished." She stared at him. "The tribulation did not break me," he said. "It cut me loose. Every channel that led to ascension is gone. I will not reach Tribulation Eve again. I will not advance. I will not recover enough to fight anyone in this reach who decides to take me." He said it like a report, like he had already accepted it. Ruan's hand tightened on his sleeve. "When did you know?" "During the third wave, when the pressure pressed the design open." He closed his eyes. "I felt it go, the line that connected me to the path I had walked since childhood. It snapped. I felt it snap, and I knew I would never walk it again. And you did not tell me. Would it have changed the storm?" The question hit her like a blade between the ribs. No, it would not have changed the storm. It would not have changed the choice she made on the platform, but it would have changed what she carried. She had been ready to die for him. He had been ready to die for her. He had been ready to live as a ghost after, carrying a body that could no longer reach the heavens while she ascended without him. "You were still going to do it," she said. "Even after the collapse jammed, even after the second thread blazed, you were still going to find a way to make it take you first." His silence was the worst answer he could have given. "Kong." "I prepared the counter channel for a specific outcome." His voice did not waver. "The outcome was my death, not yours. That did not change when the platform cracked." "Then what changed?" "You." He opened his eyes. "You refused to let go. I could not complete the channel while your hand was in mine." She laughed. It came out hollow and wet, half sob, half fury. "Then I saved you by refusing to let go." "You saved me by refusing to let go." The water lapped against their chests. The tracer lines on her wrists pulsed faintly, synchronizing with the slow beat of the second thread between them. She felt it now, a living current that had nothing to do with cultivation ranks or core channels or the Reach's measured output quotas. She reached out and took his hand. "I am not going to tell you that we will fix your core," she said. "I am not going to promise you recovery. I do not know if that is possible. But I am going to tell you that I am not leaving you in this tunnel while you sit in water and wait for your channels to finish bleeding. I did not ask you to leave. Then stop reporting your death sentence like you have already accepted it." He looked at her. His fingers tightened on hers. "What would you have me do? Stay alive long enough to argue with me about it." The corner of his mouth moved. Not a smile. Something raw. "That I can promise." She helped him stand. His legs held, barely. They moved again, slower this time, through the widening shaft where the grate hung crooked on rusted hinges, into a corridor that smelled of standing water and something older, something that had been sealed away for longer than the 30-year-old tunnels they had left behind. The voices came from ahead. Ruan stopped. Kong stopped beside her. The sound was faint, echoing off wet stone, carrying the cadence of speech that was not random. Precise. Formal. A dialect she recognized from every hearing in the Bind Warden's office. She did not breathe. The voices approached. She pressed Kong against the wall. The water hid their lower bodies. The darkness hid their faces. The silver tracer lines on her wrists she pressed into her sleeves, killing the light. They were not alone in the tunnel. The first figure rounded the bend. Gray robes, sash of office. A face she recognized from the witness terrace. Behind him, 3 more shapes moved in the dark. And behind them, deeper in the shaft, a sound that was not footsteps at all. Something was breathing. waiting, and it had known they were coming. Chapter 46. The voices grew louder. Ruan pressed herself flatter against the wet stone, her hand clamped around Kong's wrist. The silver tracer lines under her sleeve had gone dark. The water lapped at her ribs, cold enough to ache through the tribulation burns still weeping under her robes. The first gray-robed figure rounded the corner 20 paces ahead. She saw his face in the dim glow of a hand lantern, narrow, bearded, eyes scanning the tunnel with the practiced patience of someone who had searched dark places before. Behind him, 3 more shapes moved in the fluid gait of men who knew the footing. Ruan calculated the distance. The water would hide their lower bodies, the dark would hide their faces, but the tunnel was straight here, and the gray robes carried lanterns that pushed back the shadows in a steady radius. They would be seen. Kong's fingers tightened on hers, a question, a warning, a promise all at once. She answered by not moving. The bearded man passed their alcove without turning his head. The second passed, the third, the fourth. A younger man with a lantern held high paused at the exact spot where the water rippled from their presence. He looked at the wall beside them, looked at the water, looked at the surface as if reading something only he could see. Ruan stopped breathing. The younger man's mouth opened. Behind him, deeper in the shaft, something breathed. The sound was wet, slow, a rhythm that did not match human lungs. It came from the direction they had fled, from the sealed tunnels that had been waiting longer than 30 years. The younger man heard it too. His head snapped toward the darkness behind him. His hand went to his belt. The lantern trembled. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. The bearded man stopped, turned. "Hear what?" "That." The younger man's voice cracked. Like something breathing. The bearded man listened. The tunnel held only the drip of water and the distant murmur of the alarm above. "Nothing there," he said. "Keep moving." The younger man did not look convinced, but he followed. The footsteps receded, the breathing did not. Ruan waited until the last echo of their passage died, then pulled Kong forward without a word. They moved along the wall, staying low, following the direction the gray robes had come from because that meant it was cleared. The tunnel curved, the water shallowed, and the wall on their left gave way to a doorway that had no door. The opening was rough, broken through rather than built, the edges of the stone blackened as if burned from the inside. Beyond it, a chamber opened in the dark, wider than the tunnel, the ceiling lost in shadow. Ruan stepped inside. The floor was dry here. Stone tiles laid in a pattern she recognized from every bond chamber in the Reach, the central circle for the contract seal, the 4 cardinal anchors for oath witnesses, the grooves along the outer edge for draining excess chi during dissolution. But this chamber was older. The central circle was cracked, the lines barely visible beneath layers of dirt and something darker that had dried to a crust. The anchor points were empty, no witness stands, no registrar desk. And along the far wall, bolted to the stone at wrist height and ankle height, iron restraints. 5 pairs. Kong stopped beside her. His breathing had steadied, but she could feel the tremor in his hand, the fine vibration of a body that had pushed past its limits and was only holding because she had not let go. "This is an old dissolution chamber," he said. "Dissolution of what?" He did not answer her. Shai and Nurik emerged from the tunnel behind them, their footsteps careful on the dry tiles. Shai's sharp face caught the faint light from her own palm lantern, which she had uncovered now that the gray robes were ahead. 18th sublevel, she said, sealed before the aqueduct expansion. I mapped a maintenance shaft above this chamber 12 years ago, but I never opened it. Why not? Because the seal on the door was not a lock. She pointed at the doorway. It was a warning. Burned from the inside. Ruan looked at the blackened edges of the stone. The marks were old, decades old. Whatever had been sealed in here had not wanted to stay sealed. Nurik moved past them, his healer's instincts overriding his caution. He knelt at the central circle, running his fingers along the cracked lines. This pattern predates the current registry standard, he said. The dissolution channels are wider, deeper, designed for higher throughput. Higher throughput of what? Ruan asked. He looked up. Chi, life force, whatever the Reach classified as harvestable. She crossed to the wall of restraints. 5 pairs, all at adult height except one. The fourth pair was lower, smaller, set at the height of someone who had not finished growing. Ruan's hand stopped inches from the iron. The rust on the cuffs was dark, even. Not the flaking rust of age, but the smooth, polished dark of something that had been worn against skin for a long time before it was abandoned. Someone had been kept here. Someone small. "These are not dissolution restraints," she said slowly. "These are housing restraints. For long-term containment." Kong moved to stand beside her. She saw his face in the dim light, saw the calculation in his eyes shift into something else. "The contract tablets," he said. She followed his gaze to the far corner, a pile of stone slabs stacked against the wall like discarded roofing. Broken, some shattered clean in half, others chipped along the edges where the inscribed characters had been deliberately gouged out. Ruan crossed to them, knelt. The first tablet was cracked diagonally, but the upper half was intact. She traced the characters with her fingertip. "Bond registration number 47, she read aloud. "Pair designation Cheng Wei and Su Lin. Contract term 4 years. Dissolution reason harvest complete." Xiao came closer, her lantern casting the shadows of the broken tablets across the floor. "Let me see that." Ruan handed it over. Xiao's face went still as she read. Then she set it down and picked up another. A third. A fourth. They were all the same, pair after prior. Names she did not recognize. Contract terms ranging from 3 years to 7. Dissolution reasons that varied between harvest complete and subject depleted, and one that said simply, transfer to Phase 7. "Phase 7, Narek said quietly. Project 2. And these." Xia held up a smaller tablet, half the size of the others. "These are not bond contracts." Ruan took it. The characters were cramped, rushed, written in a hand that had been shaking or cold. Subject: juvenile, female, estimated age 9. Hollow heart C confirmed. Commenced stabilization protocol. Projected harvest window, 12 to 14 years. Current status, compliant. She read it again. 9 years old. The tablet weighed nothing in her hand. It felt like a stone that should have been too heavy to lift. "There are more," Xiao said. She was right. A stack of smaller tablets pushed behind the larger ones, hidden in the shadow of the corner. Ruan pulled them out one by one. Juvenile, male, estimated age 7. Hollow heart C confirmed. Juvenile, female, estimated age 10. Hollow heart C confirmed. Partial manifestation. Juvenile, female, estimated age 8. Tracer lines detected. Priority candidate. 7 tablets. 8. 11. Children. The Reach had been collecting them young, engineering them young, keeping them in chambers like this, in restraints like those on the wall, waiting for them to grow old enough to be useful. Ruan's hand closed around the last tablet. This one was different, smaller, worn smooth at the edges as if it had been handled often, carried, touched by someone who had not wanted to let it go. She turned it over, etched into the surface, not stamped like the administrative records, but carved by hand. A bracelet. A child's bracelet. The loop uneven, the closure roughly sketched, the kind of drawing a very young child might make when trying to remember something they loved. Below the drawing in the same hand, a single line of characters. "I will find you." Ruan's breath caught. The handwriting was adult. Careful. Someone had carved a child's drawing onto an official record tablet and written a promise beneath it. Someone had loved a child in this chamber, and that child had been taken anyway. She looked up at the restraints on the wall, at the smaller pair, at the rust polished smooth from years of small wrists turning against the iron. The tunnel behind them breathed again, closer now, wet, slow, a rhythm that did not belong to anything human. Ruan stood, the bracelet drawing burned in her memory. The promise beneath it burned hotter. "We are not hiding," she said. Kong's eyes met hers. "Then what are we doing?" She looked at the doorway, at the blackened stone, at the darkness beyond that held something that had known they were coming. "We are finding whoever made that promise," she said, and we are finishing what they started. The breathing in the tunnel stopped. Silence. Then a child's voice, faint and clear, from somewhere deep in the shaft. I have been waiting. Ruan's blood turned to ice. The voice came again, closer this time, as if it had moved while she stood frozen. You carry her thread. You carry his. You carry the trace of the one who sealed the door. A pause. Come down. She wants to meet you. Sha's lantern flickered. Kong's hand found Ruan's. And in the dark of the broken oath chamber, with the restraints rusting on the wall and the child's bracelet carved into stone, Ruan realized the Reach had not buried all its secrets deep enough. Some of them had been waiting to be found. Chapter 47. The child's voice faded into the stone, leaving silence that pressed against Ruan's ears like water. Kong's hand tightened around hers. His breathing was shallow, but he was still standing. Still here. Xia held the lantern higher, her sharp face caught between light and shadow. That was not a ghost. No, Norik said quietly. That was a voice. A living voice. Ruan looked at the doorway, at the darkness beyond where the child had spoken from. The tunnel had gone still now, no breath, no footsteps, nothing but the drip of water somewhere deeper in the stone. We need to move, she said. Where? Xia's voice was flat, practical. We have enforcers above us, a breathing thing behind us, and whatever spoke from below wants you to follow it. Pick a direction. Before Ruan could answer, the stone around them changed. A vibration. Low, building through the floor, through the walls, through the broken tablets at their feet. The kind of resonance that came from arrays tuned to broadcast across an entire mountain. Narik's head came up. That is not a spirit transmission. It is a decree, Xiao said. Her face had gone pale. The vibration solidified into words, not spoken, not heard with the ears, pressed directly into the awareness of every living cultivator within the Reach's boundaries, a voice that carried the weight of institutional authority and the cold precision of a man who had been planning this moment since he watched his design fail on Storm Peak. Tuan Changmu's voice. By the authority of the Nine Vapors Reach and the Bind Warden's office, I declare the following. Ruan Yinxiao, bond-registered subject, and Kong Lize, lineage heir, are hereby designated illegal soul corruptors. Their failed ascension has contaminated 3 state cultivation arrays, damaged the Storm Peak Tribulation Foundation beyond immediate repair, and endangered the lives of every disciple and witness present at the ceremony. The braided Dao technique they employed was an unregistered, forbidden method. The tribulation collapse was caused by intentional sabotage of sanctioned arrays. The subsequent escape and destruction of registry property confirm their status as enemies of the Reach. Any disciple, healer, archivist, or officer who has provided aid, shelter, or concealment to the named individuals is equally guilty of corruption and will be subject to immediate examination and judgment. All infirmary cells, archive chambers, maintenance tunnels, and relay stations are subject to open search protocol effective immediately. No seal, lock, or privilege of rank will delay enforcement. Seizure or elimination of the named individuals is authorized by any means necessary. This decree is binding until revoked by the Bind Warden's seal or death. The vibration held for 3 breaths longer, then withdrew, leaving the tunnel silent again. No one spoke. Ruan felt the words settle into her bones like frost. She had been named before. Tool, vessel, expendable, aberrant property. Those had been administrative labels designed to make her easier to use. This was different. This was a death warrant written so carefully that every clause sealed another door. He's burning the network, Xia said. Her voice was steady, but her hand trembled against the lantern. Every healer who treated you, every archivist who looked the other way, every disciple who saw the stock list and did not immediately report it. Pema, Norik said. The name hung in the air. Ruan saw it again. Pema's clenched fist, the blood at his temple, the way he had not looked at her as they dragged him past because looking would have led them to her. He is already in their hands, she said. This decree gives them permission to do anything. Kong shifted beside her. She felt his weight settle forward, as if he was preparing to move, to argue, to do something. "Do not," she said. "We cannot reach him through a sealed tunnel and a mountain of enforcers." "I know." His voice was rougher than she had heard it in hours. "I know. But there is someone we can reach." The child's voice echoed through her memory. "Come down. She wants to meet you." Ruan turned to the doorway. "She is waiting," she said. "The one who spoke. She is down there, and she knew we were coming before we did." Xia's jaw tightened. "You trust a voice in the dark that you have never seen?" "No." Ruan met her eyes. "But I trust the chamber we just found. The restraints, the tablets, the child's bracelet carved into stone. Someone built this place. Someone locked children inside it. And someone sealed the door from within while making a promise to find them." She held up the small tablet with the hand-carved drawing. "That promise is still unanswered." The tunnel breathed again, not the wet, slow rhythm from before, something lighter, quicker, as if the entity had moved closer while they were listening to the decree. The child's voice returned, barely above a whisper. "He cannot find you here. Not yet. But he has already cut the threads you did not know you were tied to." A pause. "If you stay, he will reach you before dawn." Nerek's breath caught. The decree. It said open search protocol effective immediately. They will be in the relay chambers within the hour. He is not wrong. Merrick's voice was distant now, calculating. If the Bind Warden has authorized searches of every maintenance level, he knows about this network. He may not have the old maps, but he has enforcers who can break through sealed doors faster than we can run. Xia's head came up. "Then we do not run." Ruan looked at her. "We go down." The child's voice answered before she could speak. "Good." And the tunnel fell silent again, waiting for them to choose. Chapter 48. The silence stretched after the child's voice faded, leaving nothing but the drip of water somewhere in the darkness. Ruan had already turned toward the doorway when footsteps stopped her. Not from below, from behind. She spun, hand reaching for the knife at her belt, and found Fei Juoran standing at the edge of the alcove where they had hidden from the enforcers. He looked worse than she had ever seen him. His standard robes were torn at the shoulder, dark with something wet. A gash ran from his hairline to his cheekbone, still seeping. His right hand was wrapped in a bloody strip of cloth, and when he moved into the lantern light, she saw the bruise blooming across his ribs where someone had driven a fist or a boot. But his eyes were the same. Flat, patient, calculating. "You are still alive," he said. The words carried no relief. Kong shifted beside her. His weight came forward, shoulders squaring despite the damage in his channels. "Fei!" "Do not." Fei raised his wrapped hand. "I did not follow you through sealed tunnels to be greeted like a friend." "How did you find us?" Xiao's voice was sharp. "The same way I found the stock list. The same way I found the ledger vaultification. I have been mapping this network longer than you have, Maru. I just never needed to use it until tonight." He stepped closer. The lantern light caught the damage on his face, the way his left eye was swelling, the split lip that had not stopped bleeding. "I stood on that terrace," he said, "and I threw everything I had at Tuan Changmu in front of 300 witnesses. I named every hollowed subject. I named every death. I told them he designed Project 2 himself." "And?" Ruan's voice was quiet. "And he smiled at me." Fei's jaw tightened. He stood there with his missing jeweled clasp and his cracked authority, and he smiled like I had just done exactly what he needed me to do. Nerek stepped forward. "The decree. He used your exposure to justify the open search protocol, to make Ruan and Kong into enemies of the Reach." "I know." Fei's eyes did not leave Ruan. "I know what I did. I burned my remaining contacts to give you a chance, and he turned it into a net." "Then why are you here?" Kong's voice was rough but steady. Fei was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. It was the laugh of someone who had been proved right about something they wished had been wrong. Because I want to see it, he said. The thing that made you different. He looked at Ruan. I was in the same position once. Did you know that? Before you. Before the hollowed subjects. Before Project 2 was even named. Ruan felt the words settle into her chest like stones. Tuan Xingmu came to me 5 years ago, Fei said. He told me I had been selected for a special deployment, a breakthrough partnership, a chance to serve the Reach in a way that would be remembered. He paused. He measured me, my channels, my output capacity, my compatibility index. He ran every test the registry had, and then he told me I was not suitable. The word hung in the air. Not suitable for what? Ruan asked. To be the survivor. Fei's smile was thin. The other half of the equation, the one who would walk away from tribulation stronger than before. I had the right cultivation base. I had the right lineage credentials, but I did not have the right heart-sea architecture. He looked at Kong. They needed someone hollow, someone who could absorb the backlash without collapsing, someone who was designed to be spent. The tunnel was silent. I found out later that Kong had already been chosen, Fei said. His father's old technique, his perfect cultivation trajectory, his willingness to follow orders. They had been building him for ascension since he was a child. And me? Ruan's voice was barely audible. You were not even born yet. Fei's eyes met hers, but they were already designing you. He stepped closer. I hated you at first, do you understand? When I saw you at the contract signing, I hated you because you had what I did not. The architecture, the suitability, the capacity to be used. Fei, Kong's voice was warning. Let me finish. Fei did not look away from Ruan. I hated you until I saw what they had done to you. 3 prior bonds, 3 masters who treated you like a cultivation tool. Every contract dissolution timed to extract maximum output from your body. His voice dropped. And I realized you were not the one who had been chosen. You were the one who had been built, and that is not the same thing. Ruan felt Kong's hand find hers in the darkness. You do not hate me anymore, she said. I do not know what I feel. Fei's voice was tired. I came here to see if you had survived. I came here to see if the Reach had finally failed to kill someone it designed to die. And Fei looked at her, at Kong, at the way their hands were woven together. You are still standing, he said, both of you. That is more than any of the 16 before you managed. He turned toward the doorway. The tunnel below leads to the old Dissolution hub, the one they sealed before the aqueduct expansion. If there are answers about what lies beneath the Reach, they will be there. You are not coming with us? Xia's voice was sharp. I am wounded, exhausted, and I have already burned every favor I had to get here. Fei looked back over his shoulder. But I will hold the upper corridor as long as I can. If enforcers reach this shaft, they will not get past me without making enough noise to warn you. He paused. Do not make my sacrifice useless. And then he was gone, his footsteps fading into the darkness above. Ruan stood in the silence, feeling the weight of what he had said. He had been measured for expendability too, and he had spent 5 years turning that wound into a weapon. Come on, she said, turning toward the doorway. She is still waiting. Kong followed without hesitation. The tunnel below swallowed them into deeper dark. Chapter 49. The tunnel sloped downward, and the air changed. Not cooler, not warmer. Thinner, as if the stone itself was breathing less. Ruan felt it in her chest, in the hollow space where her heart-sea pulsed with that strange, living rhythm she still did not understand. Behind her, Xiao's footsteps scraped against wet rock. Narek's breathing had steadied into the measured cadence of a man counting steps to keep panic at bay. Kong walked at Ruan's shoulder, his hands still tangled with hers, and she could feel each breath he took through the ruined channels of his cultivation, shallow, deliberate, costing him something. How far down does this go? Xiao's voice echoed off unseen walls. Far enough that no one built anything beneath it, Narek said. The Dissolution hub was the lowest recorded structure. Below that, only bedrock. And the aqueduct expansion sealed it at the 18th sublevel, Xiao added, which means whatever is below the hub was never mapped at all. Ruan kept walking. The remnant pulse in her bond beat against her ribs like a second heart. It had been quieter since the tribulation, since the collapse mechanism chimed and the second thread blazed through the reach's grafted lines. But it had not vanished. It had only gone deeper, coiling into the silence beneath her conscious awareness. She felt it now, stirring. Ahead, the tunnel widened into a chamber with a collapsed ceiling. Fallen stone blocked the eastern wall, and water dripped from somewhere above, marking a slow rhythm on the shattered flagstones. The air smelled of rust and old salt, and something else, something that made Ruan's skin prickle. Kong stopped beside her. "This is as far as Fei's directions go," he said. "The dissolution hub should be through that collapsed section, if it is still accessible." "Should be." Shai's voice was flat. "That's not a guarantee." Narek moved past them, studying the fallen stone. "The collapse is old. Decades, not days. The sealed doorway may still be intact beneath the debris. Or it may be crushed flat." Kong's hand tightened on Ruan's. She did not answer. The remnant pulse beat again, stronger. Not pain, not warning. Something older, a recognition she could not name. "We need to decide." Shai's voice cut through the stillness. "Fei is holding the upper corridor, but he is wounded. If enforcers break through, we lose the only warning we have." "Then we move, now." Narek turned back toward them. "Clear the debris. Find the hub. Whatever records remain, they will not survive another flood or another collapse." Ruan felt the argument coming before Kong spoke. "The outer cliffs," he said. "There is a path beyond the western drainage shaft. It leads to the ridge below the storm peak's shadow line, just stone and sky." "You want to run." Xiao's voice was not accusation, just fact. "I want to survive." Kong's eyes were on Ruan. "The proof Fei wants is already in our hands. The tablets, the bracelets, the chamber. We do not need a sealed vault to prove what the Reach did. We need more than proof." Ruan's voice came out heavier than she expected. "We need evidence Tuan cannot bury. The stock lists, the ledgers, the names of the ones who survived and the ones who did not." Kong's jaw tightened. "If we go deeper, we may not come back up. If we run now, we will spend the rest of our lives running." Ruan met his gaze. "And the ones still below, the ones the Reach is still building, they will never have a chance." The silence stretched. Then Narek spoke, his voice low and rough. "The outer cliffs will still be there at dawn, but the ledger vault beneath the registrar's desk will not be. Tuan will move the records the moment he believes we have fled." Shai exhaled. "He is right. If we leave now, we leave the evidence for him to destroy." Kong's hand tightened on Ruan's. She felt his fear through the broken remnants of their bond. Not fear of capture, fear of losing her in the dark below. "Then we go down." Kong's voice was steady, but she heard the cost in it. "Together." Ruan nodded. They moved toward the collapsed section. Narek and Shai began clearing the smaller stones, working in silence, while Ruan studied the wall behind the debris. The stone was darker here, older, veined with mineral deposits that caught the lantern light like threads of silver, like the tracer lines on her wrists. The remnant pulse flared, not inside her chest this time. It rose through her channels, through the burned and cauterized pathways that had nearly killed her on the peak, and it pushed outward, seeking something. Ruan felt the bond stretch. It snapped not toward Kong, but toward the darkness beyond the fallen stone, toward something that remembered the same seals that had shaped her, the same arrays that had measured her output and timed her dissolutions. She saw it for an instant. A corridor lined with closed doors, registry gray walls, the smell of ink and ash and old blood. A voice reading contract terms in a flat administrative cadence, numbers and dates and yield projections for a body she recognized as her own. The echo faded. Ruan was on her knees, Kong's hands gripping her shoulders, his voice saying her name over and over. "I saw it." Her throat was raw. The lower halls, the registry's lowest floor, the one beneath the archive. Narek was beside her, his fingers against her wrist, checking her pulse with practiced efficiency. "The bond remnant," she said. "It remembers where it was made." "The seals," he said. "The arrays that built the braid, they are still there." Ruan nodded. And beneath them, in the darkness beyond the collapsed stone, something answered. Not a voice, not a presence, a pressure, like a held breath finally released. The tunnel floor trembled. Chapter 50. The tunnel floor steadied beneath Ruan's knees. Kong's hands remained on her shoulders, his breath uneven, his fear bleeding through the broken remnants of their bond like water through cracked stone. "I saw it." She said it again, quieter this time, testing whether the vision would hold under examination. "The lower corridor, the seals that built the braid, they're still intact." Narek crouched beside her, his fingers still pressed against her wrist. His expression had shifted from clinical concern to something sharper, interest. "Your pulse changed during the echo," he said. "Not faster, deeper, as if something beneath the heart sea responded to the memory." Ruan pulled her wrist free and stood. The remnant pulse still beat at the edge of her awareness, not painful now, but present, like a second heartbeat learning to keep time with her own. "The bond remembers where it was made," she said. "The arrays that shaped it, the room where they inscribed the first seals." Xiao moved closer, her sharp face catching the lantern light at an angle that deepened the hollows beneath her eyes. "Can you follow it? The memory?" Ruan did not answer immediately. She reached inward, not for qi, she had so little left, but for the thread itself, the remnant, the part of the braid that had survived tribulation, channel collapse, and the burning of the grafted reach lines. It answered, not as heat, not as light, as direction. A pull in her chest, below her sternum, angling down and left through the stone floor. "There," she pointed without looking. "Beneath us. 30 paces that way, then deeper." Narek studied the floor where she had indicated, then looked at her with an expression she had not seen on his face before. Something between recognition and dread. "The tribulation did not erase the engineered architecture in your heart, see," he said slowly. "It burned away the control layer, the reach's grafted redirection lines, the override mechanisms." Kong's hand tightened on her shoulder. "Explain?" Her hollow heartsea was not a natural defect. It was built, purpose-shaped. The tribulation pressure stripped away the reach's modifications, the parts that made her a harvesting vessel, but the original design remained. Narek's voice dropped. "The channels were always there. The control layer was just hiding them." Shah let out a low breath. "So she is still what they made her?" "No." Narek shook his head. "She is what they made her before they finished making her a weapon. The original architecture was meant for something else, something the Reach overwrote." Ruan felt the truth of it settle into her bones like cold water. The residual thread pulled again. "The vault," she said. "The seals that built the braid. They're keyed to the original architecture, to bodies like mine." Kong stepped around to face her, his amber eyes catching the lanterned glow. "If you follow that thread, what happens to you?" She did not look away from him. "I find out what I was built to be." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." Narek cleared his throat. "There is more. The residual thread, if she follows it, will reopen channels that were sealed by the tribulation's pressure, the same pressure that cauterized her pathways and reduced her cultivation. Then she risks the damage reopening," Kong said flatly. "Worse than reopening." Narek's voice was clinical, but his eyes held something gentler. The tribulation burned the control layer away while those channels were still carrying the backlash. They healed in a compromised state. If she forces them open again, they will either stabilize into the original design or rupture entirely. Ruan looked down at her wrists. The silver tracer lines were faint now, almost invisible in the dim light. But she remembered how they had blazed during the tribulation, how they had felt alive, like something waking after a long sleep. She was still waking. "Then I will know," she said. "Either way, I will know what I am." Kong caught her wrist. His grip was gentle, but she felt the desperation behind it. "If it kills you, knowing will not matter." "If it does not, I will spend the rest of my life running from a truth I was too afraid to face." She held his gaze. "I have been someone else's instrument long enough. I want to see the thing I was meant to be before they broke it." The silence stretched. The tunnel breathed around them, wet stone and distant water, and the slow pressure of something deeper still, waiting. Kong's hand slid down her wrist until his fingers interlaced with hers. Then we go together. It was not permission. It was not protection. It was presence. The thing he had promised her in the tribulation's heart. The thing she had promised him back. They would not die alone. Ruan turned toward the direction the remnant had pulled. The thread pulsed beneath her sternum, warm and certain, and she let it lead. Narek and Xiao fell into step behind them, their footsteps careful on the uneven stone. The tunnel narrowed as they descended, the walls closing in until Ruan could have touched both sides with her elbows extended. The air grew colder, damper, older. The thread pulled left. A wall of stone met her palm. "No passage," Xiao said from behind her. "Dead end." Ruan pressed her hand flat against the stone. The remnant beat against her ribs like a caged bird. The thread did not stop at the wall. It went through. She closed her eyes and reached with the remnant. Not with chi, not with force. With the architectures Narek had named. The original design. The thing the reach had overwritten but never truly erased. The stone beneath her palm grew warm. "Ruan!" Kong's voice was careful. "What are you doing?" "Following." The warmth spread, not into her hand, into the stone. The mineral veins caught the residual pulse and carried it deeper, threading through the rock like silver tracer lines through a hollow heart sea. A seam appeared beneath her fingers. Not a crack, a door, cut from the same stone, sealed so perfectly that no light or air had passed through it in decades. The remnant flared once, bright and clean, and the seam dilated. Darkness breathed from the opening, not empty darkness, occupied. The pressure she had felt earlier, before the vision, before Narek's diagnosis, the held breath finally released. Something waited on the other side. Ruan looked back at Kong. His face was composed, but she saw the cost of it in the tension at his jaw, the way his hand tightened on hers. "The vault," she said. "The original seals, they are through here." Narek moved past her, holding the lantern high. The light spilled into the darkness and caught the edges of a corridor lined with closed doors. Registry gray walls, the smell of ink and ash and old blood, exactly as she had seen in the vision. "The bond remnant did not just remember where it was made," Narek said slowly. "It remembered how to open the way." Ruan stepped through the seam. The corridor stretched ahead, silent and waiting, and somewhere beyond its closed doors, the original seals pulsed with the same rhythm as the thread beneath her sternum. The stone sealed behind them. Kong's hand never left hers. Narek's voice was barely a whisper. "We are beneath the registry's lowest floor, the one that does not exist on any map." Xiao's lantern cast long shadows down the corridor. "How do you know?" "Because I helped seal it." Norek's face was pale in the dim light. 15 years ago, the Bind Warden ordered a purge of the sub-basement. I was the healer assigned to verify no chi signatures remained. I signed the confirmation that the seals were empty. He looked at Ruan. I lied. The remnant pulsed, and from the corridor ahead, something answered. Not a voice, not a presence. A sound like a door swinging open on rusted hinges. One of the closed doors had opened. Ruan felt the thread pull toward it, insistent now, hungry. Chapter 51. The corridor held its breath. Ruan stood at the threshold of the open door, the remnant pulsing beneath her sternum like a second heart that had just remembered how to beat. The darkness beyond the door was absolute, but the thread did not hesitate. It pulled forward and down, toward something that recognized the original architecture the same way her own body did. Kong's hand tightened on hers. She felt the tremor in his fingers before she heard his breathing, shallow and controlled, the rhythm of a man measuring every inhale against the damage in his chest. "You should sit," she said quietly. "I should stay upright." His voice held no edge, only fact. Sitting is closer to falling. She turned to look at him. The lantern light from Shai's hand caught the sheen of sweat along his hairline, the tightness at his jaw. His cultivation was gone. His channels were rubble. Every step he took cost him something she could not replenish. "You will tell me when you cannot continue," she said. "No. Kong, I will tell you when I decide to stop." His amber eyes met hers, steady and unyielding. I have not decided yet. Xiao moved past them, her sharp face tilted as she studied the corridor ahead. The floor slopes downward, storm runoff channels if I am reading the angles right. This entire sub-basement was built to drain toward something deeper. Narek raised the lantern higher. The light pushed into the corridor and revealed what the darkness had hidden. Not a straight passage, but a series of descending platforms, each one dropping a half-height through rough-cut stone. Water gleamed on the lower steps, dark and cold, carrying the chill of mountain runoff. The maintenance shafts, Narek said. They connect to the old aqueduct lines. If the storm above ground is still breaking, these will be flooding from the top down. How much time before they fill completely? Ruan asked. Hours if the runoff is slow. Minutes if the outer seals have already cracked. He looked at her. The same seals I signed my name to 15 years ago. They were never designed to hold water. They were designed to hold what was inside. The thread pulled again, stronger now, impatient. Ruan stepped onto the first descending platform. The stone was slick beneath her soles, worn smooth by decades of water that no longer flowed through these channels. The runoff reached her ankles before she had taken 3 steps, cold enough to numb through her boots. Behind her, she heard Kong's footfall land carefully, measuredly, each step placing weight as though testing whether the ground would hold. She did not look back. If she saw him fall, she would stop, and she could not stop. The second platform dropped lower. The water reached her calves here, and she felt the current pulling toward the darkness ahead, toward whatever waited at the bottom of this drained and forgotten place. The vault, she said, more to herself than to the others. The ledger vault beneath the registrar's desk. If the original braid seals were built into the foundation, the registry's lowest floor must connect to it. Connected does not mean open, Xiao said from behind her. The vault has 2 seals and 1 key. Tuan holds the key. Then we do not need the key. Ruan kept moving. The original architecture recognizes me. The remnant opened the corridor seal. It will open the vault. Or, Narek said quietly, the remnant will lead you exactly where it was designed to lead you, and you will discover that the thing you were built to be was never meant to walk out again. Kong's voice came from the darkness behind her. She knows the risk. She chose it. And you? Xia's tone was sharp. You can barely breathe. What happens when the water reaches your chest and your legs give out? Then I will drown standing. A pause. But I will not be the one who stops her. Ruan's throat tightened. She forced herself to keep moving. The third platform dropped into darkness, so complete that the lantern light seemed to drown in it. The water reached her thighs now, cold enough to ache against her bones, and she felt the remnant pulse in time with her heartbeat, guiding her forward through the black. Then she heard it. A voice. Faint, formal, carrying through the stone above them like a vibration pressed through old bone. Chanting. She stopped. The group halted behind her. Tell me I am imagining that, Xia said. You are not. Naret's voice had gone flat. That is the opening address of the Emergency Bond Review, Article 7 of the Bond Code. It allows the Chief Registrar to declare any damaged contract asset forfeit to the Reach's authority if the bond has been compromised beyond institutional repair. Ruan turned her face upward, though she could see nothing but stone and shadow. Yuan, she said. Yuan, Norik confirmed. She has already started the rite. The chanting grew clearer as they stood there, a woman's voice rising and falling in the cadence of legal invocation, each syllable carrying through the foundation stone like a judgment being carved into the mountain itself. By authority vested in the Bind Registry of the 9 Vapors Reach, I name the subjects Ruan Yinxiao and Kong Lize aberrant bond assets, whose contractual integrity has been voided by unauthorized soul corruption, tribulation contamination, and willful destruction of regulated cultivation property. The words pressed through the stone, through the water. Through the remnant pulsing beneath Ruan's sternum, Kong made a sound. Not a word, a breath forced through clenched teeth. Ruan turned. He stood 2 steps above her, one hand braced against the tunnel wall, his face gray in the dim light. The tendons of his neck stood out like cords. Every muscle in his body was locked against the pain of standing, of breathing. of refusing to stop. She reached for him. He caught her wrist before her fingers touched his chest. His grip was cold and trembling, but his eyes held hers with the same steady defiance she had seen in the tribulation's heart. "Do not check my pulse," he said. "Do not ask if I can continue. Keep moving." The chanting is what Tuan wanted from the beginning. Oyan is his instrument. If we stop to listen to her words, we have already lost. The remnant pulled, harder now, urgent. Ruan had his gaze for one more heartbeat, then turned and descended into the deeper water. The fourth platform dropped them chest deep into runoff that smelled of rust and old stone, and something else, something metallic and organic that she did not want to name. The chanting followed them, muffled now, but still audible, still pressing through the layers of rock and seal and forgotten architecture. "I claim these assets by right of the Bind Code, by authority of the Reach, by the contractual signatures they gave freely and the obligations they accepted willingly." Ruan's hand found the wall as the current strengthened. The thread pulled left, toward a seam in the stone that looked like a crack, until she pressed her palm against it and felt the heat of recognition. The original architecture, the same warmth that had opened the corridor above. "It is here," she said. "The vault is through this wall. Let the bond assets be returned to the custody of the Bind Registry, their independent contract status revoked, their rights of refusal voided." The chanting cut off, not finished, interrupted. A new sound replaced it, a low, grinding vibration that traveled through the stone and water alike, shaking the grit loose from the ceiling above them. Shah's lantern flickered. "What was that?" she whispered. Narek's face was pale. "The lower corridors answering the right." Ruan pressed harder against the seam. The warmth spread, and the stone began to yield. Behind her, Kong made another sound. This time, she heard what it was. He had stopped breathing. She spun, catching him as his knees buckled, lowering him into the water before his head could slip beneath the surface. His eyes were open, fixed on her face, and his lips moved around words that took her a moment to understand. "Keep moving." The stone behind her groaned, and from the darkness beyond, something answered the remnant's call with a voice that was not a voice, a presence that pressed against her skin like a hand laid over a wound. Chapter 52. Ruan caught Kong before his head slipped beneath the water, one arm hooked under his chest, the other pressed flat against his sternum. No breath, no pulse beneath her palm. The presence from the darkness pressed against her skin like heat bleeding through ice, and she felt the remnant flare in response, hungry and urgent, pulling toward whatever had answered from the open vault. But she did not move toward it. She pressed harder against Kong's chest. Once, twice. Water sloshed around them as Xiao splashed forward. "Is he? Give me space." Ruan tilted Kong's head back, felt the cold slackness of his throat, the weight of his body already heavier in the current. She had never done this. She had only read about it in the infirmary texts, the emergency protocols for cultivators whose channels collapsed during breakthrough failure. Push the diaphragm, force the heart to remember its rhythm. She pressed again. Kong's chest rose. Fell. Nothing. The presence at the vault threshold thickened, and the stone beneath her knees began to vibrate with a low, rhythmic pulse. Not the grinding of tectonic pressure, but something older, something articulated. "The right is still answering," Narek said. His voice came from somewhere behind her, strained and calculating. "Wu Yan's invocation activated something in these corridors. The seals we passed, the architecture, they are resonating with the legal cadence." Ruan pressed again. Kong's body jerked. Water spluttered from his mouth. His chest heaved once, twice, a ragged inhalation that sounded like breaking stone, and then his eyes opened and found hers. He did not speak. He did not need to. The look on his face said he knew exactly what had happened, what she had done, and that he was furious about the weakness and grateful for the breath in equal measure. "Do not," she said. "Tell me to keep moving. Not yet." His hand found her wrist, squeezed once. Agreement. The vibration in the stone grew louder, and the presence from the vault began to take shape. Not a form, not a voice, a pressure in the air that carried the texture of old words, old promises, old betrayals spoken aloud in this place and left to echo through the sealed architecture like sediment settling in deep water. Ruan heard it first, her own name, not spoken now, spoken then. A younger voice, higher and thinner, reading from a contract sheet in the registry's examination hall. I, Ruan Yinxiao, accept the terms of this bond binding my cultivation to, the words cut off, then returned, overlapping with themselves, a chorus of fragments from different years, different voices, all reading the same surrender. Xiao Mru's face went pale. The walls are speaking. The corridors are saturated, Nurik said. His voice was barely audible over the rising murmur. Every contract dissolution ever performed in the Reach, every oath broken, every bond severed. The architecture absorbed them. The right is waking the echoes. Kong pushed himself upright, dripping and gray-faced, his hand still gripping Ruan's wrist. He did not let go. The echoes grew sharper. A woman's voice, older than Ruan, cracked with grief. I gave him 19 years of my cultivation, and he dissolved the contract for a younger vessel. The registry recorded it as mutual consent. Mutual. A man's voice, flat with exhaustion. 3 bonds, 3 dissolutions. My channels are scar tissue. They call it natural attrition. They call it service. Then, a child. A child reading from a tablet, the words halting and uncertain. I promised to serve the Reach with my cultivation and my breath and my... The word dissolved into static. Ruan's chest went cold. She knew that voice. She had heard it in the chamber above, on the juvenile tablets, in the fragments of script she had found among the restraints. The child from the cells, still alive, still preserved in the architecture's memory. The echoes shifted, and a new voice emerged from the chorus, clearer than the others, sharp with the particular exhaustion of someone who had long stopped hoping for a different answer. If I serve well enough, will I be kept? Younger, thinner, a girl who had not yet learned to stop asking. Ruan's own voice. The corridor went silent. The presence at the vault threshold waited, and the remnant beneath Ruan's sternum pulsed with something that felt almost like recognition. The architecture had heard her question. The architecture had kept it. And now the architecture was waiting for her answer. Xiao's lantern sputtered. Kong's grip tightened. Ruan looked at the darkness beyond the open stone, at the threshold where the something had answered her remnant's call, and she understood what the sealed vault wanted from her. Not her blood, not her cultivation, her refusal. I asked that question, she said, her voice carrying into the silence. I asked it when I was 16, after my second dissolution, when the registry examiner told me my output had been satisfactory and my next assignment would be arranged within the quarter. I asked it because I still believed service was a contract, not a sentence. She stopped, drew breath. The answer was no. The presence pressed closer. I served well. I served completely. I gave them everything my body could produce, and then I gave them the damage it left behind. And they did not keep me. They never intended to keep me. I was not being tested. I was being used until I stopped being useful. The remnant burned. The darkness at the threshold did not retreat, but it shifted, as if listening more carefully. So here is my answer. Here is the answer I did not know to give when I was 16, and the answer I was too afraid to give when I was 21, and the answer I have been learning to speak since the day Kong Lize showed me a bond that did not have to end in my erasure. Her fingers found the open seam in the stone. No, service does not guarantee survival. It guarantees exhaustion. It guarantees replacement. It guarantees that someday someone will read your dissolution notice aloud and call it mutual consent while you are still bleeding from the extraction. She pressed her palm flat against the threshold. But I am not serving anymore. The stone groaned. The echoes did not scream or scatter. They resolved, harmonized, and the 1,000 overlapping voices of sealed contracts and broken oaths sank back into the walls like water finding its level. The presence at the threshold did not vanish, but it softened, and the remnant's hunger settled into something calmer, something that felt less like pulling and more like recognition. The corridor opened. Beyond the threshold, a narrow passage sloped downward into darkness lit by a faint blue glow, the light of old seal arrays still active and waiting. Ruan could see shelves, ledgers, scroll cases, the gleam of bronze bindings and jade tablets arranged in precise, deliberate rows. The vault was real, and it had been waiting for her. Beside her, Kong made a sound that might have been a laugh, or a cough, or both. You refused the echo. I refused the lie. Xiao stared at the open passage. How did you know that would work? Ruan looked at the blue glow, at the shelves of buried truth, at the architecture that had recognized her question and held it for 8 years. Because the person who built this place, she said, the person who designed the original architecture before the Reach overrode it, wanted someone who would stop asking permission to survive. She stepped through the threshold. Behind her, the corridor began to close. Narek caught the edge of the stone. It is sealing. It is recognizing her, Kong said. He followed her through, and the stone ground shut behind them, sealing the echo chamber away as the blue light of the vault washed over their faces, casting long shadows across shelves that held the Reach's oldest, deepest secrets. And at the far end of the vault, where the shelves gave way to an open space, something sat on a stone pedestal, wrapped in white silk that had yellowed with age. A contract, not a copy, not a record, the original. Ruan's name was written on the outer fold in ink that still glistened as if it had been drying for decades and had never quite finished. Chapter 53. The blue seal light did not flicker. It held steady, casting the vault in the color of old ice, and Ruan walked toward the pedestal with water still dripping from her robes, with the remnant pulsing beneath her sternum like a second heart that had learned the rhythm of this place before she did. The white silk wrapping was discolored along the edges, yellowed to the color of bone, but the ink on the outer fold had not aged at all. Her name, Ruan Yinxiao, written in a hand she did not recognize, strokes precise and unhurried, each character seated in the paper as if the writer had known exactly what they were naming. Behind her, Kong's breathing had steadied. He was standing. She had not heard him rise, but she felt his presence at her back, a solid warmth against the cold radiating from the shelves. Is it your contract? Xiao asked from somewhere to her left. Ruan did not answer. She reached for the silk. The remnant flared. Heat bloomed against her fingertips before she touched the fabric, a pulse of recognition that traveled up her arm and settled in her hollow chest like a held breath released. The silk was not yellowed by age. It was stained, not with water, not with dust, with something that had seeped through from the contract beneath. She peeled the silk away. The contract was written on dense mulberry paper, the kind used for binding oaths that were meant to outlast the signatories. The characters were dense, layered, and at the center of the page, where a standard bond contract would have placed the names of both parties, there was only a single line. Subject Ruan Yinxiao. Origin, designation tracer 17. Purpose, conduit architecture. Not a name, a file heading. The remnant beneath her sternum burned hotter. She read the first clause, then the second. By the third, her hands had begun to tremble. Ruan. Kong's voice was low. What is it? She could not answer. The contract was not a contract. It was a specification, a blueprint. Every line of her body transcribed in legal language, every meridian mapped, every limitation and capacity quantified and priced. Her hollow heartsea was not described as a defect. It was described as the intended outcome. Subclause 4.2. Calibration tolerance set to absorb dispersed tribulation pressure at a rate of 0.34 standard units per channel per session, with a maximum cumulative load of 12.7 units before structural fatigue. Fatigue tolerance permits full replacement upon 85% degradation. She had been designed with a shelf life. The ink glistened, still wet, as if the contract had never stopped being written, as if the Reach had been adding to it all these years, updating the specifications of her body as she aged, as she broke, as she healed. The lock, Narek said, his voice tight. The vault's outer seal. It did not respond to blood or cultivation. It responded to your refusal. That means the original architect built an exit from the Reach's system, not a passage into it. Ruan heard him. The words registered. but the contract was still pulling at her attention, drawing her deeper into the clauses, the sub-clauses, the annotations in a hand that matched the original signature. Final provision. Upon completion of intended caloric and chi transfer, Subject Tracer 17 may be retired via standard dissolution protocol. No residual obligations attach. May be retired. She had been written with a disposal clause. The remnant was screaming now. Not in pain, in recognition. The architecture beneath her feet, the vault around her, the contract in her hands, they all spoke the same language. The language of the body that had been built before she was born. The scripture scrap, she said. Her voice did not sound like her own. Kong stepped closer. What? She fumbled for her sleeve, for the folded fragment Pema had given her, the one he had hidden in his robe and bled for. She pulled it out, the paper creased and warm from her body, and laid it flat beside the contract. The characters did not match, but the residual thread recognized something. It pulled, soft and insistent, toward the lower edge of the scrap where a single line had been written in the same never-drying ink as her name. The lock does not ask for blood. It asks for proof of ownership. She looked at the vault gate. The mechanism was simple, a recessed panel carved with looping seal script that she had assumed was decorative. She had not examined it closely because the gate had opened when she spoke her refusal, because the architecture had recognized her voice. But the gate had not opened. The architecture had opened. The gate was still sealed, and the lock at its center was not a blood lock. It was an inventory lock, calibrated to hollowed meridians, to bodies listed as assets, to subjects who had been written into contracts like the one in her hands. The mechanism did not want her authority. It wanted her serial number. She understood then what the remnant had been reaching for, not the vault, not the truth, the lock. The lock had been built for hands like hers, for bodies like hers, for inventory that had learned to open doors by proving it was owned. Oh, Xiao said, and the single syllable carried the weight of full comprehension. Narek's face had gone pale. Kong was looking at the lock, then at the contract, then at Ruan, and she saw the exact moment he understood, because his jaw tightened and his hands closed into fists at his sides. It recognizes you, he said, as an asset. Tracer 17, she agreed. The word tasted like metal. She pressed her palm to the lock panel. The seal script rippled. A needle-thin point extended from the center of the carving, pricking the base of her thumb, and she felt the familiar pull of her own chi being read, measured, identified. Not by strength, by pattern. The gate groaned. The mechanism accepted her. Ruan Yinxiao entered the vault as a living asset. The insult should have burned. Instead, she felt nothing but cold purpose. We need the ledgers, she said, pulling her hand back. All of them. The transfer records, the Project 2 files, the names of every subject. Take everything. Xiao was already moving, dragging scroll cases from the shelves. Narek followed, his healer's hands careful and precise as he sorted through jade tablets. Kong stayed at Ruan's side. Your hand, he said. She looked down. The prick on her thumb had not stopped bleeding. A thin bead of red welled and fell, landing on the contract, on the clause that described her maximum cumulative load. The ink did not smear. It absorbed the blood and settled darker. Ruan. She looked up. Kong's amber eyes held hers. We are taking the evidence. We are getting out, and then we are going to burn every copy of that contract until there is nothing left but ash. She wanted to believe him. The remnant was still singing beneath her sternum, still pulled toward something deeper in the vault, toward the dark spaces between the shelves where the blue light did not reach. There was more here. More contracts, more specifications, more bodies written into existence on paper that never dried. But the footsteps were coming. She heard them now, not from the echo corridor, from above, multiple sets. Moving fast, synchronized, the heavy tread of enforcer boots on stone. Xia heard them too. She froze, a scroll case half tucked under her arm. The gate, Narek said. It has not sealed behind us. Ruan turned. The vault gate stood open, and the mechanism that had accepted her as inventory did not care about enforcer protocols. It only recognized calibrated bodies. meaning anyone with a hollow heartsea could walk through, or anyone marked as Reach Enforcer could walk through. The footsteps grew louder. Kong moved first. He grabbed the heaviest ledger from the nearest shelf, shoved it into Ruan's arms, and positioned himself between her and the gate, with his hands raised and his cultivation nothing but rubble in his channels. "Go deeper," he said. "Whatever is in the back of this vault, find it. We need more than evidence. We need something they cannot explain away." The gate groaned. Someone on the other side began speaking in the cadence of a seal release incantation, and Ruan Yinxiao, still bleeding from the lock that had branded her as inventory, turned and ran into the dark. Chapter 54. The darkness of the deeper vault swallowed the blue light behind her. Ruan's footsteps echoed against stone that had not felt pressure in decades, maybe longer. The ledger Kong had shoved into her arms pressed against her ribs, heavy with names she had not yet read. She ran until the light from the gate became a distant glow, until her breath hitched and the tracer lines on her wrists pulsed cold warning. Then she stopped. The air here was different, older. It tasted of sealed stone and the faint mineral bite of preservation arrays. She was in a corridor lined with shelves that stretched into darkness above and ahead, each shelf stacked with scroll cases bound in leather that had cracked and healed in cycles. Not ledgers, not contracts, medical charts. She pulled the nearest case from its cradle. The leather was stamped with a seal she did not recognize, 3 interlocking circles around a hollow center. She broke the seal with her thumb and unrolled the parchment inside. Subject: unnamed. Origin: allocation batch 3. Purpose: conduit prototalk. Maximum load: 9.4 units. Disposition: structural failure at 11.2 units. Retired via dissolution protocol. A child's age, a child's measurements, a child's death recorded as a yield calculation. Ruan set the case down carefully, precisely, as if it might shatter. She opened another, and another. Batch 4, Batch 7, Batch 11. Each case held the same pattern. Engineering specs disguised as medical charts, growth projections mapped against load tolerances, disposal instructions written in the same even hand. The handwriting changed between batches, but the formula never did. Hollow heartsea, silver tracer lines, calibrated absorption rate, structural fatigue threshold. They had been building her model for 30 years. The remnant stirred beneath her sternum as she moved deeper into the corridor. It recognized something here, some resonance that made the tracer lines on her wrists hum against her skin. She followed the pull past rows of identical scroll cases, past the records of children who had never been given names, past the evidence of a program that had treated bodies as iterative designs. At the end of the corridor, the shelves gave way to a carved alcove. A single pedestal stood at its center, and on the pedestal rested a ledger bound in black leather with silver corner caps. No dust, no decay. The preservation arrays here were still active, still feeding energy into the seals that kept the ink from fading. Ruan opened the ledger. The first page listed names. Not serial numbers, names. 43 of them, arranged in columns that tracked birth origin, hollow density, assigned partner, and projected yield. She recognized some of the surnames. Minor lineages she had heard of in passing. Outer disciples whose disappearances had been noted and forgotten. Her own name was near the bottom. Ruan Yinxiao. Origin: designation Tracer 1-7. Partner allocation: Contract 1, dissolved. Contract 2, dissolved. Contract 3, dissolved. Contract 4, current. Kong Lize. Projected yield: 12.7 units. Status: pending tribulation transfer. Below her entry, someone had written in a different hand, darker ink. Note: subject exceeds baseline adaptation. Recommend expedited retrieval before structural fatigue reaches critical. Transfer destination confirmed. The destination was not named. She turned the page. The next section listed bonds by number, not by name. Partner 1 was recorded as a mid-level cultivator with a stabilizing need. Partner 2 had been assigned for pressure testing. Partner 3 for extended load calibration. Each entry included performance notes, attrition rates, and a final disposition marker. Dissolution successful. Subject retained for next allocation. She had been scheduled from the first contract. Every dissolution had been planned. Every master had been selected not for their need, but for hers, to strengthen her hollow architecture, to prepare her for the final transfer. The remnant pulsed again, sharper this time. Ruan looked up. At the far end of the alcove, half hidden behind a hanging seal cloth that had faded to near invisibility, there was another shelf, smaller, sealed with a single lock that gleamed like the one at the vault gate. Inventory lock. She crossed to it, pressed her bleeding thumb to the panel. The mechanism clicked once, twice, and the lock fell open. Inside were 5 scroll cases. Each bore a name she did not recognize. Each was marked with the same seal as the ledger, 3 interlocking circles around a hollow center. She opened the first. Subject, transfer complete. Destination, Northern Outreach Station 7. The second. Subject, transfer complete. Destination, Stormbreak Convent. The third. Subject, transfer complete. Location classified. Direct retrieval authorization only. 4 scroll cases, 4 names, 4 hollowed subjects who had survived long enough to be transferred, not dissolved. The 5th case was different. Newer leather, brighter seal, the preservation array still warm to the touch. She opened it. Subject, allocation pending. Designation tracer 1-7. Status, clear for retrieval. Transfer authorization, Bind Warden Tuan Camus. Below the text, stamped in red ink that had not fully dried, retrieval team dispatched. ETA, 15 minutes from seal breach. 15 minutes. Behind her, the distant groan of the vault gate slamming shut echoed through the stone. Kong, Sha, Narek. They were on the other side of that gate, and the retrieval team was already inside. Chapter 55. The echo of the vault gate's slam faded into something worse. Silence. Not the holding silence of a sealed room, but the deliberate stillness of hunters who had already found their prey. Ruan stood at the end of the alcove, the retrieval scroll still clutched in her bleeding hand. The preservation arrays on the 5th scroll case pulsed against her fingers, marking time. 15 minutes from seal breach. How long had passed? She had no measure. The remnant beneath her sternum hummed cold and vigilant, and the tracer lines on her wrists glowed faintly in the dim vault light. Footsteps. Not enforcer boots, something lighter, more deliberate. A single pair, walking with the unhurried precision of someone who knew exactly where every corridor led. Madame Yuan Sifei stepped into the alcove. Her robes caught the blue seal light like oil on water. Her pale river stone eyes moved past Ruan to the open scroll case, the ledger on the pedestal, the scattered medical charts, and registered everything without a flicker of surprise. "You found the full archive?" Huyan said, not a question. Ruan said nothing. Her thumb still bled. The inventory lock had branded her as Tracer 1-7, and she could feel the designation pressing against her consciousness like a seal that had never been lifted. Huyan stepped closer, her hands clasped loosely before her. Behind her, the corridor remained empty. She had come alone. That was worse than a squad of enforcers. "The vault gate recognizes hollowed meridians," Huyan continued, almost conversational. "It was calibrated to admit anyone with the architecture, but the seals beyond this point require more than recognition. They require submission. The original designer built a system that opens to the body, but locks at the will. You passed the first test by refusing service in the Echo Corridor, but you have not yet refused the bond." Ruan's breath caught. "The emergency bond review is still active," Huyan said. "Article 7. It does not require your presence to complete. It requires only that the bond remain identifiable and the senior registrar speak the final clauses." She paused, tilting her head slightly. "I have left Kong Lize alive on the other side of the gate. He has no cultivation, no authority, and no legal standing in this vault. But I could open the gate. I could let him through. Or I could seal it permanently and submit the final dissolution paperwork with you listed as structural failure." Ruan's fingers tightened around the scroll case. The leather creaked. "What do you want?" she asked. Huyan's smile did not reach her eyes. "I want you to understand that the Reach's system did not create you as an act of malice. It created you because survival requires arithmetic. You were designed to absorb what would otherwise destroy others. That is not cruelty. That is efficiency. You mean theft, Ruan said. I mean governance. Yuan stepped closer still, close enough that Ruan could see the silver threads in her pinned hair, the fine tremor in her manicured fingers. The Nine Vapors Reach has existed for 4 centuries because we understood that no cultivation dominion can survive if every pair bonds for love and every tribulation is faced alone. Resources must be allocated, bodies must be accounted for, and some vessels must be spent so that others may ascend. Ruan stared at her. The woman was not a monster. She was worse. She was an administrator who believed cruelty was arithmetic. The gate will open for you if you choose to walk out, Yuan said. You will be transferred to the approved destination. Kong Lize will be permitted to live, stripped of rank but not executed. His lineage will be spared the shame of a traitor's death. And if I refuse? Yuan's smile thinned. Then I will complete the Article 7 rite from this alcove. The dissolution will sever your bond by force. Kong Lize will die on the other side of the gate when the bond break Backlash reaches what remains of his core, and you will be retrieved for transfer regardless, because the retrieval team does not need your consent. Ruan's chest tightened. The remnant pulsed against her sternum, hot and sharp, and the tracer lines on her wrists flared as if responding to the pressure of the rite she could not see but felt gathering. She thought of Kong, his hand in hers on the Cloudbridge, his breath against her neck in Chamber 7. The way he had placed himself between her and the enforcers with nothing but rubble in his channels. She thought of the 43 names in the ledger. The children who had been assessed, measured, and spent. The 4 who had survived transferred to places she had never heard of. The 5th scroll case that bore her name. She had spent her entire life asking permission to survive. She stopped asking. No, she said. Yuan's expression did not change, but something in the air shifted. The preservation arrays on the scroll cases flickered, and the seals on the walls began to hum at a frequency that vibrated through Ruan's teeth. Think carefully, Yuan said. I am offering you the only path that leaves Kong Lize alive. Then your arithmetic is wrong, the voice came from behind Yuan. Kong Lize stepped into the alcove. He was pale, swaying, his dark hair plastered to his face with sweat and runoff water. His robes were torn, his hands empty, his cultivation utterly gone. But he was standing. Ruan's heart seized. Voldot gate. He had opened it. Or someone had opened it for him. Or he had found a way through the inventory lock without cultivation, without chi, without anything but the need to reach her. Yuan turned, and for the first time Ruan saw something like uncertainty cross her features. How did you? He didn't, Ruan said. She understood suddenly with a clarity that burned like tracer light through her channels. The vault had not been sealed against him. It had been sealed against her. The original architect had built the inventory lock to recognize hollowed bodies, but the vault gate itself responded to something else. To the bond. To the decision to stay. Kong crossed the alcove, step by step, until he stood beside Ruan. His hand found hers. His fingers were cold, trembling, but his grip held. I promised you I would stay alive long enough to argue with you, he said, his voice rough and barely audible. I'm not done arguing. Ruan's throat closed. Yuan watched them, her pale eyes moving between their joined hands, and something in her face hardened. You have both chosen poorly, she said. The emergency bond review does not require your cooperation. The final clause of Article 7 is, the bond is not yours to sever. Kong's voice cut through the alcove, not loud but certain. He released Ruan's hand and stepped forward, placing himself between her and Yuan. I formally reject the jurisdiction of the Bind Registry over this bond, he said. I reject its claim to my cultivation history, my lineage standing, and my contractual obligations. I reject every clause that treats her as property. Ruan stared at him. Yuan's hand moved toward her sleeve, toward whatever seal or scroll she carried for emergencies. You have no standing. Your cultivation is destroyed. You are not a registered cultivator of the Reach any longer. Then I am not bound by your laws. Kong reached into his torn robe and pulled out something Ruan had not seen him take. A page of the Black Ledger. Not hers, one of the older pages. A dissolution clause, marked with the 3 interlocking circles seal. Sha Muru retrieved this while I was opening the gate, he said. It records Article 7's original limitation. The review only applies to registered bond assets. If the bond is not recognized by the Reach, the article cannot be enforced. He held the page out. Oyan did not take it. The bond is recognized, she said. It was registered, sealed, and witnessed. It was registered under a contract that was never valid, Kong said, because the contract was a specification, a blueprint, not a legal agreement. Ruan Yinxiao never signed a binding contract. She signed a medical assessment. He was right. The silk-wrapped document on the pedestal, the never-drying ink. It had never been a bond contract. It had been a specification, a design document, a measurement of her body's capacity. The Reach had never registered a valid bond for her. They had registered an inventory allocation. Yuan's composure cracked. For a single heartbeat, Ruan saw rage in those pale riverstone eyes. You cannot prove the document is still in the vault, Kong said. Still preserved, still signed with her name in ink that never dried, because it was never a legal signature. It was a designation. Yuan's hand stopped moving. The silence stretched. And then the vault answered, not with sound, with pressure. A deep, slow pulse that rose through the stone floor, through the shelves and scroll cases, through the seals that had lined every corridor for 40 years. The preservation arrays on the walls glowed white. The 3 interlocking circles seal on the retrieval scroll case cracked, split, and fell away like dry clay. The remnant in Ruan's chest surged, not as hunger, as recognition. Something in the vault had been listening, and it had made its choice. Oyan took a step back, her composure finally, visibly cracking. What have you done? Ruan looked down at her hands. The tracer lines on her wrists were no longer silver. They were white, bright as forge light, and they were spreading. I stopped asking permission, she said. Chapter 56. The white light spread up Ruan's forearms, threading through the silver tracer lines like ink feeding into dry channels. The vault responded in kind. Preservation arrays along the walls brightened, casting the alcove in surgical clarity, and the cracked seal fragments on the retrieval scroll crumbled to powder. Oyan's hand stopped mid-reach. Your architect built the gate to recognize a refusal, Ruan said. But she built the deeper seals for something else. She did not know how she knew. The remnant told her. Not in words, in pressure, in the pull of something locked beneath the vault floor, waiting for the right key. Oyan's composure did not return. The pale riverstone eyes had gone flat and watchful, the posture of someone recalculating a board that had just lost half its pieces. You are guessing. No. Ruan walked past her, past Kong, who reached for her arm and whose fingers brushed empty air. She moved toward the far wall of the alcove, where the preservation arrays converged at a single seam in the stone, a hairline crack so fine it could have been a shadow. The remnant pressed against her ribs. She set her palm against the seam. The white light on her wrists bled into the stone, and the wall opened. Not like the vault gate, not like the echo corridor's slow yield. The stone parted like water disturbed by a thrown weight, rippling outward from her hand and revealing a chamber that had no business existing in the same physical space. A desk, a chair, a shelf of scroll cases coated in dust so old it had turned to grit. And seated at the desk, head bowed over an open ledger, the figure of a man in registrar gray. Oyan made a sound Ruan had never heard from her. Not a gasp, not a word. The air left her throat in a single compressed rush. The figure does not move. Ruan stepped through the parted stone. The chamber smelled of dry paper, old ink, and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet. The scent of a preservation array running on residual power for longer than any array should last. She approached the desk. The man at it was not alive. His skin had the parchment translucence of a spirit imprint, a consciousness anchored to the place of its death by a seal buried in the floor beneath his chair. His fingers rested on the open ledger, posed over a brush that had dried black and cracked decades ago. "Who is this?" Kong's voice came from behind her. He had followed her through the opening. Yuyan had not. Ruan looked at the ledger. The handwriting was small, precise, the hand of someone who had learned to compress truth into the smallest possible space. Star audit file, allocation initiative precedent, designation, Hollow Heart Sea Infrastructure Program, period, year 7 to year 23. Findings: systematic pattern of subject transfer, yield calculation, and planned disposal inconsistent with registered contract protocols. Recommendation: immediate suspension of all bonded placements involving subjects with non-standard Meridian architecture. The ink at the bottom of the page was not dry. It matched the ink on her contract, the ink on Pima's scripture scrap. "The Auditor," Ruan said. Her voice sounded distant to her own ears. "The one who investigated before the Reach buried it." The spirit imprint stirred. Not the body. The consciousness. A slow pressure against the air, as if the chamber itself had drawn a breath. The man at the desk raised his head. His eyes were empty sockets filled with white preservation light. "Tracer 17, he said. His voice was paper, dry, crumbled, ancient, but clear. "You are the last specification." Ruan's hands went cold. "You know what I am. I know what you were designed to be." The Auditor's head tilted, the movement jerky, the body remembering motion it no longer possessed. "I found the records, years 7 through 23. I traced every allocation, every dissolution, every yield projection. I wrote the audit that should have ended it." Should have. The Auditor's jaw worked. A sound escaped him, not a word, something between a crack and a sigh. "I was stopped." By who? By the Warden, who inherited the project when the original architect was removed. The white light in his sockets flickered. He did not begin it. He was chosen to continue it. The Bind Warden before him. The light guttered. The Auditor's form wavered, edges blurring like wet ink on soaked paper. "Name him." The Auditor's mouth opened. The preservation arrays on the walls flared once, twice, and then someone laughed behind Ruan. "Yuan." She stood at the threshold of the parted stone, and she was no longer composed. Her composure had burned away, leaving something lean and vicious behind. "You think I let you walk in here without preparing for this?" She raised her hand. In it, a seal. Not a paper seal, a bone seal. White, carved, ancient, pulsing with the same preservation light that sustained the Auditor's imprint. "I am the Chief Registrar," she said. "I hold the keys to every seal in this vault, including the one that keeps him speaking." Kong moved, fast. Even with his cultivation rubble, his body remembered speed. He crossed the chamber, reaching for Oyan's wrist. The seal activated. The Auditor's form screamed. Not a sound. A pressure. A detonation of spiritual force that threw Ruan against the desk, sent Kong crashing into the shelf, and turned the preservation arrays to shattering glass. The Auditor's words came apart. "Architect, not the Warden. Before Tuan. She was..." The white light died. The chamber went dark. And through the ringing in her ears, Ruan heard Oyan's voice. Calm again, re-iced, and terrible. "The vault will seal in 30 seconds. All of it. The archive, the evidence, the imprint, and everyone inside. I will burn this floor to bedrock before I let a dead man's half-truth undo 40 years of order." Stone ground against stone above them. The vault was collapsing. Chapter 57. Stone ground against stone above them. Ruan pushed off the desk, ears ringing, blood warm on her palm where the inventory lock had cut her. The chamber swayed. The preservation arrays had shattered into glittering shards across the floor, and the Auditor's form was nothing now but a smear of dying light against the empty chair. Yuan stood in the threshold, the bone seal still raised, her composure refrozen into something worse than anger. Calm. Certain. The ceiling groaned. "We need to move," Kong said. He was already at Ruan's side, one hand on her elbow, the other braced against the wall where the stone had begun to spider crack. "The ledgers," Ruan said. "No time." "The ledgers are the only proof, Ruan." She turned. His amber eyes held hers. and she saw what he did not say. They would die here if she tried to carry everything. The walls were sealing. Wuhan had already stepped back through the parted stone, and the opening was beginning to close. Ruan grabbed the auditor's ledger from the desk. One volume, the one with the wet ink. She shoved it into her robe, felt the weight settle against her ribs. Then she ran. Kong moved beside her, breath ragged, legs steady on will alone. They reached the opening as it narrowed, and Ruan forced herself through sideways, the stone scraping her shoulder, her hip, the leather of the ledger pressing into her chest. She emerged into the main vault. The blue seal array light had gone sick and orange. The shelves were vibrating. Scroll cases toppled. Dust shook loose from the ceiling in fine streams. Kong cleared the opening behind her, and the stone ground shut at his heels. "Wrong way," he said. "What?" He pointed. The vault gate was sealed. Ruan had already disappeared through the passage beyond, and the grinding overhead was growing louder, deeper, a structural collapse widening from the ceiling down. They were trapped. Then the doors opened. Not the vault gate. The vault gate stayed shut. But the larger doors, the outer archive doors that led to the registry's lowest floor, the ones that should have required Warden authority and 3 seal keys, those doors swung inward with a sound like a held breath released. Fei Juren stood in the doorway. Blood ran from a cut above his eyebrow. His disciple's standard robes were torn at the shoulder, and his left hand gripped a cluster of relay seals wired together with copper thread and raw desperation. His eyes were flat, patient, calculating, and alight with something very close to satisfaction. "Did you think I would let Tuan bury this twice?" Ruan stared at him. "How did you—" "I didn't follow you." He stepped into the vault. The relay seals in his hand hummed, a frequency that made Ruan's tracer lines thrum in sympathy. "I followed the trail you left. Every seal you opened down here I mapped from above. Then I took these from the witness Terrace relay station." He held up the seals. 5 of them. The kind that broadcast cultivation signatures across sector rays for public demonstrations and decree proclamations. "The terraces are still crowded," Fei said. 300 witnesses. Some of them haven't even left the compound. They saw your tribulation fail. They saw the archive burn. They are waiting for an explanation. He looked at the ledgers scattered across the vault floor, at the open scroll cases, at the 3 interlocking circles seal lying shattered beside the pedestal. "I am going to give them one." Kong stepped forward. "Fei, the vault is collapsing." "Then I had better be fast." He knelt. The relay seals spread across the stone in a pattern Ruan recognized. A broadcasting array, the kind used for live testimony during formal hearings. He connected them with copper wire, hands steady despite the blood at his temple, and then he pressed his palm to the central seal. The array flared, and the walls began to speak. Not the sealed corridor echoes, the relay. Fei had linked the vault's preservation arrays, the ones that still held fragments of the auditor's shattered imprint and the ledger's glowing text, into the witness network above. The image bloomed across his relay seals, the auditor's open ledger, page after page of handwriting that matched the ink on Ruan's contract. Names, dates, yield projections, disposal authorizations. Then Oyan's voice, captured from the moment she had entered the hidden chamber. "I will burn this floor to bedrock before I let a dead man's half-truth undo 40 years of order." Then the auditor's final fragment. "Architect, not the warden. Before Tuan, she was—" Fei let it play. Ruan heard the silence on the other end of the relay, the stunned void where 300 witnesses were watching the same images, hearing the same voices, seeing the same names that Fei had read aloud on the witness terrace hours earlier, but without the context of the vault. Now they had the context. "He is going to kill us for this," Kong said quietly. Fei looked up. The flat patience in his eyes had not changed, but something else moved beneath it. Exhaustion. Relief. The hollow completion of a plan that had already cost him everything. He was going to kill us anyway. The ceiling above them buckled. Stone fell. Not a collapse, not yet, but a warning. A slab the size of a door crashed into the vault floor and the relay seals shuddered and the broadcast flickered. Ruan grabbed Fei's arm. We have to move, now. Fei looked at her. For a moment, he seemed about to argue, to say that staying to let the broadcast run was worth dying for. Then he looked at the relay seals, at the spreading crack in the vault ceiling, at Kong swaying on empty cultivation, barely standing. He stood. "West Tunnel," he said. "The drainage shaft I told you about. It opens onto the cliffs beneath the shadow line. If we reach it before Tuan's enforcers seal the mountain, we can still make the lower fog paths." Ruan heard what he did not say. If we reach it. The grinding above them intensified, and through the relay seals, still live, still broadcasting, she heard the first shouts from the witness terraces. Not confusion. Fury. The Reach's narrative had fractured, but the sound of stone breaking overhead meant the Reach had heard exactly where the fracture came from. Chapter 58. The west tunnel mouth was a black slit in the foundation stone, barely shoulder width, clogged with debris that Fei began pulling aside with the same flat patience he had used to wire the relay seals. Ruan heard the water before she saw it. Somewhere beyond the darkness, the drainage shaft channel ran fast and deep, carrying storm runoff toward the cliffs. 200 paces, Fei said, not looking up. Then a vertical drop into the runoff channel. The current will take us under the shadow line before the enforcers can seal the outer ridges. Kong leaned against the tunnel wall, breathing in shallow pulls. His face was the color of old paper, and his hands trembled when he tried to brace himself. Ruan moved to his side without thinking. "I can make it," he said before she could speak. "I did not ask." Behind them, the ceiling of the vault continued to grind. Stone dust sifted through the air, catching the light from the relay seals Fei had left behind, still broadcasting fragments of the Auditor's evidence to the witness terraces above. The shouts from those terraces had not faded. If anything, they had grown louder, more distinct, angrier. Fei had done exactly what he planned. He had cracked the Reach's story open in front of 300 people who would now carry the fracture in every direction. But the cost of that crack was still counting. A sound reached them from the corridor behind the vault. Not stone, not water. Footsteps. Multiple. Synchronized. Kong straightened. The movement cost him visibly, a ripple of pain across his jaw. "They are inside the foundation," Fei said quietly. "We need to move now." He turned back to the tunnel mouth, but before he could take a step, the light shifted. Not the relay seals. A different light, cool amber, the color of old cultivation lanterns, carried by figures who emerged from the corridor behind them without a sound. 3 of them. The lead figure was a woman in robes, the color of dried pine, her hair pinned with jade that matched the clasps Kong wore at his collar. The same insignia, the same house crest embroidered in silver thread over her heart. House Kong. Behind her stood 2 attendants in formal gray, their hands clasped, their faces blank. The woman stopped at the edge of the rubble. Her gaze swept over Fei, dismissed him, over Ruan, measured her like an inventory item, then settled on Kong. "Lize." Her voice carried the weight of authority worn so long it had become breath. Kong's expression did not change, but Ruan felt the shift through the bond, the faint tremor of something older than fear. Recognition. "Elder Suyin," the woman inclined her head. "Your father's cousin, yes. I am surprised you remember." "I remember every member of the lineage who stopped answering my letters." A pause. Elder Suyin's mouth tightened, but she did not take the bait. "I am not here to argue with you about correspondence, Lize. I am here because the house received word that you survived the tribulation, against all expectation, against all planning." She stepped closer. The attendants did not follow. "The witness terraces are in chaos. The Bind Warden has lost control of the narrative. The Reach is scrambling to contain what your friend's broadcast has unleashed." Her gaze flicked to Fei, then back to Kong. "But you are still alive, and the house still has a use for that." Kong said nothing. Elder Suyin's voice dropped, intimate and cold. "Come with us, now. Disavow the altered bond. Testify that she corrupted your tribulation, that she altered the technique without your knowledge, that you were a victim of her manipulation. The house will extract you. You will retain your name, your inheritance, your protection." The words hung in the air, precise as surgical cuts. Ruan felt them land. felt the shape of the offer, the trap dressed as rescue. Kong was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "No." Elder Suyin's expression did not change, but something behind her eyes went flat, as if she had expected this answer and had prepared a response she did not want to use. "Lize," I said, "no. You are throwing away everything, your lineage, your future, the protection your father's name still carries in this sect. My father is dead." Kong's voice was quiet, stripped of warmth, "and his name has been used to justify murder for 30 years. I will not let it justify hers." Elder Suyin studied him. The silence stretched, filled with the distant grinding of stone and the water moving in the tunnel behind them. Then she said, "You understand what this means?" "I understand. Your name is revoked. Your inheritance is forfeit. The house will not acknowledge you. You will be dead to every contract, every resource, every protection the Kong lineage has ever held." Kong's jaw tightened, but he did not look away. "I know." Elder Suyin nodded slowly. Then she turned to Ruan, and for the first time, her gaze held something beyond assessment. Contempt. "You should know," she said, "that Bind Warden Tuan has already submitted a formal request to the Sect Council. Authorization to kill you on sight. No capture, no trial, no review." She paused. "The request is being processed now." The words landed like a blade between Ruan's ribs. Kong stepped forward, but Ruan caught his arm before he could speak. "Thank you for the information," Ruan said. Her voice did not shake. Elder Suyin's eyes narrowed. She had expected fear, desperation, a plea. She got neither. "Foolish girl," she said softly. "You do not understand what is coming." Ruan held her gaze. "I have been what is coming my entire life." The silence between them stretched. Then Elder Suyin turned, gathered her robes, and walked back into the corridor without another word. The attendants followed, their footsteps precise and unhurried. As the amber light of their lanterns receded, the darkness of the tunnel mouth yawned wider. Fei exhaled. "That could have gone better." Kong did not answer. He was staring at the space where Elder Suyin had stood, his face unreadable. Ruan tightened her grip on his arm. "Kong," he looked at her. "The water will be cold," she said, "and the current will try to separate us. Do not let go of my hand." Something moved behind his eyes. Not grief, not resignation, gratitude. "I will not," he said. They turned toward the tunnel mouth together. Behind them, the shouts from the witness terraces grew louder, and somewhere in the depths of the reach, the formal request with Bind Warden Tuan's seal began its slow passage through the sect council, carrying the weight of a death sentence already signed in ink that would never dry. Chapter 59. The tunnel mouth was closer than it looked. Ruan had her hand outstretched toward Kong's when the ceiling between them split, a slab of stone the width of 2 men slamming down with a crack that rang through her teeth. The force of it threw her sideways, drove her shoulder into the wall, and when she pushed upright through the dust, the slab blocked the passage entirely. "Kong!" His answer came muffled through the stone. "I am here. I am—" A crash somewhere beyond him. Feet. Shouts. "Go!" she said through the gap. "Fei, get him to the channel. I will find another way." She did not wait for his refusal. She turned and ran back the way they had come, into the corridors Elder Suyin had just abandoned, where the amber light was dying and the dust was still settling. The Reach's lower archive wing was a maze of collapsed shelves and overturned scroll racks. Ruan moved through it with her hand against the wall, feeling for the pulse of the remnant beneath her sternum. The white tracer lines on her arms had dimmed to a faint glow, but they still recognized the architecture. Every sealed door she passed, every locked grate, every bolted access panel, they responded to her passage with a low vibration, as if the building itself knew what she was. She found the intersecting corridor by instinct, turned left, came out into a narrow reading chamber with a single table bolted to the floor and a woman seated behind it, fingers laced, robes the color of dried blood. Madame Yoyan Sifei looked up as if she had been expecting company. "I wondered which route you would take," she said. "The water channel was the obvious choice. You always choose the obvious choice when you think you are being clever." Ruan stopped in the doorway. Her hand went to the ledger tucked inside her robe, the auditor's wet ink evidence pressed against her ribs. Behind her, the corridor was empty. "Where's you bomb seal?" Ruan asked. "Gone." Yuan's pale eyes did not blink. "The vault collapse consumed it, as intended. I did not survive the chamber to carry trophies." "Then you have no weapon." "Neither do you." Yuan tilted her head. "Your cultivation is unstable. Your partner is crippled. Your only ally with combat training is bleeding from a head wound and dragging Kong Lize's through a runoff channel while hoping the current does not dash them against the rocks." She said it the way one recited a weather report. Ruan's jaw tightened. "You do not know where they are." "I do not need to. I know where you are." Yuan rose, her movements unhurried, her hands empty and open at her sides. "That is sufficient." Words settled in the space between them like a line drawn in ash. Ruan did not step back. "The auditor's ledger is in my possession," she said. "The broadcast reached 300 witnesses. Your vault is collapsing, and you are standing in an archive wing that will be swarming with sect council investigators within the hour." Wu Yan smiled. It was a thin, precise expression that did not reach her eyes. "You think any of that matters?" "I think you are cornered." "I am never cornered, child. I am positioned." Wu Yan stepped around the table, her robes brushing the floor with a sound like dry leaves. "You believe you have exposed me. You believe the witnesses will rise up, the council will intervene, and the system that made you will crumble under the weight of its own crimes." She stopped 3 paces from Ruan, close enough that Ruan could see the fine tremor in her jaw, the only crack in her composure. "You are wrong." Ruan held her ground. "Explain it to me then. Convince me that engineering children for sacrifice is necessary arithmetic." Oyen's gaze did not waver. "How many cultivators do you think the 9 Vapors Reach has lost to uncontrolled heavenly tribulation in the last 30 years? The question landed like a thrown stone. "I do not know." 473. Yuyan's voice was flat, clinical. Sect records, verified deaths, each one a potential collapse zone, a damage radius that could have taken a terrace, a residential wing, a gathering of disciples who were simply standing too close. She took a step closer. "Now ask me how many tribulation casualties we have recorded in the 10 years since Project 2's first successful hollow-engineered pair reached Storm Peak." Ruan did not answer. 23. Oyen's lips pressed together. 23 deaths out of 87 recorded breakthroughs, a fatality rate reduction of 75%. And how many engineered subjects died to produce those results? Huyen's expression did not change. 16. 16. Ruan heard her own voice go quiet, stripped of everything but bone. Children, in restraints, with shelf lives and disposal clauses. Subjects who would not have been born at all if the Reach had not allocated resources to their creation. Huyen's tone remained even, unhurried. Every one of them was designed for a function. Every one of them performed that function. Their deaths were not cruelty. They were completion. Ruan felt something cold settle in her chest. "You are describing murder as efficiency. I am describing governance." Huyan's pale eyes held hers. "The Reach is not a family, Ruan Yinxiao. It is a structure, a body composed of thousands of cultivators who must advance or die, who must break through or stagnate, who must ascend or be consumed by their own accumulated pressure. Compassion does not stabilize that body. Arithmetic does." The words hung in the air, heavy as stone. Ruan thought of Pima's tear-streaked face, the child-sized restraints in the burned dissolution chamber, the 11 juvenile tablets with their inventory marks and yield projections. She thought of the child's bracelet drawing and the promise scratched beside it. "I will find you." "The arithmetic is wrong," she said. Huyan's brows lifted. "Is it?" "You counted the survivors. You did not count the ones who were never given a choice." Ruan stepped forward, her voice low. "You did not count the children who drew bracelets in stone and waited for someone to come back for them. You did not count me." She pulled the ledger from her robe and held it up between them. But I count it myself, and I am not your arithmetic. The silence stretched. Then Yuan's composure cracked, a hairline fracture in the porcelain. You misunderstand the situation, she said quietly. I did not come here to argue with you. I came here to tell you that the emergency right your partner tried to block has one remaining clause. She reached into her sleeve and withdrew a folded sheet of parchment, its edges sealed with the 3 interlocking circles mark. Article 7, subsection 15, Emergency Dissolution by Sovereign Mandate. She held it up, her voice dropping to a near whisper. It requires no bond registration. It requires no consent. It requires only the Bind Warden's seal and a living subject. Ruan's blood went cold. Tuan Changmu sealed it an hour ago. Yuan's smile returned, thinner than before. The dissolution has already begun. The air in the room shifted. Ruan felt it in her chest, a deep, resonant pull, as if something beneath her heartsea had been hooked and was being drawn upward by a thread. Her hand pressed against her sternum. The silver tracer lines on her arms flickered, pulsed, and began to glow. The mechanism is keyed to your architecture, Yuan said, her voice almost gentle. The same silver lines that make you a perfect conduit also make you a perfect target. The dissolution will find your bond, sever it strand by strand, and leave you empty. She folded the parchment and tucked it back into her sleeve. That is the arithmetic, Ruan Yinxiao. You cannot win against a system that was built to consume you. Ruan's breath came shallow. The pull in her chest was growing stronger, a steady, inexorable pressure that felt like a hand closing around the very core of her. She looked down at the ledger in her hands, the auditor's wet ink evidence, the names of 43 hollowed subjects, 4 of whom had survived to be transferred. She thought of Kong's hand in hers, the way he had said her name in the darkness of the vault, as if it was the only word that mattered. Then she looked up at Madame Mo Yan Sifei, and she did not run. This is the other part of the arithmetic you did not count, Ruan said. The silver lines on her arms flared white. I am not afraid to be empty. The dissolution clause pulled harder. The room around her began to blur at the edges, and somewhere in the depths of the corridor behind her, a door that should have been sealed for 30 years groaned open against its hinges. Chapter 60. The dissolution pulled at her like a hook set deep in her chest, each pulse of the silver lines a thread being drawn out strand by strand. The room wavered at the edges, the reading chamber shelves blurring into smears of shadow and gray. Behind her, the door groaned wider. Madame Wuyan's composure did not break, but her gaze flickered past Ruan's shoulder, a single note of uncertainty in the riverstone stillness. You believe that opening changes something, she said. It does not. The dissolution is already active. The Bind Warden's seal cannot be reversed by a door or a dead man's ledger. Ruan pressed her hand against her sternum. The pull was rhythmic, a second heartbeat drawing her hollow heartsea upward like water into a siphon. Her tracer lines blazed white against her skin, but she had been pulled before. 3 masters had pulled at her. The Reach had pulled at her since before she was born. She had learned to brace. The dissolution is keyed to my architecture, she said, each word forced through the pressure in her chest. You said it yourself. The silver lines make me a target. Yuan's head tilted. I did. Then you also know what those lines are. Ruan's voice steadied. They are not just a vulnerability, they are a record. She lifted her arm, the white tracer lines visible through her sleeve. They had spread to her wrists, her palms, the base of her throat. The contract I signed had independent control clauses. Clause 7, Clause 12, Clause 19. She let the names hang. You remember them. You negotiated against them. Yuan's expression flickered. The hairline crack in her composure widened. Those clauses govern right of refusal during any procedure that threatens irreversible structural damage to my heartsea. This is not a procedure, Yuan said. This is a dissolution. The language does not distinguish. Ruan pulled the auditor's ledger from her robe and held it up, not as a weapon, but as a document. Article 7, subsection 15 requires the subject's architecture to accept the dissolution mechanism, But Clause 7 of my contract reserves my right to refuse any procedure that my bonded medical examiner determines would cause irreversible structural damage. She met Ruan's pale eyes. Kong Lize is the only person who qualifies as my bonded medical examiner under that clause. The silence that followed was absolute. Ruan's hands stilled at her sides. For a long moment she did not move, did not speak, did not even seem to breathe. "You are citing a clause your partner cannot enforce," she said finally. "His cultivation is rubble. He cannot even stand. He does not need to stand." Ruan's voice did not waver. "He only needs to exist. The clause requires his determination, not his cultivation." The silver lines on her arms pulsed hotter. The dissolution pulled deeper, a twisting sensation that curled beneath her ribs and squeezed. She did not let herself bend. "The contract requires a documented medical determination, not a cultivation signature, not a spiritual attestation." She forced each word through the pain. "A document with his name and his seal, delivered to the chief registrar's office before the dissolution can proceed." Ruan's jaw tightened. "You are stalling." "I am following the law." Ruan let the ledger fall to her side. "The same law you invoked when you activated subsection 15. The same law that made Tuan Changmu's seal valid. If the dissolution bypasses my contract's independent control clauses, then every contract in the reach is void. Every bond you registered is worthless." The pressure in her chest peaked, a white-hot spike that drove her to her knees. She caught herself on the edge of a shelf, the aged wood digging into her palm. "You are burning out," Ruan said, her voice low and cold. "The dissolution does not care about your clauses. It is cutting through your architecture strand by strand. By the time you produce a document, you will already be empty." Ruan's vision grayed at the edges, but she held the shelf, held the weight of her own refusal. "Then produce it," she said. "Sever me. But if you do, every hollow subject in every contract will know that the Reach's law is a lie, that a Bind Warden's seal can override negotiated terms, that the chief registrar's signature means nothing." Ruan's composure cracked open. For a moment, Ruan saw something beneath the porcelain. Not cruelty, not calculation, something older and more fragile. A woman who had built her life on believing she was right. "The clauses will not save you," Ruan said. "They will only delay the inevitable." "Delay is enough." Ruan's fingers tightened on the shelf. "Kong will reach the runoff channel. Fei will find witnesses. The evidence will spread beyond the Reach's reach." Ruan's pale eyes narrowed. "You misunderstand the dissolution's trigger." Ruan's blood went cold. "It is keyed to your architecture," Ruan said, stepping closer. "But the final severance is keyed to your bond's other endpoint." She reached into her sleeve and produced a second parchment, folded and sealed with the 3 interlocking circles mark. "The dissolution will not complete until Kong Lize's heartbeat stops." The words hit Ruan like a blow to the chest. "Each thread I sever sends a pulse through the bond, a pulse that his collapsed channels cannot absorb." Ruan's voice dropped to a whisper. "The final severance will kill him before it empties you." Ruan's hand slipped from the shelf. She hit the floor on her knees, the pressure in her chest screaming, the silver lines blazing white against her skin. Behind her, the open door breathed cold air across her back. And somewhere in the darkness of the corridor beyond, something that had been waiting for 30 years began to move. Chapter 61. Narek heard the dissolution before he felt it, a low hum traveling through stone, through water, through the bones of the archive's lowest floor. He stood in the maintenance corridor 2 levels above the reading chamber, one hand pressed flat against the wall, feeling the frequency crawl up his arm like a second pulse. The Reach had designed this building to resonate with legal rights. Every seal, every contract, every dissolution was a vibration trapped in the architecture. And this one was cutting through Ruan Yinxiao's chest. He had seen the tracer lines burn before. He had watched her channel power she was never meant to hold, had written false reports and omitted findings from official records. But this was different. The dissolution was not taking her power. It was taking her existence, strand by strand. Kong's heartbeat was the target. Narek had treated that heartbeat. He had stood beside Kong's bed after the tribulation collapse and listened to the rubble where his cultivation used to be. He had not told Ruan how close the man had come to dying. He had not told her that the only reason Kong's heart still beat was that something in the braid had refused to let it stop. The dissolution would use that refusal as a knife. He turned from the wall and walked. The storage vault lay 3 doors east, sealed with a standard administrative lock that recognized his healer's seal. He had been granted access to this corridor years ago, when he still believed he could help from inside the system, when he still believed the Reach would listen to medical evidence instead of burning it. The lock clicked open. The vault was narrow and cold, lined with shelves of confiscated spirit medicines. Stimulants removed from disciples who pushed too hard. Sedatives drained from subjects who could not sleep without screaming. Bottles of raw, stabilizing elixirs that had been diverted from the infirmary and logged as lost. He did not stop to read the labels. He began pulling bottles from the shelves and uncorking them one-handed. The first splash hit the floor and hissed against the seal-awry glow built into the stone. The second poured across the threshold, mingling with the first in a chemical shimmer that tasted of bitter root and ash. The third bottle was heavy, dark glass, and he emptied it across the wall where the dissolution's vibration was strongest. The array beneath his feet flared once, twice, then began to flicker. Spirit medicine containing conflicting chi signatures, raw elixirs never meant to touch each other, bound by no formation logic, stabilized by no healer's hand. They were poison to the Reach's precise seal architecture. The dissolution was a legal instrument, measured and clean. It had no defense against chaos. The flicker became a shudder. The hum in the walls broke pitch. Narek threw the empty bottle into the corner and grabbed another shelf. 5 more containers joined the flood. The stone floor ran with amber, green, and pale white liquids that steamed where they met the dying array light. The door behind him slammed open. "Narek Solun!" He did not turn. "Brother Narek!" The voice was sharper now, a registry officer in full, formal gray. "Step away from the stores. You are in violation of 7 administrative codes." Narek uncorked the last bottle. 7, he said. "That is not enough." He poured it across his own feet. The array beneath the corridor screamed. The light went white, then dead. The dissolution's hum cut off in a violent stutter that sent cracks racing across the ceiling stones. The vibration that had been threading through Ruan's chest faltered, slowed, and then rerouted entirely as the seal network began to collapse in a chain reaction. Narek turned. The registry officer had drawn a blade. Behind him, 3 more figures in gray stood in the corridor, their faces unreadable in the failing light. "I have been complicit for 30 years, Narek said. "I sealed the sub-basement. I signed the confirmations. I watched them bring children through the infirmary doors, and I recorded their heart-C densities instead of their names." The officer's blade did not waver. "That confession will be entered into evidence." "I know." Narek straightened his robes. "That is the point." The chain reaction reached the lower archive. The floor lurched beneath them. A grinding sound, deep and mineral, rolled through the stone like thunder through bedrock. The dissolution's temporary silence was not a break, not a victory. It was a hitch in a mechanism that would recalibrate within minutes. But in that hitch, something else happened. The wall at the far end of the corridor groaned. Narek watched the stone shift sideways along a seam he had never seen, a passage he had never known existed. Beyond it lay darkness and the faint chemical smell of sedatives used at concentrations he recognized from the infirmary's deepest ward. The patient cells, the hollowed subjects awaiting transfer. He took one step toward the opening, and the registry officer grabbed his arm. "You will not." The stone above them cracked, not from the dissolution sound, not from the chain reaction alone. Something heavy was moving through the floors above, something that walked with a rhythm that did not belong to any human gait. The officer looked up. His grip loosened. Narek pulled free. "Guard horns," he said, "or I will find the passage myself and tell every sedated patient inside that the Reach left them to burn." The officer's jaw tightened. Behind Narek, the darkness of the opened passage breathed cold air across his back. Somewhere inside it, a voice he could not quite hear said nothing at all. but the silence it made was shaped like words. Chapter 62. The passage smelled of infirmary sedatives and something older, something that had been breathing in the dark for years without light to judge it by. Narek moved forward with one hand on the stone wall, the other still wet from the elixirs he had emptied across the dissolution arrays. Behind him, the registry officer did not follow. The seam in the wall had closed. The corridor behind him was sealed by stone that had shifted back into place with the weight of decades, and the only light came from a faint phosphorescent stain along the ceiling that pulsed irregularly, like a dying heartbeat made visible. He counted his steps. 20, 40, 60. The passage widened. The chemical smell sharpened into something clinical, alcohol and bandage linen and the thin metallic undertone of blood that had been cleaned too many times to leave a stain, but never washed out of the air itself. The phosphorescent glow brightened ahead, spilling from a doorway that had no door. Narek stopped at the threshold. The room beyond was shaped like a hospital ward, but no hospital he had ever served in arranged its beds this way. 30 cots lined the walls in precise rows, each one spaced exactly an arm's length from the next, each one occupied by a body that wore the same thin gray shift and the same wrist tag with the same 3 interlocking circles, seal stamped into the paper. Some of the bodies were children. The youngest could not have been more than 7. A girl with black hair plastered across her face, her chest rising and falling in shallow mechanical rhythm, her wrist tag marked with a density reading and a single character, pending. Beside her, a boy of perhaps 10 lay with his arm bent at an angle that suggested it had not been set properly. His tag read, "Transfer standby," beneath the density number. Further down the row, adults. Men and women whose ages Narek could not guess because their faces had been smoothed into the same expression, slack and distant, the look of people who had been sedated so long they no longer remembered what wakefulness felt like. He walked between the cots. The tags told him everything the Reach had never recorded in the infirmary logs: density measurements, batch designations, allocation targets, projected yield timelines. And at the bottom of each tag, a stamped date that told him exactly how long each subject had been waiting in this darkness. The oldest date was 23 years ago. A woman in the corner cot had been lying here since before Narek took his healing vows. Her hair had gone white. Her hands were curled into fists too tight to open, the nails grown long and yellow, and her tag read, "Classified transfer, destination, free," with a date stamp from the year the Reach had first sealed the sub-basement. He had signed that seal. He had confirmed the sub-basement was empty. The cot in the center of the room held a young woman whose eyes were open. Narek stopped breathing. She was watching him. Not with the unfocused stare of the sedated, not with the panicked alertness of someone waking from a nightmare, but with a stillness that reminded him of a hunting bird waiting for the right wind. Her wrist tag read, "Tracer 2-3. Transfer status, active. Destination, Cold Reed Annex." She did not look at the tag. She looked at Narek's face. "Are you the one?" she said, and her voice was rough from disuse but steady. "Who comes to take us to the annex?" Narek shook his head. The young woman blinked once. Her silver tracer lines, identical in pattern to Ruan's, glowed faintly beneath the skin of her wrists. She was hollow. She was engineered. She had been lying in this cot for years, waiting for a transfer that never came, and she had stayed awake through all of it. "Then why are you here?" He did not have an answer that would fit. Behind him, at the far end of the ward, a door he had not noticed opened without a sound. Cold air poured through it, carrying the smell of exposed rock and underground water, and the rhythmic thud of something large moving through the floors above vibrated down through the ceiling stones. The young woman's eyes shifted past him. "Something is coming through the upper levels," she said. "It walks like a person, but it is not a person. I have been hearing it for 3 years. It has never come this close before." Narek turned. The open door led to another corridor, darker than the passage he had come through, and at the far end of that corridor, a single figure stood silhouetted against a dim light source he could not identify. It was not a registry officer. It was not an enforcer. It was too still, too straight, too patient. It stood like someone who had been waiting for a long time and had no intention of leaving until it received what it came for. The young woman sat up slowly. "Is that the one," she said, "who comes to take us to the annex?" Derek did not know. The figure in the corridor did not move, but something in the way it stood, in the angle of its head, in the silence it carried, told him that it had heard the question and was considering whether to answer. Behind him, the young woman swung her legs off the cot. Her feet touched the stone floor for the first time in years, and in the reading chamber 2 levels above, Ruan Yinxiao felt the Dissolution's hitch falter as the hidden passage opened, and something that had been waiting for 30 years began walking toward the only person in the reach who was designed to meet it. Chapter 63. The figure at the far end of the corridor did not move. Narek stood frozen in the ward's threshold, the chemical smell of sedatives thick in his lungs, Tracer 2-3's bare feet on the stone behind him. The open door breathed cold air that carried no human warmth, no cultivation pressure, nothing but the patience of something that had waited long enough to learn stillness better than any living person. "You need to close that door," Tracer 2-3 said. She was standing now. Her legs held her weight with the careful precision of someone relearning a forgotten skill, but her eyes never left the silhouette at the corridor's end. "That is not a registry officer," she said. "It is not an enforcer. It is not anything that answers to the reach." Narek's hand found the door's edge. The figure did not advance. It did not retreat. It simply stood, a seam of darkness shaped like a person, and the air between them vibrated with a frequency Narek felt in his teeth. He pulled the door shut. The latch clicked into place with a sound too small for the weight of what it sealed out. Tracer 2-3 exhaled once, a breath she had been holding for longer than the last few seconds. "That bought us time. Not much." "Time for what?" She looked at the 30 cots, at the children, at the white-haired woman whose hands had not opened in 23 years. "Time to decide who dies here." The ceiling above them groaned. Not the sound of stone settling, not the vibration of the dissolution arrays recalibrating, but something else, something that came with heat. Narek smelled it before he saw it. Smoke. 2 levels above, Ruan felt the dissolution's hitch falter. The tearing in her chest had not stopped, but it had stuttered, the precise cutting rhythm disrupted long enough for her to drag air into her lungs and push herself off the floor. Her tracer lines blazed white against her forearms, light bleeding through her sleeves, and Madame Uyan Sifei stood in the center of the reading chamber with the second parchment still sealed in her manicured fingers. Uyan's composure had cracked, not visibly, not in any way a lesser observer would catch, but Ruan saw the micro-shift in her jaw, the fractional tightening of her grip on the parchment. "You feel it," Ruan said. "I feel disruption," Uyan said. "Temporary, reckless. Your healer has flooded an archive vault with conflicting spirit medicines, and the dissolution array will recalibrate within." The first bell rang, not the ceremonial toll of the registry's hour chime, an alarm bell, high and urgent, the kind that signaled either fire or breach. Yuan's pale riverstone eyes flicked toward the corridor. A second bell joined the first, then a third, and the smoke began to curl under the reading chamber door. The lower archive wing was burning. Xiaomuru reached Ruan first, arriving through the maintenance corridor with ash smeared across her sharp face and a strip of her sleeve torn away to cover her mouth. She took in the scene in a single glance. Ruan on her knees, tracer lines blazing. Yuan standing with the parchment, smoke thickening through the door crack. "They are firing the lower levels," Xia said. Her voice was flat, efficient, the tone of someone who had already accepted the worst. Tuan's orders, every archive, every ledger, every paper vault below the 3rd sublevel, alchemical igniters in the ventilation shafts. Yuan's face went pale. "He cannot," she said. "The dissolution is still active. The legal chain requires—" "He can," Xia said. "He already did. The fire is spreading upward. The ventilation shafts are feeding it through the entire east wing. We have maybe 10 minutes before the smoke reaches the infirmary levels, maybe 15 before the structural seals fail and the upper terraces start collapsing." Ruan forced herself to stand. Her legs shook. The dissolution was still pulling at her architecture, but the disrupted rhythm had given her a window. Seconds or minutes, enough to think. Where is Kong? Still in the water channel with Fei, Shai said. They are alive. The channel runs beneath the fire line, but the exits are being sealed. Tuan has soldiers on every gate, every stair, every fog path access. He's not trying to catch you. He's trying to bury everything. Uyan's parchment trembled in her grip. Ruan saw it. Madame Uyan Sifei, the chief registrar who had never wavered through 30 years of calculated cruelty, was shaking. He is burning the evidence, Uyan said. All of it. The ledgers, the transfer records, the auditor's findings, the settlement manifests. He is burning the proof of everything we built. Good, Ruan said. Uyan's head snapped toward her. Good? Now the choice is clear. Ruan turned to Shua. The hidden ward, Narek found it. 30 subjects, hollowed, sedated, waiting for transfer. How fast can we reach them? Shua's face did not change, but something in her posture shifted. The maintenance passages are still clear. 5 minutes if we run, but the fire is spreading and the patients are sedated. We cannot carry 30 bodies through the tunnels before the smoke reaches us. Then we wake them. With what? The sedatives are keyed to their architecture. Walking them off takes hours, and we do not have hours. We have minutes, and the dissolution is still active, and Kong is waiting in the channel, and Tuan has soldiers at every... Xia stopped. Ruan looked at her. Tracer lines blazing, body shaking, a dissolution mechanism still cutting at her from the inside, and she looked at Xia Muru with a stillness that made the sharp-tongued disciple go quiet. How many records did we already copy? Xia blinked. What? The auditor's ledger, the black ledger, the contract. How many pages do we already have? We grabbed everything from the vault. Fei broadcasted. The witnesses saw it. Even if the originals burn, the copies exist. 300 witnesses exist. Ruan turned to Uyan. You said the dissolution is keyed to my architecture, to the tracer lines, to the hollow design. Uyan's mouth pressed into a thin line. If the fire reaches this level while I am still in the dissolution's range, what happens? Uyan did not answer. Xiao answered for her. The dissolution will complete. It is keyed to your body, not your location. Fire, collapse, distance, none of it matters as long as the array is active. The only thing that stops it is the calibration reset, and Narek already used that window. So I have minutes before it recalibrates and finishes cutting through me. Xia said nothing. Ruan looked at the smoke curling under the door. Then she looked at the second parchment in Yuan's hands. What is on that parchment? Yuan's fingers tightened around the seal. It is the dissolution's final trigger, Yuan said. The one that bypasses the clause challenge. I was saving it in case your legal argument held. Does it hold? Yuan was silent for a long moment. Legally? Yes. Procedurally, it should. Patuan sealed the emergency dissolution an hour ago, and he is burning the archive, and he has already submitted a kill-on-site request to the sect council. The law means nothing if the evidence is ash and the witnesses are dead. Ruan understood. The choice was not between records and patience. The choice was between being right and being alive. Xia, she said. Take Oyan, go to the water channel, find Kong and Fei, get them out. Where are you going? Narek is in the hidden ward with 30 patients who cannot walk. Someone needs to carry them out. You cannot carry 30 people, you can barely stand. Ruan looked at her white-lit wrists. Then I will carry as many as I can before the dissolution finishes. The smoke curled thicker. Xia Muru swore once, a word Ruan had never heard her use, and grabbed Oyan by the arm. The chief registrar did not resist. You better not die, Xia said. I did not drag you through 3 burning vaults and a tribulation collapse to watch you burn yourself out saving strangers. Ruan almost smiled. I have been what the Reach made me, she said. She stepped toward the smoke. I am going to show them what that looks like when I choose who to become. Chapter 64. The fire gave them a clock. Ruan moved through the smoke with her tracer lines burning white through her sleeves, the dissolution still gnawing at her architecture like something feeding through her chest. She had minutes before it recalibrated. The hidden ward had 30 bodies that could not walk. She did not calculate the math. She stopped calculating the moment she stopped being afraid to be empty. The maintenance passage beyond the reading chamber was narrow and hot. Heat bled through the walls in waves, and somewhere above them wood snapped and stone groaned as the fire ate through the archive floors. Ruan ran with her hand along the stone, following the pulse of the remnant beneath her sternum, the only map she had left. Sha Mu kept pace beside her. Yuan Sifei followed behind, the second parchment pressed flat against her chest like a wound she was still holding closed. "You cannot carry 30 bodies," Shai said again. "Then I wake them." "With what? Your bare hands?" Ruan did not answer. The passage opened into the ward. It was worse than she imagined. 30 cots arranged in precise rows, gray shifts, 3 interlocking circles tags on every wrist. The chemical smell of sedatives layered over something older, the smell of bodies that had not moved in years. The light came from a single array panel in the ceiling, dim, blue, surgical. Narek stood at the center cot with a woman whose tracer lines burned the same silver white as Ruan's. Tracer 2-3 looked up when Ruan entered. She was young, younger than Ruan had expected. Her face was sharp, her eyes dark and unblinking, and she sat on the edge of her cot with her bare feet flat on the cold stone floor, as if she had been waiting to stand for years. "You are the one who opened the vault," Tracer 2-3 said. Ruan stopped. "How do you know that?" "I felt it." The woman touched her own sternum. "The architecture recognized you. The remnant thread. You are Tracer 1-7. Ruan's hand went to her wrist, where the silver lines braided across her skin. "I am Ruan Yinxiao." The woman's mouth moved like she was tasting the name. "I am 2-3. I do not have a name. The annex called me Tracer 2-3. The room was silent except for the crackling above them. Ruan looked at the 30 cots, at the children too small to be there, at the adults whose limbs had not moved in years. "Xiao," she said. "Narek, start waking them. Any patient whose breathing is steady enough to move, we carry them out if we have to." Narek was already moving toward the nearest cot, his hands finding a pulse point beneath a gray sleeve. "The sedatives are keyed to their architecture," he said. "Walking them off takes hours. Then we do not walk them off. We carry them through the withdrawal. I would rather have them alive and screaming than sedated and burned." Shai stared at her for half a breath. Then she grabbed a cot frame and dragged it toward the passage. "You heard her. Move." The first patient Ruan touched was a man. His tag read Tracer 11-3, transfer status, Stanby. His eyes were open but unfocused, his breath shallow, his body limp as she heaved him over her shoulder. The dissolution cut harder as she lifted him. The white tracer lines on her wrists flared, and the pain folded through her chest like a fist closing around her lungs. She did not drop him. She carried him to the passage entrance and handed him to Shai. "Next." The second was a woman. Tag read Tracer 2-8. Her hair was gray at the temples and her fingers were curled into fists that had not opened in years. Ruan carried her too. By the third, the dissolution was a constant pressure behind her sternum, a second heartbeat made of breaking. Her tracer lines had climbed past her elbows, spreading across her shoulders like a map of veins drawn in white fire. Tracer 2-3 walked beside her, carrying a girl no older than 7. "You are burning out," 2-3 said. "I know." "You will not survive the recalibration." "I know. Why are you doing this?" Ruan stopped. The smoke was thickening overhead. The fire was closer now, a low rumble through the walls. Around her, the freed hollowed were beginning to stir, blinking at the dim blue light, their bodies shivering as the sedatives loosened their grip. She looked at 2-3. "Because I was built to be spent," she said, "and I refuse to let them decide how." 2-3 said nothing. Then one of the freed hollowed, an older woman with a shaved head and a 3 interlocking circles brand on her cheek, reached out and caught Ruan's wrist. Her fingers were trembling, but her grip was hard. "You have the marks," the woman said. "The inventory lines, the same as mine." Ruan looked down at her own tracer-lit wrists. "How many of us are there?" the woman asked. "I don't know." "How many got out before you?" "I don't know that either." The woman's eyes moved across Ruan's face, searching for something. Then she let go. You fight like someone who learned to stop asking permission, the woman said. Who taught you that? Ruan thought of Kong, of the first time he took pain into himself instead of extracting it from her, of Xiaomudu and her sharp tongue and hidden keys, of Fei Joran and his scorched ledger and his bleeding vendetta, of Narek signing false seals for 30 years until he finally broke. I learned it myself, she said. The map appeared when Xia kicked over a storage crate in the corner of the ward. It was half burned, its edges black and curled, but the central route was still legible. A path traced in red ink from the Reach's lower archive level to a location marked with a single character. Cold Reed Annex. Xia picked it up. That is the destination on 2-3's tag, she said. Ruan took the map. The ink was fresh enough to read. The route was detailed. Maintenance tunnels, drainage shafts, a series of gate seals with their deactivation sequences written in the margins. Someone had drawn this recently, for a purpose that had not yet been fulfilled. There are more facilities, 2-3 said. More wards, more of us. The annex is not the end. It is the collection point. Ruan folded the map and pressed it into her sleeve. Then we go there, after we survive tonight. Ruan looked at the ward, at the 30 bodies being carried toward the passage, at the fire crawling through the ceiling. We survive tonight, she said, and then we go there. Narek found her at the mouth of the passage, one hand pressed to his chest where his breath came ragged. The dissolution, he said. It is recalibrating. You have maybe 5 minutes before it finds you again. Ruan looked at her tracer lines. They were no longer silver. They were white, blazing, climbing toward her jaw like roots searching for purchase. Then I need to get every one of them out before it does. Narek's face was gray. You will not survive it. I know. He did not argue. He turned and carried another body toward the exit. Chapter 65. The passage mouth groaned behind her as Ruan carried the 4th body to the evacuation line. Smoke poured through the ceiling seams now. The ward's blue preservation light was flickering, losing its war against the fire crawling through the ventilation shafts above. The freed, hollowed moved in a chain, passing bodies hand over hand toward the maintenance corridor where Xiaomudu directed them with sharp, bitten-off commands. Ruan's tracer lines burned at her jawline now. The dissolution had not recalibrated yet. She could feel it circling, gathering coherence, like a predator pacing the edge of torchlight. Each breath she drew cost more than the last. 3 minutes left. Maybe 4. She turned back toward the ward. A hand caught her sleeve. The older woman with the shaved head and the branded cheek stood there, her gray shift hanging loose on a frame that had not borne weight in years. She was shaking, but her eyes were clear. You have carried enough, the woman said. I can carry more. I know. That is why I am telling you to stop. Ruan looked past her. There were still bodies on cots in the far corner. Children. Old men with collapsed faces. People who had been here longer than she had been alive. I will not leave them, Ruan said. Then I will carry them. The woman's grip tightened. You taught me that I could. When you told your number your name, you taught me. Ruan stared at her. I am Tracer 7-1, the woman said. I was given my designation 19 years ago. I have not spoken my birth name since I was 14. What is your birth name? The woman's jaw worked. They did not have time for this. But Ruan waited. Jen, the woman said, and her voice cracked on the word like it was made of dried paper. My name is Jen Yanmei. Then carry them, Yanmei. Yanmei nodded. She turned and walked toward the remaining cots, her bare feet steady on the smoke-warmed stone, and Ruan watched her lift a child from a cot with arms that had not been used in 19 years. The passage door slammed open. Ruan spun. Fei Juaran stood in the threshold. His face was streaked with soot. One sleeve had burned away to the elbow, revealing blistered skin beneath. In his arms he carried a stack of ledgers, their edges smoking, their leather covers blackened but intact. Trailing behind him were 3 freed, hollowed from the upper ward, who must have found their own exit through the smoke. Fei looked at Ruan. You left me to die, he said. You chose to stay. I chose to burn the archives. He walked past her, dropping the ledgers onto an empty cot with a thud that sent ash spiraling. "And while I was burning them, I found these." Ruan moved to the cot. The top ledger was charred at the spine, but the pages inside were still legible. She opened it to a random entry. Batch 9, subject Tracer 49. Status, confirmed transfer. Destination, Cold Read Annex. Protocol, standard integration. She turned the page. Batch 11, subject Tracer 63. Status, confirmed transfer. Destination, Cold Read Annex. Protocol, accelerated recalibration. She turned another. Batch 12, subject Tracer 14. Status, confirmed transfer. Destination, Northern Outreach Station 7. Protocol, extended observation. Her hands were shaking. "How many?" she asked. "These are the transfer ledgers," Faye said. 30 years of them. Every hollowed subject moved through this facility to locations beyond the reach. Cold Read Annex, among others. He reached into his robe and pulled out a single folded page, its edges still smoking. "This one names the annex as the primary hub. The maps Ya found was accurate." Ruan took the page. The ink was smudged by heat, but the characters were still readable. A route traced from the Reach's lower archive to a coordinate marked with the same 3 interlocking circles seal. "Why?" she asked. Hay looked at her. "Why did I come back?" "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. The smoke was thickening around them, and somewhere above, stone cracked as the fire found a new path. "Because I watched the Reach burn," he said. "And it was beautiful. And then I remembered that you were in here, carrying people out, and it stopped being enough." Ruan said nothing. "I spent years wanting Kong Lize to suffer," Faye said. "I wanted him to know what it felt like to be traded, to be discarded, to be worth less than the technique he was built to use." He looked at the ledgers. "But these people were never traded. They were never valued enough to be traded. They were inventory." He met her eyes. "I did not want to be the man who watched inventory burn and called it justice." Ruan held his gaze. Then she heard it. Boots, multiple pairs, synchronized, coming down the maintenance corridor. Faye heard them too. He turned. The soldiers breached the ward entrance in a wedge formation, their gray robes hemmed with the Bind Warden's silver thread, their formation master already tracing a seal in the air. The first rank carried restraint chains, the second carried drawn blades. Kong Lize's was not with them. Of course, he was not. He was in the water channel, alive, trapped, with soldiers sealing every exit above him. The formation master's seal completed. A pressure wave slammed through the ward, knocking the freed hollowed off their feet. Cots overturned. The blue preservation lights died, and the first blade came for Kong anyway. It arced through the smoke, thrown by the lead enforcer with a precision that spoke of practice, of targeting, of knowing exactly where Kong would be standing if the dissolution had already seized him through the bond. Kong was not there, but Fei Juarun was. He stepped into the blade's path. It took him through the chest, just below the collarbone, with a sound like wet stone breaking. The impact drove him backward into the cot, holding the transfer ledgers. He did not fall. He stood there, the blade's hilt protruding from his chest, blood spreading in a dark bloom across his disciple's standard robes. The enforcer who had thrown it froze. Fei looked down at the wound. Then he looked at Ruan. Then he laughed. It was a wet, broken sound, full of blood and something lighter, something that had been caged in him for years and had finally found the door. "Tell them," Fei said, his voice already shredding, "that now he gets to live with gratitude instead of guilt." His knees buckled. He caught himself on the cot's edge, one hand gripping the transfer ledgers, the other pressed to the blade in his chest. "That is my last cruel gift to him," he said. "He will never know how to repay it." The enforcer commander shouted an order. The soldiers surged forward. Ruan heard Yanmei scream, heard 2-3 dragging a child behind a fallen cot, heard the freed, hollowed scattering as the restraint chains began to sing. She reached for Fei. His hand found hers. "Take the ledgers," he said. "Burn the annex instead." Chapter 66. The enforcer commander's shout cut through the smoke. Ruan held Fei's hand as his grip loosened, as his eyes lost focus, as the wet sound of his last breath faded into the crackle of burning wood overhead. She did not have time to close his eyes. She did not have time to mark where he fell. She grabbed the ledgers. Yanmei was already dragging the child behind an overturned cot, her branded cheek streaked with soot. 2-3 had found a fallen cot frame and was using it as a shield, her silver tracer lines blazing through the thin fabric of her shift. The enforcer formation was advancing. Ruan counted them. 8. No, 9. The formation master in the lead, his seal hand already tracing the next pressure wave. The other 8 moving in disciplined pairs, their restraint chains singing in the heat. They would be overwhelmed in seconds. "Sha!" Ruan said. Sai was already at the storage crate, the half-burned map in one hand, and her other hand pressed to the far wall, feeling for something Ruan could not see. "There," Xia said. "There is a maintenance gate, below the old storm runoff channel. It opens onto the fog path stairs." "How far?" 50 paces, down the east corridor, through the collapsed storage room. The formation master completed his seal. The pressure wave hit like a physical wall, throwing Ruan backward into the cot behind her. The ledgers scattered. Her vision swam. She heard Yanmei scream, heard 2-3 curse in a voice that sounded too young and too old at the same time. She forced herself upright. "Go," she said. "All of you, now." She did not wait to see if they followed. She ran. The east corridor was a tunnel of heat and smoke, the preservation lights flickering overhead, the stone beneath her feet slick with ash and condensation. She heard the others behind her, heard the enforcers behind them, heard the formation master's voice rising in the next seal cadence. The collapsed storage room was worse than she expected. A support beam had fallen diagonally across the entrance, leaving a gap barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Beyond it, the room was a jumble of overturned shelves and shattered crates, the ceiling sagging dangerously. Ruan did not stop. She pressed through the gap, the ledgers pressed to her chest, her tracer lines burning white as the Dissolution's hum began to rise again. She felt it in her teeth, felt it in the hollow of her chest, where the bond to Kong Lize pulsed like a second heartbeat. He was still alive. She held on to that. The others followed. Yanmei first, carrying the child. 2-3 next, her shoulders scraping against the beam, but her face set in a mask of grim determination. Xia last, her sharp face slick with sweat, the map still clutched in her fist. The maintenance gate was at the far end of the room. It was old, older than the ward, older than the archive, older than anything Ruan had seen in the Reach's lower levels. Its surface was pitted with rust, its hinges crusted with decades of disuse. Above it, a faded plaque read, "Evacuation Gate 7, Storm Overflow Access." Xia was already at the control panel, her fingers moving across its surface with practiced precision. "Storm damage maps," she said, not looking up. "The Reach built these gates after the third peak collapse, when the lower terraces flooded and they could not get people out fast enough. They sealed them when the fog paths were deemed too dangerous for regular use." "Can you open it?" Xiao's jaw tightened. "The mechanism is jammed." The enforcer footsteps were getting closer. Ruan turned. She could see them through the gap in the collapsed storage room, their gray robes catching the distant firelight, their restraint chains singing. The formation master was not with them. He was probably calculating the next pressure wave, waiting for them to gather so he could crush them all at once. "We need it open," she said. "Now." Xia hit the panel again. The gate groaned. It moved half an inch, then stopped. "The runoff channel shifted," Xiao said. "The gate is wedged against the foundation stone. It will not open without." Kong's voice cut through the smoke. "Without what?" Ruan turned. He was standing in the gap, his dark hair plastered to his face, his robe torn and soaked with water from the channel. He looked like he had crawled through the belly of the mountain itself, which he had. "Kong," she said. "Without what?" he repeated, his amber eyes fixed on Xiao. Xiao met his gaze. "Without someone forcing the mechanism from the inside." The silence that followed was louder than the fire. Kong moved past them, his steps unsteady, his hand braced against the wall for support. He stopped in front of the gate, his head bowed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "How much chi do you have left?" Ruan asked. He did not answer. Kong. He turned to face her. His cultivation was rubble. She knew that. Narek had said it. Kong had confirmed it. His channels were collapsed, his heart sea empty, his technique nothing but ash and memory. But there was still light in his eyes. Enough, he said, enough to force the gate. That will kill you. It might. He said it like it was a simple calculation. The enforcer footsteps stopped. They were at the entrance of the collapsed storage room. Ruan could hear the formation master's voice, low and precise, beginning the next seal cadence. She could hear the restraint chains singing. She could hear the fire, the smoke, the fading scream of stone under heat. She looked at Kong. She wanted to tell him no. She wanted to grab him and drag him through the gap in the gate and find another way. She wanted to say that Fei had died so he could live, that his life was not a resource to be spent, that she refused to let him follow the same path. But the gate was jammed. The enforcers were coming. And the Dissolution's hum was rising in her chest, telling her that she had maybe 3 minutes before it recalibrated and finished cutting through her architecture. Promise me, she said. What? That if you force the gate, you do not let go of my hand. Kong looked at her. Then he reached out and took her hand. His fingers were cold, damp, trembling with exhaustion, but his grip was steady. I promise, he said. He turned to the gate, and then he pushed. Chapter 67. The gate groaned. Metal screamed against stone. Kong's arm shook where he gripped the mechanism, his knuckles white, the tendons standing out like cords beneath his skin. Ruan felt the chi leave him. It poured out of his channels like water through a broken cup, visible as a faint silver shimmer along his shoulders, his spine, the back of his neck. He was burning everything he had left. Every scrap of residual power he had hoarded through the crawl through the mountain's belly. Every breath of cultivation he had managed to preserve. The gate rose an inch, then another. The gap beneath it widened, showing damp stone and the beginning of a fog-choked stairwell that dropped into darkness. Again, Ruan said. Kong's jaw tightened. He did not look at her. He pushed. The mechanism screamed again. The gate juddered, caught on something, then gave way with a shriek that scraped across Ruan's teeth. It rose just tight, then shoulder height, then high enough for a person to crawl through. Kong's arm buckled. He went down on one knee, his hand still gripping the mechanism, his breath coming in short, wet gasps. The gate held. It did not fall. Ruan was already moving. She grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the gap. Now, move! He did not argue. The others were already through. Yanmei first, the child still clutched against her chest. 2-3 next, her silver tracer lines blazing through her shift as she squeezed past the rusted edge. Xiao last, the map pressed flat against her palm, her sharp face scanning the darkness ahead. Ruan pushed Kong through. He stumbled on the other side, his legs giving out, and caught himself against the wall with one hand. His palm left a smear of blood on the stone. Ruan followed. The gate slammed shut behind her. The sound was final. A seal closing. A door locking. The end of the reaches underground and the beginning of something else. Silence. Then the fog hit her. It was cold. Colder than the air in the ward, colder than the smoke and the fire and the Dissolution's hum. It poured up from the stairwell like breath from a living throat, carrying the smell of wet stone and old salt and something buried so long it had forgotten the sun. Ruan stood at the top of the stairs and looked down. The fog path descended into darkness. She could not see the bottom, could not see the walls on either side. The stairs were cut into the mountain itself, narrow and uneven, their edges worn smooth by decades of weather no one had walked here to witness. Behind her, the gate was sealed. In front of her, the fog waited. Where does this lead? Yanmei asked. No one answered. Xiao unfolded the map. Her fingers moved across its surface, tracing the route from the Reach's lower archive to the line that marked the fog path. The ink was fresh. The handwriting was precise. There, she said, pointing to a mark near the bottom of the page. Cold Reed Annex. How far? 2 days, maybe 3. The path is dangerous. The Reach sealed it for a reason. Ruan looked at the fog. Then she looked at Kong. He was still on his knees, his hand braced against the wall, his head bowed. His breath was shallow, his channels were dark. She could feel it through the bond. The place where his chi had once burned bright was now cold as ash. She knelt beside him. "Kong." He did not answer. She touched his face. His skin was cold, his jaw tight, his eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance that she could not see. "Kong." He blinked, looked at her. "I am still here," he said. His voice was barely a whisper. "I know." She helped him stand. The others were watching. The freed hollowed, 13 of them who had managed to wake and crawl and drag themselves through the collapsed storage room before the gate closed. They stood in the fog, their gray shifts damp, their 3 interlocking circles tags glinting in the faint light from the gate's residual glow. 13 out of 30. Ruan looked at them, at their shaved heads and branded cheeks, at their hollow eyes and thin limbs and the silver tracer lines that climbed their wrists like vines. 13. And then the old woman spoke. Her voice was dry, cracked. She had been in the ward longer than anyone, her tag so worn Ruan could not read the number. Her cheek was branded with the 3 interlocking circles seal, the scar tissue raised and pale. "The Reach always believed," she said, "that we would die too ashamed to gather." The words hung in the fog. She looked at Ruan. Her eyes were dark, tired, but there was something in them that burned. "They thought we would crawl into separate corners and bleed out alone because we had been told so many times that we were not people." She paused. "Look at us." Ruan looked. 13 hollowed cultivators, standing together, standing in the fog, standing on a path the Reach had sealed and forgotten because they believed no one would ever need to use it. "We are not dead yet," the old woman said, "and I am not ashamed." She turned and started down the stairs. The others followed. Ruan watched them go, one by one, their steps unsteady, their bodies weak, but their spines straight. She turned to Kong. "Can you walk?" He nodded. She took his hand. They followed. The fog closed around them like a shroud. The stairs descended into silence. The walls narrowed. The air grew colder with every step, until Ruan's breath came in white plumes, and her fingers ached where she gripped Kong's hand. The Dissolution's hum was still there, beneath her ribs, a low vibration that never stopped. It had recalibrated. She could feel it gathering coherence, tracking her through the architecture the Reach had built into her body. She had maybe 2 minutes left, maybe less. She did not tell Kong. They walked. The stairs turned, curved, dropped into a narrow gorge where the fog thinned and she could see the stars for the first time in hours, a sliver of cold light above the cliff walls. The path leveled, and then she saw the torches above them. On the ridge that overlooked the gorge, a line of orange flames, moving in formation, their light cutting through the fog like blades. Ruan stopped. The others stopped with her. The old woman stood at the front of the group, her branded face lifted toward the torches, her expression unreadable. "They found us faster than I expected," she said. Ruan did not ask who. She did not need to. The torches kept moving, descending the ridge, converging on the path ahead. Their light grew brighter, their shadows stretched longer, and then the Dissolution's hum in Ruan's chest sharpened into a single, clear note of recognition. It had found her. She had 1 minute left. Kong's hand tightened around hers. "I promised I would not let go," he said. She looked at him. The torches were coming closer. The Dissolution was singing, and the fog path stretched ahead into darkness, with no guarantee that any of them would reach the other side. Chapter 68. The torches kept descending. Ruan watched them drop through the fog in a staggered line, their light catching on cliff edges and vanishing, then reappearing lower, closer. The Dissolution hummed beneath her ribs, a second pulse that did not belong to her. 40 seconds now, maybe less. Kong's hand was still in hers. She could feel his bones through the skin, the tremor in his fingers that he was trying to hide. His channels were dark. His heart sea was empty. He had nothing left to burn. The old woman with the branded cheek stood at the head of the group, her gray shift damp, her eyes fixed on the approaching lights. She did not move. She did not speak. She simply watched, the way a person watches a storm they have already decided they will not outrun. The path narrows ahead, Shamuru said. Her voice was flat, practical. She had the map unfolded in her hands, the edges curled from the fire, the red ink smudged where her thumb had pressed against it. There is a fork in about half a li. One branch continues along the gorge wall toward the annex. The other drops into a dry stream bed that loops back toward the lower cliffs. How far back? Narek asked. About an hour's climb to the maintenance tunnels beneath the outer market terrace. The group went still. The outer market terrace was still inside the reach. We are not splitting up, Kong said. His voice was barely audible, but it carried. Xiao looked at him, then at Ruan, then back at the torches. The right is keyed to living signature, Narek said, his voice low and cold as the fog around them. Blood, mostly. Tribulation blood carries the strongest resonance. The Warden does not need to see them to know where we are. He only needs to feel them move. Ruan felt the dissolution hitch, not a full stop, a hesitation. The hum dipped half a tone, then rose again, sharper than before. 20 seconds. The right will prioritize the strongest anchor, Narek continued. That is, Ruan. Her architecture is the brightest thread in this gorge. Every enforcer on that ridge is following the signal she is broadcasting through the dissolution calibration. Then we cut the signal, the old woman said. Narek shook his head. You cannot cut what is woven into bone. The torches were closer now. Ruan could see individual flames, the shapes of the figures carrying them, the gleam of metal at their belts. 10 seconds. She looked at Kong. His jaw was set. His eyes were fixed on the torches. His hand gripped hers so hard she could feel the bones grinding. I promised, he said. I know. The dissolution's hum reached a single, pure note, and then it stopped. Ruan felt the silence like a blow, the vibration that had been gnawing at her architecture for hours, for days, for her entire bonded existence, cut clean away. The absence rang in her chest. Her tracer lines flickered once, then steadied. The dissolution had not completed. It had paused, searching. Narkik's head snapped up. Whoever is holding the second parchment just delayed the recalibration. They're buying us time. Hu Yan, Xiao said. She has the bypass trigger. She is stalling. Or she is choosing, the old woman said. For the first time in 30 years. Ruan did not wait for the argument. She turned to Narek. How long? Minutes, maybe less. The right will not stop just because the dissolution paused. Tuan can still track us through the blood resonance. Then we move faster. The old woman shook her head. Not faster. Separated. Her branded cheek caught the faint light from the torches above, the scar tissue pale and raised. The 3 interlocking circles seal a permanent accusation on her skin. You are the one he wants. If we stay together, he finds us all. If you go ahead with the cultivators who can still fight, and we take the stream bed back, he divides his forces. No, Kong said. His voice cracked. The word came out raw. The old woman did not flinch. I was not asking for your permission, young man. The torches had stopped descending. They were holding position on the ridge, 300 paces above the gorge floor, waiting. The figures behind them had spread into a broad line, blocking any retreat up the slope. They are forming a cordon, Xia said. They will hold the ridge and wait for the right to pinpoint us before committing to descent. That gives us maybe 10 minutes, Narek said. Maybe less. The old woman turned to the group behind her. 11 hollowed survivors stood in the fog, their gray shifts dark with damp, their faces pale, their eyes watchful. I am taking everyone who cannot run far, she said. We will take the stream bed. We will draw their attention. You take the annex path. Your names, Ruan said. The old woman looked at her. I do not have a name anymore. The reach burned it off my face 19 years ago. Then give me something. The old woman was silent for a long moment. Then she said, I was called Sue. Ruan nodded. Sue, when you reach the market terrace, find the infirmary keeper. Tell him Narek sent you. He will hide you until the hunt passes. I will not reach the market terrace. You might, Sue smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was the smile of someone who had stopped hoping years ago and found a strange freedom in the relief of expectation. I have been lying on a cot for 19 years, waiting for death that did not come. I think I am owed at least one night of being useful on my feet. She turned without waiting for a reply. The hollowed survivors moved with her, 11 figures in gray, their steps uneven, their breath visible in the cold air. They did not look back. Sue paused at the edge of the path. "You carry ledgers," she said. "Burn the right documents, and we are not just escaped inventory. We are witnesses." She stepped off the path. The fog swallowed them before Ruan could answer. The torches on the ridge shifted. A call went up, distant and sharp, the voice of an officer ordering a formation change. They had seen the movement. "They are going after them," Xia said. "No," Narek said. "They're tracking the largest cluster. Sue is giving them exactly what they expect to see." "A decoy," Ruan said. "A trade." Kong's hand tightened around hers. "We cannot let them. We cannot stop them," Ruan said. "And if we try, they die for nothing." The words tasted like ash, but they were true. She turned to the path ahead. The fog had thickened while they spoke, curling around the stone steps like breath, swallowing the light from the ridge. The air tasted wet and cold and old. "The annex," she said. "We go now." Kong did not move. She looked at him. His face was pale. His eyes were fixed on the place where Sue and the others had vanished into the fog. His hand was shaking. "Kong," he blinked. "I know," he said. His voice was empty. "But I will remember their faces." He started walking. Ruan walked beside him. The dissolution was still silent, still paused, but she could feel it stirring, the hum gathering itself beneath the delay, preparing to resume its calibration. They had minutes, maybe less. The path curved into the fog, and the torches on the ridge grew fainter, and the sound of pursuit faded into the cold, wet dark. Ahead of them, the gorge narrowed into a throat of black stone, and somewhere beyond it, Cold Reed Annex waited. Ruan did not know if they would reach it, but she knew one thing with absolute certainty. Sue and the others had not traded their lives so she could die on this path. She would reach the annex, and she would burn it to the ground. Chapter 69. The fog swallowed Sue and the 11 hollowed survivors before Ruan could answer. The torches on the ridge shifted. A call went up, distant and sharp, the voice of an officer ordering a formation change. They had seen the movement. "They are going after them," Xia said. "No," Narek said. "They are tracking the largest cluster. Sue is giving them exactly what they expect to see." "A decoy," Ruan said. "A trade." Kong's hand tightened around hers. "We cannot let them. We cannot stop them," Ruan said. "And if we try, they die for nothing." The words tasted like ash, but they were true. She turned to the path ahead. The fog had thickened while they spoke, curling around the stone steps like breath, swallowing the light from the ridge. The air tasted wet and cold and old. "The annex," she said. "We go now." Kong did not move. She looked at him. His face was pale. His eyes were fixed on the place where Sue and the others had vanished into the fog. His hand was shaking. "Kong," he blinked. "I know," he said. His voice was empty. "But I will remember their faces." He started walking. Ruan walked beside him. The dissolution was still silent, still paused, but she could feel it stirring, the hum gathering itself beneath the delay, preparing to resume its calibration. They had minutes, maybe less. The path curved into the fog, and the torches on the ridge grew fainter, and the sound of pursuit faded into the cold, wet dark. Ahead of them, the gorge narrowed into a throat of black stone, and somewhere beyond it, Cold Reed Annex waited. Ruan did not know if they would reach it, but she knew one thing with absolute certainty. Sue and the others had not traded their lives so she could die on this path. She would reach the annex. Chapter 70. The fog-lined stairs cut through the cliff like a wound, stone steps slick with condensation, the drop invisible below. Ruan counted 12 paces before the path curved into gray nothing. Behind them, The gorge walls narrowed until the sky was a thread of pale light 600 feet above. The freed, hollowed, pressed close together. The old woman with the brand moved to the front of the group, her bare feet finding the wet stone without hesitation. "We need to move faster," Xiao said. "She set the pace she can keep," the old woman said. A child whimpered. Someone else shushed her. Kong's hand stayed locked around Ruan's. His breathing was shallow, each exhale carrying a tremor his cultivation had never let her hear before. She could feel the dissolution hum gathering beneath her ribs, still paused, but gathering. Then she heard it. Footsteps. Not echo, not the group's own movement against the stone. Footsteps from above, descending with precision, too many to be stragglers. Ruan stopped. The group stopped with her. "How many?" she asked. She pressed herself against the cliff wall and listened with her eyes closed. 8, maybe 10. They know the stairs. "Huyan," Narak said. A voice answered from the fog above. "Tracer 1-7. Ruan had heard that voice speak of contracts, of yields, of necessary arithmetic. She had never heard it tremble. It did not tremble now. Madame Oyan Sifei stepped through the fog. Her robes were still the color of dried blood. Her hair was still pinned with silver. But a bruise had bloomed across her cheekbone, and her sleeves were wet. Behind her, 8 gray-robed enforcers fanned out across the stair width. Restraint chains hung from their belts. Contract talismans glowed at their wrists. "You are not registered for this path," Huyan said. "You are not registered for any path. Your bond has been voided by sovereign mandate. You have no legal standing to be alive." The old woman with the brand laughed. It was a dry, cracked sound. "I have been dead for 19 years, she said. "Your law has no teeth in me." Huyan did not look at her. She looked at Ruan. "I do not want to chain them," Huyan said. "I will." The freed, hollowed, pressed tighter together. A child started crying, a thin, high sound that skidded off the stone walls. Ruan felt Kong's hand tighten. His fingers were cold. "Stay behind me," she said. "No." "Kong, you cannot stand." "I can stand beside you." He could barely do that. She felt the tremor in his arm, the way his weight leaned into hers. She looked at Ruan. "You are tracking us through the dissolution calibration," Ruan said. "You paused it. You can see where I am at every moment." Huyan did not deny it. "When the recalibration completes," Ruan said, "I will be dead anyway." "Why the chains?" Huyan's pale eyes flickered. "Because you took something that does not belong to you." The copied ledgers, the auditor's page, the transfer records Sifei had bled over to protect. Ruan understood. Oyan did not need her dead. Oyan needed the evidence back, needed to burn it properly this time, where 30 years of witnesses could not see. "Kong," Ruan said. "Yes, hold the ledgers." He took them without question. His fingers closed around the smoking edges of Sifei's last gift. Ruan stepped forward. She stepped past the old woman, past the crying child, past Narak and Xiao. She stepped onto the stair where Oyan could see her clearly, could see the white tracer lines climbing past her collar, could see the dissolution pulsing beneath her skin. "You burned the archives," Ruan said. "You killed Fei Juaran. You scattered the auditor's testimony. You think the evidence is what lives on paper." She touched her chest. "It lives here." Huyan's jaw tightened. "I have 30 years of transfer records," Ruan said. "I have the auditor's notes. I have the ink that matches my specification contract. I have 300 witnesses who saw the broadcast before you cut it." "You have nothing but borrowed time. Then use yours better." The silence stretched. Huyan raised her hand. The enforcers drew their chains. And then the fog shifted. Not wind, not the natural stirring of mist against stone. Something else. A disturbance from above, growing louder. A sound of voices and boots and fabric snapping in the cold. Ruan looked up. Figures were descending the fog-lined stairs above Huyan's party. Not enforcers, not registry gray. Disciples. Dozens of them. In-house colors, outer sect robes, traveling gear. They carried torches and weapons, and the wild look of people who had run through fire to reach this place. One of them reached the landing above Uyan and stopped. She was young, maybe 18. Her robe bore the insignia of a minor terrace, not a major house. Her face was streaked with soot. She looked past Uyan, past the enforcers, past the restraint chains. She looked at Ruan. "Are you the one from the broadcast?" Ruan did not answer. The disciple looked at the freed, hollowed, at the children, at the branded woman, at the dark channels visible on the backs of their hands, the silver tracer lines that matched Ruan's. "The broadcast showed everything," the disciple said. "The auditor's testimony, the transfer records, the specifications." Uyan turned. Her voice was ice. "You are not authorized to be here. This path is sealed." "Sealed by who?" the disciple asked. "By the Bind Warden. The Bind Warden is burning his own archives." She said it quietly, like she was still trying to believe it herself. The other disciples behind her did not move. They held their torches and their weapons and their silence. And the disciple looked at Ruan and said the words that made Uyan's composure crack at last. "We saw what you carried out of the fire. We saw what you brought to the stairs. We want to know what the registry is so afraid of that it would chain survivors to keep it hidden." The freed hollowed stirred. The child stopped crying. And Uyan Sifei, chief registrar of the 9 Vapors Reach, stood frozen on the fog-lined stairs with her chains and her talismans and her years of necessary arithmetic, facing a question she had never learned how to answer. Ruan heard the dissolution stir beneath her ribs. It was no longer paused. The recalibration was beginning. Chapter 71. The dissolution stirred beneath Ruan's ribs. Not the slow ache of recalibration she had felt before. This was different. Sharper. The hum had teeth now, and they were finding purchase. She kept her hand at her side. The young disciple on the stairs above Yuan had not looked away. Her soot-streaked face held steady, torchlight catching the minor Terrace insignia on her collar, a lineage too small to matter, too visible to ignore. "We saw the broadcast," the disciple said. "We saw the auditor's testimony. We saw what you carried out of the fire." Yuan turned. Her voice came flat and precise, the tone of someone correcting a filing error. "You saw fragments of a manipulated recording released by a convicted saboteur. The Bind Warden will issue a full accounting before the Sect Council at dawn." "The Bind Warden is burning his own archives." The disciple said it again, louder this time. Behind her, the other disciples shifted. Torches moved, weapons adjusted in grip. No one drew steel yet, but the sound of readiness was unmistakable. Ruan felt Kong's weight lean into her shoulder. She turned her head just enough to see his face, pale, sweating. His jaw set in the shape of a man who would not fall until everyone stopped watching. "Kong, still here. Hold the ledgers higher." He understood. He raised Fei's charred transfer records above his head, letting the firelight catch the pages, letting the gathered disciples see the 3 interlocking circles, seals stamped across every leaf. "These are the transfer ledgers from the Reach's lower archive," Ruan said. "They document 30 years of hollowed subject movements, names, designations, destinations. Goldreed Annex, Northern Outreach Station 7, Stormbreak Convent." She paused. "I am Tracer 17, the last specification in a program that built bodies like mine to absorb tribulation backlash and die so sanctioned cultivators could ascend." The words landed. A murmur ran through the disciples. One of them, a woman in 40th cycle robes, stepped forward and called out, "How many?" "At least 17 specifications," Ruan said. 30 confirmed transfers. The auditor's testimony recorded yield calculations and planned disposal. The Reach classified it as governance. She reached for the ledgers. Kong released them into her hand without hesitation. She held them for 1 breath. 2. Let the weight settle. Let the smoke-stained pages curl at the edges in the cold air. Then she threw them down the stairs. They tumbled past Yuan, past the enforcers, past the frozen line of disciples. Pages scattered. Charred fragments broke loose and spun into the fog. The young disciple caught the first ledger before it reached the cliff edge. She opened it. The silence that followed was not the silence of denial. It was the silence of reading. The disciple's face changed. Her torch hand dropped. She turned a page, then another, her eyes moving faster with each sheet. "These are children," she said. No one answered. She held up the ledger, spine cracked, pages loose. "This one is dated year 11. Subject age 7. Designation Tracer 4. Destination Cold Reed Annex. There is no return transfer recorded." She turned another page. Year 14. Tracer 8. Age at transfer 9. Another. Year 19. Tracer 13. Age at transfer 11. She stopped. Tracer 13's disposition is listed as yield complete. The disciples behind her began to move, not toward Ruan, not toward Yuan. They spread across the stairs, positioning themselves between the enforcers and the frayed hollowed. Not a coordinated maneuver, something more organic, the movement of people choosing where to stand. Oyan's hand rose again. "The Bind Warden has declared these individuals aberrations under Article 7, subsection 15. Interfering with their lawful retrieval constitutes complicity in treason against the 9 Vapors' reach." The enforcers drew their chains. 1 step. 2. The metal rang against itself, a sound designed to intimidate, to remind flesh what restraint felt like. The disciples did not retreat. The branded old woman moved before Ruan could stop her. She walked past the disciples, past the enforcers, past Oyan herself. She stopped at the landing where the charred ledgers had scattered. Bent, picked up a loose page that had caught against the stone. She held it out to the young disciple. "Read this one aloud." The young disciple took it. Her voice cracked on the second sentence. "Subject Tracer 16. Final disposition. Unwilling. Applied measures 3. Outcome. Subject expired during recalibration. Notes. Recommendation to increase sedation dosage for all subsequent specifications to prevent resistance." The branded old woman turned to face Oyan. "I was Tracer 6. Oyan's composure held. "You were decommissioned 19 years ago. You signed the order yourself." "Yes." The old woman smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "Then you know I am not supposed to be standing here. You know I am not supposed to be breathing. You know your paperwork says I died in a transfer accident, and my body was returned to the mountain." She touched the brand on her cheek. "But here I am, dead on paper, alive on your stairs, asking you the same question the child asked. What are you so afraid of?" The fog shifted again. Not wind, not the natural stirring of mist against stone. Pressure. Ruan felt it before she heard it. A weight descending through the air above the stairs, pressing down like a hand on the crown of her skull. The torches flickered. The disciples looked up, and Tuan Chengmu stepped onto the highest landing, iron-gray hair bound with black jade, lightning scar visible about his collar, cinnabar lines burned into both palms. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The fog-lined stairs are sealed by Bind Warden authority under Article 1, Section 3 of the Reach's Emergency Dominion Law. Every person present is in violation of that seal. He looked at Ruan, not at Oyan, not at the disciples, at her. "Tracer 17, you are ordered to surrender the stolen records and submit to lawful dissolution under the sovereign mandate sealed by this office." The dissolution hummed beneath her ribs, louder now. The branded old woman did not move. The young disciple did not lower the ledger, and behind Ruan, barely audible over the wind, Kong Lize spoke. "Tuan." One word. The Bind Warden's gaze shifted. "Kong Lize, former heir of House Kong. Your lineage has formally disowned you. You have no standing to address this office." "I am not addressing your office." Kong stepped forward. His hand found Ruan's, his fingers locked around hers. "I am addressing the man who told me the braided soul technique would let 2 people survive tribulation together. I am addressing the man who knew from the beginning it was designed to kill one of us. I am addressing the man who calls governance what the rest of the mountain calls murder." He was barely standing. His channels were dark. His heartsea was empty. His voice carried no cultivation weight, no spiritual pressure, no power except the truth of the words themselves. "I chose her before I knew the truth," he said. "I choose her now that I do. If that is treason, then the Reach has finally defined something worth committing." The dissolution sharpened. Ruan felt it lock into place, felt the final calibration complete, felt the cold precision of the mechanism designed to end her. Not yet. She pulled Kong backward, 1 step, 2, pressing him against the cliff wall where the stone offered some shelter. "Tuan," she said his name without title. "I have read the Auditor's testimony. I have read the original designer's notes. I have read the clause that allows sovereign dissolution only when every other legal remedy has been exhausted." She looked at the gathered disciples. "Has every other legal remedy been exhausted?" The young disciple answered before Tuan could. "No." She held up the ledger. "Not while we are still reading." The disciples moved. Not all of them, not even most of them, but enough. They formed a line across the stairs, blocking the enforcers, blocking Yuyan, blocking the path to the freed hollowed. The dissolution's hum grew teeth, and Tuan Changmu raised his cinnabar-branded hand. Chapter 72. The dissolution hummed beneath Ruan's ribs like a second pulse. Tuan Changmu's hand remained raised, cinnabar lines catching the torchlight, and the fog-lined stairs held their breath. The disciples had not moved. The enforcers had not drawn blades. The branded old woman stood with her bare feet planted on cold stone, as if she had been waiting for this moment longer than any of them. "I have listened to accusations delivered by traitors," Tuan said. His voice did not carry. It settled. It pressed down like the pressure before a storm breaks. "Let me speak of governance." He looked at the young disciple still holding the ledger. "You are 18 years old. You have never administered a contract. You have never watched a bond dissolve because the alternative was a collapsed Terrace and 40 dead disciples caught in the backlash. You have never made the choice between 1 life and 100 because you have never had to." The young disciple's hand trembled. She did not lower the ledger. "Neither have you." Ruan's voice came dry and steady. "You made that choice for other people and called it necessity." Tuan's gaze shifted to her. "Tracer 17, the last specification. Do you know why you are the last? Tell me." "Because the program worked. You were the final refinement. Every prior subject," he glanced at the branded old woman, "every prior investment taught us how to build a vessel stable enough to absorb tribulation pressure without replacement. You are not a failure. You are the only success." The old woman laughed. It was not a broken sound. It was the laugh of someone who had spent 19 years dead on paper and had run out of patience. "He means I died so they could learn how to make you work." Ruan felt the words land like a blade between ribs. 16 engineered subjects, Tuan continued, still calm, still measuring each syllable. 16 bodies that gave the Bind Registry the data needed to perfect the Hollow Heart architecture. You are not a victim of cruelty, Tracer 17. You are the beneficiary of sacrifice. Sacrifice. Ruan tasted the word and found it hollow as her own chest. You did not ask them. You did not ask me. You built us without consent and called the result progress. Every sect in every dominion builds without consent. Bloodlines breed heirs for lineage advantage. Disciples are selected and trained before they can choose. The Reach simply applied the same logic to the one gap in our cultivation system, the human cost of failed breakthroughs. We reduced that cost by paying it with other people's lives. Tuan's expression did not change. Yes. The word hung in the fog. You want honesty, he said. Here it is. 30 years ago, the Reach lost 473 cultivators to uncontrolled heavenly tribulation, not failed breakthroughs. Dead. Their bodies reduced to ash on the peak, their chi dispersed into the mountain, their lineages left without heirs. We could not sustain those losses. The sect would have collapsed within another generation. He took a step down the stairs. The Hollow Heart Sea program reduced tribulation deaths to 23 over the same period. That is not cruelty. That is arithmetic. Kong moved. Not far. Only a half step that brought him to Ruan's side. You did not count their names in that arithmetic. The branded old woman touched the brand on her cheek. He does not know our names. He never did. For a beat, Tuan's composure thinned. Names do not stabilize breakthrough channels. Names do not absorb tribulation backlash. Names do not keep the mound standing. No, Ruan said. They just tell you who you killed. The disciples shifted, not away from her, toward. The young disciple with the ledger stepped forward. Bind Warden. Her voice cracked on the title but held. Article 7 of the Sovereign Mandate requires all legal remedies to be exhausted before dissolution can be applied. We are still reading. We are still asking questions. That means the remedy has not been exhausted. Tuan's eyes stayed on Ruan. The legal remedy was exhausted the moment the contract was signed. Article 7 applies to contractual dissolution. This is not contractual. This is sovereign mandate, emergency authority vested in this office by the Reach's founding charter. The mandate does not require consent. It does not require exhaustion. It requires only that I determine the subject poses an active threat to sect stability. He looked at the line of disciples. You are witnessing the proof of that threat now. One of the enforcers moved, a single step toward the disciple line. The young disciple did not retreat. Then invoke it, Ruan said. Tuan tilted his head. Pardon? Invoke the mandate, right now, in front of every witness on this stairwell. Say the words that authorize my death. She felt Kong's hand tighten around hers. Say them loud enough that every terrace, every archive, every disciple who heard Fei's broadcast hears you too. The fog shifted, not from wind, from the dissolution sharpening beneath her ribs. Because once you say them, Ruan continued, you cannot unsay them. And everyone here will know that the Bind Warden of the Nine Vapors Reach gave a direct order to kill a woman whose only crime was refusing to be useful. Tuan's jaw tightened. Your crime was destroying an ascension platform and destabilizing the mountain's cultivation arrays. My crime was surviving your technique. The dissolution's hum rose. It was no longer beneath her ribs. It was in her chest, in her throat, coiling around her heart like a living wire. Bind Warden. Huan's voice cut through the standoff. The calibration is complete. Tuan did not look at her. I know. He lowered his hand. Tracer 17. You have been designated a threat to sect stability under Article 1, Section 3 of the Reach's Emergency Dominion Law. Ruan felt the dissolution lock. Not start, not activate. Lock. Like a key turning in a door that had been waiting to open since the day she was born. By the authority vested in this office, your existence is voided. You are not a person under Reach law. You are not a bonded partner. You are not a registered cultivator. You are a terminated specification. He turned to the enforcers. Seize the freed, hollowed bodies. They are registry property. Take them back to the ward. The branded old woman did not move. Neither did the 12 survivors behind her. Neither did the disciples. The dissolution coiled tighter, and Ruan felt something else. Not beneath her ribs, beneath her feet. The stairstone began to tremble. Chapter 73. The stairstone trembled beneath Ruan's feet. Not the deep shudder of collapsing architecture. Something smaller, closer. A resonance moving through the foundation stone like a pulse searching for a vein. The dissolution sat locked in her chest, cold, waiting. She looked at Tuan. Article 1, Section 3. Her voice did not shake. You invoked it. Tuan's cinnabar-branded hand lowered to his side. I did. Then you know what comes after the mandate. A beat. Nothing moved on the stairwell. The Reach's founding charter does not grant dominion over subjects who were never lawfully registered as property. Tuan's eyes narrowed. Your contract was signed under coercion protocols that Article 6 expressly forbids. Ruan reached into her memory and pulled the clause she had read 40 times in the archive, the one Pema had shown her in the lamplight. No binding agreement executed under threat of dissolution, physical harm, or revocation of medical access shall constitute valid consent. She let it sit. The disciples shifted. The young disciple with the ledger looked at the page in her hands. That's in the charter. Tuan did not look at her. His eyes stayed on Ruan. The contract was not executed under threat. No? Ruan tilted her head. Then why was I never told I could refuse the third bond without being transferred to an alternative processing facility? The branded old woman, Zhan Yanmei, let out a low sound. Not a laugh, not a cough, something between. They told me the same thing, she said. When I was 14. Cooperate, or the Reach finds another use for you. I asked what that meant. They said I did not want to find out. Tuan's jaw tightened. That is exactly what you did. Ruan stepped forward. Every hollowed subject in that ward was given 2 choices, compliance or a sealed door. You called that consent. The charter calls it duress. The dissolution hum stirred beneath its lock. Not activating. Listening. The law requires a voluntary informed agreement from a bonded party who understands the terms and has reasonable alternatives. Ruan continued. Which of those conditions did you fulfill for Tracer 2? Tracer 4? Tracer 7-1? She looked at Zhan Yanmei. How old were you when they explained the risks of Project 2? Zhan Yanmei's branded cheek caught the torchlight. I was never told there were risks. I was told I had been chosen for a great honor, that my hollow heartsea would serve the Reach and my name would be remembered. She touched the brand. I did not know I had agreed to die until I was already dead. The dissolution hum pulsed. 1 beat. 2. Ruan felt it move through the locked mechanism like blood through a sleeping heart. Tuan looked at the disciples. You are hearing testimony from fugitives and traitors. You are hearing testimony from people you signed death certificates for. The young disciple held up the ledger. It's here. Tracer 6, decommissioned year 12. Still alive 19 years later. She turned the page. Tracer 9, transferred to Cold Reed Annex. No return record. Another page. Tracer 11, expired during recalibration, but the expiration note is in the same handwriting as the declaration of consent. Tuan was still. The disciples pressed closer. One of them, an older woman with a scarred chin and a minor Terrace crest, spoke. How many signatures did you forge, Bind Warden? Tuan turned to her. Every hollowed subject in this program signed a voluntary participation agreement witnessed by registry officials. Then let them tell us. The older woman looked past Tuan to the 12 survivors standing behind Zhan Yanmei. Did any of you read the document before you signed it? The fog shifted. The survivors did not move. Then the youngest of them, a girl of about 12, with shaved hair and silver lines still visible on her wrists, stepped forward. There was no document. Her voice was thin, but it carried. They told me if I was good, I would not have to go to the cold place. She looked at Tuan. I did not know what signing meant. I was 7. The dissolution hum sharpened. Ruan felt it coil tighter in her chest. Tuan looked at the girl. Then he looked at Kong. Kong Lize. Kong's hand tightened around Ruan. You have heard the allegations. You have stood beside this woman through every violation of Reach law. You have watched her incite rebellion among disciples who should know better. He took a step down the stairs. I am giving you one final chance to restore order. The fog pressed closer. Renounce her, publicly. Name her a rogue cultivator who manipulated the braided bond against your will. Swear that you were coerced, and I will reinstate your lineage standing. House Kong will have its heir back. Your channels can be rebuilt. Your cultivation restored. Kong said nothing. Tuan's voice did not change. Refuse, and I will dissolve the bond the moment the lock completes. Not through mandate. Through the original kill switch embedded in the braided technique's 4th layer. The one designed to sever the hollowed vessel from the bonded partner with a single seal. He raised his cinnabar-branded hand again. You have 10 breaths. The dissolution hum rose. Ruan felt it. Not beneath her ribs, in her hands, in her throat, in the place where Kong's chi had once lived inside her. She turned to look at him. His amber eyes met hers. No hesitation, no calculation. He let go of her hand. Then he turned to face Tuan Changmu directly, and the stairstone beneath all of them began to groan. Chapter 74. The stairstone groaned beneath Kong Lize's feet. The sound traveled up through bone, through the locked dissolution still coiled in her chest, through the fog that pressed against every face on the stairs. Tuan Changmu waited. 10 breaths. Kong had taken 2 of them already. Ruan watched his back, the line of his shoulders, the set of his jaw and profile. She had spent months reading his silences, his pauses, the way he held himself still when he was about to say something that could not be unsaid. He was still now. "You want me to name her a rogue cultivator?" Kong's voice carried. Not loud, but clean, the way ice carried sound across a frozen lake. "You want me to stand on these stairs, in front of these disciples, in front of the witnesses who saw the broadcast, and swear that she manipulated me, that I was coerced, that the bond was forced?" Tuan said nothing. "That she reached into my channels and twisted them toward her own survival?" Kong turned his head. Not fully, just enough that Ruan could see the corner of his mouth. "The way the reach reached into her heartseat and twisted it toward yours." The dissolution hum sharpened. Ruan felt it rise through the locked mechanism like water finding cracks in stone. "Kong Lize." Tuan's voice was flat. "You have 5 breaths remaining. Then I will use them?" Kong turned, faced the disciples, faced the branded woman with her bare feet on cold stone, faced the girl of 12 who had been told to be good or go to the cold place. "I entered this bond with Ruan Yinxiao knowing the technique was designed to kill one of us. I hid that from her for months. I told myself I was searching for another way, and I was. But I also told myself that if I failed, her death would be the price of my survival." He stopped. The fog curled around his boots. "That is what the Reach taught me a bond was, a transaction where one soul pays so the other can ascend." He turned back to Tuan. "I was wrong." The word landed like a stone in still water. "I was wrong," Kong repeated, "and I will not renounce the woman who taught me that. Not for my lineage, not for my cultivation, not for any offer you can make." He spread his empty hands. "I renounce the Reach's right to own any bond. I renounce the arithmetic that counts one life as acceptable loss. I renounce the lie that love without consent is cultivation." His voice dropped. "It is extraction. It always was. And I will not be part of it anymore." The silence that followed was absolute. No fog shifted, no breath moved. Then the branded old woman, Zhen Yanmei, laughed, a raw, broken sound that scraped against the stone. 19 years. She touched the brand on her cheek. 19 years, and I have to hear a man say it before I die. Tuan's jaw tightened. "You have made your choice." He raised his cinnabar-branded hand. "Seal the stairs." The enforcers moved before anyone could react. Not toward the survivors, not toward the disciples, toward the stone itself. Ruan saw it a heartbeat too late. The way 2 enforcers dropped to their knees at the stair's edge, the way their hands pressed flat against the join where the fog-lined stairs met the cliff wall. The way their chi flared in synchronized pulses, not attacking, not restraining, cutting. "The supports," Shamuru's voice came from behind, sharp and recognizing. "They are cutting the stair anchors." The stone beneath Ruan's feet shifted. Not a tremor, not the groan of something waking, the sag of something released. The young disciple with the ledger stumbled. The girl of 12 grabbed for the branded woman's sleeve. Zhen Yanmei's bare feet skidded on stone that was no longer level. Tuan Konglu stood at the top of the stairs, arms at his sides, watching. "The sovereign mandate grants me authority to contain threats to reach security by any means necessary." His voice carried through the fog without effort. "You have chosen to incite rebellion among registered disciples, harbor fugitive property, and publicly defame the institution that governs this dominion." He looked at Kong. "I do not need you alive to complete the dissolution." The enforcer's chi flared brighter. The stair groaned. Ruan felt the shift in her knees, in the angle of her spine. The entire structure was tilting, pulling away from the cliff face in a slow, grinding separation that sent dust cascading into the fog below. The gorge waited beneath them, black stone, empty air, no sound of water, no echo of bottom. "Everyone move!" Shamru's voice cut through. "Toward the cliff wall now!" "The weight will only accelerate the collapse." That was Nurik. Calm, clinical, the same voice he had used to describe her Meridian damage in the infirmary. "If enough of us press against the wall side, we might slow the separation long enough to reach the maintenance ledge 3 levels down." 3 levels? The young disciple's voice cracked. "That ledge is barely 2 arm spans wide." "It is wider than the gorge." The stair lurched. Ruan felt her balance break. Her hands caught stone before she fully registered the fall, palms scraping, knees hitting the edge of a step that was no longer where it should be. Beside her, Kong had one hand locked around the stair's edge, the other reaching for her. She took it. The dissolution hum burned beneath her ribs. Not listening anymore, counting. Tuan. Ruan's voice came out hoarse. The survivors. They are on this stair too. The children. You are killing your own witnesses. Tuan did not look at her. I am cleaning the record. He turned, walked up the remaining stairs toward the fog-line gate, where enforcers stood with torches, and did not look back. The stair groaned again. A longer groan. A deeper one. The sound of something that had decided. Chapter 75. The stair did not break all at once. It unsheeted in sections, stone tearing from stone with a sound like mountains being unmade, each slab tilting and sliding before it fell. Ruan's knees lost their purchase. Her hands found edges that crumbled under her grip. The fog swallowed everything below, and the gorge sang with the crack of rock against rock somewhere far beneath. "Hold the wall!" Sha Muru's voice came from somewhere above and to her right, sharp, commanding, no room for panic. "The cliff face, press flat!" Ruan slammed her palm against stone that was still vertical. The stair beneath her left foot shifted again, grinding outward, and she felt her weight drag toward the empty space where the next step should have been. A hand caught her wrist. Kong. His amber eyes met hers through the dust, his jaw set, his grip steady despite the tremor running through his arms. His cultivation was gum, his channels were ash, but he held her like he had made a promise he intended to keep. "I have you." The stair lurched again. The young disciple with the ledger screamed as his footing vanished. He caught the branded woman's shift, and she caught him without looking, her bare feet finding purchase on the tilting stone like she had spent 19 years learning to balance on nothing. Then the glider screens went up. Ruan did not see Xiao trigger them. She only saw the cliff face split open in a dozen places at once, seams in the stone peeling back to release folded panels of silk and wire that snapped outward like wings waking from hibernation. Each screen caught the air current and billowed into a curved sheet, anchored to the cliff by cables as thick as her wrist. The stair stopped falling. Or rather, it fell in fragments, and the glider screens caught the largest slabs, deflecting them into the cliff wall instead of the gorge. The stone beneath Ruan's feet jammed against a screen frame with a shudder that traveled up through her spine. "Move!" Xiao was already climbing across the tilted stone toward the nearest screen frame. "The anchors will not hold forever. They were built for single-person loads, not stair sections." The freed hollowed pressed against the cliff wall, gripping the screen cables. The disciple clutched the ledger to his chest, his knuckles white. Ruan looked for the girl, the youngest one, the one who had spoken about the cold place. She found her 5 steps below, clinging to a cable that was already fraying, her feet skidding on loose stone that angled toward the gorge. Ruan let go of Kong's hand. She did not think about it. She did not have time to think about it. Her body moved before her mind caught up, lunging down the broken stone, her hand closing around the girl's wrist, a heartbeat before the cable snapped. The weight nearly tore Ruan's arm from its socket. The girl dangled over the gorge, 17 years of engineered hollow architecture pulling against the fragile hinge of Ruan's shoulder. The dissolution hummed beneath Ruan's ribs, waiting, patient, counting. "Hold on," Ruan's voice scraped. "Hold on to me." The girl's fingers dug into Ruan's sleeve. Her eyes were wide and dark and full of something that was not quite fear. It was older than fear. It was the look of someone who had expected to die in a hole and had not yet learned how to hope. Kong's hand clamped around Ruan's other wrist. "I have her." He pulled, using the wall for leverage, and the girl's weight transferred up through Ruan's arm into Kong's grip. "Let me breathe," Ruan gasped. The dissolution burred. Above them, the fog shifted. A light pierced the haze, cold, blue-white, the color of spirit flame burning in a vacuum. Ruan looked up. Countermove descended through the fog under that light, his hands empty, his robes untouched by dust or blood. He walked on nothing, stepping from air to air, as if the gorge had no meaning for him, as if gravity was a suggestion he had long since declined to follow. His pale amber eyes found her through the smoke. He was not fleeing. He was coming. Ruan. Kong's voice was low, urgent. The glider screens, they lead to the maintenance ledge. Nurik said 3 levels down. He will reach us before we get there. Then we go faster? The girl in Kong's grip made a sound. Not a word. A noise like a wounded animal trying to decide if it wanted to live. Ruan looked at Tuan's descending light. She looked at Kong. She looked at the girl. The dissolution coiled under her ribs, ready to close. Xiao! She did not shout. She did not have breath to shout. How long do we have before the screens collapse? Xiao's answer came through gritted teeth. 2 minutes, maybe 3. Enough. Ruan pulled herself up the stone, her hand still locked around Kong's, her other hand gripping the girl's wrist. She climbed. Behind her, the fog parted. Tuan descended. Chapter 76. The ledge hit hard. Stone slammed into Ruan's side as the glider screen gave way, the silk panel tearing loose from its anchor and spilling her, Kong, and the girl onto a shelf of rock barely 3 arm spans wide. The impact drove the breath from her lungs. Her grip on the girl's wrist nearly broke, but she held. Her fingers locked around bone and fabric as the girl scrabbled for purchase on the worn stone. The ledge groaned. It was old, older than the stairs, older than the reach's maintenance markings. The surface was scoured smooth by decades of wind and runoff, sloped slightly toward the gorge with no railing and no guard. Above them, the fog continued to shift. Below, nothing but the whisper of air moving through a depth the eye could not measure. Here! Kong's voice scraped. He pulled the girl up beside him, his hands shaking from exertion, his face pale in the blue-white light descending through the fog. She is steady. I have her. The girl pressed herself against the cliff wall. Her eyes were fixed on Tuan's approaching light. Ruan pushed herself to her knees. The dissolution burned beneath her ribs. Not sharp. Dull. Patient. Waiting for the moment she stopped moving. Ruan! Xia's voice came from her left, where the ledge widened slightly. The screens are gone. 2 people can stand here without crowding. There are 14 of us. Then we do not stay long. Where do you suggest we go? The branded woman's voice was flat. She had the young disciple pressed against the wall beside her, his ledger still clutched to his chest. There is nowhere to go but down or back up, and he is coming down. Ruan looked up. Tuan's light had stopped descending. He stood on the air 15 arm spans above them, his hands empty, his robes undisturbed. His pale amber eyes moved across the ledge, counting the survivors, the children, the broken. Kong Lize! His voice carried without effort, as if the gorge had no appetite for his words. You have made your choice. I have made mine. Kong did not answer. He stood, pulling the girl with him, and stepped in front of Ruan. The gesture was almost funny. A man with no cultivation, no chi, no channels left to burn, placing himself between the Bind Warden and a woman whose body was already killing her. You are protecting her with mortal hands. Tuan's tone was not mocking. It was almost curious. Do you understand what you are doing? Yes. Then you understand you cannot stop me. I understand I do not have to. Kong's voice was steady. I only have to be in your way. Tuan was silent for a long moment. Then he stepped down onto the ledge. The stone did not shift under him. He landed without sound, without impact, as if his body had decided gravity was optional. His hands remained empty. His eyes found Ruan. You want to know why the Hollowed exist? It was not a question. Ruan did not answer. You think it was cruelty? Tuan took a step toward her. Kong moved with him, but Tuan did not look at Kong. You think it was greed, or convenience, or the casual appetite of power? It was not. Another step. The Reach lost 473 cultivators to heavenly tribulation in 30 years. 473. Every one of them was someone's investment. Every one of them was someone's failure. The sect could not survive that bleeding. The sect found a way to stop it. Ruan's voice came out dry, tired, stripped of everything but fact. The sect found a way to make someone else bleed instead. Tuan stopped. Heaven demands a price. His voice was quiet now, no longer carrying. Intimate, as if he were explaining something to a child who could not yet understand arithmetic. Every breakthrough, every realm, every step toward ascension. The qi must come from somewhere. The tribulation must be fed. That is the law of this world, not the Reach's invention. So you decided who would feed it? I decided that 473 families would not lose their heirs. Ruan looked at him. She felt the dissolution coiled under her ribs. She felt the girl pressed against her side, trembling. She felt Kong's hand find hers, warm despite everything, despite the cold, despite the fog, despite the fact that both of them were dying in different ways at different speeds. 473 heirs. Her voice was quiet. How many hollowed did it take to save them? Tuan did not answer. Count them. Ruan's voice did not waver. Count the names, count the children. Count the ones who died in the ward before they learned to speak. Count the ones who never woke up. Then tell me again that heaven demanded the price. The branded woman laughed. It was a harsh sound, dry and broken, like stone grinding against stone. He cannot count them. She was not looking at Tuan. She was looking at the fog, at the gorge, at something only she could see. He already told us. He does not count names in his arithmetic. Tuan's jaw tightened. The cold, blue-white light flickered around him. You are running out of time, Tracer 17. His voice was flat again, administrative. The dissolution will close, your bond will sever, your body will fail, and when it does, every hollowed subject who survived the ward will be retrieved and processed according to their original designation. Then you had better catch me before I fall. Ruan turned. The ledge extended another 20 paces along the cliff face, narrowing to nothing at the far end. No handholds, no ropes, no escape. But the maintenance ledge Narek had mentioned, 3 levels down, had to be below them. She looked at the girl. Can you climb down? The girl's eyes were wide, but she nodded. Good. Ruan looked at Kong. He was already reading her intent. I will go first, he said. I will find the ledge. You cannot. Your hands can still hold a rope, and you need to get the children down before the dissolution takes you. He said it without hesitation, without drama, as if it were a simple fact, like the stone under their feet or the fog in the gorge. Ruan wanted to argue. She did not have time. Fine. She turned to Xie. Do you have rope? Xie's sharp face twisted into a grim approximation of a smile. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a coil of thin, braided cord, barely as thick as Ruan's smallest finger. Maintenance crews always carry emergency lines. She tossed it to Kong. Do not ask where I found it. Kong caught it. He looked at Ruan. Wait for me to call. I will wait. He tied the rope around his waist, found a stone outcropping that might hold his weight, and lowered himself over the edge. The fog swallowed him. Ruan counted heartbeats and tried not to hear the dissolution counting too. 1. The rope went taut. 2. The branded woman moved the children to the cliff wall. 3. Tuan did not move. 4. A voice rose from the fog below. Here. Ruan pulled the girl toward the edge. You next. Do not look down. The girl looked down. Her breath caught. Look at me. Ruan's voice was hard. Not the gorge. Me. The girl's eyes found hers. Hold the rope. Do not let go. When you reach him, he will catch you. The girl's hands closed around the braided cord. She went over the edge without another word. The rope vibrated as she descended. Ruan looked at the branded woman. You are next. The woman laughed again, but she moved toward the edge, her bare feet finding purchase on the worn stone. I have been dead 19 years. She took the rope. What is one more fall? She went over. Ruan looked at Tuan. He was watching her, not moving, not speaking, just watching with those pale amber eyes that had seen 473 heirs saved and 17 hollowed subjects spent. You can come with us. Ruan's voice offered no hope and asked for none. Or you can watch us fall, but you cannot stop us. I know. Tuan's voice was quiet. I stopped trying to stop you the moment you answered my question. He turned. The fog clouded around him as he stepped off the ledge, walking upward into the cold, blue-white light, climbing the air as if the gorge were a staircase leading home. He did not look back. Ruan watched him go. The dissolution hummed beneath her ribs, counting. She took the rope. Chapter 77. The rope bit into Ruan's palms as she descended through the fog, the dissolution humming beneath her ribs like a second pulse, counting towards something she could not name. The stone wall passed in streaks of wet black. Above her, the ledge had vanished into gray. Below her, nothing but the vibration of the cord in her hands and the distant clatter of someone's foot finding purchase on rock. She hit the maintenance ledge before she saw it. Her boots scraped stone. Kong's hand caught her elbow, steadying her as the rope went slack. "You made it." His voice was hoarse but steady. She blinked the fog from her eyes. The ledge was barely 2 arm spans wide, worn uneven by decades of runoff, pressed against the cliff face like a scar. The branded woman had the children pressed into the deepest hollow of the stone, her bare feet planted, her branded cheek turned toward the gorge. Xiao was already at the far end, running her hands along the rock. "There is a fissure here," Xiao's sharp voice cut through the mist. "Narrow, but it leads inward. If we can, they will follow." The branded woman did not look away from the fog. He walked upward, but he did not walk away. Not truly. Ruan's hands were raw from the rope. She flexed her fingers, feeling the tracer lines pulse beneath the skin, and looked up. The fog churned. Something was moving through it. Not a person, not several people, a mass, a pressure, a gathering weight that made the air thicken and the stone beneath her feet tremble. "Xia," Kong's voice was low. "How fast can you open that fissure?" "Fast enough." Xiao's hands moved along the crack, finding purchase, testing the stone. "But I will need cover. If they drop rocks on us from above..." A horn sounded. It came from above, from the fog, from the place where the stair had once connected to the cliff. Deep and resonant, the kind of sound that traveled through bone, not air. Ruan knew that horn. It was the signal for a dominion-wide hunt. "They are sealing the gorge." The branded woman's voice was flat. "They will collapse the path ahead of us and the path behind us, and then they will come down to collect whatever is left." The dissolution hummed. Ruan counted. 1, 2, 3. She did not have 3. "Kong," she turned to him, "can you climb?" He looked at the fissure Xiao was working on, then at the fog above, then at Ruan. "I can try." "Do not try." She grabbed his arm, felt the emptiness where his channels had been, the mortal heat of his skin beneath her fingers. "Do it." She turned to the branded woman. "You take the children into the fissure. If it narrows, you carry them. If it closes, you dig. You do not stop." The branded woman's eyes met hers. "And you?" "I will buy you time." The branded woman laughed. It was a dry, broken sound, but there was something new in it. Something that might have been respect. "You are a fool, Tracer 17. "I know." The fog above them parted. Tuan Kangmu stood on nothing, his robes untouched, his pale amber eyes fixed on the ledge. Behind him, the fog had cleared to reveal a line of enforcers on the upper cliff, their hands raised, their chi already gathering for a strike that would collapse half the gorge. He did not speak. He did not need to. The enforcers' chi pulsed in unison, and the stone above the ledge began to groan. Ruan moved. She grabbed the rope Kong had used, found a handhold on the cliff face, and began climbing back up, toward the fog, toward Tuan, toward the gathered strike. "Ruan!" Kong's voice cracked. "What are you?" She did not answer. She climbed. The dissolution hummed beneath her ribs, counting her heartbeats, counting the seconds until her body would fail. But the seconds were hers. The choice was hers. And if she could reach the enforcers' formation before the strike landed, if she could make them see her, make them hesitate even for one breath, the fissure would be open and Kong would be safe. Her fingers found the next handhold. The stone above her splintered. Not from the enforcer's strike, from the cliff wall itself, where a slab of rock the size of a carriage broke free and tumbled past her, missing her by a hand's width, crashing into the gorge below with a sound like thunder. Ruan pressed herself flat against the stone, and then she saw it. On the upper cliff, standing at the edge of the enforcer formation, was an elder she did not recognize. Old. Robes the color of ash. A single stripe of white hair running through the gray. His hand was raised, not in attack, but in command. The enforcer's chi pulse faltered. Tuan turned. The elder spoke. His voice carried through the gorge like a blade through silk. "Bind Warden, you are observed." The words hung in the air. Tuan's jaw tightened. The elder continued, unhurried. "The witness Terrace has been watching since the broadcast. 300 disciples saw the stair collapse. Saw you walk away while children clung to the stone. Saw you order the strike." He paused. "If you kill them now, with witnesses still counting the bodies, you will not be cleaning the record. You will be writing your own condemnation." Tuan's eyes did not move from the elder. "You overstep, elder." "I do not overstep." The elder's hand remained raised. "I am the only thing standing between you and a sect-wide investigation that would unearth every contract you have ever sealed. The disciples are already talking. The households are already asking questions. If you want to survive this, Bind Warden, you will withdraw." The silence stretched. The dissolution hummed beneath Ruan's ribs, counting. Tuan's cinnabar-branded hand twitched, and then, slowly, he lowered his gaze. "The gorge will be sealed." His voice was flat, administrative. "If they survive the rockfall, they are still fugitives. The hunt continues." He turned. The fog swallowed him. The elder watched him go, then looked down at Ruan, still clinging to the cliff face, still breathing, still alive. "You have a minute, Tracer 17. Use it well." He stepped back. The enforcer's chi surged again, but this time it was not aimed at the ledge. It was aimed at the cliff wall above the fissure, at the unstable stone that had been groaning since the stair collapsed. They were not striking at Ruan. They were sealing the gorge. His voice rose from below. "The fissure is open." Everyone inside, now. The branded woman moved. The children moved. Kong's hand found Ruan's ankle as she began to descend, pulling her down, guiding her toward the crack in the stone. The rockfall began. Slabs of stone the size of wagon wheels tumbled past them, crashing into the gorge, filling the air with dust and thunder. Ruan's hand slipped. Kong caught her wrist, pulled her into the fissure as the stone closed behind them. Darkness. Silence. The dissolution hummed, counting. And somewhere above, on the edge of the sealed gorge, Mademoiselle Sifei pressed a surviving packet of legal seals against her chest, her pale riverstone eyes fixed on the dust cloud where the fugitives had vanished. Her lips moved. The seals pulsed once, then stilled. She turned and walked into the fog, carrying the proof of everything the Reach had done, and the name of the one person who could still stop her. Chapter 78. The fissure spat them out onto a road that did not belong to the Reach. Ruan felt it before she saw it. The stone beneath her hands changed, no longer the gut rock of the inner terraces, but something older, weathered, pressed flat by years of cartwheels and hooves. The air tasted different too. No spirit array residue, no refined chi bleeding from cultivation chambers, just mist, cold, open. She pulled herself over the last lip of broken stone and collapsed on her hands and knees, her tracer lines still blazing white through her torn sleeves. The dissolution hummed beneath her ribs, counting, always counting. But she was still breathing. Kong came through behind her, his hand finding her shoulder, his face pale and drawn in the gray light. He did not speak. Neither did she. They knelt together on the edge of the road while the others emerged one by one. Shamaru, coughing dust and swearing under her breath. Narek, his healer's hands already reaching for the nearest child. Zhen Yanmei, barefoot and unbowed, the brand on her cheek catching the fog light like a scarred moon. Tracer 2-3 came last, pulling the youngest girl by the hand. The child stopped at the edge of the road and looked back. The fissure was sealed. Rock and debris filled the gap where they had emerged, the fall still settling with groans and clicks. Beyond it, muffled by stone and distance, the horns still sounded. Dominion-wide hunt, Tuan's voice, even absent, still commanded. Ruan pushed herself upright. "We cannot stop here." Xiaomuru already had the half-burned route map spread across a flat stone, her sharp face tilted as she read the terrain through the mist. We are outside the formal boundary. This road runs along the outer market fringe. If Narek's infirmary keeper is still alive and still willing, we can reach his door before dusk. Narek straightened. He will help. He has reasons. What reasons? Zhen Yanmei's voice was flat, worn flat. He was bonded to a hollowed subject 23 years ago. She was dissolved. He never remarried, never stopped asking questions. The branded woman said nothing, but something in her scarred face shifted, a crack in the stone she had carried for 19 years. Ruan looked at the road. It stretched into the mist, narrow and pale, lined with stunted trees whose branches bent away from the cliff as if the mountain itself had exhaled and pushed them aside. No torches here, no array lights, no golden script carved into the air to mark the Reach's dominion. Just road, just mist, just the sound of their own breathing. And there, where the road curved into the gray, a wooden marker planted at the shoulder. It was old, weather-worn. The wood had cracked along the grain, and the characters painted on its face were faded, barely legible. But Ruan recognized the symbol. 3 interlocking circles. Cold Reed Annex. The same symbol from the transfer ledgers. The same brand burned into Zhen Yanmei's cheek. The same mark on every hollowed tag they had carried out of the burning ward. Xiaomuru followed her gaze. That is not a destination marker. That is a supply route marker. Caravans use these roads to resupply the outer stations. The annex is somewhere beyond this ridge, but the road branches twice before we reach the valley floor. How far? 2 days, maybe 3, if the mist holds and the hunt does not find us. Ruan touched the marker. The wood was cold. The symbol was carved, not painted. Someone had cut it deep enough to outlast the weather, to remain legible long after the paint faded. Who put this here? No one answered. Zhen Yanmei stepped forward and pressed her branded cheek against the marker, closing her eyes. When she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. The Reach did not build these roads. They found them. The markers were already here when the first settlers carved the terraces. They kept the symbols because they did not know what they meant. They still do not know. She opened her eyes. But the annex knows. Ruan's tracer lines pulsed. Once. Twice. In rhythm with the dissolution, or in defiance of it. She could not tell any more. She turned to the others. Tracer 2-3 stood with the youngest girl pressed against her hip, her silver lines visible through her shift, her expression unreadable. Narek was already checking the children's breathing, counting heads, cataloging injuries with the calm of a man who had spent 30 years learning to treat wounds he could never name aloud. Xiaomuru was folding the map, her sharp eyes scanning the mist for movement. Kong was watching Ruan. Not waiting, not asking, just watching. The way he had watched her on the broken Cloudbridge, on the collapsing stair, in the storm when the tribulation tried to take them both. As if he had already decided that wherever she went, he would follow, and there was no need to say it again. Ruan looked at the road. The mist shifted. For a moment, the path ahead seemed to clear, revealing a distant shape on the horizon. A tower, or a peak, or something else, something that caught the light wrong, as if the air itself bent around it. Then the mist closed. The dissolution hummed. Ruan stepped onto the road. 2 days then. We move until the infirmary keeper's door. We rest in shifts. We burn nothing that can be traced. She looked back at the sealed fissure, at the stone that still groaned with the weight of the collapsed gorge, at the horns still sounding somewhere above the fog. The hunt will not stop, but neither will we. She began walking. The road swallowed them. Behind them, the fissure exhaled one last breath of dust. Above them, the horns changed pitch. Closer now, searching. And ahead, where the mist curled around the cold reed marker, something moved. Not a person, not an animal. Something that did not cast a shadow in the gray light. Something that stood at the bend of the road where the marker pointed, watching them approach with the patience of stone. Ruan stopped. The dissolution beneath her ribs went silent. The figure did not move. It simply stood there, wrapped in the mist, a shape that had no edges, no features, no distinction between body and air, and then it raised one hand, pointing, not at them, past them, down the road toward the cold reed annex. Kong's hand found hers. His grip was steady, even with his channels empty, even with his cultivation ash. "Is that?" My penitent voice was thin. "The right direction?" The figure did not answer. It did not need to. Ruan felt the dissolution stir again beneath her ribs, counting, always counting, and she knew with a certainty that had nothing to do with logic that the figure had been standing at this bend of the road for longer than the reach had existed, waiting for someone to finally arrive. She stepped forward. The figure did not stop her. It faded into the mist as she approached, dissolving like the last breath before sleep, leaving nothing behind but the road and the marker and the distant cry of the horns, and the cold certainty that the cold reed annex had been expecting them. Chapter 79. The way station had no door. Wind had taken it years ago, leaving only rusted hinges and a frame that groaned when the mist pushed through. The roof still held in patches where the original beams had not rotted through, and the walls were thick stone, built to survive mountain winters that could crack bone. Ruan stopped in the threshold and listened. No pursuit, no horns, only the wind and the slow drip of condensation from the broken eaves. Behind her, the group shuffled into the shelter. Tracer 2-3 carried the youngest girl, whose eyes had not closed since the fissure. Jen Yan Mei walked barefoot across the broken floor without flinching, her branded cheek catching the gray light. Narek was already counting heads, his lips moving silently. Xiao Moru pressed herself against the wall nearest the entrance, her sharp face turned toward the opening, watching. Kong came last. His steps were slow, each one measured. His hands hung empty at his sides, and when he crossed the threshold, he leaned against the nearest wall and stayed there, breathing through his mouth. Ruan watched his chest rise and fall. The dissolution hummed beneath her ribs, silent now but present, coiled, waiting. She turned away. The way station had one large room and a collapsed annex where the roof had fallen in. A rusted brazier sat in the center, half filled with ash that had turned to paste from decades of damp. Shelves lined the far wall, empty except for a single clay jar with a cracked lid. Narek crossed to the brazier and knelt. "We can risk a small fire. The smoke will blend with the mist." Shamuru did not look away from the door. "The hunt knows these roads. They will search every shelter within a day's march. Then we do not stay long." Narek struck flint against steel. A spark caught. The kindling in the brazier began to smoke. "But we cannot keep walking with unbound wounds and empty bellies." Ruan lowered herself to the floor. The stone was cold. Cold enough that she felt it through her robes, through the layers of exhaustion and bruise, and the slow burn of the dissolution that had not stopped counting since the moment it locked into her body. She pulled the copied pages from her robe. The ink had smeared where her skin had pressed against the paper, but the words were still legible. Names, destinations, transfer dates. The ledger she had carried through the fire, through the fall, through the tunnel and the gorge and the fissure. 23 years of records. Tracer 1-7. She traced the characters with her fingertip. Her designation. Kong slid down the wall and sat beside her, not touching. Close enough that she could feel the warmth of his arm, the slow rhythm of his breath, the absence of any chi where his channels had once burned. "How bad?" She did not look up. The dissolution paused when we passed the figure on the road. It started again when the mist closed behind us. "How long?" 2 minutes, maybe less. He did not flinch. When we reached the infirmary keeper, if the infirmary keeper is still alive. If. He said it like a fact, not a hope. Narek trusted him. That means he has 30 years of reasons to help. Ruan folded the pages. "And if the reach reached him first?" Kong was quiet. She knew that silence. It was the silence he had carried on the Cloudbridge, on the stair, in the storm when the tribulation tried to tear them apart. The silence of a man who had already decided what he was willing to lose. "Then we find another way." Ruan turned the page. The next entry was Tracer 2-3. Active. Destination. Cold Reed Annex. No return date. No expiration. Just the 3 interlocking circles stamped beside the name. The same symbol carved into the marker on the road. The the same symbol branded into Zhen Yanmei's cheek. She looked up. Tracer 2-3 had settled the youngest girl against the far wall and was crouched beside her, checking the child's pulse with the calm precision of someone who had learned to measure survival in heartbeats. Her silver tracer lines were visible through the torn fabric of her shift, pulsing faintly. Tracer 2-3. The woman looked up. Her eyes were gray, flat, the eyes of someone who had spent years in a dark room being measured, catalogued, used. Ruan held out the page. "Can you read this?" Tracer 2-3 crossed the room without standing, moving on her haunches like an animal conserving energy. She took the page with both hands, her fingers moving over the paper as if she was memorizing the texture, not the words. "I cannot read." Her voice was quiet, uninflected. "But I know this mark." She touched the 3 interlocking circles. "This is where they send us. When they are done measuring, when the calibration is complete, when the body stops responding, they write this symbol, and we do not come back." Ruan watched her face. "But you are still here." Tracer 2-3 looked up. "I was not finished." The words hung in the air. No anger, no defiance, just a flat statement of fact, as if her continued existence was simply a matter of refusing to cooperate with the procedure. Zhen Yanmei laughed. It was a dry sound, like stone scraping stone. "She has been waiting for someone to ask. 19 years and none of you ever did." Ruan looked at the page again. The bond pulse. She felt it in her chest, a thread of awareness that connected her to Kong, to the remnant, to the original arrays beneath the registry. It had been with her since the first circulation, since the moment their blood had merged on the seal, since before she understood what it meant. She looked at Tracer 2-3. "The bond? You said you could feel it." Tracer 2-3 nodded. "Through the architecture, the same channels, the same seals. When yours stirred, the rest of us felt it. Like a current passing through shared water." Ruan set the page flat on the stone floor. "Can you trace it?" Silence. Tracer 2-3's gray eyes did not blink. "To the source? To the annex?" The woman's hand moved to her own wrist, where the silver tracer lines ran beneath the skin. She pressed her thumb to the pulse point and closed her eyes. "The bond pulse runs through the same pathways as the dissolution, the same architecture. The reach built them together, the thread and the knife." She opened her eyes. "If I follow your thread backward, I can feel where it was calibrated, where the original seal was pressed. That seal is in the annex." Ruan's chest tightened. "Then you can find it?" Tracer 2-3 did not answer. She looked at the page again, at the 3 interlocking circles stamped beside her name, and her face was unreadable. "The thread runs both ways." Ruan felt the meaning settle into her bones. If Tracer 2-3 could follow the bond pulse to the annex, then the annex could follow it back to them. The dissolution beneath her ribs stirred, counting, always counting. Kong's hand found hers on the stone floor. His fingers were cold, his grip light, but he held on. "Then we do not stop moving." Ruan looked at the door. The mist had thickened. The way station's ruined entrance was a mouth of gray, swallowing the road behind them. The road ahead, everything, except the cold certainty that something at the annex had been waiting for them long before they were born. Zhen Yanmei stood. "The hunt is still out there, but she can feel them too." She nodded at Tracer 2-3. "If the reach moves to cut off the annex road, she will know before the horns sound." Ruan folded the pages and tucked them into her robe, the weight of them pressed against her chest. Names, destinations, proof enough to burn the reach down if they could carry it far enough. But first, they had to reach the annex, and the annex was expecting them. She stood. The dissolution hummed beneath her ribs, and in the quiet of the ruined way station, with the mist pressing against the broken door and the freed hollowed watching her with patient eyes, Ruan Yinxiao understood what the figure on the road had been waiting for. Not a person, a signal. The bond pulse, moving through the architecture, carrying the trace of every engineered subject, every sealed record, every name the reach had tried to bury. It had been waiting for someone to wake it. She looked at Tracer 2-3. "When the dissolution resumes counting, will you feel it?" The woman nodded. "Then we move before it finishes." She turned toward the door. Kong rose beside her. His hand did not leave hers. Narek banked the fire. Sha Muru took position at the entrance. Jen Yanmei lifted the youngest girl onto her hip. Tracer 2-3 stood at the threshold. Her silver tracer lines were bright, brighter than they had been in the ward, brighter than Ruan had ever seen on her own wrists. She did not look back at the ruined station. She looked down the road. It knows we are coming. Ruan stepped into the mist. Behind her, the dissolution stirred. Above her, the horns changed pitch. Closer now, faster. But the thread between her and Kong burned steady, and ahead, where the road curved toward the cold reed horizon, the mist parted for a single breath. Ruan saw a door standing in the open air, alone, framed by nothing, its surface scarred with the 3 interlocking circles. Waiting. Chapter 80. The door stood in the mist like a wound the world had forgotten to close. Ron's hand hovered over its surface. The 3 interlocking circles scarred into the wood were warm, not from sunlight. There was no sun here. Warm from within, as if something on the other side breathed against the grain. Behind her, the way station had vanished into gray. The hunt horns had not stopped. They had changed, lower now, spreading instead of converging. The reach had lost her trail when she crossed the outer boundary, and they were casting wide to find it again. She had minutes, maybe less. Kong stood at her shoulder. His hand found hers, and she felt the absence of chi in his grip, the mortal warmth of skin against skin. No channels, no current, just bone and breath, and the stubborn fact that he had followed her into this without asking where it led. The dissolution is counting again, she said. I know. When it finishes, it will not finish. His voice was flat, certain, because we will be inside before it does. She looked at him. His amber eyes held no doubt. He had lost everything, his cultivation, his lineage, his place in the world. And he stood before a door that should not exist, in a mist that predated the reach, telling her she would not die here. She almost believed him. Tracer 2-3 pressed her palm to the door beside Ruan's. The silver lines beneath her skin flared, and the wood groaned. It knows us, the woman said. The architecture recognizes the thread. Ruan pushed. The door swung inward on no hinge she could see, and the mist poured through the opening like a held breath released. Beyond it, a corridor stretched into darkness. Not stone, not wood. The walls were the same substance as the road, ancient and seamless, marked with symbols that shifted when she tried to focus on them. Jen Yanmei stepped past her into the corridor. Her bare feet made no sound. She raised her branded cheek to the air and inhaled. This is older than the reach, she said. Older than the mountains they built on. How do you know? Ruan asked. Shen Yanmei touched the brand on her face. Because the symbols match. She turned. The reach branded me with something they did not understand. I have carried their mark on my skin for 19 years, but it was never theirs. They found it. They copied it. They used it to claim what they could not create. Ruan looked at the shifting symbols on the walls, the 3 interlocking circles, the same mark on the transfer ledgers, on the cold reed post, on the door, on Jen Yanmei's cheek. The Reach had not built this place. They had found it, and they had been using it without understanding what it was. Nakak appeared at her elbow. His healer's hands were steady, but his eyes moved too fast, cataloging, mapping, trying to make sense of a structure that refused to hold still. The infirmary keeper, he said. If he is still alive, he is in the outer terrace. That is half a day ahead, maybe less if the road holds. Sha Maru shook her head. The road will not hold. Nothing about this place holds. She was right. The corridor breathed. Ruan felt it in the stone beneath her feet, a slow pulse that did not match her heartbeat. The same pulse she had felt in the bond thread, the same rhythm that had been waiting since before the Reach existed. Tracer 2-3 walked ahead without waiting. Her tracer lines cast the only light, silver against ancient dark, and her voice came back to them from the shadows. The annex is not a building. It is a gate. Ruan followed. The corridor opened into a chamber larger than any hall in the Reach. The ceiling was lost in darkness. The floor was marked with concentric circles of the same shifting symbols, and at the center, sunk into the stone, was a seal that hummed with a frequency Ruan felt in her teeth. The dissolution beneath her ribs stuttered, then stopped. She pressed her hand to her chest. The hum was gone. The count was gone. The mechanism that had been eating through her architecture since the fog-line stairs had fallen silent. Tracer 2-3 stood at the edge of the central seal. This is where they calibrated the first thread. Ruan stepped toward her. Who? The woman looked down at the symbol at her feet. The 3 interlocking circles. The mark that had been burned into her companion, stamped onto her transfer page, carved into the door that had been waiting for them. Someone who wanted to be found. The seal pulsed. Light ran through the circles. Silver and blue and something else that had no name. And in the space above the stone, an image formed. A woman. Slim. Gray-haired. Her face was lined with age and exhaustion, but her eyes were sharp, and she wore a cultivator's robes that did not belong to any sect Ruan knew. The image spoke. If you are seeing this, the bond thread has reached the original array. That means the Reach believes they have completed their design. The woman's voice was dry. Matter of fact, the voice of someone who had been speaking to the dark for a very long time. They are wrong. Ruan's breath caught. My name is Shui Wu Ying, the image said, and I built the braided convergence technique so that 2 souls could survive together. The Reach took my work. They twisted it. They used it to hollow vessels instead of freeing them. The woman's eyes found Ruan through the distance of decades. But I left something behind, in the cold reed annex, something the Reach never found. If you can hear this, you are the one it was waiting for. The image flickered. The seal beneath Ruan's feet trembled. And far behind them, beyond the mist, beyond the door, beyond the ancient corridor that breathed like a living thing, Ruan heard a new sound. Hooves. A rider. Coming fast. Kong turned. His grip tightened on her hand. And Tracer 2-3 whispered, They found us. Ruan looked at the fading image of Shui Wu Ying, at the seal that hummed with the promise of answers, at the corridor that led deeper into the structure the Reach had never understood. Then she looked at the door behind her, where a rider was moments from arrival, carrying news she could already feel in the shift of the air. Other hollowed vessels had started to run. She was not the last. She was the signal.